Kang Jai had a sudden thought and immediately came up with a solution. The natal magic weapon within the chaos body appeared outside the immortal cultivator body. There is still a difference between the main body and the sub-body of the natal magic weapon, because the body of this natal magic weapon contains the merits of Pangu in creating the world. It's unknown whether the creation merit at the level of the Great Tao can withstand the nurturing laws at the level of the Great Tao. In truth, Kang Jai wasn't very sure either, but he was unwilling to give up without trying, so he released his natal magic weapon. As the natal magic weapon appeared, the nurturing law that was about to penetrate into the body was immediately blocked within the natal magic weapon. Golden light emanated from within the natal magic weapon, fiercely resisting the infiltration of the laws of gestation, seemingly sensing the merit of creation and the nurturing laws at the level of the Great Tao. After a moment hesitation, it slowly retreated. Kang Jai breathed a sigh of relief upon sensing the departure of the laws nurtured at the Great Tao level. That's a primordial law of creation. No wonder the ancient realm and Purple Moon couldn't resist it, let alone them. Even if Kang Jai breaks through to the quasi-saint realm, he still cannot resist without the Great Tao merit. Fortunately, after much struggle, he finally managed to withstand the gestation laws at the Great Tao level, without the interference of the laws that nurtured him at the Great Tao level. Kang Jai was finally able to continue his cultivation. With continuous comprehension of the laws of life, the cultivator's physical body is progressing at an alarming rate. With a crack sound, it seemed as if some barrier within the body was broken. All the laws converged together and then recombine. When Kang Jai opened his eyes again, a heavenly Tao-level life law had appeared within his body. Although it only possesses 10% of the law of life, the cultivator's physical body has truly embarked on a path of transformation from this day forward. Call! Kang Jai appeared by the yin-yang lake in a flash. As the cultivator's physical body broke through, Kang Jai was also forcibly expelled. Upon returning to the shore, they discovered that Guji and Ziyu were still nowhere to be found. Just as Kang Jai was about to go and search, two figures came toward him at an extremely fast speed. With a swift movement, two more figures appeared in front of Kang Jai. Guji and Ziyu stared at Kang Jai in shock. Guji eagerly asked, "We just sensed a breakthrough here. It seems someone has broken through to the primordial golden realm. You?" As he spoke, Guji couldn't continue. He just stared straight at Kang Jai, as if waiting for the answer in his heart. Ziyu stared at Kang Jai with a complicated expression, her gaze fixed on him. Kang Jai nodded slightly, not hiding anything, and said frankly, "I have indeed broken through to the primordial golden immortal realm." Upon hearing this, both Guji and Ziyu widened their eyes. Although I knew Kang Jai was a prodigy, he was only at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden and Immortal Realm before. It is still 108,000 miles away from becoming a primordial golden immortal. How did you break through to the primordial golden immortal realm all at once? When did it become so easy to break through to the primordial golden immortal realm? The one with the most complex expression was Guji. He was a dignified peak Grand Luo Golden Immortal cultivator. Yet even after undergoing the baptism of Yin-Yang Lake, he still failed to break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm. But Kang Jai, a mid-stage Grand Luo Golden Immortal cultivator, actually broke through to the primordial Golden Immortal realm after being baptized once. How unfair is that? Guji stared at Kang Jai with a complex expression, his eyes filled with as much rich resentment as possible. Kang Jai coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject. "Well, now that we've all been baptized, let's leave. I wonder if Vice Sect Master Chaos and the others are still waiting for us outside the hall. Seeing Kang Jai change the subject, Guji and Ziyu exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. But this was a matter of personal chance. They also went down into the lake, but they couldn't do what Kang Jai did. Could it be because Kang Jai is male, the time it takes for him to conceive is longer, which is why he was able to break through to the primordial and immortal realm smoothly? The same thought arose in both of their minds. After all, Kang Jai spent more time in the lake than they did. Their ability to conceive is relatively normal. Even though the ancient realm is transformed into a male, the ancient realm is, after all, a tree, and cannot be distinguished as a normal male or female. Kang Jai, however, is a proper male, so Guji and Ziyu exchanged a glance, both looking at Kang Jai with strange expressions, their eyes filled with envy but also pity. It must be incredibly painful for men to give birth. Sensing the strange looks from the two, Kang Jai was somewhat confused. "What's wrong with you two?" Guji and Ziyu hesitated for a moment, but Ziyu eventually changed, saying, "We just have some bad news to tell you." "Bad news?" Kang Jai raised an eyebrow unsuspecting and asked, "What bad news?" "We can't get out," Ziyu lamented. "What? We can't get out?" Kang Jai looked at Ziyu with a face full of surprise. Ziyu nodded. "We tried to leave this place before, but no matter how we searched, we couldn't find a way out." Kang Jai frowned slightly and said, "Could it be because I'm still cultivating that the portal can't be revealed?" Ziyu and Guji exchanged a glance, a glint of light flashing in their eyes. They really hadn't expected this possibility. Seeing this, Kang Jai said directly, "Why don't we go take another look?" Ziyu and Guji hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. The three of them kept walking back, trying to find a way out. Unfortunately, Kang Jai and his companions tried a long time, but found no way to leave. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Kang Jai and the other two suddenly froze. Because the three of them had somehow returned to the vicinity of Yin-Yang Lake. The three of them looked at the vast Yin-Yang Lake, and for a moment they didn't know what to think. Kang Ji's expression shifted between light and dark, and he asked incredulously, "Is it really impossible to leave this place?" Seeing Kang Ji's gloomy face, Ziyu called lightly and said, "Although we didn't find a way out before, we did find a strange altar." Kang Jai was taken aback, then abruptly turned to look at Ziyu. An altar? Ziyu nodded and looked at Guji, who replied, "However, that altar is somewhat dilapidated, and you were cultivating, so we didn't dare to get close to it." Kang Jai narrowed his eyes and said, "Come on, take me to see." The dilapidated altar that Ziyu and the others spoke of may now be their only hope of leaving this place. The group walked for an unknown amount of time before finally arriving at the altar that Ziyu and the others had mentioned. Looking at the cracked altar, Kang Jai frowned. This altar is less of an altar and more of a teleportation array than a sacred altar. However, the extent of the altar's damage far exceeded Kang Jai's expectations, with 1/3 of it missing, and even containing terrifying chaotic power. No wonder Ziyu and the other two didn't dare to get close. If they accidentally touched those chaotic forces, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand them with their strength. How could there be such an altar in the Pangu Temple? Kang Jai wondered. No matter how confused they were, this might be their only way out. He looked at the two of them and said, "You two step back, let me take a look at the condition of this altar." Now that Kang Jai has broken through to the early stage of quasi-saint, as the saying goes, high skill breeds boldness, Kang Jai dared to test the situation of this altar. Ziyu and Guji were also aware of the current situation. This altar might be their only hope of leaving. Now that Kang Jai wants to try, they naturally dare not hold him back. As the two retreated, Kang Jai stepped forward, simultaneously connecting with infinite computing power to begin deduce the situation of the entire altar. As soon as Kang Jai approached the altar, the energy within the entire altar began to surge violently. As the energy went berserk, countless laws surged toward the celestial calamity. Even though Kang's cultivation had reached the quasi-saint level, his expression changed when faced with these chaotic energy laws. This aura. Just as the chaotic energy laws were about to touch him, Kang Ji immediately took a step back. With this step, Kang Jai directly withdrew from the altar area. The chaotic energies seemed unwilling to let Kang Ji go, relentlessly pursuing him in an attempt to destroy him. However, when these chaotic energy laws touched the edge of the altar, they seemed to encounter an invisible barrier and were blocked. Sensing the barrier that blocked the chaotic energy laws, a glint of light flashed in Kang Ji's eyes. It's actually... Kang Jai looked at the energy barrier and the chaotic energy laws with some surprise. To his surprise, it was Pangu's power that blocked those chaotic energy laws. Kang Jai was very familiar with Pangu's power. He had personally come into contact with both the fragments of Pangu's Dao fruit and the bloodline of Pangu, so he was naturally very familiar with its power. What shocked Kang Jai was that the chaotic energy laws that Pangu's power blocked actually had the aura of a chaos demon god. Could it be that these chaotic energy laws originated from the 3,000 chaos gods? A glint of light flashed in Kang Ji's eyes. Could it be that this altar has some connection with the 3,000 demon gods? For a moment, Kang Ji's mind was a bit confused. Looking at the dilapidated altar and the chaotic energy laws that made him wary, Kang Jai frowned slightly. If this altar is the key to leaving, then repairing this altar becomes the key. To repair this altar, the chaotic energy laws within it must be dealt with. Sensing the power of the energy laws within, Kang Jai frowned once more. How? Ziyu and Guji also saw what was happening at the altar and quickly went forward to inquire. Kang Jai waved his hand. The energy inside is very troublesome, but without dealing with it, we cannot repair this altar, let alone understand its function. Upon hearing this, the two men tensed up. Guji said with some worry, "Those energy laws seem quite complex." Kang understood his concerns and shook his head. "No matter how difficult it is, we have to try. I'll make a move later, and you two will support me at the edge of the altar." The two exchanged a glance and had no objection to it. Previously, they were stronger than Kang Jai, so Kang Jai should have listened to them. Now that Kang Jai is stronger than them, they naturally have to listen to Kang Jai. Seeing that neither of them objected, Kang Jai did not delay and stepped into the altar area again. Boom! As Kang Jai stepped onto the altar, the chaotic energy of the laws within the altar seemed to be angered, surging towards him. Feeling the difficulty of these laws and energies, Kang Jai did not directly use his immortal cultivation body to withstand them, but instead released his chaotic body. The chaos entity appeared directly on the altar in the form of the chaos world. Outside the altar, in the purple moon and ancient realm, Kang Jai released a hazy gray mist. The moment the mist appeared, Kang Jai and the chaotic energy laws, which were enveloped by the mist, became indistinct. They could only vaguely sense that after the chaotic energy laws rushed into the gray fog, they seemed to encounter some kind of obstacle and moved forward with great difficulty. Under these circumstances, it would be impossible to attack Kang Jai again. Ziyu and Guji exchanged a glance, neither of them expecting Kang Jai to have such a trick up his sleeve. What kind of ability was this? Just as the two were shocked and delighted by Kang Ji's abilities, Kang Ji's expression turned solemn. Kang Ji only released a portion of the chaotic world. He intended to use this portion of the chaotic world to devour the chaotic energy laws in the altar and digest them slowly. However, Kang Ji underestimated these chaotic laws of energy. These energies actually contain all sorts of chaotic wills, making it impossible for these energies and laws to be easily swallowed into the chaotic world. Even so, Kang Ji did not give up on devouring these chaotic energy laws. Regardless of whether these powers originated from the 3,000 demon gods, they were of great benefit to him. The chaos body differs from the other bodies in that it places greater emphasis on the balanced cultivation of the 3,000 laws. Therefore, Kang Ji was very envious of these laws of energy. If the chaos entity could be devoured, it would be of great benefit to the chaos entity. Kang Ji gritted his teeth and tried his best to control the chaos body to devour this energy, first binding this energy and laws into the chaos world. As Kang Ji persisted, the energy bound within the broken altar was gradually devoured by the chaos entity. The moment these energy laws entered the chaotic world, they stirred up a monstrous storm within it. These energy laws, mixed with other wills, are attempting to destroy the entire chaotic world. However, at that moment, the three spiritual roots rooted in the chaotic world exerted their power simultaneously. The world tree, the sun tree, and the lotus tree all unleashed their power, suppressing the entire chaos. In particular, the peculiar power that the world tree's roots absorbed from the unknown world did not remain indifferent as before when the chaotic energy laws were causing trouble. Instead, it stopped converting the chaotic energy and emitted a misty purple aura, merging into the chaotic world. As the swirling purple aura merged in, the previously restless and chaotic world immediately calmed down. As for the chaotic energy laws, they're originally quite unruly, they became incredibly docile, just like mice encountering a cat, allowing Kang Ji's chaotic world to absorb and integrate them. As Kang Ji absorbed these laws of energy, he could clearly sense that the strength of the chaos entity was growing at an extremely rapid pace. Although he failed to break through to a higher realm, his mastery of the 3,000 laws had improved considerably. This is something that would take countless eons to accomplish. But by absorbing these energy laws, it was done with ease. Could these energy laws really be the power of the 3,000 chaos demon gods? Kang Ji asked with some doubt. If this energy truly originates from the 3,000 chaos gods, then where does this altar lead to? Kang Ji felt a mix of emotions, but things had come to this point, and there was no way to stop now. With a sigh, he had no choice but to continue absorbing these energy laws. As the laws of energy disappeared, the entire altar finally calmed down. At that very moment, the chaos body of Kang Ji made progress once again. Mid-stage primordial golden immortal. This energy actually propelled my cultivation directly to the mid-stage primordial golden immortal. Kang Ji was somewhat pleased and couldn't help but look towards the roots of the world tree. The key to my ability to successfully absorb these energy laws lies in those peculiar energies. Could those energies truly be primordial purple ki? Only the primordial purple ki is of a higher level than the chaos ki, and a little bit of it can be converted into a large amount of chaos qi. Only the primordial purple ki can suppress the 3,000 chaos demon gods. Because in a sense, the primordial purple ki is the true mother of the 3,000 chaos demon gods. That is the source of their strength, the true origin. Kang Ji couldn't help but probe his mind again, wanting to explore that mysterious space. Unfortunately, Kang Ji's attempt failed once again. Even though his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal realm, he still couldn't enter that mysterious space. With a sigh, Kang Jai put away the chaotic space and could only wait for a more opportune time to explore it again. Seeing the altar restored to peace, Kang Jai did not hesitate. He sat cross-legged, released his divine sense, and sensed everything within the altar. With the support of the array's laws and the assistance of his countless clones' computing power, he was able to analyze the altar very smoothly. When Kang Jai stood up again, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. My previous guess was correct. This altar really was a teleportation array. However, this altar was originally just a one-way teleportation array, which could only teleport people from the Pangu Temple to an unknown place on the other side. Unexpectedly, this one-way teleportation array was hacked and forcibly teleported in reverse, which led to the destruction of the entire altar. After figuring this out, Kang Jai was shocked. Could it be that the altar is truly the lair of 3,000 chaos demons? Then they rushed into the Pangu Temple in reverse. But Kang Jai didn't quite feel that way. If that's true, how come only this altar in the Pangu Temple was destroyed? Although doubts arose in my mind, this was not the time to seek answers. Looking at the dilapidated altar, Kang Jai waved his hand, and the entire altar was quickly restored under his power. Kang Jai did not intend to actually repair the altar. After all, the materials needed to repair the altar were not simple. Even if Kang Jai had these materials, he wouldn't use them to repair the damage. The entire altar is a one-way teleportation system. Once they leave, they can never re-enter. Unless Kang Jai and his group find the location of the Pangu Temple again and enter it through the gate once more. Under these circumstances, why would Kang Jai still want to completely repair this altar? He only needs to use the altar's teleportation ability once. After that, it's completely none of his business. He himself possessed the supernatural ability to create formations on his own. As long as he understood the principles and methods of setting up the formations, and then used the remaining power in the broken altar, he could get them to leave this place. Having figured these things out, Kang Jai hurriedly called out to Ziyu and Gujia. You succeeded! Looking at the now calm altar, Ziyu and Gujia were still somewhat incredulous. Kang Jai nodded slightly and urged, "Get ready, we're leaving here. Although there are unknown dangers on the other side, it's still better than being trapped and dying in the Pangu Temple." Before Ziyu and the Ancient Realm could ask any questions, Kang Ji had already activated the altar's teleportation ability. As the formation was activated, the three of them immediately felt a powerful, devouring force. The next second, the three disappeared, and the Pangu Temple became completely silent once again. With a flash, when Kang Jai and the other two regained their footing, they were already in complete darkness. "Where is this?" Ziyu asked somewhat uneasily. She sensed a strong aura of calamity from all directions, so intense that it terrified her. Even Kang Jai felt his hair stand on end the moment he sensed his surroundings. "Hold your breath and concentrate, don't move!" Kang Jai quickly transmitted his voice. He also sensed the terrifying calamity energy surrounding him. However, the small area where they were located seemed to be protected by a force, which is why it was not eroded by the power of the calamity. Kang Jai was no stranger to this power. It was exactly the same as the barrier power on the altar before, and it was the power of Pangu. There's even the power of Pangu here. Kang Jai was slightly surprised. Just as Kang Jai was about to release his divine sense to investigate carefully, he suddenly froze. This place, the primordial world. Just now, Kang Jai suddenly realized that the connection between himself and his various avatars had suddenly become clear. The sense of distance, as if separated by infinite worlds, has completely vanished. There can only be one possibility. that he has now arrived in the primordial world, and his main consciousness has arrived there. Only in this way can the connection between oneself and countless clones become so clear. Call. Kang Jai did his best to calm himself down. He never expected that the teleportation array in the Pangu temple would actually transport the three of them to the prehistoric world, but he still hasn't figured out the exact location of the three of them. All he knew was that they were in a dark place, with no light shining into them. In addition, the aura of calamity surrounding this place is many times denser than that in the primordial world. In that case, this place is definitely not a good place in the prehistoric world. First, he calmed Ziyu and the other person down and told them not to move around. Then, Kang Jai began to connect with his various clones. Infer your current location based on the positions of your various clones. As Kang Jai continuously switched between clones, he then sensed the location of his main immortal body. Gradually, Kang Ji's expression became increasingly strange. How could this be? Kang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief at his final calculations. The place where the three of them were located was actually at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain. To be precise, it's deep underground, in the center of Buzhou Mountain. Even with the location sensing of countless clones, Kang Jai was unable to deduce the exact depth of his current location, which shows just how deep the place where the three of them were trapped was. Deep beneath Mount Buzhou. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes slightly. If the place where the three of them were really deep underground in Buzhou Mountain, so why is there such a strong aura of calamity here? Such a dense aura of calamity, evil spirits would prevent even the witch clan from surviving here. Suppressing his discomfort, Kang Jai released his divine sense to explore his surroundings. The moment his divine sense was released, the surrounding calamity energy to Kang Ji's divine sense, like maggots clinging to bones. Kang Jai ignored these calamity energies, for he not only possessed the law of calamity, but also the physical form of a ghost cultivator. Regardless of which one, they are not afraid of these ominous energies. In particular, the ghost cultivator's true form uses the energy of calamity and evil as its source of power. If the ghost cultivator's true form were summoned here, this calamity energy would only become nourishment for him. Kang Jai searched all the way, his divine sense spreading out for countless billions of miles. But he still couldn't find anything. The only thing that can be confirmed is that within the range of his divine sense, there is nothing but calamity energy. Moreover, even with the range of his divine sense, the aura of calamity within had not diminished much. Even though Kang Jai probed upwards with his divine sense for countless billions of miles, the aura of calamity was still incredibly dense. Such a dense aura of calamity is a devastating disaster for this space. From what I observed with my divine sense, the space covered by the aura of calamity had become extremely fragile, and considering that this place is deep within Mount Buzhou, Kang Jai suddenly realized. No wonder Buzhou Mountain was knocked down. Even without Hong Jun's intervention, Buzhou Mountain would probably have collapsed after tens of thousands of eons due to the erosion and hollowing of its underground. Thinking of this, Kang Jai shuddered. The sheer amount of calamity energy gathered here is probably not just from the primordial calamity. And then, thinking of the 3,000 chaotic demons, Kang Jai suddenly remembered a saying he had heard in his previous life. Deep within Mount Buzhou, the remnants and corpses of 3,000 chaotic demon gods were once suppressed. Originally, these lingering thoughts and remains were supposed to be slowly absorbed and digested by the prehistoric world, eventually becoming nourishment for the entire prehistoric world and allowing it further. If all of this comes true, it might not be impossible for the primordial world to grow into a true world at the level of the great Tao. However, the primordial world has not only failed to advance, but is actually regressing. More importantly, the 3,000 remnants of chaotic demon gods and their corpses that should have existed here have vanished without a trace. Kang Jai had just checked, and there was no trace of the remnants or corpses of the 3,000 chaos demon gods in the area that his divine sense could detect. All that remains here is endless calamity and malevolent energy. So where have the lingering resentment and mangled corpses gone? Kang Jai suddenly thought of the past conflict between the Tao and the demon. The conflict between the Tao and the demonic led to the shattering of the entire Western land, damage to the Earth's veins, and the inability of the entire primordial Earth's veins to function properly. If we compare the entire primordial world to a refining furnace, then the remnants of the 1,000 chaotic demon gods and their remains are what are being refined. The Earth's veins throughout the primordial world are the energy source for this refining furnace. The fracture of the western ley lines has caused the refining furnace to malfunction. This gave the 3,000 remnants and corpses of the chaos gods trapped in the refining furnace a chance to break free of their cage. Thinking back to the one-way teleportation array that had been destroyed before, Kang Jai felt as if he was getting closer to some truth. My heart was churning with emotions. If my guesses are true, then Kang Ji shivered, feeling that he had underestimated the primordial world. Then, one can think of the 3,000 demon god realms and the void passage. Kang Jai felt that there were more secrets hidden here. He took a deep breath, looked at the place where he and his companions were trapped, and wondered how long it would take to get out. Just as Kang Jai was lamenting how long it would take for the three of them to leave the underground, the Chaos Group, who had been waiting for a year at the other end of the void passage, finally lost their patience. Brother, it's been a year. Could they have died inside? Qianqi frowned as he looked at the Pangu Temple, whose doors remained tightly shut and which was completely inaccessible. They have been waiting in this void for a year, and who knows how much longer they will have to wait. This made Qianqi and the others somewhat impatient. Chaos glanced at the group of people, then at Zeus and his group of 5, not far away, and sighed. We have indeed lingered here for a bit too long. This is the ruins of return, where replenishing energy be difficult. In that case, let's go outside and wait. Unexpectedly, the other end of the void passage was the land of ruins. If Kang Jai were here, he would surely be greatly surprised. The land of return to nothingness is not unfamiliar in the prehistoric world. It is said to be the final resting place of the prehistoric world. If one day the primordial world is destroyed, everything will collapse into the void and become part of the chaos once more. No one expected that the other end of the void passage, connecting the 3,000 demon god realms, would be the ruins of return. The land of return to nothingness, said to be the end of all annihilation, unexpectedly lies hidden at the end of the void passage. When Zeus and his 5 companions were gathered together, they looked completely bewildered. We've waited a year, but they still haven't come out. Our time is limited. So I plan to take a group of people and leave here first, leaving 2 people here to continue guarding the place. Once Guji and the others come out, we'll take them away from here. Zeus and his 5 companions were invigorated. Could they finally leave this awful place? Apart from an inaccessible palace and a terrifying vortex, there is nothing here. Even energy and laws do not exist here. It's not a problem if it's a short time, but if it goes on for a long time, even with their strength, they will find it hard to keep up. Upon hearing they could leave, Zeus and his companions' eyes lit up. However, 2 people had to be left behind, and Zeus and the other 2 immediately looked at tools, Tep and Madden. "You 2 stay here and continue to wait for them," Zeus said, leaving no room for refusal. Tep and Madden's smiles froze, and they somewhat nervously, our strength is weak. What if they don't listen to us and refuse to continue to the primordial world, but instead return directly to the 3,000 demon god realm? They wouldn't dare, Chaos sneered. If they disobey orders and return here, not only will the Divine Rebellion sect master not let them off, but the other high-ranking members of the ancient demon god sect will not let them off, either. The 3 from the ancient realm were all intelligent people. They knew how to make the right choice. Before Tep and Madden could say anything more, Chaos impatiently said, All right, you 2 are the weakest, so you 2 stay here and inform them." Tep and Madden opened their mouths, wanting to refute for a moment, but seeing the murderous eyes of Zeus and the other 2, they ultimately dared not speak. At this moment, Truth spoke up. "Vice Sect Master of Chaos, how do we leave this place? We cannot enter this palace, and there is no way to leave." Chaos glanced at them before speaking calmly. "I've just thought about it, and there are other ways to leave this place." Upon hearing this, Zeus and the other 2 twitched at the corners of their mouths. They understood perfectly well that the 4 Chaos as beings must have originally had a way to leave this place. But they just wanted to see what Kangjai and the other 2 could obtain in the palace, which is why they waited for a whole year in vain. However, none of them dared to argue, and could hold their breath and ask, "Then how do we leave this place?" Chaos didn't answer, but perhaps to compensate Zeus and the other 2, Chaos asked, with a smile, "Do you know where this place is?" Zeus and the others exchanged bewildered glances, then looked towards Chaos. Chaos explained, "This place is called Gishu, the endpoint of the primordial world's annihilation. There are 6 paths leading out from here, 4 of which correspond to the East Sea, Southern Undying Volcano, the Western Killing Cliff, and the Northern 10,000 Poison Swamp in the primordial world. Although these 4 places all lead to the ruins of return, they were sealed away long ago and suppressed by powerful races, the strongest of whom is almost at the level of a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. Although there are these 4 passages, we definitely cannot take these 4 paths. After you 2 meet the 3 from the ancient realm, you must inform them as well." Chaos looked at Tep and the other 2 and gave them some instructions. The 2 nodded hastily, not daring to object. That being was someone infinitely close to a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. He could crush them with a single finger. Chaos continued, "Besides that, the remaining 2 passages, one leads to the recently established underworld in the primordial world, and the other leads to the boundless blood sea." "The underworld? A sea of a blood?" The group exchanged glances. Chaos nodded and said, "To be precise, it is the 19th level of hell in the underworld. If we want to leave the underworld, we have to climb up from the 19th level of hell, climb through the 18th level of hell, and then enter the underworld, and then leave from the underworld." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, and Zeus couldn't help but ask, "Surely the 18 levels of hell are easy to pass through. Among all the heavens and the myriad realms, there are many hells," which Zeus and his companions had heard even after countless years. But the hell they heard about wasn't very good. It wasn't that terrifying. However, since this 18 levels of hell are from the primordial world, they were not entirely sure. Chaos glanced at them, but did not explain how terrifying the 18 levels of hell were, because he had never been there either. However, Chaos knew that even if there were no 18 levels of hell in the underworld, he would not choose it. He coughed lightly and said, Whether the 18 levels of hell are difficult to traverse is not the key point. The key point is there is a true ground golden immortal in the underworld. If we want to get through here, we must face this terrifying being. So, everyone froze, realizing that underworld was the most terrifying place. A primordial, golden immortal. This is the most powerful being in their 3,000 demon god realm. Just now, the passages in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north were guarded by powerful beings who were only infinitely close to the grand low golden realm. But the underworld is directly guarded by a powerful expert at the grand low golden immortal realm. How are they supposed to choose? Deputy Sect Master of Chaos, so you're saying that the only option we have is that blood sea? Zeus and his companions looked at Chaos with wry smiles. Chaos nodded. That's right, although there is also a peak-level golden immortal guarding the blood sea. Before Chaos could finish speaking, everyone gasped in shock. Even a peak-level Hunyuan golden immortal expert, they can't beat him. Seeing the wide-eyed expressions on their faces, Chaos coughed lightly and said, although the blood sea is guarded by powerful figures, it is not without room for negotiation. Everyone was taken aback and asked in confusion, is there room for negotiation? Chaos nodded, and Zeus and the others' eyes lit up. It was good that there was room for negotiation. Seeing the excited expressions on their faces, Chaos continued, therefore, each of you must give me a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, or an equivalent rare and precious material. Upon hearing this, the previously excited crowd widened their eyes and stared at Chaos with disbelief. Don't think I'm asking for too much. This is all toll money for that powerful person. Think about it. Our 3,000 demon god realms and the primordial world are enemies. If there were no benefit for us to sneak into the primordial world, why would they let us pass? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling that what Chaos said seemed to make sense. The opponent is a peak-level Hunyuan golden immortal. If they wanted to kill them, it would only take a slap. But it doesn't seem unreasonable that the other party risked their lives to put them into the prehistoric world in exchange for some benefits. But isn't giving everyone a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure a bit too damn outrageous? Zeus and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with reluctance. Especially Truth, who has only been in the 3,000 demon god realm for a total of 100,000 years, and the only mid-grade innate spiritual treasure he possesses is his natal magic weapon Gate of Truth. Apart from this Gate of Truth, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, he had no other mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. But the Gate of Truth was his most precious treasure. How could he possibly hand it over? In this situation, Truth frankly stated, Deputy Sect Master of Chaos, besides my natal magic weapon, I have no other magic weapons, so... Truth shrugged and started acting like a rogue. Seeing this, Chaos was not angry. He smiled and said, it's all right. If we don't have a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, we can use other natural treasures to offset the cost. If that's still not enough, we can lend some to the Vice Sect Master of Truth. Truth froze, looking at the grinning Chaos, and felt an urge to punch him. They're going to skin him alive and suck his blood. If he doesn't have enough money, he can borrow it. But once he borrows, will he still have freedom in the future? Truth understands the nature of the 4 Chaos people too well. Don't be fooled by the fact that the 4 members of Chaos don't compete or fight within the entire Pangu sect. It's because no one dares to overstep their bounds and take what rightfully belongs to them. The terror of the 4 Chaos ones is passed down through generations. After all, these 4 entities are all ferocious beasts. Do you dare say that ferocious beasts are benevolent? Truth's expression changed repeatedly, and in the end he had no choice but to take out all the rare and precious materials he possessed to barely offset the demand for a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. As for Zeus and Odin, they are veteran deputy sect leaders and have quite a few good things in their possession. They can barely afford to give away a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Even so, they were still extremely distressed. After giving away a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, they were also severely weakened and had almost no strength left to help Genli. Fortunately, the truth itself is enough. As for the two tools, Tep and Madden, they stared blankly at chaos. They didn't even have a single low-grade innate spiritual treasure, let alone a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. It should be noted that both of them were able to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm with the support of Zeus and Odin. Seeing that the two of them had nothing to offer, Chaos's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He looked to Zeus and Odin, hoping they would lend a hand. Unfortunately, Zeus and Odin didn't care about the two tools. They were completely oblivious to Chaos and the tools. Chaos snorted in dissatisfaction, then looked at Tep and Madden and said, "Your resources will be taken from the Blood Sea after you take the ancient realm and the others there. Chaos will never lose out." After collecting the items, Chaos led Zeus and his party away, teaching Tep and Madden how to leave and demonstrating it to them. After Chaos and his group left, Tepu and Madden looked at each other, and then had no choice but to return to the outside of the Pengu Temple and quietly wait for Kangjai and the other two to come out. On the other side, after Chaos led his group away from the ruins of Return, they appeared directly in a sea of blood. As soon as Chaos and his group appeared, the sea of blood rippled. Immediately afterwards, the figure of the Styx ancestor appeared not far from the group. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from Styx ancestor, Zeus and the other two hid in fear behind the four chaos beings. They sensed a power from the Styx ancestor that was far greater than that of the sect master, Shen Ni. With that kind of power, they could really be slapped to death. The four members of Chaos, however, remained relatively calm. After all, when they wreaked havoc in the prehistoric world, the Styx ancestor had not yet truly been born. In fact, even the Styx ancestor was their junior. However, times have changed. They were reborn in the 3,000 demon god realm, and their strength is not as great as before. Facing the Styx ancestor, who is at the peak of quasi-saint level, they did not dare to be too presumptuous. Chaos took the initiative to communicate with them. The Styx ancestor seemed to be used to the appearance of Chaos and his group. Seeing Chaos approaching, the Styx ancestor waved his hand, and a barrier appeared between the two. "Brother Chaos, your cultivation level hasn't increased much over the years." The Styx ancestor surveyed the Chaos, sensing its peak Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, and felt a sense of disdain. One of the former overlords of the primordial world, he now only has the cultivation of a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, after so many years, his cultivation level has only reached the peak of the Great Luo realm, which shows that the world where these ferocious beasts of chaos hide is not very good. The Styx ancestor did not know where the chaos group was hiding, but in his opinion, since their cultivation had not improved much over the years, they must be in some small or medium-sized world. Little did he know that the four members of Chaos had been stuck at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal, not because of their lack of talent, but because they had done so intentionally. If one's cultivation level is too high, the Styx ancestor will certainly be on guard. If they were exposed, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. By making the other party mistakenly believe that we are just hiding in some small or medium-sized world, they will not care. Another point is that they have always wanted to find their lost origins. If they could collect the original essence and then break through, it would be even more beneficial for them. Unfortunately, over the years, they have not collected enough of the source. Fortunately, the great cataclysm is imminent, and they can take advantage of the chaos once again. Ignoring the teasing of the Styx ancestor, Chaos silently took out a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Styx, you don't know this, but the world I live in has scarce resources. It's already a miracle that I can maintain my current cultivation level. Fortunately, we also found some other small and medium-sized worlds. Given enough time, it's not impossible to further restore our cultivation levels. Hearing Chaos's slightly smug words, a hint of disdain flashed in Styx's ancestor's eyes. These ferocious beasts have truly fallen from grace. They're so smug over a few small and medium-sized worlds. Compared to the primordial world, what do a lot of small and medium-sized worlds matter? With a disdainful sneer in his heart, the Styx ancestor accepted the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, without any politeness. Without even looking closely, Ancestor Styx put away the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure and prepared to leave, trading a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure for him to turn a blind eye and let these ferocious beasts of chaos return to the primordial world is not a loss for him. The strongest of these ferocious beasts in chaos is only at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and they can't cause any trouble in the prehistoric world. And every time he enters or leaves, he receives a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, so why not? Just as the Styx ancestor was about to leave, Chaos called out to him, "Brother Styx, this situation is a bit special. 5 of us haven't arrived yet. What do you think?" Styx raised an eyebrow, somewhat displeased, and said, "We had an agreement beforehand that I would take a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure every time you came here. Now that you're bringing them in batches, it increases my risk of exposure, which puts me in a difficult position." Looking at the Styx ancestor with his eyes slightly narrowed, Chaos' lips twitched, and he said in a deep voice, "Then what do you suggest we do?" The Styx ancestor slowly opened his eyes, stroked his beard, and said, "More money is needed." Chaos's smile froze, and he cursed Styx ancestor for his greed, but he still had to patiently ask, "How much more?" The Styx ancestor's smile widened, and he said with a chuckle, "It's not much, just add 1 more low-grade innate spiritual treasure." Chaos remained silent for a long time. Just as the Styx ancestor was getting impatient, he finally spoke up. "Then wait a moment, let's go and gather them." Styx ancestor curled his lip, somewhat disdainfully. He had to scrape together even a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. What a poor wretch. Chaos, with a gloomy face, came before the crowd, waved his hand to set up an array, and then looked at them. When everyone saw him return with a gloomy face, while the Styx ancestor on the opposite side did not leave, an ominous premonition immediately arose in everyone's hearts. Zeus, and his 2 companions in particular, had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. The chaotic voice said in a deep voice, "Because of the ancient realm, we have to enter the primordial world in 2 batches. Therefore, the Styx ancestor on the other side is very angry, which will increase his risk of being exposed." Upon hearing this, Zeus and his 2 companions immediately tensed up. That's a powerhouse at the peak of the quasi-saint level. Crushing them would be as easy as pulling a finger. Zeus immediately cursed. "Damn the ancient realm. He's trying to kill us." Odin and Truth both looked grim. Only Kyanki and the other 2 exchanged a glance, and then also pretended to be angry. The 3 of them immediately guessed what was going on. They wouldn't expose it. They would also share in the benefits that Chaos gained. Seeing the expressions on Zeus's and the other two's faces, Chaos was satisfied, but he said aloud, "Now is not the time to curse. The Styx ancestor said that, because of us, the toll will need to be increased this time." The crowd's curses paused, a sense of dread washing over them, especially Zhenli, who stammered, "Raise? How much?" Everyone looked at Chaos, who softly comforted them. Originally, Ancestor wanted to give each person an additional mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Before Chaos could finish speaking, Zeus and the other two changed their expressions. Truth, in particular, was deathly pale and trembling, just like an ordinary person. Seeing this, Chaos quickly added, "But through my tireless efforts, appealing to emotions and reasoning with people, I finally managed to lower the price to one low-grade innate spiritual treasure per person." Hearing this, everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. Even if it's just the resources of a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, they still feel the pinch. Especially for Truth at this moment, apart from a mid-grade natal magic weapon, he really had no resources left. Under these circumstances, how could he possibly produce another low-grade innate spiritual treasure? Seemingly aware that Truth was short of money, Chaos generously said, "No problem, Truth. Just draw up a contract for me to serve you for 1,000,000 years, and I'll pay for this low-grade innate spiritual treasure for you." Upon hearing this, Truth showed a look of struggle. Although he was only required to Chaos for 1,000,000 years, in reality, he was Chaos's slave for those 1,000,000 years. If there is anything dangerous, Chaos will definitely let him do it without hesitation. But if he didn't sign, he would definitely lose his only natal magic weapon. Seeing that the truth was becoming increasingly complicated, Zeus and Odin exchanged a glance, and Zeus said, "Let's lend him the resources of truth first." Zeus and Odin understood perfectly that the four chaos beings were one entity and could not be shaken at all. In this situation, if they lose the ally of truth, they will truly be left to fend for themselves. Fortunately, they have now entered the primordial world, a powerful world that is in no way inferior to, and may even surpass, the 3,000 demon god realms, where they may gain many benefits. As long as we can get in, we'll be able to earn back our investment sooner or later. With these thoughts in mind, Zeus and Odin conceived the idea of a helping Truth. Truth looked up at Zeus and Odin with eyes full of gratitude. Without the help of Zeus and Odin, he truly wouldn't know what to do. Seeing this, Chaos was displeased, but still nodded expressionlessly. He was already calculating in his mind that after taking advantage of Zeus and the other two, there were still 5 Kangjai to take advantage of. Especially in the ancient realm, as a veteran deputy sect leader, he recently broke through to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, so he must have a lot of resources at his disposal. Thinking this to himself, Chaos felt a little better. After putting the items away, he opened the barrier and found the Styx ancestor again. With a wave of his hand, he rearranged the formation, and only then did Chaos begin to take things out. But as he continued to search, the Styx ancestor's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Although there were many items, none of the things that Chaos pulled out were particularly valuable. When Chaos finally stopped taking things out, the face of the Styx ancestor was terribly gloomy. The combined value of these items is indeed equivalent to a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. However, these things are not precious, and many of them are quite useless, so the Styx ancestor usually doesn't bother to pick them up. Now that Chaos is trying to fool him with these things, Styx is naturally unhappy. Chaos also said with a bitter face, "Brother Styx, don't be angry. We only have a limited number of good things on hand. These are all things we managed to put together." However, his words did not improve Fang Mingyi's expression. He simply stared at him with a gloomy face. Chaos felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't afford to offend this person. Chaos's eyes darted around, and an idea came to him. "Brother Steeks, don't worry," he said. "When the second batch of 5 arrives, I'll give them some rare and precious treasures as compensation. How about that? Since it's not his own stuff, Chaos. Care. This is a good opportunity to siphon more blood from those people in the ancient realm." Upon hearing this, Stick's expression finally softened. He waved his hand, packed everything up. "All right, I'll let you know when your second group arrives." After saying that, he turned and left immediately, not wanting to get entangled with the chaos for too long. If he gets caught, it won't do him any good. Chaos breathed a sigh of relief and rejoined the group. Everyone looked at him as soon as they saw him return. "All right, things are settled. Once the ancient realm and the others arrive, Ancestor Styx will inform us. As for now, we need to first understand the current situation in the primordial world, what forces exist, and what the relationships are between them." Chaos looked at Zeus and the other two. "You have more minions under your command, so I'll leave this matter to you." Zeus and the other two dared not object and nodded to Chaos. Over the next period of time, Chaos and his group left the boundless blood sea and arrived on the primordial continent. But as time went on, they gradually discovered the problem. Brother, the primordial witch and demon races are now the dominant forces, and they are locked in a life-or-death struggle. What should we do in this situation? After a period of exploration, Chaos and his group have roughly figured out the distribution of the major forces in the entire prehistoric world. To their surprise, there are now 2 overlords in the primordial world: the Yao race and the Wu race. Whether it's the Yao race or the Witch clan, the relationship between the two is one of irreconcilable conflict. Now, the entire world is filled with boundless calamity. If they were to participate in it, they would likely face the danger of perishing. Similarly, as the pioneers of the 3000 demon god realm, their purpose was to wreak havoc in the prehistoric world. Given the current situation, it would be a waste not to do something about this opportunity. Now the distance from Hongjun, the 30,000-year deadline set by the old ancestor, is fast approaching, and the entire prehistoric world is in turmoil. Friction between the witch and demon clans is escalating. In addition, there are constant conflicts between millions of other races. In this situation, if something can be done, it will surely greatly weaken the strength of the primordial world and severely injure Origin QE. When their 3000 demon god realm invade, what will the prehistoric world use to defend itself? What do you think? Instead of answering the question, Chaos asked for everyone's opinion. "I think we can stir up trouble in secret and exacerbate the conflict between the witch and demon clans," Teoti said, licking his lips. "Wouldn't this be too dangerous? If we're discovered, with our strength, we probably won't be able to withstand any attack," Zenli said rationally. "Then what do you suggest we do? Are you suggesting we join some faction?" Kyanki retorted. Dao. Truth squinted and slowly said, "It's not impossible." Chaos raised an eyebrow and looked at Zenli, asking Dao, "Tell me your thoughts." Truth, Zeus and Odin exchanged a glance before speaking. Dao. "If we want to take advantage of the chaos and exacerbate the conflict between the two races, it would be very dangerous for us to fight alone. Both races have quite a few near saint-level experts. Either one could wipe us all out. However, if we join one side and attack the other side's creatures as a member, then even if we are discovered, the member will cover for us. After all, there are already many conflicts between the two sides. If we help our own side kill the enemy, neither the witch nor the demon clans will severely punish our own people. This way, We can protect ours well and still achieve our goals. Wouldn't that be better? Everyone's eyes lit up, and Chaos made the decision for Dao. Zhenli is right. Joining a faction is more beneficial for us. But which faction should we join? Chaos looked at everyone. The group exchanged glances, and Zeus spoke up. I think we can join the Witch Clan. After all, we have quite a few human race members, and we can use that identity to join the Witch Clan. The Witch Clan would be more likely to accept us. Whether it's Zeus, Odin, or Truth, they all possess human bloodline or are naturally drawn to the human race, and they also have many human race followers under their command. Joining the Witch Clan would be more advantageous for them. However, Chaos and his 3 companions frowned. Most of their subordinates were vicious beasts, and Dian Lai, the disciple that Tao-Ti had managed to take on, was still by Kang Ji's side. Under these circumstances, Chaos and his 3 companions would naturally be unwilling to join the Witch Clan as members of the human race, as that would greatly diminish their influence. Chaos shook his head. The Witch Clan is good, but they are not fools. They have close ties with the human race. We human race are not the original human race at all. Once we are discovered, it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Chaos spoke in a grand righteous tone, causing Zeus and the other 2 to frown. Chaos continued, I think joining Yao race would be a good idea. The Yao race is hostile to the Wu clan. If we could lead a group of human race members to join the Yao race, we would surely be welcomed, and we would gain more influence. Chaos was spouting nonsense with a straight face. Of course he knew it was impossible. But he wouldn't allow Zeus and the other 2 to escape his control. Zeus and the other 2 wanted to say something more, but Chaos waved his hand and said, It's decided then and there. Chaos forcefully suppressed the situation, leaving Zeus and his 2 companions helpless. Along the way, Zeus, Odin, and Truth secretly discussed their plans. The relationship between the 3 races is Lich, and Lich is extremely hostile. If we join the Yao race now, we might very well be sacrificed, Zeus said to Dao with great concern. Odin sighed. Chaos and his group are too powerful for us to resist. We can't leave the group, can we? Even if we do leave, we'll have to see if they agree to it. Truth then said, Actually, these human races in our team aren't without value either. Odin and Zeus both looked at Truth. Truth squinted at Dao. You may not have noticed, but the human race under our command is different from the human race under Ziyu's command. Odin raised an eyebrow. Of course we know that. Most of the human races we have are from Western countries on Earth, and they are very different from the people of Dragon on Earth. But even if they look different, they are still human race. What does that have to do with what you're saying? Truth chuckled. Perhaps you haven't noticed, but our human races have undergone quite a few changes since entering the prehistoric world. Take a closer look at their bloodlines. Reminded by the truth, Zeus and Odin both went to sense the bloodline power in their human race subordinates. The next second they shuddered, somewhat incredulous. Demon Yao race? Bloodline? How is this possible? They actually have Yao race hidden within them. Bloodline, however, this Yao race bloodline. Why is this so strange? Zeus and Odin became increasingly suspicious as they examined the evidence, claiming it was Yao race. Bloodline, however, seems to differ from the primordial Yao race. It is not quite as pure. Dao explained, I have specifically studied their bloodline, and they do indeed possess the Yao race within them. Bloodline, however, it was a bloodline that had been diluted for countless generations, and it was mixed with the bloodline of ordinary beasts. That's why you find their bloodline strange, even with a fishy or foul odor. It's because bloodline isn't pure, and may even be mixed with the bloodline of ordinary wild animals. Upon hearing the explanation of the truth, Zeus and Odin smacked their lips, unsure of what to say for a moment. Odin snapped out of his reverie and frowned slightly. Will Yao race accept this kind of bloodline? After all, Yao race places a lot of importance on bloodlines. Legacy. These human bloodlines are so mixed, even including bloodlines from ordinary wild animals. If Yao race saw this, Odin suspects that the Yao race will not only refuse to accept these human races, but may even destroy them outright, because bloodline has been defiled. However, the truth is just a chuckle. What if these human races are just cannon fodder we send to the Yao race? Cannon fodder? Odin in truth raised an eyebrow. That's right. Using these cannon fodder to infiltrate the human race, help the Yao race to turn against the human race, or cause trouble within the human race, would make the human race somewhat useful. Do you think the Yao race would agree? Zeus and Odin's eyes lit up. If they could make use of the waste, perhaps Yao race would actually agree. While Chaos was leading his group to Yao race, Kang Jai and his two companions were struggling to traverse the depths of Mount Buzhou. Although the underground of Mount Buzhou had been almost hollowed out by the power of the calamity, this was still Mount Buzhou, and the terrifying pressure made it difficult for them to move forward. Moreover, the tribulation key here was so terrifying that Kang Jai had to unleash the law of tribulation to absorb the tribulation key that was eroding them. This also makes their upward progress very slow. Fortunately, Kang Jai had secretly transferred the ghost cultivator main body over, allowing it to hide underground in Mount Buzhou and absorb the tribulation QE. With the ghost cultivator main body devouring them, the tribulation key here will only decrease, which will also help Kang Jai and the others to move upwards. Tribulation QI is also a great tonic for the ghost cultivator main body. With this tribulation key, the ghost cultivator main body can quickly break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Time flies, and several months later, Demon Court in Baikao Garden. Demon Court? Has luck increased again? Obtain Yao race. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree of Luck Authority is highly sensitive to the luck fluctuations of the Yao race. When Yao race the moment luck showed signs of fluctuation, it was sensed by the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Just as Yin-Yang Divine Tree was preparing to explore Yao race when luck was growing, a huge figure flew into his Baikao garden. Wood Emperor, Wood Emperor. Something terrible has happened. The person who came looked a lot like Kunpeng old ancestor, but more than Kunpeng old ancestor was much smaller. It was Kunpeng the old. Ancestor requests the true offspring, conceived by the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, the son of Kunpeng. Since little Kunpeng was born, Kunpeng has been asked to spend more time with the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. In addition, due to the luck contract planted long ago by the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, little Kunpeng is the closest to him among all the Yao race offspring. Whenever there's any news or disturbance about Yao race, little Kunpeng will come and tell him. This gave Yin-Yang Divine Tree an extra pair of eyes, allowing it to stay informed about all the major events in Yao race. As soon as Kunpeng landed, he transformed into a 7 or 8-year-old child and skipped and hopped to the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Wood Emperor, something terrible has happened. A group of vicious beasts and humans have come to our Yao race, saying they want to join us. Little Kunpeng plopped down on a huge, exposed tree root, ignoring the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, and started shouting to himself. Yin-Yang Divine Tree flashed with divine light, and a phantom of energy appeared on the open ground, then gradually solidified. Upon seeing the Yin-Yang Divine Tree spirit appear, little Kunpeng cheered with delight and pounced on the Yin-Yang Divine Spirit. Wood Emperor Emperor, you should go and see. There are so many vicious beasts and humans. But those humans are so strange. They even have our Yao race's bloodline. However, that bloodline is too complicated. Your Majesty and the others almost wiped out those human races. It was only because one of the men said these human races were useful that they stayed. Little Kunpeng kept babbling on and on, telling everyone he knew. After hearing Kunpeng's description, Yin Yang Divine Tree was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that Chaos and the others had already left the Void Realm and joined the Yao race. This was truly beyond Yin Yang Divine Tree's expectations. A glint of inspiration flashed in Yin Yang Divine Tree's eyes. It seemed that something could be done here. Patting little Kunpeng's head, Yin Yang Divine Tree chuckled and said, "Since there's something interesting going on, let's go check it out together." As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit of Yin Yang Divine Tree had already left Baikao Garden with little Kunpeng. Quasi-Sage Realm's speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the Lingxiao Palace. The moment the Yin Yang Divine Tree appeared, the Lingxiao Palace, which was celebrating, fell silent. Emperor Jun was taken aback, not expecting that Yin Yang Divine Tree would voluntarily leave Baikao Garden. But he quickly composed himself and enthusiastically asked, "Has the Wood Emperor emerged from seclusion?" Yin Yang Divine Tree glanced at Chaos and his group in the main hall, then nodded to Emperor Jun. "I've heard that a powerful figure wants to join our Yao race? I'm somewhat interested, so I've come to take a look." Yin Yang Divine Tree went to his seat on his own, patted little Kunpeng next to him, and little Kunpeng ran over in a flash, beside old ancestor. Only then did Chaos and the others get a clear look at the Yin Yang Divine Tree, and they all looked at it with some curiosity. Although they learned some things about the Yao race from primordial wilderness, the Yin Yang Divine Tree is the most mysterious existence in the entire demon court. Not to mention that very few people in the entire prehistoric world know of its existence. Even those who know of the existence of the Yin Yang Divine Tree are all powerful figures of their respective factions. Chaos and his group did not dare to provoke those forces indiscriminately. The people they investigated were all ordinary beings, so they did not know much about the existence of the Yin Yang Divine Tree. When they joined Demon Court, Yin Yang Divine Tree was not present, which made them very curious about Yin Yang Divine Tree. Chaos glanced at Yin Yang Divine Tree, raising an eyebrow slightly. He found that he couldn't see through the Yin Yang Divine Tree spirit, but he didn't feel any threat from it, which puzzled him. Could it be that this Wood Emperor isn't very strong? Chaos suddenly had this thought. Many others share his view, because the Yin Yang Divine Tree only produces spirits, and without using the law, no one can discern its true nature. Although they were curious, Chaos and the others did not speak rashly. Someone who could be respected so much by Emperor Jun could not be a simple person. Just as Chaos and his group were sizing up Yin Yang Divine Tree, Yin Yang Divine Tree was also sizing up Chaos and his group. At this moment, Emperor Jun spoke up. "These people are the former four vicious beasts. Chaos, Qiangqi Tao Taoti, and their friends Zeus, Odin, and Truth. These seven are all Grand Unity Golden, immortal level powerhouses, with Chaos and the other three being Grand Unity Golden Immortal level. Peak could break through to Quasi-Sage Realm at any moment. This is also why Emperor Jun agreed to let Chaos and his group join the Demon Court. Once the four of them break through to the Quasi-Sage Realm, their Demon Court will suddenly have four more Saint-level experts. Such a powerful figure cannot be ignored even by the Yao race." Listening to Emperor Jun's introduction, Yin Yang Divine Tree nodded to the four Chaos members. "I didn't expect there to be four of you. It's a pleasure to meet you." At this moment, Emperor Jun introduced Dao to Yin-Yang Divine Tree. This is the fourth demon emperor of our Yao race, the Wood Emperor. Your Highness, once you become familiar with him, you will understand the importance of the Wood Emperor to our Yao race. Emperor Jun spoke with a hint of deeper meaning, but not directly. Mention Yin-Yang Divine Tree's abilities. Even so, Chaos and the others still gleaned some unusual information. It seemed that the seemingly ordinary Wood Emperor held a very special position in the Yao race. While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Yin-Yang Divine Tree looked at Emperor Jun. Dao, Your Majesty, I never expected that such a powerful person would come to join us at this time. This shows that our status in Honghuang beings is still quite extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Chaos and his group exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. If they weren't not beings from the primordial era, and if they had their own reasons for joining the Yao race, they wouldn't have actually joined. The witch and demon clans are now a meat grinder. Once war breaks out, countless people will die. If someone wanted to join Yao race at this point, that would be truly bizarre. But they didn't say much, so they could only listen quietly. Emperor Jun also looked at the Yin-Yang Divine Tree with a hint of doubt. Dao? What does the Wood Emperor want to say? What I want to say is that since several powerful figures from Chaos have joined us, it means that there are still quite a few powerful figures in the prehistoric world who are loyal to our Yao race. If that's the case, why not publicly recruit some talents and recruit talents from the entire prehistoric world? Anyone willing to join our demon court will be given certain rewards and status. Emperor Jun raised an eyebrow. In the entire prehistoric world, those who could be recruited by their Yao race had already been recruited. How many races or individuals would be willing to join them? Chaos and his group were purely by accident. Even he hadn't expected that so many ferocious beast clan members were hidden in the prehistoric world. However, since the suggestion came from Yin-Yang Divine Tree, Emperor Jun couldn't refuse, so he said, "Okay, Wood Emperor's suggestion is good. Perhaps we can really recruit some talent." A glint of light flashed in Yin-Yang Divine Tree's eyes. Yin-Yang Divine Tree did this in order to bring the Demon Cultivator main body, and the six-eared macaque who was with the Demon Cultivator main body into the demon. With the Witch Demon War imminent, once Emperor Jun and Dong Wang fall, someone will eventually have to take the lead in the entire Yao race. If it were just Yin-Yang Divine Tree alone, he certainly wouldn't be able to control the entire Yao race. Even with the help of the Yao race's offspring, their strength was ultimately insufficient. The strongest among them was the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. It's simply impossible to break through Grand Unity Golden Immortal after Witch Demon War. In this situation, the only option is to rely on the power of other main bodies and the clone. Both Demon Cultivator main body and Demon Cultivator main body are Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Peak Realm. If it can break through to the Quasi-Sage Realm, it will be even more effective. More importantly, both the Demon Cultivator main body and the Demon Cultivator main body are only one step away from breaking through to the Quasi-Sage Realm. With the Witch Demon War imminent, and they're joining the Demon Court, Emperor Jun will likely go to great lengths to help them break through to the Quasi-Sage Realm, especially since Demon Cultivator main body was originally a member of Yao race. Emperor Jun would definitely cultivate it vigorously after it joined Demon Court. Once the two break through Quasi-Sage Realm, will be of great help to Yin-Yang Divine Tree in controlling Yao race in the future. Even if Yin-Yang Divine Tree doesn't personally manage the Demon Court in the future, Demon Cultivator main body would be a good choice. It was with this in mind that Yin-Yang Divine Tree made this suggestion. Unfortunately, Emperor Jun did not take it seriously, and he did not believe that Yin-Yang Divine Tree's proposal could really attract talent to the demon court. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Emperor Jun, who was perfecting the Zhu Tianxing Do Great Formation, suddenly received news that a group of people wanted to join the demon court, two of whom had even reached the Grand Unity, Golden, Immortal level, peak. The sudden news left Emperor Jun completely bewildered. What did you say? There are two Grand Uni Golden Immortals? Peak warriors want to join our demon court? What race are they? Do they really want to join our demon court? Emperor Jun appeared in front of the demon soldiers in a flash, asking Dao with a look of surprise. Emperor Jun aura's intimidation made the soldiers cautious. Dao, Your Majesty, it's true, those two Grand Unity Golden Immortals. One of the peak warriors is from our Yao race, and the other is an innate being. As for the others, most of them are minor demons from various races within our Yao race. In order to seize power in the future, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree not only brought the Demon Cultivator main body and the Demon Cultivator main body into the Yao race, but also many Yao races in the historic world. Clone followed along. Although their strength isn't very high, they can still fill in the numbers. Upon hearing that there was also the Yao race, Emperor Jun disregarded everything else and instantly arrived outside the South Heavenly Gate. Emperor Jun trembled the moment he saw the Demon Cultivator main body. He felt a sense of familiarity from the Demon Cultivator main body, a familiarity akin to the connection through the bloodline. But he was certain that the Demon Cultivator main body was not the Golden Crow bloodline, but a bloodline he had never seen before, which puzzled Emperor Jun. In fact, Emperor Jun's senses were correct. The Demon Cultivator main body possessed 10,000 demon bloodlines, and using the reversal law, had ensnared all Yao races. Bloodline reverses innate, and ultimately fusion becomes a special kind of Yao race. Bloodline. With such a bloodline, the Demon Cultivator main body can transform into any Yao race, and even learn any Yao race. Cultivation technique and divine ability. This is why Emperor Jun felt a sense of familiarity with Demon Cultivator main body, because Emperor Jun was also part of the Demon Cultivator main body. Bloodline. Not only Emperor Jun, but any Yao race member would instinctively feel a sense of familiarity upon seeing the Demon Cultivator main body. This is the true terror of the Demon Cultivator main body. Di Kang has met your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. Upon seeing Emperor Jun, the Demon Cultivator main body immediately bowed to him, displaying exceptional deference. Di Kang is the name that the Demon Cultivator main body gave itself. Demon Cultivator main body, who was standing to the side, seemed to have just realized what was happening and immediately followed suit by bowing to Dao. Mo Yurit's Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. The other lesser demons clone, and the various lesser demons they had subdued along the way, also bowed in greeting. Seeing Dai Kang and Mo Yoyu so enthusiastic, Emperor Jun burst into laughter. Excellent! The addition of you two to my Yao race is like adding wings to a tiger. After speaking, he looked at Di Kang and asked Dao with some curiosity, Di Kang, what kind of bloodline do you have? Why have I never seen your bloodline before? Di Kang was well prepared for this problem. To your Majesty, I do not know what kind of bloodline I am. The place where I was born is the site of the great war between the Lich Kings. Since birth, I had many fragmented cultivation techniques and legacies of Yao race in my mind, but most of them are incomplete. All I know is that I'm Yao race, nothing else. Upon hearing Di Kang's explanation, Emperor Jun was completely stunned. Born on the site of the First Lich War, and also knows many fragments of Yao race's cultivation techniques and legacy. More importantly, he feels a sense of closeness from Di Kang. It feels like bloodline is connected. Just as Emperor Jun was in shock, he suddenly realized something. Wait, you just said you were born after the First Lich War? And now your cultivation has already reached Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Peak! Emperor Jun looked Di Kang and asked Dao, with an incredulous expression. Emperor Jun stared at Kang Jie in shock. Demon Cultivator main body, how long has it been since the first Witch Demon War? A short time, Di Kang has gone from the birth of Cultivate to Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Peak! This shocked Emperor Jun beyond words. Even he had never seen such a prodigy. No, Emperor Jun suddenly thought of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree was even more prodigy than the Di Kang. After all, Di Kang was created after the first Witch Demon War. However, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree was created after the second Witch Demon War. However, Yin-Yang Divine Tree's cultivation level has now reached the quasi-sage realm, early stage. From this perspective, it seems that the Yin-Yang Divine Tree is more prodigy. Even so, Emperor Jun was still quite shocked by the terrifying speed at which Di Kang's cultivation had progressed. Is Yao race about to rise to prominence? Otherwise, how could so many products appear one after another? Prodigy? Emperor Jun suddenly thought of the offspring nurtured by the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, which, in just 10 or 20,000 years, gave birth to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Early stage offspring, how could this have been possible in the past? It must be because my Yao race is about to become the protagonist of heaven and earth, that heavenly Dao favors my Yao race so much. Emperor Jun became increasingly excited as he thought about it, and his gaze towards Di Kang and Mo Yu softened considerably. However, there is still one problem. What exactly is Di Kang's bloodline? Why did it give him a feeling of connection and an intimacy with bloodline? Without saying a word, Di Jiang led Di Kang and his group to Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Wood Emperor, these two are powerful newcomers to my demon court, especially this Di Kang, who is originally from my Yao race. Emperor Jun hesitated, but Yin-Yang Divine Tree had already turned, gazed to Di Kang. Huh? Yin-Yang Divine Tree pretended to have discovered something, and let out a soft exclamation. Emperor Jun's eyes lit up as he looked at the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Dao! Wood Emperor, you noticed too? Yin-Yang Divine silent, staring at Di Kang for a moment before turning to Emperor Jun and saying, "This friend's bloodline is rather peculiar." Yin-Yang Divine Tree remarked. Emperor Jun nodded repeatedly. I think so too, however. I still can't see through his bloodline. Wood Emperor knows what kind of Yao race this is. Bloodline? Yin-Yang Divine Tree shook his head. I haven't seen it either, but if you give me a drop of your essence blood, perhaps I can find out something. Emperor Jun looked at Di Kang, but Di Kang hesitated. After all, one's essence and blood cannot be given away casually. Seeing his expression, Emperor Jun quickly explained the Yin-Yang Divine Tree's abilities, especially its ability to nurture clone. Bloodline is like having an extra life. Hearing him say that, both Di Kang and Mo Yu were somewhat tempted. After a struggle, both of them gave up a drop of their essence. Yin-Yang Divine Tree didn't hesitate, collecting the essence of the two and preparing to nurture bloodline. Clone. Of course, their bloodline clone is certainly different from others. In fact, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree did not truly nurture bloodline. Clone simply stores their essence and blood, returning it to them when needed. After all, even bloodline clone also has its own independent soul, and in a sense, it can be considered another being. After collecting the 2 drops of blood essence, Yin-Yang Divine Tree pretended to examine them before speaking. Brother Mo Yu's bloodline is an innate being's bloodline, which is not surprising. Emperor Jun was not surprised by this, but looked at Yin-Yang Divine Tree with anticipation, waiting for him to continue. After a moment of contemplation, Yin-Yang Divine Tree slowly spoke. Brother Dekang's bloodline is quite peculiar. It must have been acquired. Acquired? Emperor Jun narrowed his eyes, seemingly think of something. Yin-Yang Divine Tree continued. Although it was acquired, it should also be a creation of heaven and earth, not man-made. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's expression visibly relaxed. Yin-Yang Divine Tree continued. You just said, Dekang. Fellow Taoist was born in the area of the First Witch Demon War, and given his unique bloodline, I have some uncertain speculations. Yin-Yang Divine Tree looked at Emperor Jun with a charlatan-like expression. Emperor Jun suddenly became a little breathless and looked at Yin-Yang Divine Tree, urging Dao, Would Emperor please explain in detail? Yin-Yang Divine Tree nodded, then slowly said, I guess that. During the First Witch Demon War, many Yao races must have died, and their blood gathered together for some reason. Later, due to the heavy casualties of the Yao race, the spirits of the Yao race gathered together, and under the special workings of some celestial law, Dekang was unexpectedly born. Fellow Taoist. What? You mean Dekang was created by Yao race in the First Witch Demon War? Bloodline was it born from fusion? Emperor Jun was also taken aback by this explanation. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean Dekang owns many Yao races? Bloodline? Even their Golden Crow clan's bloodline? Emperor Jun narrowed his eyes. Their Golden Crow clan's bloodline could not be defiled like this. However, at this moment, Yin-Yang Divine Tree spoke up. Although Dekang, fellow Dao's bloodline is composed of many Yao races bloodline fusion formed, but his bloodline has undergone a transformation, becoming indistinguishable from any Yao race. Bloodline has nothing to do with anything else. It has become an independent bloodline, perhaps more accurately described as the 10,000 demon bloodline. Moreover, he was born from the will of the heroic spirits of my Yao race, so he also inherited the will of the many heroic spirits of my Yao race who died in battle, and will protect my Yao race for life. From this perspective, Dekang fellow Taoist is born to be the guardian of my Yao race. Born because of me? A Yao race heroic spirit? A born guardian of the Yao race? Emperor Jun's eyes lit up, and his previous unease suddenly eased considerably. Seeing Dekang's shocked expression and his serious demeanor, Emperor Jun suddenly relaxed a lot. If I were born to never betray my Yao race, Emperor Jun looked at Yin-Yang Divine Tree again. Would Emperor, are you sure about Dekang? Fellow Taoist, are you born to be the guardian of my Yao race? Yin-Yang Divine Tree chuckled. Your Majesty can try officially joining my Yao race. Someone like him, a natural guardian of the Yao race, once he joins, will be a force to be reckoned with. Luck is sure to skyrocket in price. Otherwise, the luck I gain from Yao race would only be equivalent to the amount added to a regular Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. Emperor Jun, without any hesitation, used his power as the Lord of the Yao race to directly incorporate the Demon Cultivator main body and the Demon Cultivator main body into the Yao race. With the addition of the two, Yao race luck suddenly started shaking. This shock was even more intense than when Chaos and his group joined Yao race. It should be noted, Dao and Chaos's group, 4 Grand Unity Golden Immortals, peak level players, 2 Grand Unity Golden Immortals, a strong player in the late stage, and a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Middle stage strong. Currently, Daikang and Mo Yu only have 2 Grand Unity Golden Immortals. They were just peaks, but the luck fluctuations they caused far exceeded the strength of Chaos's group. Watching the Yao race climb higher and higher luck, Emperor Jun is now completely convinced. Seeing Emperor Jun's delighted expression, Yin Yang Divine Tree also relented. Yin Yang Divine Tree did not expect that Emperor Jun would add both Daikang and Mo Yu to the Yao race at the same time. Originally, if the two joined separately, Yin Yang Divine Tree was prepared to use his authority to suppress Mo Yu's luck power. After all, whether it's Mo Yu or Daikang, they broke through. During the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm exam, all the candidates achieved the 12th grade Law Flower. Based on this, Daikang and Mo Yu's luck in joining Yao race will not be low. Perhaps Daikang is because of Yao race. Because of bloodline, the in luck will be slightly more than that of Mo Yu. However, the extra luck is ultimately limited, and if you don't, the sentence is incomplete and lacks context, so a direct translation isn't possible. If luck suppresses it, he will definitely notice something amiss. But Emperor Jun was such a hurry that he had both of them join at the same time. In this way, each of them specifically let Yao race. The exact increase in luck is unknown. Because of Emperor Jun's actions, Yin Yang Divine Tree also relented and happily watched Emperor Jun's beaming face. Emperor Jun was equally delighted at that moment. He realized his recklessness after bringing both of them into Yao race at the same time. But then I thought, Mo Yu is ultimately an innate being, not a Yao race. Even if it is very prodigy, it is impossible for it to cause such a violent luck shock. Therefore, the one who caused the luck to tremble so violently must be Daikang from Yao race. At the same time, because of Yao race as luck trembled, many Yao race powerhouses rushed to Baikao Garden. Upon seeing the two people beside Emperor Jun, everyone was taken aback at first, but then they understood what was going on. At the same time, they were shocked. What was so special about these two that they had triggered the Yao race? The violent shock of luck increased its power significantly, even more than a quasi-sage realm expert joining Yao race. As the crowd approached, all eyes immediately fell on Daikang. Indeed, they simply didn't ignore the sense of closeness that Daikang exuded. Kunpeng was the most tactful. When he saw Yin Yang Divine Tree looking at him, he very cooperatively asked what was going on. Emperor Jun, who was in a good mood, did not hide anything and told everyone about Daikang. Everyone was astonished upon hearing this, especially since Daikang contained so many Yao races. Bloodline made them even more curious. Seeing Daikang surrounded by the crowd, Yin Yang Divine Tree breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Daikang has officially joined Yao race, all that's left is to break through to quasi-sage realm as soon as possible. Only near saint-level experts have a voice in the demon court. The demon cultivator main body specializes in reversal law, can reverse origins, and is of great use to various heaven and earth treasures, as well as to all kinds of beings. Daikang can not only acquire heaven and earth treasure, reversed into innate materials, can even allow the acquired race to reverse into the innate race. With such a powerful heaven-defying law, Yin Yang Divine Tree doesn't believe that many Yao races wouldn't be tempted. If they are interested, then resources, cultivation technique, divination abilities, or anything else are readily available. Daikang wants breakthrough quasi-sage realm requires considerable experience, especially in terms of cultivation techniques and divine abilities from various Yao races. His reversal law has now reached the pinnacle of Grand Unity Golden Immortal, Only by comprehending his own unique heavenly Tao level can one truly master it. Only through reversal law can one break through to the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. And to comprehend one's own unique heavenly Tao reversal law requires extensive accumulation and reference. And these Yao race legacy is his nourishment. As expected, when Daikang revealed the law he had studied, all the Yao race members were excited. Even Emperor Jun and Taichi are the same. Who wouldn't want their descendants to defy bloodline and achieve innate bloodline? But over time, their offspring will eventually become infected with the acquired disease. Key information: the more generations, the more acquired, the stronger the QE, the richer it becomes. In this situation, the appearance of Di Kang was simply a blessing in disguise for them. No wonder he can bring such luck to my Yao race. He truly is the guardian of my Yao race. While countless Yao race participants were thrilled, they also expressed their feelings. Just as Yao race was celebrating the addition of another prodigy, the two waiting for Kang Jai to emerge from the ruins encountered another group of people. A group of people led by Shen Ni passed through the Void Realm vortex and appeared in the Void Realm of Gishu. When Shen Ni appeared, Tepu and Maideng were taken aback. They didn't expect that instead of Kang Jai and his two companions, they would be greeted by the sect master, Shen Ni. As soon as Shen Ni appeared, Tepu and Maideng immediately ran over excitedly. "Sect master, what brings you here?" After glancing at Tepu and Maideng, Shen Ni asked Dao expressionlessly, "Where are K others?" Seeing that it seemed that only these two people were in the entire Void Realm, and that they had just looked over, it appeared that they were guarding the Pangu Shrine, Shen Ni felt a little strange. At the same time, he was equally curious about the presence of the Pangu Shrine here, and his brows furrowed slightly. Tepu quickly explained to Dao, the sect master, the 4 sect leaders of chaos, and the 3 vice sect leaders of Zeus, Odin, and Truth have all gone to the primordial world. Now, only the 2 of us are left here. Shen Ni raised an eyebrow. They all went to the prehistoric world? Then why are you 2 staying here? Tepu looked miserable. We were left behind to wait for someone. Waiting for whom? Shen Ni was slightly taken aback, wondering, did Chaos know they were coming? So they left people behind to wait for them. But Shen Ni thought about it again and realized that it didn't make sense. How could Chaos and the others have guessed that Grand Elder would send him over? Just as Shen Ni was wondering, Maideng explained, "We are waiting for Vice Sect Leader Guji and the others." Huh? Ancient Realm? Shen Ni snapped out of her reverie, only then realizing that they hadn't mentioned the Ancient Realm, Ziyu and the others. Yes, Sect Master, the Ancient Realm went into that mysterious palace and haven't come out since, and we haven't been able to get in either. Maideng explained the whole story. After listening to their explanations, Shen Ni personally tried to enter the Pangu Shrine, and as expected, she couldn't. Shen Ni thought for a moment and finally said, "In that case, you 2 can continue to stay here and wait. If they come out, one of you only needs to lead the way. The other can stay here. A larger force will arrive later, and you can then inform them of the current situation." The 2 were completely stunned. Tepu stammered, "Sect Master, you mean there's a large force behind us?" Shen Ni nodded. "This time it's not just our Pangu sect that's taking action. The entire 3,000 demon god realm is involved. So you don't need to worry, this operation will be very safe. Just wait here patiently." Tepu and Maideng did not expect that the 3,000 demon god realm would make such a big move this time. Could it be that Dao is going to launch a full-scale attack on the prehistoric world? They were curious, but dared not ask, so they could only look at each other and exchange glances. Shen Ni did not linger in the land of Gishu. He led the 10 grand unity golden immortal warriors he had brought with him and quickly arrived at the Sea of Blood. Upon seeing Shen Ni and his 10 grand unity golden immortal level subordinates, Old Ancestor immediately became alert. Shen Ni, what do you mean? Are you going back on your promise to us? Looking at Old Ancestor Styx, who was full of vigilance, Shen Ni waved his hand. Styx, don't get excited. I'm coming over. Chaos and the others don't know about this. Shen Ni's words made Styx slightly more relaxed, but he did not let his guard down. Chaos only told me that 5 more of you were coming. But now 11 people have come all at once. This is putting me in a difficult position. Seeing the flickering eyes of Old Ancestor, Shen Ni didn't waste any words. With a wave of his hand, a medium grade, the innate spirit treasure, flew the Old Ancestor of the river Styx. Catch medium grade innate spirit treasure. Old Ancestor's eyes lit up, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Next time something happens, remember to give us a heads up beforehand. If you keep doing this, it'll be easy for them to find out. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Ancestor of the Styx didn't ask any more questions. In a flash, he disappeared into the Sea of Blood. Shen Ni didn't care. Having cooperated with Styx many times, he had long since figured out Styx's temperament. As long as the money is there, everything is negotiable. Of course, the premise is that you can't affect him, otherwise this guy will turn on you without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, Shen Ni led 10 people away quickly, soon leaving the area of the Sea of Blood. Go and find out what's going on, especially whether anything major has happened in the prehistoric world recently. Soon a subordinate came to report. Sect Master, Chaos and the others have joined the Yao race. His men quickly brought back important intelligence. Once the current situation in the prehistoric world was clear, a glint of light flashed in Shen Ni's eyes. I never imagined the primordial world would reach such a point. If we wait until the final battle between the Lich King and the Demon King ends. Shen Ni's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he quickly beckoned to 2 of them. Go back now and tell Grand Elder. What's going on here? Tell them what I said. This is a rare opportunity, and I suggest we launch a full-scale attack on the primordial world. Without hesitation, the 2 subordinates clasped their fists at Shen Ni and then flew towards the Sea of Blood. Watching his men leave, Shen Ni turned to the remaining men. I plan to bring you all into the Yao race. Do you have any other ideas? The group looked at each other, then shook their heads. Their understanding of the primordial world, even less than that of Shen Ni, so naturally they wouldn't have any other ideas. Without hesitation, Shen Ni led his remaining 8 men and flew towards Demon Court. Meanwhile, after tireless efforts, Kang Jai and his 2 companions finally escaped from the underground of Mount Buzhou. The moment they emerged from underground, all 3 felt as if they had escaped a disaster. The underground environment of Mount Buzhou is simply too oppressive. Not only does it possess the oppressive power of Mount Buzhou, but it is also subject to the relentless onslaught of Tribulation Qi. While Kang Jai can devour these Tribulation Qi, Ancient Realm and Ziyu cannot. Kang Jai not only had to recover his power by absorbing Tribulation Qi, but also had to release his power to protect Ancient Realm and Ziyu, which was truly a difficult task. Fortunately, after such a long journey, they finally left the underground of Mount Buzhou. Experiencing the emptiness of the prehistoric world, all 3 felt as if they had survived a catastrophe. Where am I? The innate atmosphere is so strong. Spiritual Kai. Ziyu looked around in confusion. Ancient Realm spoke up. This should be the primordial world, the innate here. Spiritual Ki is in no way inferior to 3000 Demon God Realm, but the law here is different from the law in continent. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the legendary prehistoric world. Kang Ji glanced at Ancient with some surprise, not expecting that the other party would guess it so quickly. Kang Ji coughed lightly and said, "If you want to know where this is, just find some living beings to investigate." The two had had no objections and were preparing to leave when Kang Ji reminded Dao, "We'd better change our appearance. After all, this is the primordial wilderness, and we don't yet know what the situation is like here." Upon hearing this, Ancient Realm and Ziyu felt that Kang Ji's words made sense, and in a flash, they changed their appearance. Although it's just a simple method of change, their realm is so sophisticated that most people wouldn't be able to tell unless they encountered a near saint-level expert. The three continued on their way and soon found several ancient inhabitants. After searching the souls, Ancient Realm and Ziyu understood the current situation. "I never imagined that Vice Sect Leader of Chaos and his group had already arrived in the prehistoric world." Chaos and his group joined Yao race without hiding it, so most of Yao race now know about their existence. And the souls that Kang Ji and his group had just searched happened to be several Yao races. Upon learning that Chaos and his group had joined Yao race, Ancient Realm and Ziyu couldn't help but look at Kang Ji. Now they have a fairly good understanding of the situation in the prehistoric world, and they know Dao with the Witch-Demon War imminent. Joining Yao race inevitably means participating in the war. In the past, they would have definitely sought out Chaos and his group of 4, since the 4 of them were stronger than them. Now, Kang Ji has broken through to the quasi-sage realm, making him a powerful figure even in the entire prehistoric world. In this situation, they also have more options. Kang Ji glanced at the two of them, his expression meaningful. "If we join Yao race, we'll have to listen to Chaos and the others. If we wait for the sect master and his group to arrive, we'll be even more likely to become cannon fodder. Rather than becoming cannon fodder, we should hide for now. No one knows we've arrived in the primordial world yet. Chaos and the others probably still think we're in that temple." Upon hearing this, both Ancient Realm and Ziyu's eyes lit up. If you don't have to be cannon fodder, who wouldn't want to? "Where should we hide?" Ancient Realm asked the crucial question. This time, Kang Ji didn't answer immediately. He was also wondering where they should hide first. The land of the witch and demon clans is definitely out of the question. No matter where they hide, they will suffer an undeserved calamity. Aside from the territory of the witch and demon clans, Kang Ji only knew about the human race. However, the human race is too weak. Although they have added 2 quasi-sage realm experts, Suren Shi Feng and Yuqiao Shi Shan, they are still no match for the witch and demon clans. More importantly, if a quasi-saint like him were to join the human race, he would certainly attract the attention of the entire prehistoric world. By then, if the 4 Chaos members notice anything unusual, they will easily recognize them. After much deliberation, Kang Ji felt that none of the 3 races, the Lich, the Human, and the Demon would work. Besides the territories of the Lich, Human, and Human races, where else would be suitable? Kang Ji frowned slightly. The West is a relatively stable place, but it is the territory of Jian and Junti. If they go there, wouldn't they be like lambs to the slaughter? The far north is sparsely populated. After the Yao race was defeated, the remaining Yao race members fled there. Now that it is sparsely populated, it is a good hiding place. But the miasma in the far north rebirth also hides the former ferocious beast clan. If the 4 Chaos were to do something, they would likely go there to subdue the vicious beast. Hiding in the far north doesn't seem safe either. In the south lies the undying volcano, with its 100,000 volcanoes, a suitable habitat for fire-type creatures, but not necessarily for the human race and world tree. Neither the main body of the ancient realm nor their human race members are suitable to live there. Besides that, all that's left is the vast ocean. But where in the ocean could they find a suitable place to hide? The first place that came to Kang Ji's mind was the three immortal islands, Penglai, Fangjiang, and Yingzhou. These three immortal islands were all formed from fragments of chaos that fell into the primordial world. They are self-contained worlds and are constantly in motion. Finding these three islands is not easy. Among them, Penglai Island was once the domain of the Eastern King Duke, but was later occupied by the Yao race. To think that you can seize Penglai Island from Yao race is a pipe dream. Even if the Yao race doesn't value this island much, Emperor Jun would never allow the Yao race to take their things by force. At this critical moment of tribulation, Kang Ji doesn't want to cause trouble for himself. Apart from Penglai Island, Fangjiang and Yingzhou have not yet appeared in the world. And it is precisely because these two islands have not appeared that they are extremely difficult to find. Time is of the essence, and there is not enough time for him to slowly find a place to settle down. In this situation, it is crucial to quickly find a stable and safe place. After much thought, Kang Ji suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Abbot, it's rare to find a secluded island like Yingzhou, but it seems there are places to go that are relatively safe. Kang Ji's eyes flashed as she looked at Ancient Realm and Ziyu. Dao, there's a place I'm going to, but I don't know if you're willing to believe me. Ancient Realm and Ziyu exchanged a glance. Ziyu then said, "The three of us are now in the same boat. If you truly have a good place to go, we are naturally willing to follow you." Kang Ji nodded, but still reminded Dao, "Once the three of us go our separate ways, we will inevitably face chaos and his group, and even the 3,000 demon god realm. Are you sure you still want to follow us?" Upon hearing that they would be facing off against the 3,000 demon god realm, the two hesitated. Ancient Realm frowned. "We just want to hide away and live a peaceful life. We don't necessarily have to go against the 3,000 demon god realm, do we?" Ziyu also said, "Aren't you being too pessimistic? The primordial world is so vast, no smaller than the 3,000 demon god realm. In such a vast primordial world, if we hide in the shadows, how could the people of the 3,000 demon realm possibly discover us?" Kang Ji opened her mouth in response to their statement. According to them, that was indeed the case. But what Kang Ji is about to do is destined to be anything but peaceful. Once the Lich Wars begin, the human race will inevitably be drawn into it, and Kang Ji will certainly not stand idly by. As long as they take any action, they will inevitably be exposed to Chaos and his group. If Chaos and his group have any connection with the 3,000 demon god realm, then they are essentially exposed to the eyes of the 3,000 demon god realm. Kang Ji had to issue a warning in advance, but he couldn't say more, so he could only say to Dao, "We must prepare for the worst." Ancient Realm and Ziyu exchanged another glance. Although they felt Kang Ji's worries were unnecessary, they still said, "No matter what the final result is, we choose to believe in you." Kang Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether what they said was true or not, at least for now, there were no problems. Without further ado, Kang Ji led toward the North Sea. Finding the abbot and Yingzhou Island is too difficult, but there is an island that can be found very easily. That's the island that formed on the back of the North Sea Black Tortoise. The North Sea Black Tortoise is an extraordinary creature from the primordial era, its enormous size being truly rare in the primordial world. Although the opponent cannot take human form, the energy intensity of its physical body is in no way inferior to that of a quasi-sage peak expert. Even Kunpeng, after a fierce battle, failed to truly injure his opponent. The North Sea black tortoise's defensive capabilities have reached an extremely terrifying level. If Nuwa hadn't mended the sky and severed its limbs, it's not impossible that the North Sea black tortoise's physical body could have become a saint. Of course, also something that the primordial world would not allow. If the North Sea black tortoise, to achieve sainthood through its physical body, its size would be unimaginable, which would be an enormous burden for the primordial world. For this reason, the fate of the North Sea black tortoise was sealed from the very beginning. Kang Jai chose the North Sea black tortoise because it is large enough, and the islands on it are no smaller than Jinao Island, and may even be larger. By choosing the islands on the back of the black tortoise in the North Sea, they would have ample room to develop. On the other hand, although the North Sea black tortoise cannot take human form, its defensive power is terrifying. Even Emperor Jun and Tai would find it unlikely to break through its defenses. If they can persuade the other party to protect them, their safety can be better guaranteed. Kang Jai also wanted to release Dian Lai and the others through cultivate. The law of the prehistoric world was extremely powerful, which would be of great benefit to Dian Lai and his group. Kang Jai and his two companions traveled all the way, and finally arrived in the North Sea. "Brother Kang, look, there's a giant island over there." Suddenly, the ancient realm, which was flying, exclaimed and pointed to a giant island that was faintly visible in the distance, shouting, "Dao!" Kang Jai also saw the giant island, but he was unsure whether it was an island transformed from the North Sea black tortoise. Kang Jai had been investigating, but he couldn't detect any energy fluctuations on the island. "Let's go. Take a look. Since we can't see it clearly, let's get closer and take a look." The three of them continued on their way. But before they could get close to the giant island, the island's form gradually disappeared. How did this island disappear? Ziyu stared in shock at the vanished giant island, her face full of astonishment. Kang Jai was also surprised. He had never heard that the North Sea black tortoise could become invisible. Difficult. The North Sea black tortoise has this ability. Kang Jai was somewhat excited. If the North Sea black tortoise truly possessed such capabilities, wouldn't that be even better for them? After all, a North Sea black tortoise that can turn invisible is more elusive than one that cannot. Kang Jai and his two companions quickly arrived at the spot where the giant island had just disappeared. Kang Ji Divine thought kept scanning, but as it scanned, Kang Ji's expression became somewhat strange. "What's wrong? Did you find a problem?" Seeing Kang Ji's unusual expression, Ancient Realm and Ziyu couldn't help but feel nervous. Kang Jai shook her head without explaining. Just now, he actually sensed space law in this sea area. Yes, he didn't sense any energy from living beings, but he did sense the presence of space law here. This made Kang Ji's expression somewhat strange. He was still unsure of his guess, so he approached the place where the giant island had disappeared again and carefully sensed it. As they approached, World Tree, the ancient realm, in the main body, also noticed the anomaly. "Why do I seem to sense a faint space law?" Ancient Realm was somewhat uncertain. Although he possessed world law, he didn't have a dedicated cultivate. Unlike Kang Jai, who controls the law of space-time, Ancient Realm does not possess the same clear sensory abilities. Kang Jai didn't speak, but simply stretched out his palm, and the infinite law of space-time transformed into law chains that stretched out and probed forward. As the law chains appeared, the entire space suddenly began to fluctuate. Ancient Realm and Ziyu's eyes lit up immediately. There's definitely something fishy going on. The two watched Kang Jai operate the device with a mixture of tension and excitement. Under the influence of the law of space-time, the giant island that had disappeared has reappeared. The appearance of giant island immediately caught the attention of Kang Jai and his two companions. Although the scenery inside the giant island remains blurry, the formation protecting it reveals that this giant island is no ordinary place. Wait a moment, let me see if I can get onto this island. Kang Jai sat cross-legged, releasing all of his divine thought, and began to comprehend the formation of this island. Wow! What an ingenious format! When Kang Jai began to truly comprehend this formation, he discovered its profound mystery. The entire formation was perfectly natural, and it gave him the feeling that it was in no way inferior to the immortal slaughtering sword formation. We've struck gold. Kang Jai's eyes lit up. An island with such a format could not be a simple place. Even if he can't compare to the three great immortals, he's probably not far off. Kang Jai focused intently, utilizing excess computing power to begin fully analyzing this formation. But as Kang Jai continued solving the problem, she noticed something amiss. If we try to break the formation by force, we'll probably destroy the island's grand formation, which would be a waste. Looking at the formation in front of him, Kang Jai suddenly felt a little regretful. If only we could get in without breaking the formation, Kang Jai thought to herself. Once the formation is destroyed, although the entire giant island can reactivate the formation, the reactivated formation will not be as powerful as it is now, and the island's concealment will be largely lost. This can be seen from the discovery of Penglai Island. Is there any way to enter the island without breaking the formation? As long as we can enter the island, we can refine it from the inside, and then the entire island's formation will not need to be destroyed. Just Kang Jai was thinking this, his natal element, magic treasure, suddenly stirred. Kang Jai had a sudden thought and immediately slapped his head. How could he forget about the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate? All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate is composed of World-Breaking Gate, World-Crossing Gate, Myriad Worlds Gate. It is a fusion. The World-Breaking Gate is responsible breaking the formation barrier. With this in mind, Kang Jai no longer hesitated and directly took out his natal magic treasure, transforming it into the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate. The All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate's ability to break through boundaries is stronger than that of a simple world-breaking gate. As the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate was affixed to the island's barrier, a Dao portal quickly appeared on the formation barrier. Kang Jai instructed Dao, "Wait here for a moment." After saying that, Kang Jai took a step and entered the island. Ancient Realm and ZU exchanged a glance and had no choice but to obediently wait outside the island. As they waited, a black dot approached them from a distance. As the black dot approached, it grew larger and larger, vaguely resembling a floating island heading towards them. Meanwhile, Kang Jai was immediately captivated by the scenery of the island after entering it. Innate, rich, its almost tangible spiritual Kai, and the ubiquitous heaven and earth treasure. Even though Kang Jai was very wealthy, he couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw the many heaven and earth treasures on the island. In particular, throughout the entire island, innate, there are quite a few spiritual roots. Huh? What's this? Kang Jai flashed to the very center of the entire island. This is a lake, roughly the size of what was once the blue planet. In the lake, countless white lotus flowers grow. At the very center of all the lotuses, there stands an exceptionally large lotus. This is a 12th grade pure world white lotus? Kang Jai was somewhat unsure. Seriously, his luck is just too good. While searching for the North Sea black tortoise, they stumbled upon an island that resembled one of the 3 great fairy islands, which even contained a 12th grade pure world white lotus. Not only pure world white lotus, but also other grades of pure world white lotus grow densely in this lake. Among them, there are 9 grade 9 pure world white lotus plants, 108 grade 6 pure world white lotus plants, and the rest are all 3rd grade world cleansing white lotus plants. So many pure world white lotus, even if they are only 3rd grade world cleansing white lotus, is still a terrifying resource. Kang Jai appeared in front of the 12th grade pure world white lotus in a flash. Looking at the pure world white lotus in front of her, Kang Jai had a complicated expression. Sensing Kang Ji's presence, the pure world white lotus did not retaliate but swayed its body as if welcoming Kang Jai. This is what you want. Kang Jai releases its own purification law. As soon as the pure purification law appeared, all the pure world white lotuses in the lake began to sway, as if responding to Kang Jai. With a thought, Kang Jai simply landed directly on the seed pod of the 12th grade pure world white lotus. Immediately afterwards, Kang Jai unleashed all of his purification laws, covering the entire lake. Kang Jai began to recite the Tao to the pure world white lotus in the entire lake, as if passing on a Tao. As Kang Ji's purification law connected with the pure world white lotus in the entire lake, Kang Jai felt that his own purification law resonated with the purification law within these pure world lotuses. As they resonated with each other, their respective laws began to merge. Kang Ji's purification law began to rise rapidly, and soon broke through the limits of Grand Unity Golden Immortal, reaching the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. This also became Kang Jai cultivation body Seng breakthrough Heavenly Tao by Quasi-Sage Realm Law. As Kang Jai broke through, the pure white lotus in the entire lake began to emit a shimmering light, and the purification law within it became even more concentrated. In particular, the 12th grade pure world white lotus under Kang Jai actually took the initiative to recognize him as its master during this process and cooperated with Kang Jai to refine itself. Phew! I never expected the hall to be so big. Looking at the lake full of pure world white lotus, Kang Jai frowned again. He thought of the Lotus Divine Tree inside Chaos main body. Lotus Divine Tree has fused 3 types of lotus: 9th grade Soul Lotus, 3rd grade Karma Fire Red Lotus, and 3rd grade Karma Golden Lotus. Now that there are many pure world white lotus here, Kang Jai certainly wouldn't miss it. The question then becomes which pure world white lotus to choose from for fusion. Just as Kang Jai was debating whether fusion's high-grade 12th grade pure world white lotus or the low-grade 3rd grade world cleansing white lotus was better, the Lotus Divine Tree within Chaos's body him a message. You only want 3rd grade world cleansing white lotus. Kang Jai was somewhat surprised by Lotus Divine Tree's choice. However, Kang Jai didn't dwell on it. Both the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus and the 9th grade Pure World White Lotus had already developed sentience, along with the Lotus Divine Tree. Fusion does have some issues. At that time, it will be a question whether the Lotus Divine Tree will primarily feature Pure World White Lotus, Grade Soul Lotus. Nowadays, Lotus Divine Tree actively selects 3rd grade World Cleansing White Lotus, which avoids these problems. Because the 3rd grade World Cleansing White Lotus has not yet developed sentience, and the previous fusion Karma Fire Red Lotus and Karma Golden Lotus were both at the 3rd grade level. Choosing the Pure World White Lotus from Fusion's three-piece collection now would be a good balance. Seeing that Lotus Divine Tree had its own ideas, Kang Jai did not hesitate any longer and direct-picked a third-grade world-cleansing White Lotus and handed it to Lotus Divine Tree. The moment third-grade world-cleansing White Lotus merged into the Lotus Divine Tree, the entire Lotus Divine Tree radiated white light. And the evolution law surged on the Divine Tree, giving the entire Lotus Divine Tree a sacred aura. Just as Kang Jai was overjoyed at Lotus Divine Tree's renewed evolution, the entire island suddenly roared. What happened? Fangjiang Island was attacked. Kang Jai was shocked. After all, he had refined the entire island at the same time as he refined the third-grade Pure World White Lotus. This is actually Fangjiang Island, one of the 3 immortal islands. It can be said that the entire Fangjiang Island exists solely to nurture the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus. Kang Jai not only refined the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus, but also refined all the Pure World White Lotuses in the entire lake. Although it's just simple refining, it can be given to others for refining. But in Kang Jai, when purification law is incorporated into these Pure World White Lotuses, Kang Jai essentially leaves a door. Kang Jai refined the entire Pure World White Lotus in the lake, so Fangjiang Island was naturally refined as well. After being refined, Kang Jai did not immediately open the island, but chose to remain hidden. Kang Jai also planned to take a closer look at the island and collect some good things into his own inner world first, especially the Pure World White Lotus here. Kang Jai plans to relocate the entire thing into her own inner world. Unexpectedly, before he could even take any action, the entire Fangjiang Island trembled. Is it that Ancient Realm and ZU can't wait any longer? Or are they worried that something might happen to me inside? Kang Jai was somewhat puzzled, but he immediately realized, with the strength of Ancient Realm and ZU, they couldn't possibly shake the defenses of Fangjiang Island. Needless to say, the entire island was trembling. This is definitely a near Sangrade. Only a peak-level expert can inflict such damage. Kang Jai made a hand seal and looked at the situation outside Fangjiang Island. When Kang Jai saw the outside world through Fangjiang Island, his pupils constricted. At that moment, Ancient Realm and Ziyu coughed up blood and fell into the sea, while not far from Fangjiang Island. A huge island appeared in front of them. The island in front of us is actually no smaller than Fangjiang Island. Unfortunately, the island opposite is rather desolate, and compared to Fangjiang Island, it is simply unbearable to look at. Just as Kang Jai was shocked to discover that a giant island had appeared next to Fangjiang Island, a colossal wave suddenly surged of the opposite giant island. Then, it seemed as if something was slowly rising from beneath the sea. To Kang Ji's astonishment, a giant black tortoise head slowly emerged from the water. As soon as the black tortoise's head appeared, Kang Ji immediately realized something. North Sea Black Tortoise. Kang Jai never expected that the North Sea Black Tortoise, which he had been unable to find before, would actually appear in front of him on its own. Now that he has found Fangjiang Island, should he still cooperate with the North Sea Black Tortoise? Kang Jai hesitated for a moment. Kang Ji's pupils contracted as he watched the North Sea Black Tortoise, which seemed poised to attack Fangjiang Island. Regardless of why the North Sea Black Tortoise wanted to attack Fangjiang Island, Kang Jai would not allow him to succeed. With a flash, Kang Jai appeared outside Fangjiang Island. North Sea Black Tortoise paused for a moment upon seeing Kang Jai appear. North Sea Black Tortoise never expected that after severely injuring Grand Unity Golden Immortals, someone would still dare to stand in his way. He searched for a very long time before finally finding this island. This island once exuded a fragrance that was extremely attractive to him. If he could break through the island's defenses, he would surely be able to get his hands on some of the best food inside. But this tiny creature dared to block his way. Without hesitation, the North Sea black tortoise raised its head and immediately sprayed out a jet of water. The water jet not only possesses a powerful impact, but also carries the law of water. The powerful law, carrying a jet of water, slammed into Kang Jai. There's nothing fancy about it. It's just simple law combined with strength. It's like brute force overpowering all techniques. Facing the attack from the North Sea black tortoise, Kang Jai dared not be careless in the slightest. This guy is capable of withstanding attacks from quasi-sage peak experts. Even if the opponent's attack power is not as good as his defense power, he should still not be underestimated. Seal it! One Dao Dao's law was unleashed. A series of illusory peaks suddenly appeared in front of Kang Jai. The North Sea black tortoise's attack, after striking the phantom, seemed to be slowed down, its speed decreasing until it finally disappeared into the void realm. This is Kang Jai using the law of space-time and the sealing law to first lure the opponent's attack into endless space-time, then use the sealing law to completely seal the attack in space-time fragments, and finally throw it into the void realm turbulence. Seeing that his attack had been broken by the opponent, North Sea Black Tortoise's not-so-bright mind was also stunned. He looked Kang Jai up and down. North Sea Black Tortoise then noticed that Kang Jai was actually a near saint-level expert. "Who are you? Why are you ruining my plans?" North Sea Black Tortoise stared at Kang Jai with a hostile expression and questioned Dao. Kang Jai, an eyebrow, and chuckled coldly. "Your Excellency is quite strange. First, you injured 2 of my friends, and then you inexplicably attacked my territory. Now you're turning around and questioning me. I'd like to ask you, what does Your Excellency mean?" North Sea Black Tortoise was taken aback, looking at Kang Jai with great surprise and asking Dao, "You're saying this is your Dao venue?" Kang Jai scoffed. "What? Doesn't seem like it. If this weren't my territory, how could I freely come and go?" North Sea Black Tortoise choked, but he was clearly unwilling to give up. "You're lying. When I discovered this island, it was unclaimed. You're clearly cheating." Looking at the North Sea Black Tortoise, with its eyes darting around, Kang Jai knew perfectly well that this guy was being a scoundrel. Kang Jai's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly thought of something and looked towards the North Sea Black Tortoise. "Dao, after all that talk, is this what you want?" Kang Jai, a third grade world cleansing White Lotus, and looked at the North Sea Black Tortoise. Upon seeing the pure world White Lotus, North Sea Black Tortoise's eyes lit up. "Give me!" The North Sea Black Tortoise stretched out its head and bit Kang Jai. Kang Jai dodged the attack with a swift movement. At the same time, the pure world White Lotus in Kang Jai's hand disappeared. North Sea Black Tortoise panicked, its energy surging, its aura gradually rising, and it stared at Kang Jai with hostility. "Dao, you'd better give me everything you got, or don't blame me for being rude." Seeing Aura's turbulent and somewhat unstable North Sea Black Tortoise, Kang Jai released his divine thought in an attempt to investigate the situation of the North Sea Black Tortoise. However, when divine thought approached the North Sea Black Tortoise, it was immediately blocked by the terrifying energy on its surface. Kang Jai frowned slightly as he watched the clearly impatient North Sea Black Tortoise. Why is the pure world White Lotus so attractive to the North Sea Black Tortoise? Why would the North Sea Black Tortoise, unable to obtain the pure world White Lotus, become so impatient? While Kang Jai was filled with doubt, shook out the third-grade world-cleansing white lotus again, seeing the North Sea black tortoise trying to snatch it in its eagerness. Kang Jai simply threw the third world-cleansing white lotus away, saying, "Just say you want it. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you." As Kang Jai spoke, divine thought stared intently at the North Sea black tortoise. He wanted to see what was going on with this North Sea black tortoise. Pure world white lotus is like a grain of sand in front of North Sea black tortoise. With a slight inhale, the North Sea black tortoise swallows third-grade world-cleansing white lotus. Kang Jai stared intently at the North Sea black tortoise. As soon as the pure world white lotus entered the North Sea black tortoise's body, the North Sea black tortoise immediately emitted a different kind of fluctuation. As this fluctuation occurred, Kang Jai noticed that the North Sea black tortoise seemed to have become more agile. Is it just my imagination? Kang Jai was a little unsure. Meanwhile, North Sea black tortoise, having consumed pure world white lotus, has set its sights on Kang Jai once again. Before the North Sea black tortoise could even speak, Kang Jai threw out another third-grade world-cleansing white lotus. After the pure world white lotus was swallowed, the fluctuations from the North Sea black tortoise reappeared, and Kang Jai once again had the illusion that the North Sea black tortoise had become more agile. Is it really just an illusion? Kang Jai took out 10 third-grade world-cleansing white lotus plants at once and gave them all to the North Sea black tortoise. Kang Jai clearly sensed the North Sea black tortoise was very excited this time and couldn't wait to swallow the pure world white lotus. After consuming the pure world white lotus, the North Sea black tortoise's fluctuations became even more pronounced. At the same time, Kang Jai was now certain that it wasn't his imagination. The North Sea black tortoise had indeed become more agile. It seems that the pure world white lotus is very important to the North Sea black tortoise, which is why he is so excited and behaving so abnormally. Kang Jai was pondering the key point, while the North Sea black tortoise became agitated when it saw Kang Jai stop feeding the pure world white lotus. He had sensed that there were quite a few pure world white lotuses, the one just now on Abbott Island. In particular, he had previously sensed that there was a top-grade pure world white lotus on Abbott Island. Compared to that pure world white lotus, what Kang Jai fed him was utterly insignificant. "Boy, hand over all those flowers." The North Sea black tortoise stared intently at Kang Jai, as if it would attack without hesitation if Kang Jai uttered a single word of dissent. Feeling the oppressive presence of the North Sea black tortoise, Ancient Realm and ZU in the distance tensed up. The gap between them and the North Sea black tortoise was too great. They couldn't get involved at all and could only watch Kang Jai nervously. Kang Jai frowned slightly as his train of thought was interrupted by the North Sea black tortoise. "Do you want to eat that kind of flower?" Kang Jai asked Dao, staring at the North Sea black tortoise. "Stop talking nonsense. Hand over all the flowers, or you won't be leaving here today." As soon as he finished speaking, a towering curtain of water rose from the surrounding sea, enveloping the three of them. Watching the rising water curtain, Kang Jai raised an eyebrow again. It seems that the pure world white lotus is indeed very important to the North Sea black tortoise. However, Kang Jai will not hand over the pure world white lotus to the other party. If the North Black Tortoise wants something that's theirs, they'll have to ask him first. Although Kang Jai is only a Hunyuan golden immortal, the early stage is 3 small realms apart from the North Sea black tortoise. Kang Jai was not intimidated. Although the North Sea black tortoise was strong, Kang Jai also discovered its weaknesses. Its mobility is very weak and its speed is very slow, just like an old man who is about to die. The North Sea black tortoise's fighting capabilities are greatly reduced. Kangji flashed into the back of the North Sea black tortoise and delivered a powerful punch. With a single punch, Law of Life was activated, and North Sea black tortoise felt its life force draining away towards Kangji. However, the North Sea black tortoise was completely unconcerned. His body was enormous, and his vitality was unimaginably powerful. Even though Ngji's Law of Life affected him, the damage it caused was negligible. Unless Kangji can continuously drain his life force, it will not pose a threat to him. Although Kangji is very fast, he is not someone to be trifled with. A layer of water-based law enveloped the tortoise shell, immediately blocking Kangji's Law of Life. However, Kangji was not annoyed, because besides the Law of Life, he had 36 other laws. However, among those who have reached quasi-sage realm, only Law of Life and the newly advanced Purification Law have achieved it. Seeing the North Sea black tortoise blocking the attack, Kangji flipped his hands and the Law of Life disappeared in his hands, replaced by Purification Law. If I can't extract your life force, then I'll purify you. In addition to purifying negative energy, Purification Law can also purify anything you wish to purify, including the water's law that the North Sea black tortoise provides. The powerful Purification Law penetrated the water system's law barrier and slammed heavily into the North Sea black tortoise. The terrifying purifying power of the Purification Law acted upon the North Sea black tortoise, causing it to immediately let out a cry of pain. The North Sea black tortoise raised its head high, turning towards Kangji as if to attack him. In fact, the North Sea black tortoise did intend to attack Kangji. Kangji's Purification Law struck him, as if it were purifying his physical body as well. Kangji's Purification Law this time isn't a purification power specifically for healing. It's a purification power that aims to purify everything. The terrifying purifying power acted on the North Sea black tortoise, immediately causing him to experience the pain of his physical body being purified. Kangji was prepared for the North Sea black tortoise's attack, and was about to dodge when the North Sea black tortoise stopped. Its head, which had been held high, suddenly drooped slowly, its eyes darted around, and its body twitched, looking as if it were in great pain. However, the North Sea black tortoise, in its agony, stopped attacking Kangji, which puzzled Kangji. What are they trying to do? Is Dao plotting something? Kangji continued his attack, while keeping a watchful eye on the North Sea black tortoise. To his surprise, the North Sea black tortoise stubbornly endured the pain, did not attack him for a while after he had been attacking it. Kangji stopped what she was doing and slipped away from the back of the North Sea black tortoise. Kangji didn't really want to make an enemy of the North Sea black tortoise. Since the other party stopped attacking him, Kangji naturally wouldn't continue his actions. However, just as Kangji stopped, North Sea black tortoise took action. Why did you stop? As soon as North Sea black tortoise opened his mouth, Kangji sensed something was wrong. This doesn't seem like the North Sea black tortoise that's been attacked and is in pain. This is more like a dissatisfied customer who's enjoying a massage and then suddenly stops. Kangji looked at North Sea black tortoise with a strange expression, squinting as he sized it up. Kangji discovered that the place that had just purified him had been repaired by the powerful life force of the North Sea black tortoise. But Kangji still keenly sensed the area that had just been repaired seemed to be slightly different from other parts of the North Sea black tortoise. What exactly is the difference? Kangji scanned the other person's body, her brain working rapidly. It's activity. Yes. Yes, it's activity. Kang Jai finally realized something was wrong. The area recently restored by the North Sea black tortoise looks as if it has been reborn. But in other parts of him, there was always a sense of decay. This decay is not the decay of weak vitality, but a feeling of rigidity and solidification. Could it be that what the other party really needs is the power of purification? Kang Jai thought of the North Sea black tortoise devouring the pure world white lotus, and the reaction of his purification law purifying the other party just now, and this thought suddenly came to mind. Upon realizing this, Kang Ji immediately felt that her guess was correct. With a stretch of his hand, purification law was released on its own. However, the purification law Kang Ji released time was less aggressive and had more healing and purifying power. Sensing the purifying power released by Kang Ji, Sea black tortoise eagerly brought its head closer. By actively bringing its head close to the purifying power, the North Sea black tortoise immediately shines of comfort as the purifying power permeated its body. I didn't expect you to have induced purification law. You should have said so earlier, otherwise I wouldn't have attacked you. The North's black tortoise, while enjoying Kang Ji's purification law, still dared to complain. Kang Ji rolled her eyes and immediately stopped his purification power. North Sea black tortoise cried out in alarm. No, don't stop. Kang Ji snorted coldly and scoffed at Dao. Why should I help you? North Sea black tortoise choked, his eyes darting around as if he were thinking about how to answer. After a long pause, North Sea black tortoise said to Dao, if you can cure my stiffness, I won't fight you for those white flowers. Otherwise, unexpectedly, this guy actually dared to threaten him. Kang Ji snorted coldly and immediately retreated. Do you really think you can stop me if I want to leave? North Sea black tortoise stiffened. He had just experienced Kang Ji's speed. Furthermore, Kang Ji has cultivated the law of space-time, making it even more impossible for him to keep Kang Ji. Then, what do you suggest? As long as you can cure my stiffness, we can talk about everything. Kang Ji finally smiled upon sensing the North Sea black tortoise's compromise. At this moment, Ancient Realm and Ziyu also approached, nervously transmitting their voices. We've healed him, but what if he changes his mind? Kang Ji smiled slightly, but did not answer the questions from Ancient Realm and the other person. Instead, Kang Ji looked at the North Sea black tortoise and said leisurely to Dao, I have no problem treating your rigidity, but I want to know, Dao, how did this rigidity problem develop? North Sea black tortoise's expression froze, his eyes darting around, but he didn't answer immediately. At this moment, Kang Ji said, with your strength, there probably aren't many people in the entire prehistoric world who can make your body gradually stiffen, or even cause your law to begin to stiffen, right? North Sea black tortoise's expression hardened, and he immediately fell silent. Kang Ji said again, besides Saint, I'm afraid no one else could do this, right? Kang Ji stared intently at the North Sea black tortoise, his voice deep and resonant. If your problem was caused by Saint, and I healed you, wouldn't that be offending Saint? Upon hearing this, Ancient Realm and Ziyu's expressions immediately changed. They couldn't even handle the powerful quasi-sage realm, let alone Saint. In the primordial world, there was a saying, all those below the Saint are ants. Even the Ancient Realm, with their pride, dared not offend Saint. Seeing Ancient Realm and Ziyu's changed expressions, and Kang Ji's gloomy face, North Sea black tortoise immediately became anxious. No, it's not Saint. My health problem isn't caused by Saint. Seeing that he was eager to explain the North Sea black tortoise, Kang Ji raised an eyebrow. It wasn't caused by Saint? You're powerful, besides Saint. Who else could make your body stiffen? Kang Ji's seemingly puzzled question caused North Sea Black Tortoise to fall silent. At this moment, Kang Ji seemed to realize something. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she exclaimed incredulously, "Could it be?" Kang Ji looked up at the sky, her face filled with shock. Horror. Dao. If it's not Saint, then who else could have done this? North Sea Black Tortoise's expression changed when he realized that the truth had been guessed. This time, the North Sea Black Tortoise did not try to argue. It simply looked up at the sky with a face full of resentment. He didn't understand why Heavenly Dao was doing this. He lived peacefully in the North Sea and never caused any trouble in the primordial world. Why would Heavenly Dao treat him like this? North Sea Black Tortoise couldn't understand why they were preventing him from taking human form, while simultaneously attacking his body, causing it to gradually stiffen. Seeing the North Sea Black Tortoise's face full of resentment, Kang Ji suddenly came up to the North Sea Black Tortoise. "I can help you, and I can even help you take human form in the future." Upon hearing this, North Sea Black Tortoise stared at Kang Ji with disbelief. Do you know what you're saying? Do you know that I, Dao, cannot take human form?" North Sea Black Tortoise suddenly fell silent again. Of course, he knew Dao that there were some things he couldn't say. Kang Ji's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled. "Of course I know what's going on, Dao. Just like your body's stiffening, it's obviously because someone doesn't want you to take human form." North Sea Black Tortoise was stunned. Then his eyes widened in shock as he stared at Kang Ji, stammering, Who are you?" North Sea Black Tortoise was shocked to discover how hidden his problems were, to the point that even he dared not speak of them. But Kang Ji guessed the reason, and even dared to say that he could help him, which shocked North Black Tortoise. North Black Tortoise couldn't help but doubt Kang Ji's identity. An average Saint-level expert would never say such a thing. Kang Ji didn't answer, but instead asked Dao, "If I could not only solve your physical stiffness problem, but also help you take human form in the future, what would you be willing to give up?" Faced with Kang Ji's counter-question, North Sea Black Tortoise thought for a long time before passing the question back to Kang Ji. "What do you want?" Kang Ji gave North Sea Black Tortoise a deep look. Before speaking, "I want you to become my disciple." North Sea Black Tortoise was taken aback and looked at Kang Ji in disbelief. Not only was the North Sea Black Tortoise stunned, but Ancient Realm and Ziyu were also stunned. The North Sea Black Tortoise is at least a near Sangrade peak-level experts, while Kang Ji is at most a near Sangrade early-stage strong players. What gave Kang Ji the audacity to ask North Sea Black Tortoise to become his apprentice? Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Kang Ji remained remarkably calm. "So what if it's quasi-sage peak? Give him enough time, and Hunyuan Dan Dalu Golden Immortal won't be a problem for him." Seeing Kang Ji's confident demeanor, North Sea Black Tortoise did not directly refuse. After some deliberation, North Sea Black Tortoise confirmed with Dao again. "Can you really make me take human form?" Kang Ji nodded. "Of course, as long as you are willing to give up this body, I can help you take human form in the near future." North Sea Black Tortoise frowned. "Abandon this body? Then what body will I use? Are you trying to make me reincarnate?" North Sea Black Tortoise was somewhat reluctant. If he wanted to be reincarnated, he wouldn't have waited until now. His strength lies entirely in his physical body. Without his physical body, what good is reincarnation's reincarnation? Looking at the extremely unwilling North Sea Black Tortoise, Kang Ji chuckled and said, "Of course it's not reincarnation. If it were just reincarnation, why would I go to so much trouble to cleanse your incarnation body?" North Sea Black Tortoise frowned. "If it's not a reincarnation of reincarnation, then why do you want me to abandon my physical body? Seeing that the North Sea black tortoise was determined to get to the bottom of things, Kang Jai had no choice but to wave his hand and set up layers of space-time barriers before slowly speaking. Do you know why that person insisted on freezing your physical body, preventing you from taking human form? North Sea black tortoise was taken aback. Of course he had considered this, but how could he have known Tao? What is heavenly Tao or Tao Zu thinking? North Sea black tortoise retorted to Tao. Tao, do you even know what Tao is? Kang Jai shook his head, and before North Sea black tortoise could speak, he immediately explained to Tao. Although I don't know Tao's specific reason, I guess that the reason that person did this must be to do something with your physical body. North Sea black tortoise's expression froze. Thinking about Kang Ji's statement, he suddenly felt that it seemed to make some sense. What can my physical body do? North Sea black tortoise shuddered. Kang Jai chuckled. Your physical body is so special. If it continues to grow indefinitely, it will be completely comparable to saint level. Physical body. With such a physical body, do you think it would be useless? North Sea black tortoise fell silent for a moment. Then Kang Jai continued. So, as long as your physical body is still there, that person won't let you off easily. But if I abandon my physical body, can I still survive? Without my physical body, what else can I do besides reincarnation? North Sea black tortoise asked Tao unwillingly. Kang Jai chuckled. What if I could help you acquire a physical body that's no weaker than this one? And it wouldn't weaken your cultivation. In fact, it might even allow you to advance further. Going even further? North Sea black tortoise found it unbelievable to know Tao. He is now a sangre prospective student. Peak. And if we go any further, wouldn't that be saint level? North Sea black tortoise shook his head with a wry smile. I don't ask for further advancement. As long as I can maintain my current level of cultivation, I will become your disciple. Okay, it's a deal. Kang Jai smiled, her eyes narrowing. Of course, before that, you must stay with me, protect me, and obey my commands. When the North Sea black tortoise opens its mouth, it always gives me the feeling of being tricked. But after thinking it over, North Sea black tortoise finally agreed to Kang Ji's request. But during this period, you must use the purification law to constantly purify my physical body so that it can maintain a certain level of activity. North Sea black tortoise also made this request. Kang Jai agreed without hesitation. After friendly consultations, the two sides reached an agreement. Before Kang Jai can help the North Sea black tortoise transform, the purification law must be used to keep the North Sea black tortoise's physical body active. During this period, the North Sea black tortoise must ensure the safety of Kang Jai and his companions. If anyone tries to harm Kang Jai and his group, the North Sea black tortoise must step in to help. After Kang Jai helped North Sea black tortoise transform into human form and maintain a cultivation level no lower than before, North Sea black tortoise had to become Kang Ji's disciple, regardless of whether Kang Ji's cultivation level was stronger than North Sea black tortoise's. After both sides swore an oath to the great Tao, Kang Jai then removed the space-time barrier. Brother Kang, are you all right? Seeing the barrier disappear, Ancient Realm and Ziyu quickly approached to ask Tao. Kang Jai waved his hand. It's all right. From now on, the North Sea black tortoise are on our side. Ancient Realm and Ziyu were taken aback at first, then overjoyed. Really? Really? Kang Jai nodded. Of course it's true. From now on, the islands on the back of the North Sea black tortoise will be our battlefield, and we'll be able to establish ourselves in this ancient land. Ancient Realm's eyes lit up, but then she thought of Fangjiang Island and frowned slightly. What about the island you just discovered? Ancient Realm was unaware of the origins of Abbot Island, nor did he know the preciousness of Dao Abbot Island. However, he felt that Fangjiang Island, which could withstand the impact of the North Sea black tortoise, and was protected by the formation barrier, must be quite remarkable. It would be such a waste to just give up on these islands. However, the North Sea black tortoise can move freely, while Fangjiang Island cannot. We can't let the North Sea black tortoise stay by Fangjiang Island forever, can we? Looking at the somewhat reluctant Ancient Realm, Kang Jai laughed. Don't worry, this island is also a kind of magic treasure. I have already refined it. I will place it on the back of the North Sea black tortoise, and let the North Sea black tortoise carry it around. As for where we go next, Kang Jai looked up towards the China Sea. Beihai is nice, even more secluded, and it's also Kunpeng, the territory of the old ancestor. If Kang Jai wanted to, they could stay in Beihai and be difficult to be discovered. Kang Jai did all this not just to hide, but to use the power of the North Sea black tortoise to better protect the human race during the upcoming Lich War. To protect the human race, one naturally needs to be close to the area where the human race is located. But the East China Sea was his true destination. Ancient Realm and Ziyu did not expect that after all the trouble, Kang Jai would eventually have to return to the East China Sea. Left with no other choice, the two had to agree. Gentlemen, there's no need to worry. Come with me and take a look. Seeing the two looking worried, Kang Jai led them to Fangjiang Island. However, Kang Jai had secretly taken away the core of Fangjiang Island, pure world white lotus lake. This includes all the pure white lotuses and half of the lake water. Even so, the remaining things on Fangjiang Island were enough to shock the two of them. The lake water in the lake, where the pure world white lotus is located, is a purifying elixir that the pure world white lotus has accumulated over a long period of time. This purifying elixir can not only purify all negative energy, but also purify the impurities within living beings, thereby refining their bloodline and attitude. It is a great tonic for all living beings. Although the purifying elixir is slightly inferior to the Three Lights Divine Water, its quantity is much greater. The pure world white lotus has accumulated countless eons of purifying spiritual liquid. Even if only a small portion remains, it is still a massive quantity. It's unimaginable how much purifying liquid this lake, comparable in size to the earth before, contains. Not to mention, there are quite a few innates on Abbot Island, spiritual root, and a large amount of heaven and earth treasure. When Ancient Realm and Ziyu saw the scene inside Abbot Island, they were completely stunned. You. Ancient Realm and Ziyu stammered for a moment, unsure of what to say. Kang Jai showed them Fangjiang Island without any hesitation. There are so many good things here. It's hard to miss. Isn't Kang Jai afraid of having ulterior motives? Seeing the two stammering men, Kang Jai chuckled and said, "Gentlemen, with the revises on this island, could you advance further?" Ancient Realm and Ziyu were both stunned, staring at Kang Jai with disbelief. "Dao, you want to use the resources of this island to nurture us?" Kang Jai nodded slightly. Ancient Realm's expression hardened, and he looked at Kang Jai, asking Dao, "What do you want us to do?" Kang Jai chuckled, "It's nothing. I plan to secretly establish a power in this primordial world, and I need you two to join me and obey my every command. With the cooperation of these two, what Kang Jai wants to do will naturally be much easier." Ancient Realm and Ziyu exchanged a glance but did not immediately agree. Judging from their performance during this period, Kang Jai's understanding of the prehistoric world seems to far exceed theirs, and Kang Jai must be hiding some secret. Once they agree to Kang Ji's demands, they will inevitably be bound to Kang Jai, which will greatly increase the danger. However, they can also benefit from Kang Ji. How to choose is up to them. Ancient Realm and ZU exchanged a glance, and Divine Thought had a brief conversation. Finally, ZU looked at Kang Jai. Dao. We agree to join you, but you can't make us do things that will get us killed. Kang Jai grinned, looking at the two of them and saying, with the North Sea Black Tortoise around, do you think there's anything you'd be doing that would be suicidal? Ancient Realm and ZU agreed, noting that the North Sea Black Tortoise's strength was among the best in the entire prehistoric world. Saint grade with peak strength. Apart from Saint, no one dares to say they can reliably beat the North Sea Black Tortoise. With the addition of the two, Kang Jai is no longer alone. With a wave of his hand, Kang Jai caused Fangjiang Island to shrink continuously until it finally transformed into a small island model, which appeared in Kang Ji's hand. Let's go! Kang Jai called out and came to the North Sea Black Tortoise. With both feet on the North Sea Black Tortoise, I lightly tapped my feet. Immediately afterwards, various array Dao laws spread out from Kang Ji's body, enveloping the entire North Sea Black Tortoise. The North Sea Black Tortoise remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the danger. And with Kang Jai, as the array Dao law spreads, the islands on the back of the North Sea Black Tortoise are also undergoing rapid changes. Yin and Yang under the influence of the five elements laws, the power of the laws of heaven and earth, innate spiritual Qi rapidly converged onto the tortoise shell. With the convergence of heaven and earth spiritual A and law, the once barren tortoise back island is undergoing rapid changes. First, the originally sparse plants quickly took root and sprouted on the entire tortoise back island as Kang Jai scattered numerous spiritual root seeds. With Kang Jai, the power of the law of life acted upon Tortoise Back Island, causing the newly sprouted spiritual root seedlings to grow rapidly once again. At the same time, various defensive formations surround the North Sea Black Tortoise, and these formations are built using the North Sea Black Tortoise's own body as a foundation. In this way, the entire formation does not need Kang Jai to supply energy. The North Sea Black Tortoise can handle it on its own. With each breath, the North Sea Black Tortoise inhales and exhales terrifying cosmic energy, more than enough to maintain the formation set up by Kang Jai. What excites the North Sea Black Tortoise the most is that Kang Jai has added a purification formation to this formation. With the purification law working in conjunction with the purification formation, the North Sea Black Tortoise's body is being purified at all times. In this way, even without Kang Ji's treatment, North Sea Black Tortoise's condition would at least not deteriorate further. As the entire Tortoise Back Island underwent a dramatic transformation, a large lake appeared in the center. Kang Jai tossed Fangjiang Island into the center of the lake, and the entire Fangjiang Island appeared in the central lake of Tortoise Back Island. However, this Fangjiang Island is also a scaled-down version of Kang Ji's. As soon as Fangjiang Island landed, the North Sea Black Tortoise sank downwards. Even though the gravity on Fangjiang Island has been reduced by 1/10,000,000th, its weight is still terrifying. Fortunately, the North Sea Black Tortoise was powerful enough to steadily carry Fangjiang Island. However, all of this is only temporary. As Kang Jai refines Fangjiang Island more deeply, the weight of Fangjiang Island will gradually decrease, eventually becoming as light as nothing. To further refine Abbot Island, one must actually refine its core, the 12th grade pure world White Lotus. After setting up the island on the back of the North Sea Black Tortoise, Kang Jai led Ancient Realm and ZU into Fangjiang Island. As for the North Sea Black Tortoise, Following Kang Ji's instructions, it headed towards the East China Sea. Upon entering Fangjiang Island, Kang Ji pointed to the lake where pure world White Lotus had once been and said to Dao, "Brother Ancient Realm, if you were to settle in this lake, would you be confident that you could break through to near Sangred?" Ancient Realm was stunned, staring at the lake of purified spiritual liquid before him, his face filled with disbelief. You really want me to settle down here?" Ancient Realm was somewhat incredulous. After all, there was an entire purifying liquid here. With so much purifying elixir, he could further purify his bloodline and remove most of the impurities from his body, allowing his cultivation to advance even further. If he could go any further, he would break through to near Sanggrade, which what Ancient Realm has always dreamed of. But to my surprise, Kang Ji was actually willing to part with the purifying liquid here. Kang Ji smiled slightly, looking at Ancient Realm Dao. "Since you've joined me, I certainly won't treat you unfairly." Kang Ji looked at Ziyu. "When Brother Ancient Realm takes root, Fairy Ziyu can also cultivate here. I will set up a time format here, hoping that when I see you again, you will have successfully broken through." Ancient Realm and Ziyu didn't stand on ceremony. They nodded to Kang Ji and then into the lake of purifying spiritual liquid. As Ancient Realm and Ziyu jumped into the purifying spirit liquid lake, Ziyu was somewhat better off. She simply transformed into her main body and immersed herself in the lake water. The Ancient Realm, on the other hand, is incarnation of the towering world tree, rooted in the purified elixir lake. With Ancient Realm with the main body firmly established here, Kang Ji suddenly discovered that Fangjiang Island had become even more stable. Originally, Fangjiang Island, though calling itself heaven and earth, was ultimately just a fragment of chaos that evolved from it. Ultimately, Abadat Island still depends on the prehistoric world and needs to draw sustenance from it. However, with the Ancient Realm after the main body took root on Abbot Island surprisingly gained the ability to absorb and release chaos's power. This enhances Fangjiang Island's growth potential and makes it more stable. This was something Kang Ji hadn't anticipated. It seemed that World Tree was a better fit for Fangjiang Island than 12th grade Pure World White Lotus. Ancient Realm seems to have discovered this as well. Since he settled on Fangjiang Island, he seems to have connected with the Chaos world, and is even able to directly draw Chaos QI from Chaos. Cultivate. Chaos QI is the foundation of the World Tree. He had never had the opportunity to obtain the true Chaos before. Cultivate. But now, after settling down on Fangjiang Island, he has actually gained such abilities. Ancient Realm didn't understand what was going on, but Kang Ji understood it after a little thought. Fangjiang Island was originally formed from fragments of chaos, and has a certain connection with Chaos World itself. World Tree, on the other hand, possesses the ability to absorb and release Chaos QE. When the two are combined, World Tree, using Hojo Island as a medium, gains the ability to directly extract Chaos QI chaos. The cooperation between the two parties is truly mutually beneficial. Kang Ji felt joy as he witnessed the changes in the Ancient Realm and Fangjiang Island. This is great news for both Ancient Realm and Abbot Island. After dealing with Ancient Realm and Ziyu, Kang Ji released Dian Lai and the others, letting them settle down and cultivate on Fangjiang Island. Kang Ji then walked throughout the entire Fangjiang Island, enlightening some of the beings that already developed sentience. For Kang Ji, who possesses the law of creation, enlightening living beings is not difficult. In particular, while there are many sentient beings born on Fangjiang Island, few of them possess powerful cultivation. Only the former 12th grade Pure World White Lotus and some 9th grade Pure World White Lotus have higher cultivation levels. Kang Jai asked 12th grade Pure World White Lotus, "Do you want to take the path of human transformation or the path of a spirit?" The path to transformation is to transform the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus into a spirit, turning it into a true living being. The Pure World White Lotus, transformed into a living being, will have many possibilities in the future, but its abilities will be weakened by heavenly Tao after it takes human form. This is a balance in heavenly Tao. But in any innate the abilities of a spiritual root or innate treasure that has been transformed will be weakened. 12th grade Pure World White Lotus is both innate the spiritual root, which is also an innate spirit treasure, will naturally have its abilities restricted by the heavenly Tao once it takes human form. For example, if the current 12th grade Pure World White Lotus were in Kang Ji's hands, it could unleash the power of a top-grade innate spirit treasure. However, if it were to take human form, given its current cultivation level, it would only be able to unleash power equivalent to that of the Tai Golden Immortal. This is the difference between transformation and non-transformation. After taking human form, it can only exert its own power. If it does not take human form, it can amplify the power of its master. After some thought, the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus finally asked Kang Jai timidly, "Tao, Master, can I really transform into human form?" Looking at the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus, Kang Jai already knew that Tao had made a choice. Kang Jai didn't say much. Although the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus was precious, he didn't actually lack innate spirit treasure. Kang Ji's own lifebound treasure is actually enough for her needs. One more 12th grade Pure World White Lotus doesn't make a difference, and one less Pure World White Lotus doesn't make a difference either. If the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus were to truly grow, the power it could unleash would actually be greater than that of the innate spirit treasure. Having made up her mind, Kang Jai gently pointed her finger, and the law of creation was applied to the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus. The soul transformation was activated, and the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus quickly transformed into a 12 or 13-year-old girl in white. "Owner!" Pure World White Lotus looked timidly at Kang Jai and called out Tao. Kang Jai patted her little head and said softly, "Since you're dressed in white, how about I call you Bai Yi from now on?" Pure World White Lotus tilted its head and thought for a moment, then nodded. Kang Jai casually transformed the 9 Pure World White Lotus plants into 9 8 or 9-year-old girls. After doing all this, Kang Jai handed over Fangzhang Island to Bai Yi and the others to manage, and then led Go Jia and a few others out of Fangzhang Island and onto the back of the North Sea Black Tortoise. Although Tortoise Back Island and on the back of the North Sea Black Tortoise is not as good as Fangzhang Island, Fangzhang Island cannot be shown to the public at will, while Tortoise Back Island will become their public stage in the future. If you want to save the human race in the Witch Demon War, you naturally need the human race aware of your existence. To attract human race visitors, Tortoise Back Island can't be too bad. Just as Kang Jai was leading his people to set up Black Island, Yin Yang Divine Tree in Demon Court received another message. "What? Shen Ni has joined Yao race too?" This news truly shocked Yin Yang Divine Tree. Wasn't Shen Ni in the 3000 demon god realm? How come he's in the primordial world? Not only was Yin Yang Divine Tree very surprised, but Kang Jai, who received the message, was also puzzled. After some deliberation, Kang Jai did not interfere with the demon court matter. leaving everything to Yin-Yang Divine Tree to handle. However, Kang Ji's contact with Yin-Yang Divine Tree became more frequent, and he paid more attention to news from Demon Court. As for Yin-Yang Divine Tree, after the main body handed over the power of handling the matter to him, Yin-Yang Divine Tree also summoned Di Kang. Since Di Kang joined Demon Court, his status in Yao race has been growing day by day. After all, Di Kang contains many Yao races. Bloodline is favored by all Yao race members. As for Yin-Yang Divine Tree, he obtained Di Kang and Mo Yu from Emperor Jun and assigned them to his side. Shen Ni and his group joining Demon Court. Things probably won't be that simple. Yin-Yang Divine Tree was exchanging ideas with Di Kang and Mo Yu. Di Kang squinted and said to Dao. When the cultivation body and the others came to the primordial world, Shen Ni and the others were still in the 3000 demon god realm. But now they have not only come to the primordial world, but also found Chaos and the others, and joined the demon court together. I think that Shen Ni and the others' purpose in coming to the primordial world this time is probably not so simple. Mo Yu nodded in agreement, then looked worried. Dao said, "It's a pity we can't go back to the 3000 demon god realm, otherwise we could have gotten some information from it." The cultivation body came to the primordial world from the Pengu Shrine, while the teleportation array deep within Mount Buzhou is only one way, allowing teleportation only from the Pengu Shrine to the depths of Mount Buzhou. Even if they wanted to return to the Void Realm, where Pengu Shrine was located, they couldn't find a way. Actually, we don't necessarily have to find the way back to find out about the 3000 demon god realm. Yin-Yang Divine Tree chuckled. Have you forgotten that it's possible to enter the 3000 demon god realm from Earth too? Yin-Yang Divine Tree's reminder made Di Kang and Mo Yu realize what was going on. Yes, there is a portal to the Pengu continent on Earth. By sending someone from Earth, we can find out about the situation on the Pengu continent. Unfortunately, to be on the safe side, Cultivation Body had brought all its own people with it. So much so that now I want to know Dao, given the situation on Pengu continent, we need to send people back to Pengu continent. Kang Jai didn't hesitate and directly contacted them's Heavenly Dao, asking them to arrange for people to enter Pengu continent. Three Kingdoms Heavenly Dao clone, aware of the urgency of the situation, quickly dispatched people into the Pengu continent. However, when Kang Ji's people entered the Pengu continent, they were quickly shocked by what they found there. The demonic cultivator clone was unaware of the extent of the damage Chaos Demon Ape had inflicted on the 3000 demon god realm. Not only was the continent of the war demon god completely destroyed, but the entire Pengu continent remains unrepaired to this day. As for the barrier between Pengu continent and the other 1000 demon gods' continents, no one has restored it, because the entire 3000 demon god realm is currently recruiting soldiers, especially on the Pengu continent. Anyone whose cultivation level has reached true immortal realm is eligible for recruitment. The men Kang Jai sent were conscripted as soon as they entered Pengu continent. Because of this, the people Kang Jai sent also learned quite a bit about the situation. The entire 3000 demon god realm is now mobilizing, reportedly to take action against the prehistoric world. Upon hearing this news, Kang Jai was completely stunned. Just as the great battle between the liches was about to begin, the 3000 demon realm was preparing to invade the primordial world. Moreover, this massive mobilization is clearly serious. The 3000 demon god realm is very powerful, with 13 other saint-level experts, more than in the prehistoric world. According to the hierarchy of the prehistoric world, the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, each Dao should have 9 saints, totaling 27 saint-level powerhouses. The problem is that, in order to dominate the primordial world, Hongjun not only Saint has been weakened to 7 ranks, even the Earth Dao Saint has also been weakened by 1. As for the Sage of Humanity, it has never been published. In this situation, the difference in the highest level combat capabilities between the two sides becomes significant. As for near Saint-level experts, they are imparable. Fagu Demon God Sect has 3,000 Demon Gods halls, and each hallmaster is a near Saint-level expert. In addition, the Fagu Demon God Sect has several enshrined figures, each of whom is also a near Saint-level expert. In this way, 3,000 Demon God Realm has at least 3,000 near Saint-level experts. And what about Prehistoric World? Prehistoric World once had a very strong foundation. The 3,000 Mortal World guests who were able to enter Purple Cloud Palace to listen to Tao were all at least quasi-saints. However, Hongjun's plan to kill the 3 corpses and achieve sainthood caused all living beings in the prehistoric world to vie for innate. This also led to the downfall of many aspiring saint-level experts. In addition, many powerful figures perished in the previous great calamities. It's hard to say how many near saint-level experts there are in the entire prehistoric world right now. Of these, only about 100 are frequently active in the Great Desolate Land, and about half of them are from the Witch and Demon clans. 100 or so aspiring saint-level experts are worlds apart from the more than 3,000. Even though there are more than 3,000 saint-level experts hidden in the prehistoric world, they are all reclusive and indifferent to worldly affairs. Whether the 3,000 Demon God Realm would lend a helping hand if they truly invaded the primordial world is another matter entirely. After learning about the activities of 3,000 Demon God Realm, Kang Jai was completely stunned. What to do? The 9 main bodies are interconnected with several clones, and they feel somewhat flustered. Now is the crucial moment for the Witch and Demon Great Calamity. At the current pace, the moment when the 3,000 Demon God Realm invades the primordial world will coincide with the end of the Witch and Demon Great Calamity. At that time, the primordial world was at its weakest, with countless lives lost and a shortage of skilled individuals. At this point, if the 3,000 Demon God Realm were to invade, there would be no way to resist, unless the Great Calamity is brought forward or postponed. Yin-Yang Divine Tree slowly says Dao. Should the activation of Witch and Demon Great Calamity be brought forward or postponed? The main body and the clones whispered to each other. A delay is unlikely. Once the Hongjun ban is lifted, the Witch and Demon clans will probably act immediately. That would be the time when both races were best prepared, which was exactly what Hongjun wanted most. He would never allow the Great Tribulation to be postponed. Kang Jai shared her thoughts, and the others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Kang spoke up. If we can't postpone it, then how about we do it earlier? Although initiating the Great Tribulation prematurely will also cause casualties, both sides are not well prepared, so the casualties may not be so severe. Most importantly, it would take a considerable amount of time for the army of 3,000 Demon God Realm to arrive. If we initiate the Great Tribulation ahead of time, causing the 2 races to withdraw from the prehistoric early, we can also restore the prehistoric power ahead of time. Even when the 3,000 Demon God Realm attacks, they will still have some ability to put up a resistance. A thought struck everyone. This was also a possible solution. Yin-Yang Divine Tree said, perhaps we can alert them to stir up trouble? Yes, the reason Hongjun set a 30,000-year time limit is because he wants to wipe out the Witch and Demon clans in one fell swoop. But what if unforeseen circumstances force Hongjun to trigger the great calamity prematurely? The melodious sound of yin-yang divine tree invigorated everyone. Kang Jai squinted and asked Dao, "How do you plan to alert the enemy?" Yin-yang divine tree smiled mysteriously. "Remember the Pangu spinal cord?" Everyone was taken aback. Kang Jai asked Dao, "What does this have to do with Pangu spinal?" Yin-yang divine tree's voice was leisurely. "If we could get Pangu spinal cord, fusion will definitely not sit still. He will not allow another saint-level powerhouse to emerge from the witch and demon clans, as that would cause an imbalance of power between the two races. Moreover, regardless of which race produces a saint-level expert, if they see through his conspiracy, they will stop this battle, which is definitely not what Hongjun wants to see. You say, if someone fusion Pangu's spinal cord, will Hongjun be worried? Will he be at the person's breakthrough? Should we activate the witch and demon great calamity before reaching saint level?" Everyone was shocked and immediately understood Yin-Yang Divine Tree's idea. But the problem is, we've tried the Pangu spinal cord, but no one has been able to fuse it. You mean we should send it to someone else to try? Kang Jai frowned slightly. This was a Pangu spinal cord. Was she really going to give it someone else? Yin-Yang Divine Tree grinned. "My lord, have you that I haven't tried fusion yet?" Kang Jai was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. Back then, Yin-Yang Divine Tree had no one around and couldn't send the Pangu spinal cord over at all. Yin-Yang Divine Tree does not possess the magic treasure, and the Pangu spinal cord cannot be transmitted through the magic treasure. Therefore, Yin-Yang Divine Tree has never actually tried fusion. Pangu spinal cord. Are you confident? Kang Jai was somewhat apprehensive. The 9 main bodies, along with several key clone members, had already tried, but none had successfully fused Pangu spinal cord. Therefore, regarding whether Kang Jai can confusion with Yin-Yang Divine Tree, I don't have high hopes for Pangu spinal cord. However, Yin-Yang Divine Tree smiled confidently and said, "You have to try it to know if it's good or not." Hearing Yin-Yang Divine Tree's confident words, Kang Jai finally nodded. Through the magic treasure that Di Kang gave to Yin-Yang Divine Tree, Kang Jai had Kua Shu clone the Pangu spinal cord to Yin-Yang Divine Tree. After receiving the Pangu spinal cord, Yin-Yang Divine Tree immediately immersed himself in the Pangu spinal cord. Kang Jai and the other main bodies, along with Clone, all watched Yin-Yang Divine Tree's situation with tense expressions. Di Kang and Mo Yu went directly to the Yin-Yang Divine Tree to protect it. At the same time, it is unknown how Yin-Yang Divine Tree did it, or how it communicated with the Pangu spinal cord. A moment later, the Pangu spinal cord actually connected with the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Fusion! The Pangu spinal cord transformed back into a pool of golden liquid and merged into the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. As the Pangu spinal cord is incorporated into the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, the entire Yin-Yang Divine Tree radiates a dazzling golden light. A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth, and the entire demon court trembled. It was as if a force was being revived, and a terrifying pressure swept across the world. Hongjun, who was fully focused on merging with Dao, suddenly opened his eyes and looked sharply toward the demon court, toward the Baikao garden, where the Yin-Yang Divine Tree was located. Pangus QI News! Hongjun suddenly stood up, ready to kill Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Just then Hongjun let out a muffled groan and fell back into his seat. Heavens! Dao! Hongjun roared hoarsely, his anger reaching its peak. He and Heavenly Dao before fusion, all actions must follow the Heavenly Dao rules. Yin-Yang Divine Tree has benefited the primordial world, so the Hongjun cannot directly attack it. Hongjun was furious, staring intently at yin-yang divine tree, his eyes sharp and his voice. Pangu, is this your backup plan? Is this disaster also your backup plan? Hongjun clenched his fists, feeling that he had been deceived by Pangu, but soon, Hongjun's expression calmed down, and he returned to his ethereal and otherworldly demeanor. Pangu, I won't let you succeed. The primordial world is mine. It will definitely be mine. Just as Hongjun was enraged, yin-yang divine tree's cultivation level in the demon court was steadily increasing. This time, the yin-yang divine tree did not increase its law cultivation level, but rather its physical body strength. The main body of the yin-yang divine tree is also rapidly transforming as the Pangu spinal cord fusion occurs. The entire yin-yang divine tree not only grew taller rapidly, but its trunk also became indestructible. As the yin-yang divine tree continued to transform, its qi spread throughout the entire primordial world, alarming the entire demon court. Swish, swish, a series of figures appeared in Baikao Garden. When they saw the changes in the yin-yang divine tree, they were all utterly shocked. The yin-yang divine tree has changed dramatically. Its already enormous body is now unimaginably large. Today's yin-yang divine tree may not be as thick as Mount Buzhou, but its height is already approaching that of Mount Buzhou. More importantly, they sensed an indestructible power emanating from the yin-yang divine tree. That torso was even stronger than their physical bodies. Won't the Wood Emperor directly become a saint through his physical body? Someone asked her. Emperor Jun's eyes flashed with excitement, but also with apprehension. The strength of the yin-yang divine tree is certainly a good thing for the Yao race. Leaving aside the growth of Yao race luck, once the yin-yang divine tree becomes powerful, the offspring of the Yao race that it can produce will be a great thing for the Yao race. However, the yin-yang divine tree is too powerful, and it is also a threat to him, the Yao race heavenly emperor. If the yin-yang divine tree were able to transform into human form, Emperor Jun would probably not look like he does now. Just as Emperor Jun was pondering this, a familiar voice entered his ears. As Emperor Jun listened, his eyes suddenly widened, his face filled with disbelief. At the same time, Emperor Jun couldn't help but ask Dao. Ancestor Dao, do the human race truly have such a function? They are so weak. How could they possibly harm the witch clan? Hongjun's cold voice rang out. You think I'm lying to you? Emperor Jun quickly shook his head. No, I just find it a bit unbelievable. Hongjun snorted coldly, his voice indifferent. I've already told you how to deal with the witch clan. Whether you do it or not is your business. I will lift the ban on you ahead of schedule. Whether you seize this opportunity or not is up to you. I will not force you. That being said, Emperor Jun didn't take it seriously at all. Dao Zu Hongjun's meaning was perfectly clear to him. He also knew that Dao Zu was using their Yao race to fight against the Wu clan. But so what? It's all worth it as long as they win in the end. Rest assured, Dao Ancestor, since you have given me this opportunity, how could I not cherish it? However, Emperor Jun hesitated, but Dao Zu coldly snorted, speak your mind. Emperor Jun glanced at the still evolving yin-yang divine tree and cautiously asked Dao, do you know the origin of the Wood Emperor? Hongjun glanced at the ever-evolving yin-yang divine tree, his eyes somewhat sinister, but he ultimately said to Dao, he poses no threat to you the time being, but you shouldn't trust him too much either. Hongjun didn't say much, fearing that he revealed that yin-yang divine tree might be Pangu's backup plan. Emperor Jun would no longer dare to work for him. Emperor Jun frowned slightly, dissatisfied with Hongjun's answer. But he didn't press further. Since Hongjun said that the yin-yang divine tree was no immediate threat, he relented. Meanwhile, with the yin-yang divine tree physical body achieves Hunyuan golden immortal peak, just as he was about to achieve sainthood with his physical body, suddenly felt a kind of constraint. That was the limitation imposed on him by the prehistoric world. Unless he could break through this primordial limitation, his physical body would never be able to break through to the sage realm. Feeling the constraints imposed by heaven and earth, the yin-yang divine tree merely chuckled coldly. Hongjun, you've really gone to great lengths. However, the greater the heavenly Tao authority you wield, the stronger the heavenly Tao's restrictions on you will become. Let's see how you restrict me next time. Yin-yang divine tree did not force a breakthrough. He was waiting for an opportunity, a breakthrough that even the Hongjun could not stop him from making, and this opportunity won't be long. Meanwhile, in the purple cloud palace, Hongjun lay reclining on a futon. Old ancestor coughed lightly. Just now, the heavenly Tao authority was forcibly invoked to restrict the yin-yang divine tree. Breakthrough, which also caused him to suffer the backlash of heavenly Tao. After a bout of coughing, Hongjun looked toward Demon Court with a gloomy face. Wood Emperor, what a Wood Emperor you are! Pengu, just how many backup plans have you prepared? Hongjun's face was gloomy as he looked towards the East China Sea human race. There, Kangjai cultivation body is incarnationing as a reclusive master, taking on disciples in the human race. Hongjun glanced at it but did not make any move. Variables, yet another variable. I'd like to see if these variables you've arranged can influence the overall situation, the primordial world. The yin-yang divine tree, the Kangjai, and all the prodigy that appeared before. Hongjun had long sensed that many variables had arisen in the primordial world. But now he is with Honghuang heavenly Tao fusion cannot take action unless he violates the law. As the saying goes, success and failure both stem from heavenly Tao. This is why he needed Yao Race's help. By using Yao Race, not only can many variables and rivals be eliminated, but the influence of Honghuang heavenly Tao can also be weakened. If the witch and demon clans can follow his script and eventually knock down Mount Buzhou, causing the primordial world to collapse, then the entire primordial heavenly realm will be weakened to its lowest point. Only when that time comes will it be time for him to seize the power of the primordial world. Hongjun surveyed the entire prehistoric world once more, taking in the current situation, and his voice echoed throughout the entire prehistoric world. The 12 ancestral witches, who were in seclusion, opened their eyes and looked at Void Realm with disbelief. Hongjun has just lifted the 30,000-year ban, but there are still nearly 5,000 years until the 30,000-year time limit. What does it mean that Hong Kong lifted its lockdown ahead of schedule? Kua Shu flashed and appeared in front of 12 ancestral witches. Brothers, Yao Race may be about to make his move. Yao Race is going to make a move? 12 ancestral witches was initially taken aback, but then they were eager to try it out. Over the years, since Cultivate Kua Shu gave them Witch World after using the Cultivate method and assisting with the Chaos Sun Tree Seed, their cultivation level is now vastly different from what it used to be. If it weren't for the fact that breaking through in the prehistoric world is not so difficult, they probably would have broken through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm long ago. Once the breakthrough reaches the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, the Wu clan will have 12 more saint-level powerhouses. These 12 saint-level powerhouses, once they leave the primordial world, would be no match for even Hongjun. However, in the prehistoric world, they will still be subject to many restrictions, and may even be targeted by the Hongjun using heavenly Dao. This is also why the 12 people have been suppressing their cultivation levels and have not yet broken through. Finally, the war can begin. Haven't we been waiting for this moment all these years? Zhu Rong's eyes blazed with excitement. Kuo-shu clone hurriedly advised Dao. Fourth brother, you must not be careless. Don't forget, Yao race has the Hongjun behind him. In the primordial world, Hongjun can mobilize the power of heavenly Dao, and he can even command the other 6 saints. If they were to attack together, you wouldn't stand a chance against them with your current strength. How can you fight against it unless you enter chaos and for way through to the Hunyuan Dalyu golden immortal realm? More importantly, our witch clan is now large and powerful. Even if our 12 elder brothers can keep the clan in check in chaos, we mustn't forget that there are still clansmen in the prehistoric world at this moment. Dijang also said, our strength is not yet sufficient to truly contend with Hongjun, so what you said is right, we must be patient when necessary. When Dijiang spoke, everyone had no choice but to obey. At this moment, Zhu Juyan spoke up and said, Little brother, now that the ban on witches has been lifted, shall we carry out our fire seed plan? Kuo-shu nodded to Dao. Of course. No matter what the final outcome of this battles, we must make the necessary preparations. 12 ancestral witches exchanged a glance and finally nodded. With the lifting of Dao Zu's ban, the entire prehistoric world was in turmoil. All living beings realized that the true great calamity was about to begin. At the same time, whether it's the witch clan, the Yao race, or the human race, they are all moving quickly. The Wu clan was making preparations, and so was the Yao race. Drops of Yao race's essence blood were sent to Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Emperor Jun even sent a benevolent corpse with a demon summoning spirit to Yin-Yang Divine Tree. With the essence of the Yao race, a wisp of soul from the demon summoning banner, and the power of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, it is guaranteed that none of the Yao race's strongest warriors will truly die. With the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, they can be resurrected. For this reason, Emperor Jun even handed over some control of the demon court to Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Similarly, the Wu tribe is doing something much the same thing. However, the Witch clan does not have the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, but they do have the Witch realm space and the underworld. Although Hutu is now the ancestor of the Earth Goddess, the relationship between Hutu and the Wu tribe remains inextricably intertwined. Strands of soul were sent into 6 paths of reincarnation. A Dao Dao's essence and blood were sent into the body of 12 ancestral witches. With the witch world existing within the 12 ancestral witches, even if a member of the witch clan dies, there is still a chance for reincarnation. Reincarnation has been revived. The 2 races seemed ready to fight to the death. But under Kang Ji's intervention, both sides were actually secretly making preparations for a backup plan. The human race, lacking both the heritage of the Yao race and the backing of the Wu tribe, can only preserve itself as much as possible by migrating its population. It's not that Kang Ji doesn't want to do something, but human race's foundation is too weak, so even if Kang Ji wanted to do something, there's nothing he could do. Fortunately, Kang Ji began planning more than 20,000 years ago, and today the human race in the ancestral land of the East China Sea is less than 1% of the total human race. Most of the human race were migrated to Chaos World Tree by Kang Ji, while some entered the 3 Kingdoms world. In addition, places like Jinao Island, Nuwa Palace, Map of Mountains, Rivers, Western Lingshan, and 5 villages temple have all had some human races set up. Even so, the human race, which remains in its ancestral homeland, still holds trillions of dollars. Over the years, Kang Jai has worked tirelessly to encourage the reproduction of human race, which is why the East China Sea human race still looks so numerous. Otherwise, all the races of the primordial world would have noticed the anomaly of the human race long ago. Now, it's uncertain how many of these trillions of human race will survive this disaster. Just in Kang Jai, as the cultivation body travels through the human race, spreading its name and preparing to take on disciples, the prehistoric world is suddenly thrown into turmoil. Immediately afterwards, the immense power of the primordial world began to tremble. One powerful figure after another closed their mountain gates, forbidding their disciples from entering or leaving the primordial world. And the great calamity of the primordial world officially began. As the witch and demon great calamity began, the members of the witch and demon clans were filled with excitement, mixed with trepidation. Only Shen Ni and the others from Yao race looked solemn. "Your Majesty, what do we do now?" Hong Jun lifted the ban ahead of schedule. "Has he discovered something?" Chaos looked at Shen Ni with a worried expression. Shen Ni had just joined the Yao race and become its fifth ruler, the Beast King. The ban between the witch and demon clans was lifted by Dao Zhu Hongjun, which made them think a lot. Shen Ni frowned, looking at his four most capable subordinates, and sighed. This timing is really too unfortunate. Although the 3,000 demon god realm has made preparations, it will still take at least 10,000 years for them to reach the prehistoric world. Given this long time frame, by the time our people arrive, the witch and demon great calamity will likely be over. If the witch and demon clans do not suffer heavy losses and a victor emerges, the primordial world will likely be able to quickly consolidate its power. By then, if we want to launch a surprise attack, we'll probably have to pay a heavy price. Chaos and the other three frowned immediately. Tao Ti asked, "Could we inform the bishop and ask him to speed things up?" Shen Ni shook his head. "No, the situation is tense right now. The old ancestor of the Styx will definitely not agree to the passage over the Blood Sea. Moreover, now that Hongjun has awakened, leaving the prehistoric world at this time would likely result in him disowning us. Once the Blood Sea Alliance's activities are exposed, it will be even more disadvantageous for us." Hearing this, everyone became even more somber. Tao Ti impatiently asked, "This won't work, that won't work, what should we do?" Shen Ni squinted and waited a while before saying to Dao, "The only thing we can do now is to try to incite conflict between the witch and demon clans so that this war won't end so easily. It would be best to use this opportunity to weaken both the witch and demon clans. If it could disrupt the stability of the primordial world, that would be even better." The four exchanged a glance and could only sigh and nod. It's highly unlikely that they can cause both the witch and demon clans to suffer heavy losses. As for disrupting the stability of the primordial world, that's even less likely. Just as Shen Ni and his group were discussing things, they suddenly received a summons from Emperor Jun. When they arrived, they found that most of the people had already arrived. Emperor Jun's purpose in summoning them was simple: to hunt down the human race and collect their souls. When they learned that the magic treasure, crafted from the soul of the human race, was able to break through the witch clan's defenses, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. You should know, in the eyes of the Tao, the human race are all a group of weaklings. Even with the emergence of talent like Suren Shunshi Feng and Yu Chao Shishan, they are still no match for Yao race. But no one expected that the little human race spirit would have such a wonderful use. It's simply unbelievable. With such a sharp weapon, they will be more confident of victory in their battle against the witch clan. With the order given, the entire Yao race began to move. Emperor Jun and a group of powerful figures led their army in a mighty march towards the 3 territories of the Wu tribe in the west, south, and north. To collect as many human race souls as possible, we must not let the witch clan cause trouble. Therefore, Yao race mobilized almost its entire force in an attempt to create a diversionary tactic. As for the human race, Emperor Jun dispatched Shen Ni and a group of vicious beasts to them. With Shen Ni, a near Saint middle stage powerhouse, the little human race is a piece of cake. In the land of human race, Kang Jai looked solemn upon receiving the news. Yao race's move against human race was something he had anticipated, but unexpectedly, Yao race sent Shen Ni and other vicious beasts. Since Shen and other former vicious beast powerhouses joined the Yao race, the vicious beast army that had been hiding in the far north of the primordial wilderness has also been recruited by them. Today, Yao race not only includes powerful vicious beasts like Shen Ni, but also a large army of ferocious and unintelligent vicious beasts. With the addition of an endless army of ordinary Yao beasts, the mere human race would truly find it difficult to withstand them. At the human race site, Suirenshi Feng and Kang Jai were having a conversation. But just then, the earth suddenly began to tremble. Dao sirens rang out from all directions across human race. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! One Dao's desperate shouts rang out, and Kang Jai and the others all heard them. Suirenshi Feng and Kang Jai certainly knew what was going on with Dao, but they still pretended to have just found out and flew up to the sky. It's the Yao race! Countless Yao race members are attacking our human race. They're killing indiscriminately and completely ignoring our warnings. Suiren clan approached the group and informed Suirenshi Feng of the situation at the front. Suirenshi Feng looked grave and, without saying much, hurriedly flew north towards human race. There, Shen Ni leads his vicious beast army, slaughtering the human race with impunity. You beast, you're asking for death. Without any hesitation, Suirenshi Feng unleashed a divine ability attack that sent countless vicious beasts hurtling towards a giant maw in the sky. Seeing this, Taoti roared, "How dare you! Let's see your divine ability!" The Taoti transformed into its main body, opened its mouth wide, and actually dared to try to swallow Suirenshi Feng's divine ability. However, Suirenshi Feng is at least a near saint-level expert. Although Taoti is about to break through to near saint grade, he is still a little short. Seeing that the Taoti couldn't devour Suirenshi Feng's divine ability, Shen Ni narrowed his eyes. I never expected that even a small human race course could produce a near saint-level expert. Shen Ni stepped forward, blocking Taoti's path, and faced Suirenshi Feng, delivering a direct punch. For the vicious beast, the physical body is their strongest attack. Faced with Shen Ni's attack, Suirenshi Feng dared not be careless. With a thought, countless layers of space-time appeared in front of him, and Shen Ni's speed decreased instantly. However, the next second, Shen Ni's body trembled, and the layers of spatial barriers set up by Suirenshi Feng shattered directly. Shen Ni's fist slammed towards Suirenshi Feng again. Luck is on my side. The law of space-time is still in the realm of Grand Unity Golden Immortal, while Suirenshi Feng's luck law has already broken through to quasi-sage realm. With luck upon him, the power of the entire world tilted towards Suirenshi Feng. This is the power of heaven and earth working together when luck comes your way. With luck upon you, the power of the entire world is supporting you. At the same time, Shen Ni on the opposite side suddenly felt that he was hated by heaven and earth, and the power of heaven and earth was being drawn away from his body. Suirenshi Feng Shen Ni Shen Ni ora hoa mudi Suirenshi Feng Shen Ni Suirenshi Feng Kang Jingjie. A physical body, surenshi fenga on dao kengjiga, surenshi feng dao, surenshi fenga, patient nai chaos dao, bro air. Kengjia, a surenshi fenga, shnagba suren clan kongji, chadao senior, a suren clan a kengjia dao, ilua, a fra kang. Ji dao yayao race of a human race, at a, your excellency suren clan or dao seniora. Kang Jia Dao, their sector human race, or sectel, a human race, or your excellency, Surin clan, a Kong Ji Hala Surin clan, a Kang Jia Dao, senior human race, Kang Ji, a Yao race, the human race, Surin clan, a Kang Jia, resect some sucks revit with a quasi sage pig pay, a Yao race of an emperor. Jun Li Fervwe, sector? Kang Ji's answer surprised Surin clan. He hadn't expected that Kang Ji's sector would have someone aspiring to Saint grade. Peak Powerhouse. Previously, Senior Sect does indeed have a prospective Saint grade. Peak level expert? If there is a Saint grade with the peak protected by powerful figures, Emperor Jun might not necessarily take action under the current circumstances. Kang Jie nodded. If your excellency doesn't believe me, you can wait a little longer. That senior will be here soon, but... Kang Jai suddenly hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Suiran clan asked Dao with some curiosity, just what? Kang Jai coughed lightly, and Dao replied, it's just that the senior is a bit large. If your excellency wants to see him, you'll need to keep human race away from the East China Sea to prevent him from being swept away by the waves. Suiran clan was somewhat confused. Kang Ji's senior seemed rather large. Just how large could he be? And why did they want their human race to be further away from the East China Sea? Just as Suiran clan was still wondering, Suren Shifeng suddenly flew back. Suiren Shifeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly indicating that he was injured. Suiren clan quickly helped the other person up and Dao with concern. Are you badly hurt? Should we ask Senior for help? Suiren clan. Though unaware of Dao, he knew how strong Kang Jie was, but he had heard from his son that Kang Jie was also a near saint-level expert. Suiren Shifeng shook his head and looked southwest towards Dao. No need, the mountains are coming. Before the words were even finished, Yu Xiaoxi Shan had already appeared beside Suiren Shifeng. Heh, another quasi-saint early-stage powerhouse has arrived. The human race is truly special. Shen Ni squinted as she sized up Suiren Shifeng and the others. They originally thought that the only special thing about the human race were their souls, since Emperor Jun only told them that they needed to collect the souls of the human race, and that weapons made from the souls of the human race could break through the defenses of the witch clan. But on the way here, his vicious beast children were devouring the human race, and the vicious beasts that had devoured the human race's flesh and blood underwent a strange transformation. Not only was bloodline enhanced, but more importantly, the vicious beast, which had devoured the flesh and blood of human race, gradually developed sentience. This was something Shen Ni never expected. Human race actually had such effects. Now, seeing near saint-level experts emerge from human race, how could Shen Ni not be shocked? You should know. How long has it been since the birth of the human race? Shen Ni stared intently at Suiren Shifeng and Yu Xiaoxi Shan, sensing immense potential in human race. Such a race with potential. If allowed to develop in the future, the ferocious beast clan will all perish. A cold glint flashed in Shen Ni's eyes as he looked at Suiren Shifeng and Yu Xiaoxi Shan, who had joined forces to deal with him. Shen Ni sneered, "Since you're courting death, then let the entire human race become nourishment for my people." Human race and blood can not only evolve their ferocious beast clan bloodline can also awaken the vicious beast's intelligence something Shen Ni has long coveted. Yesterday's karma setting was indeed unreasonable. Following everyone's suggestions, it has been changed to awaken intelligence. Now that Shen Ni sees human race's potential, he's even less likely to let it go. Otherwise, he'll just causing them trouble in the future. My lads, this is all your blood offering. Don't be shy. As Shen Ni gave the order, the ferocious beast clan, who had been itching to charge, roared and rushed toward the human race territory. Suren Shifeng snorted coldly, and the immortal slaughtering sword formation spread out, engulfing the entire human territory and the vicious beast. Yao Beast's army was encircled within it. However, this dispersed Suren Shifeng's energy, making it even more difficult for him to face Shen Ni. Fortunately, Yu Chaoshi Shan arrived, and the two of them together were able to barely cope with Shen Ni's attack. As expected of the protagonist of the vicious beast calamity, his power far exceeded expectations. Suren Shifeng and Yu Chaoshi Shan, caught in the midst of battle, were filled with emotion. Although Shen Ni is only a quasi-same middle-stage powerhouse, his true combat strength is absolutely comparable to that of a quasi-saint late stage. Otherwise, Suren Shifeng and Yu Chaoshi Shan wouldn't have been unable to do anything to each other for so long. Heh, you really think you two can stop me? Shen Ni let out a cold laugh, and then Shen Ni, who had never used the power of law before, suddenly unleashed the power of law. The devouring power of the Tao Ti appeared on Shen Ni. Its powerful devouring force caused Suren Shifeng and Yu Chaoshi to sway, and they were almost devoured by the opponent's divine ability. What powerful law force! Suren Shifeng and his companion were surprised. I never expected that Shen Ni, the vivacious beast king known for his physical body, would also have such a strong law. In an instant, Suren Shifeng and his companion were at a disadvantage, and just as they were about to be defeated, Suiren clan hurriedly looked towards Kang Jai, who was resisting the vicious beast army. Dao, Senior, please lend them a hand. Kang Jai, who had been watching the battlefield closely, smiled calmly and said, "Don't be nervous. They're all right. Sun will help them." The words had barely left his mouth when the sound of 3 arrows piercing the air rang out. Kang Ji's human race, the main body, Jizo and Yakushi, who joined the Western sect, all appeared on the battlefield. Human race, although neither the main body nor Jizo has broken through to the quasi-sage realm, their strength is still at the Grand Unity Golden Immortal level. Peak-level experts can even rival some of the most ordinary near Saint-level experts. As for the pharmacist clone, he has already broken through to the quasi-sage realm, and his strength is not much worse than that of Suren Shifeng and Yu Chaoshi Shan. With the addition of the 3 to the battlefield, the vicious beast's offensive momentum was immediately halted. In particular, with the pharmacist joining the fray, Shen Ni's original advantage was immediately reversed. Suren Shifeng, Yu Chaoshi Shan, and the pharmacist, working together, were able to suppress Shen Ni, a quasi-saint in the middle stage. The 4 of them were locked in a fierce battle, fighting fiercely and evenly matched for a time. Shen Ni was also surprised to find that there were 3 near saint-level experts in the small human race, something that even Yao race probably didn't know. In fact, Yao race really didn't know Dao. Human race has 3 near saint-level experts. Suren Shifeng breakthrough quasi-sage realm, that is known throughout the entire prehistoric world. However, Yu Chaoshi Shan and the pharmacist break through the quasi-sage realm was hidden by Nua and the 2 sages of the West. With Saint covering it up, Yao race naturally had no idea. I originally thought that, with Shen Ni involved, human race would be a piece of cake. However, the current situation is giving Shen Ni a real headache. Given this situation, It's impossible for him to complete the task assigned by Emperor Jun. While complaining to Emperor Jun, Shen Ni also telepathically told the four vicious beasts of chaos, "Stop playing around. It's time for you guys to break through." Upon hearing this, the four vicious beasts exchanged glances and instantly released their aura. At the same time, the flesh and blood of the human race that they had previously devoured were also rapidly digested and absorbed. The magnificent human race, they quickly absorbed the Qi blood and the special energy hidden in the flesh and blood of the human race. As they absorbed that special energy, their intelligence, which already no less than that of humans, seemed to be replenished. The mist that seemed to shroud the sea of consciousness gradually dissipated. The four vicious beasts roared, and law chains surged forth from their bodies. Surprisingly, their law chains were actually used to lock them up. As the energy surrounding the four vicious beasts surged, the chains of law gradually broke. With each break of a law chain, the Qi energy of the four vicious beasts surged by 1 point. Kang Jai stared intently at the four vicious beasts, because just now, Kang Jai sensed they actually managed to devour a tiny bit of luck. Could it be that the reason why devouring human race flesh and blood can enhance bloodline and increase intelligence is due to the power of human race? Kang Ji immediately connected with the human race authority and used it to investigate the current situation of human race. This investigation actually uncovered some suspicious activity by Kang Jai. At some point, human race and human Dao, luck, they were tied together at the last minute. Even the person who held the power of the Dao had noticed anything unusual. Previously, while human race did represent humanity to some extent, luck, while consuming the flesh and blood of the human race, could increase cultivation and purify bloodline. The effect was far less significant than it is now. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes, sensing that something was amiss. The person is now in a state of depravity and has yet awakened. No matter how Kang Jai calls out, there is no response. This is very abnormal. The only things that can suppress a human Dao from waking up are the heavenly Dao and the earth Dao. Given Dao's situation, he would never do such a thing. The matter was already quite obvious, and Kang Ji's heart trembled. It seems that heavenly Dao or Hongjun have made their move. No wonder the Yao race knew about the human race's uniqueness, and benefits of devouring the human race's flesh and blood were increased countless times. This is heavenly Dao eroding the power of the human Dao. Phew! You heavenly Dao, you Hongjun, you actually had such a plan. Kang Jai was somewhat relieved that he had made arrangements beforehand and relocated many human races. Otherwise, after this witch and demon great calamity, Dao will never be able to recover. You want to break through? Did you even ask me? Kang Jai, no longer staying behind, also joined the battle, preparing to stop Shen Ni's four vicious beasts. Break through Quasi-Sage Realm. However, Shen Ni, who had been keeping a close eye on Kang Jai, would not let him have his way. With a loud shout, 10 figures appeared in front of Kang Jai. They were the remaining 8 Grand Unity Golden Immortal powerhouses that Shen Ni had brought, as well as Zeus and Odin. These 10 people all had Grand Unity Golden Mortal cultivation levels. At the late stage, they blocked Ji's path, attempting to prevent him from attacking the 4 vicious beasts. Since you're courting death, then so be it. Faced with these 10 people, Kang Jai no longer showed any courtesy. This opportunity presents a perfect chance to resolve the conflict between Zeus and Odin. Life taken away. The endless law enveloped the 10 people, and under the influence of the law of life, they aged at a visible rate. No, my lifespan. Stop him! Zeus and Odin were alarmed when they felt lifespan rapidly draining from their bodies. At the same time, Zeus and Odin went all out to try to interrupt Kangji's attack. However, Kangji originally targeted the two of them, and their strength was nothing compared to Kangji's current abilities. Under the powerful law of life's deprivation, Zeus and Odin aged rapidly. In a moment of panic, Odin quickly threw a ball at Kangji. Without a second thought, Kangji threw a punch. Under the immense law of life, the incoming sphere rapidly aged, even showing signs of cracking. Kangji let out a cold laugh. Under the law of life, both people and things would lose their vitality and eventually turn into dust. However, Odin just gave a cold laugh. Suddenly, Kangji narrowed his eyes, activated law of space-time, and stood in front of him. The next second, the aging sphere suddenly exploded. Boom! Kangji felt as if a world had been destroyed, and the powerful shockwave caused him to stagger backward. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Odin quickly retreated. Kangji's pupils contracted, and disregarding the powerful recoil, he used Law of Life again, pulling Zeus, who was trying to escape, back again. Kangji stared at Odin, who had retreated into the distance, with a somewhat complicated expression. Just now, Odin actually destroyed a world. It was precisely because he destroyed one of his own worlds that he was able to use the powerful shockwave to escape. What truly complicated Kangji's feelings was that he sensed Luo Yuanshu's presence in the world that had just exploded. In other words, Luo Yuanshu, whom he originally wanted to kill, was actually killed by Odin's self-destruction. Originally, Kangji wanted to capture the other party and then hand him over to Tikshuchu for disposal. However, Luo Yuanshu is now dead beyond any doubt, due to the self-destruction of the Odin world. Kangji pointed his finger, and a karma line appeared in the darkness, searching for everything related to Luo Yuanshu under Kangji's law of karma. Huh? How come there's still a karma line? Kangji was startled. Following Luo Yuanshu's karma line, she actually saw Lai Xuanyi. It's him. What's his relationship with Luo Yuanshu? Kangji squinted at Li Xuanyi, while Li Xuanyi also looked at Kangji. Seeing Kangji looking at him, Li Xuanyi didn't hesitate and quickly retreated, hiding among the Yao beast army. Kangji narrowed his eyes. His intuition told him that there was something wrong with Li Xuanyi. The other party was very likely Luo Yuanshu's older brother, Luo Yuanjing. However, Kangji did not rush to chase after him, because he knew that if the other party was indeed Luo Yuanjing, then with the talent of infinite clones, it would not be so easy for him to kill him in one go. The opponent possesses an infinite number of clones, and once the clones cross time and space, even with the law of karma, it will be difficult to kill them. Of course, if Kangji has already broken through to saint level, even if Luo Yuanjing travels through time and space, he can use the law of karma to completely annihilate him. Unfortunately, he has neither broken through to saint level nor cultivated law of karma to the level of Dalio Golden Immortal Realm. To completely erase the other party, all of their clones must be in the prehistoric world. Therefore, Kangji was not in a hurry to cause trouble for the other party. He needed to find an opportunity to capture the other party alive and prevent the other party from self-destructing. Only in that way could he use the opponent's clone and the law of karma to find all of the opponent's clones and main body one by one. Just as Kangji was thinking of capturing Li Xuanyi alive, 4 powerful breaths rose up. Chaos 4's vicious beast has broken through to Quasi-Sage realm. How could it be so fast? Kangji wondered. Logically speaking, Grand Unity Golden, Immortal Breakthrough Quasi-Sage realm also requires a certain amount of time. Chaos-eyed vicious beast, however, completed the breakthrough in almost no time, and Hong Huang Heavenly Dao didn't react at all. This is a vicious beast. Shouldn't Heavenly Dao have wiped them out? Or at least unleashed the lightning tribulation? However, let alone lightning tribulation, not even a wisp of cloud was seen. Kang Jai knows that this must be the Hongjun making a move. Looking up at the sky, Kang Jai narrowed his eyes slightly. Hongjun really went all out. Ha ha ha! Shen defeated the crowd and reunited with Chaos's 4 vicious beasts. Shen Ni looked at Kang Jai and the others and sneered. Now, do you still dare to be so arrogant? Having just been overwhelmed by Sui Renshi Feng and his 2 companions, Shen Ni was seething with anger. Now that he has 4 more saint-level experts on his side, even if they are just breakthrough saint grade, they are in a winning position. Even if Yao race doesn't send any more reinforcements, he's confident he can human race. In fact, Yao race does not have enough manpower to support Shen Ni right now. As the Yao race launched a surprise attack on the Wu clan's territory from 3 directions, the Wu clan was not to be outdone. All the ancestral witches and great witches were mobilized, almost holding back all the Yao race members. Even Kang Ji's main body of the witch clan and Kua Shu clone joined the battle. This battle is destined to be protracted. At least until the battle on the human race side ends, the struggle between the witch and demon clans will not end. Although there was no strong support from the Yao race, Shen Ni believed that with his current forces and the large number of cannon fodder sent by the Yao race, the human race simply could not. Their attack. Kill! Shen Wei waved his hand dismissively, showing no intention of being polite, and wanted to deal with the human in front of him as quickly as possible. News has come from Yao race that the witch clan seems to be quite powerful, and he needs to quickly deal with the human race and go help them. Human race was also on edge as they watched the endless vicious beast and Yao beast surging towards them. Suren clan then looked at Kang Jai. Senior, do you have a solution? Kang Jai smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, the sect experts are already on their way. We just need to hold them off for a moment. Knowing what was going on, Sui Renshi Feng and the others were naturally not worried at all. They worked together to control the immortal slaughtering sword formation and the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram to resist the onslaught from the vicious beast and Yao beast. Tide. Heh! Do you really think you can stop us with this? You might be able to hold us off for a while, but can you really hold us off forever? I advise you to surrender obediently. Perhaps, considering you still have some use, I might spare your lives. Shen Ni tried to persuade them to surrender, but Kang Jai and the others had already seen through Yao race and Shen Ni's plans, and would never believe him. Seeing that Kang Jai and the others were unmoved, Shen Ni snorted coldly again. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being impolite. Shen Ni and Chaos exchanged a glance, and then the 5 vicious beasts collided. The 5 vicious beasts collided together, but instead of bouncing back, they merged into one another. Or to be more precise, it is that the 4 vicious beasts of chaos have been integrated into Shen Ni's body. With the 4 vicious beasts merging into Shen Ni's body, Shen Ni's ki surged again, no longer inferior to a quasi-saint late-stage powerhouse. What kind of ability is this? Kang Jai was also taken aback by the scene before her. If he could learn this body integration skill, it would be incredibly useful. You should know that Dao and Kang Jai have hundreds of millions of clones, many of which are very low grade. But if they could fuse with each other, wouldn't that create many powerful body integrations? Looking at Shen Ni's body integration, Kang Jai couldn't wait to get his hands on some of their body integration-based bloodline and study it. Unfortunately, now is not the time to think about these things. With Shen Ni aura breakthrough to quasi-sage realm, even if the combat power of someone at the late stage doesn't reach the quasi-sage peak, it's still very close. With such beings, Kang Ji's defensive formation is already somewhat inadequate. Kang Jai felt somewhat helpless, only hoping that the North Sea Black Tortoise could arrive soon. Once the North Sea Black Tortoise arrives, even the body integration Shen Ni won't be a problem. After all, even Emperor Jun and his forces might not be able to break through the defenses of the North Sea Black Tortoise. And Shen Ni, although body integration is powerful, it is still quite different from something like Emperor Jun. Seeing that human race remained unmoved, Shen Ni did not hesitate any longer and crashed into formation with a loud bang. In an instant, a gap appeared, and Vicious Beast seized the opportunity to rush into the formation. Sui Renshifeng was too late to expel the Vicious Beasts, and could only quickly restore the formation gap. As for the Vicious Beasts and Yao Beasts that have already run into the human race territory, Sui Renshifeng can only hope that others will go and hunt them down. Human race, the main body, Citigarba, the three ancestors of the Suiren clan, and Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, these Grand Unity Golden Immortal level powerhouses, became the main cleanup crew. They can't participate in the Saint grade battles. They can only participate in these cleanup operations. However, as Shen Ni created more and more breaches, more and more Vicious Beasts and Yao Beasts rushed into the human race area, and the pressure on everyone increased. In particular, when Grand Unity Golden Immortal level beings stormed into the human race, casualties within the human race began to increase rapidly. While cleaning up the Vicious Beast and Yao Beast, Kang Jai anxiously awaited the arrival of the North Black Tortoise. The Yao Beast and Vicious Beast that enter the human race are both very cunning. They did not directly confront the attacks of Kang Jai and his powerful companions. Instead, they roamed around, creating chaos and hiding among the ordinary Vicious Beasts and Yao Beasts to attack. Human race. This is why they caused such a huge number of casualties. But as they devoured more and more human races, they became increasingly intelligent and harder to deal with. Seemingly sensing Kang Jai and the others' predicament, Shen Ni mocked Dao again. Human race, do you think you can withstand my attack with a few helpers? Let me tell you, today is the day the human race is wiped out, and no one can save them. Since the witch and demon great calamity, all saints have been confined to the Dao field. This is the message Emperor Jun told them. Without saints' intervention, who in this world could stop him? Unless the 12 ancestral witches intervene. But the 12 ancestral witches are currently tied up in the witch clan's territory. Why would they come to the rescue of the little human race? In Shen Ni's opinion, human race is doomed this time. Once the ferocious beast clan has devoured the entire human race, they will all evolve to possess sentience. By then, the ferocious beast clan will no longer be the muddle-headed vicious beasts, but will become a powerful race comparable to the top Yao race. By then, his status within Yao race will rise rapidly. And the amount of Yao race authority he can obtain will also increase. Only then could he influence the progress of the witch and demon great calamity, dragging it until the arrival of the 3,000 demon god realm. Thinking of this, Shen Ni became even more excited, looking at human race as if he were looking at a dead man. Just when Shen Ni thought victory was assured, the once calm sea suddenly became turbulent. At first, Shen Ni didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a normal high tide. But as the waves grew larger and higher, reaching heights of hundreds of meters. Shen Ni finally sensed something was wrong. But the waves kept increasing, soon reaching several thousand meters. Even Suren Shifeng and others, who were maintaining the formation, felt immense pressure. "Senior, what's going on? How can there be such huge waves in the ocean? Could it be that the Yao race in the sea has all come to attack our human race?" Suiren clan was somewhat terrified. They couldn't handle the Yao race and the vicious beast on land. If the Yao beast from the sea also causes trouble, then human race will truly have no way out. Kang Jai smiled slightly and reassured Dao, "Don't worry, they're one of us." "One of our own?" Besides Kang Jai, apart from the main body and clone, everyone else looked at Kang Jai with curiosity. Kang Jai didn't speak, but simply gestured for everyone to look towards the East China Sea. At some point, the waves on the sea began to recede, and as the waves subsided, a gigantic island, so large that its boundaries could not be seen, appeared for everyone's eyes. "Where did this island come from?" someone stammered and asked Dao. Kang Jai chuckled. "Naturally, it's the location of my department's base." Everyone was shocked, and Suiren clan exclaimed, "This is Senior? The sect's headquarters? On an island?" Kang Jai nodded. Everyone became excited, and Yu Chaoshi exclaimed, in surprise, "Does this mean that the powerful figure Senior mentioned has also come here?" Kang Jai nodded again. The crowd became even more excited, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope for survival. Zi asked cautiously, "Senior, does that powerful Senior live on that island? Should we go and invite him?" Kang Jai coughed lightly and said, "He doesn't live on the island." Everyone was taken aback, their faces full of confusion. "He's not staying on the island? Then, he's staying? Didn't you say he came too?" Kang Jai seriously. "He did come, but he definitely doesn't live on the island." Before Kang Jai could finish speaking, towering waves suddenly surged up again in front of the giant island. However, this time the giant wave was not heading towards the east coast, but rather surging towards both sides. Immediately afterwards, the members of human race witnessed a scene they would never forget. An unimaginably huge head slowly rose from beneath the sea. As the head emerged from the water, huge waves surged and crashed to both sides. As the North Sea Black Tortoise's head emerged from the water, a desolate, ancient, and terrifying aura rose up. North Sea Black Tortoise. Shen Ni stared wide-eyed at the suddenly appearing North Sea Black Tortoise, her face filled with disbelief. The North Sea Black Tortoise has existed since the beginning of time, and its antiquity is even greater than that of Shen Ni. Shen Ni also saw this being during the vicious beast Eon. He even wanted to devour his opponent back then, but unfortunately, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the North Sea Black Tortoise, Shen Ni swallowed hard. He knew that Dao was no match for the North Sea Black Tortoise in his current state. What should we do? Should Dao just back down like this? Wouldn't that be incredibly shameless? Shen Ni hesitated for a moment. Although this was only one of his clones, it was also his strongest clone. If he runs away upon seeing the North Sea Black Tortoise, wouldn't that imply he's afraid of it? Moreover, given the size of the North Sea Black Tortoise, he didn't believe it could even make it ashore. With such a massive size, once the North Sea Black Tortoise comes ashore, even the prehistoric world would likely struggle to support its weight. Since the North Sea Black Tortoise can't go ashore, what does it have to be afraid of? If you really can't win, you can always run away. Boom! Shen Ni was not ready for battle when the North Sea Black Tortoise, which had just emerged from the water, blasted him with a water cannon. The powerful water-based law force slammed down on Shen Ni. Shen didn't have time to think and immediately used all her strength to catch it. However, the next second, Vicious Beast, known for its physical body strength, Body integration was sent flying billions of miles by a single heavy blow from the North Sea black tortoise. Shen Ni body integration struggled to steady himself, staring intently at the North Sea black tortoise, who was looking at him with a mocking expression. And at that moment, human race, once the formation changes, there's no need to resist Shen Ni. After the body integration attack, I can finally free up energy to deal with vicious beast and Yao beast. While human race was clearing out these vicious beasts and Yao beasts, Kang Jai found Suiren clan. Fellow Taoist, you've seen the current situation in human race. Have you made a decision about whether to move to Tortoise Back Island? The three ancestors of the Suiren clan exchanged glances, all somewhat hesitant. The coast of the East China Sea is, after all, the ancestral home of their human race, and they are somewhat reluctant to give it up. In particular, the ancestral home of the human race contains their Nua temple. If they were to leave, seeing the hesitation of the three ancestors of the Suiren clan, Kang Jai did not urge them. Sui Renshi Feng, who knew about the human race, spoke up. Father, if you are worried about the Temple of Our Lady, why don't you move it to Tortoise Back Island as well? The three ancestors of the Suiren clan were taken aback at first, then exclaimed, "How can that be? This is the place where the Holy Mother created us. We have worshipped the goddess here for generations. How can we arbitrarily move the goddess's temple to an island?" Faced with the third patriarch's hesitation, Suirenshi Feng looked directly at Yu Chaoshi Shan. Yu Chaoshi Shan was, after all, a disciple of Nua. If he were to persuade them, the third ancestor would likely give it a second thought. As expected, Yu Chaoshi Shan said, "Actually, Master doesn't care about these things. Master's situation is a bit special, and sometimes she is willing but unable to help. Master once said, as long as we at human race are doing well, nothing else matters." Yu Chaoshi Shan's words moved the three ancestors of the Suiren clan even more. They were the first people created by Nua, and they were sculpted by Nua bit by bit, embodying her painstaking efforts. Their feelings for Nua were also the deepest. Unlike Suirenshi Feng and Yu Chaoshi Shan, who are postnatal human races, they were all born through gestation and could not experience the relationship between the three ancestors of the Suiren clan. Nua. Upon hearing Nua's words that all she wished for was for them to live well and that nothing else mattered, the three ancestors of the Suiren clan were immediately moved to tears. Fortunately, after a moment of being moved, the three ancestors of the Suiren clan agreed to relocate the Nua temple along with the Nua temple. Although the Nua temple remains here, vicious beast and Yao beast dare not damage it at will. But they still felt it would be better to relocate them. Having made the decision, the next step is to relocate the human race to Tortoise Back Island as much as possible. However, the number of human races is simply too large, with trillions of people, making it no easy task for them to migrate from various parts of the human races to Tortoise Back Island. In particular, there are many mixed-race people near the witch tribe, which makes things even more troublesome. Regardless, migrating is better than doing nothing. With the order given, the human race, whose cultivation was fairly good, began to fly in all directions, trying their best to bring their people to the vicinity of the East Sea. Meanwhile, the North Sea black tortoise and Shen Ni body integration has already gone through many iterations. Although the North Sea black tortoise was superior, its power was constantly weakening as Shen Ni began to retreat into the depths of the primordial land. After reaching a certain distance, the North Sea black tortoise even took Shen Ni. There is no way to achieve body integration. Seeing this, the North Sea black tortoise frowned and immediately stopped its attack. After realizing this, Shen Ni actually changed his strategy. The vicious beast and Yao beast which were originally surging towards the human race, suddenly changed direction and moved towards the wild inland region. They began attacking the human race, which was located far from the East China Sea. And the human race there, Kang Jai and others also have difficulty taking care of it. After all, Kang Jai and his team have limited energy. Seeing this, Kang Jai looked at Suren clan and the others and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go and bring some people over." Kang Jai flew towards Tortua's back island. Now, if he wanted to migrate the human race as much as possible, he could only ask Dian Lai and his 3 armies for help. At least his 10,000 soldiers from the 3 kingdoms had reached the golden immortal realm level of cultivation. 10,000 golden immortal realm cultivators can play a significant role in assisting migration. In particular, people like Gojia, whose cultivation has reached the Tai golden immortal realm, can provide even greater assistance. With their help, as many human races as possible can migrate. As for the human races that couldn't be protected, Kang Jai can only apologize. He has already pushed himself to the limit, and now he must guard against Yao race's counterattack. Yao race will not give up until it has hunted enough human races. Only by collecting enough human race souls can they forge the witch-slaying sword capable of harming the 12 ancestral witches. Otherwise, if Yao race could only forge witch-slaying swords that could harm great witches, would Yao race be content with that? No, if we want to save these human races, it seems we have to do something. Kang Jai kept thinking about how to resolve this crisis. After much thought, the only thing Kang Jai could think of was to trigger the Great War between the Liches ahead of time. Only by completely diverting the Yao race's attention and preventing them from collecting the human race's souls could the human race escape this disaster. But how can we trigger the Great War between the Lich Kings ahead of schedule? Kang Jai had a sudden inspiration and immediately came up with an idea. "I'm sorry." Kang Jai sighed. Prematurely triggering the Great War between the Lich Kings will inevitably result in heavy losses for both races. But for the sake of human race, Kang Jai had no choice but to do this. Today's people Daoluluk is now completely bound to him. The primordial human race has fallen, and the human Dao luck can also be damaged, and a person's weakness can also backfire on them. Although triggering the witch and demon great calamity prematurely will cause the deaths of a large number of ordinary people from both races. Similarly, triggering a catastrophe in advance can also prevent even greater casualties later on. At least for now, neither side is truly prepared for everything, and prematurely triggering a war will certainly not result in more casualties than if they were fully prepared. Having made up his mind, Kuashu Clone, who was defending the Western Front, immediately took action in order to separate the 12 ancestral witches as much as possible. The Yao race, led by Emperor Jun and Tai respectively, launched surprise attacks on the tribes of the Witch Clan in the north and south. The Witch Clan was built around Mount Buzhou. They were attacked from both the south and the north, and Emperor Jun and Tai were leading the attack. The 12 ancestral witches had to split into 2 groups to provide support. As for the westernmost tribes, due to the damage to the western earth veins, the number of shaman tribes near the west is actually the smallest. For this reason, the Yao race sent the smallest force to the west, consisting of only 3 near saint-level experts: Shi He, Xingchengji, and Fu Shi. In addition, Kang Ji's demon cultivator Body Di Kang and demon cultivator main body Mo Yu, as one of the 2 grand Unity Gold Immortals powerhouses, were also among the ranks this time. The Wu clan also made preparations, dispatching Hao Yi and Xing Tian, 2 near saint-level experts. Although the Wu clan only has 2 near saint-level experts, The combat power of Hao Yi and Xing Tian is far beyond what Fu Xi, Shang Zi, and Shi He can match. Even when facing an additional near-saint-level expert, Hao Yi and Xing Tian were not intimidated at all. Besides them, Kuo-shu clone from the Wu tribe also came here with Hao Yi and the others. Because the fighting in the West was the least intense, that's why Kuo-shu was sent there. In the Witch clan, Kuo-shu is an absolutely unique individual, and the 12 ancestral witches will not allow him to be put in danger. In special circumstances, Hao Ya would also escape with Kuo-shu. However, the Wu tribe would never have imagined that Kuo-shu would cause trouble on his own. The moment Kuo-shu received Kang Ji's message, he knew what to do. Kuo-shu didn't force the risk, but instead watched Hao Yi in the midst of battle and transmitted a message to Xing Tian. I think I'm about to break through. Hao Yi and Xing Tian, caught off guard during the battle, were almost hit by Chang Si and his group. Before the two could respond, Kuo-shu had already rushed towards Di Kang and Mo Yu. Di Kang and Mo Yu immediately understood. They were already in Grand Unity Golden Immortal Peak. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to also break through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. The three collided and quickly became entangled in a fight. Kang Ji immediately mobilized computing power and allocated it to the three people, allowing them to better understand the corresponding law. Kuo-shu specializes in the law of strength, which is the most unique of the 3,000 laws. It can control all power, including any law. That is why Pangu was able to suppress all chaos, demon, and god with the law of strength. Kuo-shu wants to break through Hunyuan Golden Immortal. What he needs to do is utilize his law of strength to govern all the laws within his body, achieving a level of power that governs everything. To achieve this, Kuo-shu must constantly fight and hone all his skills in battle. Hao Yi and Xing Tian also did not expect that Kuo-shu would break through at this time. Neither of them suspected Kuo-shu. After all, one never knows when the urge to break through might arise. The two could only do their best to stop Fu Xi and the other two from interfering with Kuo-shu. Breakthrough. Given Kuo-shu's strength, as long as there are no quasi-sage realm experts interfering, it's unlikely that anyone could harm him. Seeing Kuo-shu rushing towards them, Di Kang and Mo Yu didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to meet him, sending a telepathic message to Shi He and the other two. Your Majesty, Empress, don't worry, we can handle him. Seeing the two of them approach Kuo-shu, Fu Xi and the other two hesitated for a moment, ultimately did not refuse. The main reason is that neither side can spare many extra personnel, and Di Kang and Mo Yu are quite strong, so having them deal with Kuo-shu is the most suitable option. The three clashed and quickly got into a heated fight. However, it wasn't long before Fu Xi and the other two realized that something was wrong. Because Kuo-shu's aura is constantly rising, it seems like it will break through to another realm level in the next second. Oh no, he's going to break through to quasi-sage realm. Stop him! Shi He shouted in alarm. He knew how terrifying Kuo-shu was. This suspected Pangu, once the reincarnation ancestral witch breaks through to the quasi-sage realm, and with the creation merit on him, who can restrain him? I'm afraid even Hongjun will be affected by then. Even the old ancestor wouldn't dare to attack the other side. Now they can still use their cultivation to restrict the other party's actions. Even if they don't dare to kill the other party, they can still restrain them. However, once the opponent successfully breaks through quasi-sage realm, who will be able to restrain him then? Saint? But would Saint really step in for Yao race? Although Dao Zhu was on their side, they also knew very well that Dao Zhu would not ruin his own image for their sake. At least, from the perspective of all the creatures In the primordial world, Dao Zu was relatively fair. Without Saint's intervention, breakthrough, how will quasi-sage realms Kuo-shu and their Yao race team deal with this? He and the other two felt a chill run down their spines. She even rushed towards Kuo-shu recklessly, but was stopped by Hao Yi. Upon seeing this, Fu Shi immediately informed Emperor Jun. Upon learning that Kuo-shu is about to break through quasi-sage realm, even Emperor Jun panicked. Once Kuo-shu break through to quasi-sage realm, what can Yao race use to fight back? A near saint-level expert with a massive amount of creation merit that has yet to be used. They dare not make a move, yet are unwilling to admit defeat. Amidst Emperor Jun's internal struggle, a voice reached his ears. Summon all Yao race members to charge. If that fails, launch a full-scale battle. I will secretly assist you. Dao Zu's voice reached Emperor Jun's ears, which delighted him. Without any hesitation, Emperor Jun immediately did as Dao Zu had instructed. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Tai attempted to gather more quasi-sage realm warriors to support Shi He and his allies. But the 12 ancestral witches, who all received the news, would not let them have their way. Seeing that they were being held back, Emperor Jun finally thought of Shen Ni. Currently, the only Sanggrade power that can still be freely mobilized within their Yao race is Shen side. Shen Ni was stunned upon receiving the message. Damn it, I'm in the East China Sea, and you want me to get to the west right now. How long will that take? Shen Ni cursed inwardly. He was driving the vicious beasts to devour the human race without restraint when he suddenly received a message from Emperor Jun, which immediately displeased him. Regardless of his displeasure, the Yao race members he brought had already begun to change direction and head west. Watching the ever-migrating human race, Shen Ni clenched his fists, wanting to stay, but then the person in charge of Yao race found him. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor has ordered us to proceed to the western part of the Witch Clan at Stop Ancestor Kuo-shu. Breakthrough. Otherwise, if they break through, our Yao race will be in big trouble. Shen Ni felt resentful as he watched the Yao race people urging him on. Isn't it just a grand unity golden immortal witch clan? Why are you so afraid? Even trying to stop them from breaking through to the quasi-sage realm? Even if he breaks through to the quasi-sage realm, so what? Does the witch clan gaining another quasi-sage realm expert mean Dao can cause significant damage to our Yao race? Unaware of what was happening, Shen Ni was unwilling to leave like this. He believed that as long as they devoured enough human race, their ferocious beast clan could undergo a transformation. But Yao race on the other side gave a wry smile. Beast King, you don't know this, ancestor god Kuo-shu is not just an ordinary witch. He is not only the 13th ancestral witch of the entire witch clan, but he also possesses a massive amount of creation merit and is suspected to be Pangu, reincarnation. Even your Majesty, the god of God wouldn't dare to touch the creation merit he possesses. To kill the opponent, even the Heavenly Emperor your Majesty would have to perish. Therefore, once the opponent's through, upon hearing Yao race's explanation, Shen Ni's eyes widened in surprise. Open. Creation merit? You're saying this Kuo-shu possesses creation merit? Shen Ni was genuinely shocked this time. He hadn't been with Yao race for very long and was unaware of many of the secrets of the primordial world. Kuo-shu possesses creation merit, but even within Yao race, not many people know about it. After all, when Kuo-shu was still very weak, he severely damaged Shi He with creation merit, which was not a glorious thing for Yao race. Upon hearing this news, Shen Ni's expression immediately became uncertain. At this point in time, those who still possess creation merit, even if they are not Pangu, Reincarnation is probably also closely related to Pangu. Is it possible that Pangu hasn't completely fallen, and he's making moves? Does he want to make a comeback? Shen Ni suddenly thought of their 3,000 demon god realm. If Pangu truly returns, and the 3,000 demon god realm invades the primordial world, can the 3,000 demon god realm really come out on top? Ultimately, the ferocious beast clan are beings born from the remnants and grievances of the 3,000 chaos demon gods. Their clan prefers the 3,000 chaos demon gods to Pangu. If Pangu were to be resurrected, it would not be a good thing for them. No, we absolutely cannot let this person break through. Shen Ni looked at the Yao race members and said, "You've brought your army here. I'll go ahead first." Shen Ni disregarded everything else, did not disband body integration, but instead marched towards the western battlefield in body integration form. Not only him, but with Emperor Jun's order, the entire Yao race of the primordial world was converging on the western battlefield. In addition, Emperor Jun and Tai fought while forcibly shifting the battlefield. At this moment, the forces of the witch and demon clans, both above and below the heavens, are converging on the western battlefield. Oh no! Senior brother, why are they heading towards the western battlefield? On Mount Ling, Jiayan and Junti were watching the battle in the primordial world. But as they watched, they suddenly realized that both the witch clan and the Yao race were constantly migrating towards the western battlefield. Although the battlefield to the west of the witch and demon clans is still far from their sacred mountain. But this is a war between two races. The witch and demon clans have mobilized almost all their forces. If they were to fight recklessly, it would surely affect their western lands. They had painstakingly repaired some of the western lands, and if they were to be destroyed again by the two races, they truly dared not imagine how they would live in the future. Senior brother, why don't we step in and stop them? Let them fight somewhere else. Seeing the furious junior brother, Jiayan sighed helplessly. Don't forget Dao Zu's warning. Do you think Dao Zu will let us take action? Junti choked for a moment, remembering Dao Zu's warning. No saint is allowed to interfere with the witch and demon great calamity. Whoever does will suffer the consequences. But what if it affects us as well? Junti asked, his face full of worry. Jiayan gritted his teeth, turned the formation defense to maximum. Jiayan squinted and muttered to himself. Since it is Dao Zu's order, if this battle spreads to the west again, perhaps we can ask Dao Zu for something. What do you want from Dao Zu? Junti asked Jiayan, puzzled. Jiayan smiled mysteriously and did not respond, but changed the subject. Now that vicious beast and Yao race, it's time for Jizang and Yaoshi to return. Junti nodded in agreement. It's indeed time for him to come back, but... Junti looked at luck in the human race with some surprise. Senior brother, didn't you say before that the human race was facing extinction? Why? Now, although the human race was wrecked, with more than a third of the victims killed or injured. However, human race's luck did not suffer much damage. More importantly, human race, the blood-red hue deep within luck is gradually fading, signifying that the calamity of the human race is receding. But wasn't the human race facing the threat of extinction before? How did the calamity just disappear? Jiayan also frowned deeply. Logically speaking, in the case of the human race, even if they were not wiped out, 99% of the human race would have to die to survive the catastrophe. But now, only 1/3 of the human race in their territory has died, while the rest of the human race have all survived. If we include the human race, who were relocated earlier, the entire human race probably lost less than 1/10 of its members in this calamity. In fact, if the human race in the world tree is included, the loss of the human race is less than 1/1000th. Even so, Kang Jai felt heartbroken for a long time. That's a living, breathing human race, and a source of inspiration for others. Human race? Jaein hesitated for a while before continuing. This older brother can't say for sure what's going on, but I think it might be related to the human race. Human Dao? Junti's eyes flickered. He certainly knew Dao, and he knew Dao even better. Hongjun is scheming against Dao. How did the seemingly weak Dao manage to evade the Hongjun schemes? Jaein looked towards the land of the human race, watching the human race constantly migrating towards the North Sea Black Tortoise, and said leisurely, "The primordial world today is no longer the primordial world we knew before. The prehistoric world has become much more unpredictable, and these variables may all be related to that person." As soon as he finished speaking, Jaein's gaze turned to Kuashu's direction. "Senior brother, you mean Great God Pengu is back?" Junti's eyes widened. If Pengu had truly returned, then Junti couldn't help but look in the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace. If Pengu returns, Hongjun can Daozu still maintain his absolute dominance? Junti and Jaein exchanged a glance, their eyes meeting as if conveying some kind of signal. Neither of them spoke, and they both looked in Kuashu's direction. They also wanted to see Kuashu break through. What changes will occur after Kwasai Sage Realm? Or will Daozu Hongjun stop the other party from breaking through at all costs? In an instant, countless powerful divine thoughts of Dao crossed space and descended upon the western battlefield. Meanwhile, the battle between Kuashu, Ji Kang, and Mo Yu intensifies. As Kuashu continues to hone his skills, his understanding of the law of strength becomes increasingly profound. However, as his mastery of the law of strength deepened, the prehistoric world imposed increasingly strict restrictions on him. Kuashu knows this is the Hongjun making a move. At the same time, Di Kang and Mo Yu, who were fighting, suddenly sensed a power empowering them. In an instant, their understanding of heaven and earth increased countless times. Di Kang and Mo Yu felt that not only had their comprehension ability increased exponentially, but the law of the world was also selflessly open to them. If their previous understanding of the primordial law was like a step-by-step self-study, then now it's as if they have a master teacher explaining it to them. That wasn't enough. This renowned teacher wanted nothing more than to cram all the laws directly into their minds. This feeling of comfort was something they had never experienced before. In just a short time, Di Kang and Mo Yu's law comprehension reached the bottleneck of breakthrough, which frightened Kang Jai into immediately stopping his support for them, and instead focusing all his computing power on Kuashu clone. Moreover, Kang Jai even mobilized the power of the Dao to empower Kuashu, enabling him reach a terrifying level of understanding of the law of strength. Even so, Dai Kang and Mo Yu, blessed by heavenly Dao, also, before breakthrough, it first reached its own limit. Click! Both of them heard the sound of bottleneck shattering inside their bodies. Immediately afterwards, Di Kang and Mo Yu unleashed powerful aura, which grew stronger and stronger. Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm! Everyone exclaimed surprise, not expecting that Di Kang and Mo Yu would be the first to break through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. The happiest people were none other than the Yao race members. Di Kang and Mo Yu with a breakthrough, dealing with Kuashu becomes much easier. They could even use their superior strength to directly defeat Kuashu. Seal it. In an instant, the members of the Wu tribe became extremely anxious. Both Hao Yi and Xing Tian rushed towards Kuashu without regard for their own safety, attempting to take Kuashu away before breakthrough. But Chang Zi, Shi He, and Fu Shi would not let such an opportunity pass by. They almost did everything they could to stop Hao Yi and Xing Tian, even though both sides were fighting desperately, and their injuries were instantly aggravated. However, both sides seemed oblivious to their own injuries, continuing to desperately charge and resist, not only on Hao Yi's side, but also on both the northern and southern battlefields. The 12 ancestral witches' expressions changed. They didn't expect that Kuo Shu, who was supposed to be the first to break through, would fail to do so, and instead block Kuo Shu. Di Kang and Mo Yu, who were supposed to break through, were the first to break through. Such an unusual occurrence made them realize Dao was not normal. But now is not the time to dwell on that. They need to hurry and rescue Kuo Shu. However, Emperor Jun and Taichi, along with the rest of the Yao race, would never agree to this. Similarly, they also tried their best to sit. It was only then that 12 ancestral witches realized how foolish it had been to separate. If they hadn't separated and formed the 12 Capital Heaven formation, how could these Yao race dare to stop them? More importantly, they discovered that there was an invisible force in the world binding them, preventing them from fully unleashing their potential. This must be the Hongjun's doing. 12 ancestral witches secretly resented that if they could form the 12 array and restore the Pengu true body, Hongjun would no longer dare to restrict them. But now, they are completely restricted. Hongjun, you old bastard! 12 ancestral witches cursed inwardly. Fortunately, Kuo Shu has creation merit, so her life is not in danger. Otherwise, they'd truly fight desperately, regardless of the consequences. But no one noticed that just as Di Kang and Mo Yu were using the power of heavenly Dao to law during the breakthrough, streams of calamity energy mixed to the law and were absorbed by Di Kang and Mo Yu. Gradually, as Di Kang and Yu began to break through, during the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, their sea of consciousness seemed shrouded in mist, and their minds began to become confused. The moment they broke through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm, a flash of bloodlust appeared deep in their eyes. Damn it! That damned Hongjun is using the power of the great calamity to influence their minds. The moment Di Kang and Mo Yu lost their focus, Master Kang Jai sensed something was wrong. At the same time, Di Kang and Mo Yu opened their eyes, their gazes towards Kuo Shu filled with murderous intent. Kang Jai was startled and wondered whether she should wake the two of them. However, if the main body's mind is used to awaken the two, Hongjun will inevitably discover the abnormality. However, if the two are not awakened, they will inevitably attack Kuo Shu clone. In just a moment, Kang Jai made his decision. In an instant, all of Kang's luck was bestowed upon Kuo Shu clone. Furthermore, all clone computing power, human Dao with the blessing of luck, Kuo Shu clone, who was already on the verge of breaking through, felt as if she had become completely clear and empty. A myriad of insights into law arose in my mind, and in the blink of an eye, my understanding of force was perfectly fused. So this is the law of strength, the mastery of power. Kuo Shu felt a surge of insights into the control of various powers. At the same time, Di Kang and Mo Yu opened their eyes, unleashing a terrifying aura as they charged towards Kuo Shu without hesitation. This is bad. They're plotting against the ancestral witch. Hao Yi and Xing Tian immediately sensed that something was wrong. Di Kang and Mo Yu's attack was not intended to seal or suppress Kuo Shu, but to kill him. Not only were Hao Yi and Xing Tian surprised, but even Fu Shi and the other two standing nearby were caught off guard. They all knew that Dao and Kuo Shu possessed creation merit, and that killing Kuo Shu would be tantamount to mutual destruction. They never expected that Di Kang and Mo Yu would be so reckless. However, This is a good thing for Yao race. Once Kuo-shu is eliminated, the only person the Wu tribe will be able to hold back from harming will be gone. At that time, they will no longer need to worry about anything else. They can focus all their efforts on eradicating the witch clan. In an instant, Shi He and Cheng Shi made a decision to stop Hao Yi and Qing Tian from rescuing them at all costs. Get out of my way! Hao Yi and Qing Tian unleashed two desperate axe blows, using all their strength and even pushing their own limits. Unlike before, when no matter what they said, they didn't think Kuo-shu's life was in danger. But now, Di Kang and Mo Yu are actually willing to risk their own lives to kill Kuo-shu, which is something no one expected. Not to mention them, even the members of Yao race were caught off guard. Faced with the two axes from Hao Yi and Qing Tian, Cheng Si and Shi, he stepped forward without hesitation to block them. But they never expected that Hao Yi and Qing Tian, who unleashed their ultimate power, would be so strong. The two axes from Hao Yi and Qing Tian even drew upon the power of the witch world within them, making their power far exceed their original strength. With two blows, Shi He and Chang Si, who had misjudged the situation, were sent flying backward, suffering serious injuries. But with them blocking their way, Fu Shi rushed over and stopped Hao Yi and Qing Tian, who were still trying to charge. In that brief delay, Di Kang and Mo Yu's attacks landed on Kuo-shu. In an instant, everyone's attention turned to Kuo-shu. If those two attacks landed, Kuo-shu would surely die. These two attacks almost used up all of Di Kang and Mo Yu's strength. Even Emperor Jun and Taichi, who were on the battlefields north and south, stared wide-eyed. I never expected that Wood Emperor's two subordinates would be so loyal to my Yao race. Emperor Jun was deeply moved. He had been somewhat unhappy that Di Kang and Mo Yu had joined Yin-Yang Divine Tree. After all, these two are Grand Unity Golden Immortals. Peak strong. But I never expected this. Emperor Jun watched the battlefield intently. If they could kill Kuo-shu, their Yao race would eliminate a major threat. This is crucial for Yao race. Although this would cost Yao race two near saint-level experts, Emperor Jun still felt it was a worthwhile deal. After all, Kuo-shu is suspected to be Pangu reincarnation. Nobody wants Pangu to be resurrected, otherwise, what would be left for them in the primordial world? Just as everyone was nervously watching the battlefield, and as the attack was about to hit, Kuo-shu opened his eyes. Boom! A sudden wave of energy surged around Kuo-shu. Immediately afterwards, Kuo-shu threw two unremarkable punches, just like an ordinary person throwing two punches. But with just those two punches, Law, who was originally heading straight for Kuo-shu, suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, as if controlled by a force, the two punches, imbued with boundless law, rebounded towards Di Kang and Mo Yu. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent. He broke through. No one expected that at this crucial moment, Kuo-shu would also break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Moreover, it is based on the law of Strength Brew's Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Emperor Jun, Taiyi, and the Yao race began to tremble. Creation merit, law of strength, the 13th ancestral witch, Kuo-shu is increasingly resembling Pangu. Reincarnation. If Pangu really returns, then what chance do they have? Just as everyone's minds were shaken, wisps of invisible key of calamity tribulation entered their bodies with each breath, and then silently seeped into the sea of a consciousness's spiritual platform. As their minds become shrouded in a QI of calamity tribulation, their spiritual awareness of the outside world is gradually weakening. Moreover, their rationality was also affected at this moment. Almost the instant Kuo-shu repelled Di Kang and Mo Yu, he rushed towards Kuashu like a madman, attempting to take the opportunity to kill him. Hao Yi, who was the first to react, shot an arrow without thinking. The arrow pierced he's body and then shot towards Dekang and Mo Yu. At the same time, a glint of light flashed in Kuashu's eyes when he saw he's serious injuries. He knew that Shi's insane attack on him must be related to Hong Jun. Hong Jun wanted to escalate the conflict between the liches and take the opportunity to kill him. Kuashu also held the same thought. If the witch and demon Great Calamity could end ahead of schedule, it would be a good thing for the primordial world. Kuashu stepped forward, and just as he was severely injured by Hao Yi's arrow, Kuashu's law of strength, carrying the power of many laws, surged into he's body. In an instant, he's body was filled with a massive amount of law. The next second, these laws, freed from the constraints of law of strength, burst forth instantly. With a deafening roar, he's body was instantly blasted to pieces by the violent law force. "Sister!" Chang Shi cried out in pain and immediately rushed towards he. However, Xing Tian reacted at this moment and directly stopped Chang Zi. Chang Shi attacked Xing Tian like a madman, but he couldn't break through Xing Tian's interception. Fu Shi was also startled by this sudden turn of events. He never expected that he would be killed by Kuashu and Hao Yi. Although they all have backup plans and are not truly dead, it is unknown how long it will take for them to be resurrected. Fu Shi stepped forward, intending to collect his tattered body and remaining soul. At least, with these remains of his body and soul, his resurrection time will be greatly shortened. However, as soon as Fu Shi made a move, Hao Yi assumed he was going to attack Kuashu and immediately blocked Fu Shi's path. Seeing this, Kuashu naturally understood Fu Shi's thoughts, but he did not continue to destroy his remains and soul. Since the resurrected he will be completely under the control of Yin-Yang Divine Tree, which is also his power. Why would he destroy his remains and soul? Although he could choose not to destroy his remains, he still had to put them away. Otherwise, they would be destroyed by the aftershocks of the battle sooner or later. Just then, Dekang and Mo Yu rushed over. Mo Yu relentlessly attacked Kuashu, but Kuashu, possessing the law of strength, was simply beyond Mo Yu's ability to contend with. Law of strength completely suppressed Mo Yu's law of death. But with Mo Yu's restraint, Dekang also successfully collected his remains and soul. Seeing Dekang put away his remains and soul, Chang Shi and Fu Shi both breathed a sigh of relief. With Dekang joining forces with Mo Yu, they finally managed to withstand Kuashu's attack. However, he's death spurred Emperor Jun and Taichi into battle. Tai roared and abandoned Dijiang and the others. The Chaos Bell was smashed out and pierced through space, appearing directly from the northern battlefield to the western battlefield. The moment the Chaos Bell appeared, it slammed directly into Hao Yi, who was in the middle of a battle. With a loud thud, Tai's full-force attack, amplified by Chaos Bell, caught Hao Yi off guard, sent him flying. Even Hao Yi, despite his powerful physical body, Hao Yi was left on the verge of death after Chaos Bell's all-out attack. Just then, before Fu Shi, who was fighting Hao Yi, could give chase, Chang Shi, who was entangled with Xing Tian, saw an opportunity. Chang Shi would naturally not let the opportunity pass her by to the person who killed her sister. Ignoring Xing Tian's attack, a crescent blade flew out and struck Hao Yi directly on the ground. The moon blade contained Chang Shi's full-force attack, which Hao Yi, already severely injured and on the verge of death, could not withstand, and was instantly cut in half at the waist. "Ah Yi!" Xing Tian roared and swung his axe at Chang Zi. Having just exerted all his strength, Chang Shi was no match Tian's axe, and was immediately cleaved in half by Xing Tian. If it weren't for Fu Shi's timely rescue, Cheng Sai would probably have perished by now. Xingxian, you're asking for death. Seeing that Cheng Sai was almost killed by Xing Tian, Tai Yi, who was controlling Chaos Bell, was furious and remotely Chaos Bell to blast Xing Tian. However, Xing Tian was also in a bloodthirsty frenzy at this moment. Seeing Chaos Bell coming, Xing Tian ignored Fu Shi's attack and raised his axe to chop fiercely at Chaos Bell. Thump! With a deafening roar, a terrifying energy spread outwards in all directions, centered on Chaos Bell and Xing Tian's giant axe. Kua Shu flashed to Hao Yi's corpse, picked it up, and quickly disappeared. Similarly, Di Kang flashed to the side of the dying Chang Shi, grabbed Chang Shi, who only had half a body, and quickly left. Mo Yu picked up the severed half of Chang Shi's body and left just as quickly. Only Fu Shi saw an opportunity. Ignoring the collision between Chaos Bell and Xing Tian's axe, he held Fu Shi's zither with one hand and pulled on one of the strings with the other, giving it a hard tug at Xing Tian. Thump! A deep, muffled piano note rang out. Immediately afterwards, a sharp blade shot out from the strings, hurtling towards Xing. Xing Tian only had time to turn his head to look at the law person who was coming at him, as his Xing Tian axe was firmly trapped by Chaos Bell, and he was unable to intercept it at all. Xing Tian only had time to roar once before the blade of law sliced across his neck and hurtled towards the distant mountain. The next second, a violent explosion rang out, along with the sound of mountains shattering and the collision of Chaos Bell and Xing Tian axe. The next second, everyone was sent flying backward, including Taichi's Chaos Bell. In the blink of an eye, countless people died or were wounded on the western battlefield. Shi He died, and Chang Sai was seriously injured by Xing Tian. Even Kua Shu and the others were bleeding profusely at this moment. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out from the battlefield. Xing Tian, who had already lost his head, actually stood up again. At this moment, Xing Tian's belly suddenly split open, turning into a huge mouth and his breasts into eyes. Fu Si, you coward who only dares to launch sneak attacks, I'm going to kill you! Xing Tian raised his giant axe and charged at Fu Shi once more. At the same time, Dijiang, who had come to his senses, did not take the opportunity to attack Tai Yi. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Taking advantage of the fact that Chaos Bell was not in Tai Yi's hands, Dijiang directly led the other 5 ancestral witches and appeared on the southern battlefield in a flash. Not good! When Dijiang and his 6 companions suddenly disappeared, Tai Yi immediately sensed that something was wrong. Once 12 ancestral witches, in terms of body integration, Emperor Jun is certainly no match for them. Ignoring the western battlefield, Tai summoned Chaos Bell with a single gesture, and it reappeared in his hand. The next second, a rift opened in space, and Tai Yi headed towards the southern battlefield. However, by this time, 12 ancestral witches had already reunited. Seeing his people die one after another, the 12 ancestral witches were also affected by the Great Tribulation and forgot Kua Shu's warning. 12 ancestral witches' body integration. In an instant, the world changed color, and Heavenly Dao cried out in sorrow. A colossal giant, towering over the heavens and reaching the earth, appeared on the battlefield. With just one axe strike, the shocked Emperor Jun was sent flying. Hong Jun, how dare you interfere in the Lich War? That axe strike should have killed Emperor Jun instantly. But at the crucial moment, 12 ancestral witches sensed a barrier formed by the power of heaven and earth. It was precisely because of this barrier that Emperor Jun escaped death. Even so, the Pangu body formed by the 12 ancestral witches was not something Emperor Jun could withstand. With just one strike, Emperor Jun was severely injured. Brother, Tai appeared beside Emperor June with the Chaos Bell in hand. Without thinking, he waved his hand and, with all the Yao race, flashed back to the northern battlefield. Tai, you think you can get away? 12 ancestral witches swung his axe. This axe strike cleaved open the prehistoric world, unleashing a torreos that manifested the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. Inside the purple cloud palace, Hongjun's expression changed. How is this possible? How could the 12 ancestral witches be so strong? The current 12 ancestral witches, forming the Pangu true body, are many times more powerful than before. Last time, he was able to use the power of heavenly Dao to restrain 12 ancestral witches. But now, the power of the 12 ancestral witches has surpassed his. That's impossible! Hongjun was breathing rapidly. If that were the case, wouldn't he lose control of the prehistoric world? No, we cannot lose control of the primordial world. Hongjun communicated with Heavenly Dao. You don't want to disappear either, do you? Heavenly Dao remained silent. Hongjun continued, if Pangu returns, do you think you can still exist? Or perhaps, you can continue to devour the Earth Dao and Human Dao, becoming the sole Heavenly Dao in the primordial world? A strange movement occurred in Heavenly Dao space. Hongjun's lips curled slightly. This time, you're not just helping me, you're also helping yourself. The restrictions imposed on Hongjun by Heavenly Dao space gradually weakened, and Hongjun, knowing Dao, persuaded Heavenly Dao. Self. Slowly rising, Hongjun looked at the primordial world once more. At this moment, Tai, along with Emperor June, reunited with all the Yao race members. After reuniting, Yao race, under the guidance of Emperor June and Tai, quickly set up the Zhu Tian Xing Do Great Formation. The power of the ancient stars descended from the 33 heavens, combining all the power of the Yao race. In an instant, Emperor June, who was originally seriously injured, recovered rapidly. Moreover, Emperor June felt a power he had never experienced before. This power is even stronger than when the Zhu Tian Xing Do Great Formation was formed. With a wave of Emperor June's hand, the Yao races, Suz Fu Shi, Dikang, and Mo Yu on the western battlefield disappeared and appeared directly in the Zhu Tian Xing Do Great Formation. Emperor June then looked at Shen Ni, who was hurrying along. Body integration and the vicious beast army twitched their ears, but instead of gathering them together, they transmitted their voices to Shen Ni. Shen Ni, who was on his way, was taken aback when he heard the telepathic message. Then a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly turned around and headed towards Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, the Pangu true body, composed of 12 ancestral witches, is steadily approaching the Yao race. With every step forward, the prehistoric world groans in despair, because the power of the 12 ancestral witches is simply too great. 6 sages, the primordial one, stared at the walking Pangu true body with a cryptic expression. As beings of the primordial saint realm, enjoying the status of primordial saint, they are naturally able to feel the suffering of the primordial world today. The Pangu true body is simply too powerful, exceeding the limits of what the primordial world can withstand. If they were to fight on the great desolate land, the entire world would surely be destroyed. Dijiang, do you dare to fight outside 33 heavens? Emperor June watched as the Pangu true body approached him, his voice echoing throughout the entire primordial world. At this moment, all living beings in the primordial world were extremely tense. No one expected that the Pangu true body, formed by the 12 ancestral witches, would be so powerful, exceeding the limits that the primordial world could withstand. If the two sides were allowed to fight like this, the entire prehistoric world would be destroyed. However, the witches had an advantage standing on the earth. but entering the 33 heavens would be advantageous to the Yao race. No one knew whether Dao, the 12 ancestral witches, would agree to Emperor Jun's request. The 12 ancestral witches were certainly aware of the pros and cons. Beyond the 33 heavens lay the ancient starry sky and the pseudo-chaos world. This is more advantageous for Yao race, because they will be able to draw upon more of the power of the celestial bodies. The 12 ancestral witches' departure from the prehistoric world will deprive them of the continuous flow of ley line energy, which is not a good thing for them. Given their current cultivation level, if they were to fight on the Great Desolate Land, it would inevitably cause enormous losses. As descendants of Pangu, 12 ancestral witches naturally didn't want to see this. It's just outside 33 heavens. What's there to be afraid of? Pangu took a step forward and headed towards the 33 heavens. Upon seeing this, Emperor Jun immediately joined in. There is a reason why we chose outside of 33 heavens, rather than within chaos. Beyond 33 heavens lies an ancient starry sky, connected to the celestial sphere. At the same time, the area is also filled with fake chaos koi, and the vast space means there is no concern about causing irreparable damage. Moreover, this place is still under the jurisdiction of Heavenly Dao. They can also draw on the power of Heavenly Dao. If they went to the real chaos, they wouldn't be able to draw upon the power of Heavenly Dao. 12 ancestral witches may not have understood the connection, but Kang Jai saw through the trick immediately. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Kang Jai did not let Kua Shu stop him, but instead looked at Shen Ni, who was running towards Mount Buzhou. Body integration. Emperor Jun summoned all the Yao races he could, but left Shen Ni and the vicious beast behind. Kang Jai did not believe that Emperor Jun did not trust Shen Ni. Although Shen Ni is a vicious beast, compared to the Wu clan, Shen Ni is definitely more inclined towards the Yao race. Now Shen Ni is heading towards Mount Buzhou alone. It would be strange if there wasn't something wrong with that. You all continue migrating, I'll go check on things. Kang Jai left those words and headed towards Mount Buzhou. On the other side, after 12 ancestral witches and Yao race left, Kua Shu hurriedly took Hekao Yi's, along with Xing Tian and the other members of the witch clan, and quickly headed towards Mount Buzhou. Amidst the chaos, Pangu True Body coldly watched Emperor Jun's Zhu Tianxing do great formation, then cleaved open infinite space with an axe, heading towards Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun snorted coldly and mobilized the power of the stars in the heavens. With the support of countless Yao races, a celestial giant quickly appeared in the starry sky. The giant's face was not clearly visible, yet it vaguely resembled Pangu. Or rather, it is similar to the 3,000 chaos demon gods of the past. As soon as the giant appeared, the stars in the sky immediately surrounded him, forming a powerful star ring. Pangu True Body's axe strike, aimed at the star ring, was actually blocked by the star ring. Upon seeing this, Emperor Jun immediately burst into laughter. Daijiang, I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just this weak. Dijiang narrowed his eyes as he looked at the blocked attack. He was well aware of the strength of Zhu Tianxing Do Great Formation, even though Emperor Jun had improved it over the years, and it had been enhanced by many Yao races. Even so, they shouldn't have been able to stop their attacks. But now, Emperor Jun, relying on the great formation of Zhu Tianxing Do, has actually managed to block their attack. Hong Jun! A cold glint flashed in Dijiang's eyes. Dijiang immediately realized that Hong Jun had used the power of Heavenly Dao to empower Zhu Tianxing Do Great Formation. Otherwise, with Emperor Jun and the others' power, they would have no chance of stopping the power of the Pangu True Body. I'd like to see how many attacks you can withstand. The 12 ancestral witches aren't in a hurry. Most of the Yao race are here now, and in the primordial wilderness, they still have many near Sengrade witches. As long as they can hold off Yao race here, they will definitely win this witch demon war. Emperor Jun on the other side shared the same idea. Although most of the Yao race's forces have gathered here, there are still Shen Ni and a group of vicious beasts and Yao beasts on the great desolate land. Most importantly, Hongjun Daozu will step in to help them, which is why Emperor Jun is so fearless. While the 12 ancestral witches and Emperor Jun and the Yao race were locked in a stalemate, the battle between the liches on the great desolate land did not cease. Because most of the Yao race were transferred away, the Wu clan's power completely overwhelmed the Yao race. The remaining Yao race were no match for the Wu clan and could only barely hold them back by sheer numbers. Just then, Shen Ni finally arrived at the Wu tribe camp at the foot of Mount Buzhou. After Shen Ni arrived, he immediately carried out a massacre at the Wu tribe's headquarters. The cultivation level of Shen Ni in body integration is almost equivalent to that of a quasi-sage peak expert. Of the current witch clan, 12 ancestral witches are gone, Hao Yi is dead, and Qing Tian is seriously injured. The remaining witch clan members are mostly newly promoted to the early stage of quasi-saint status. Facing the brutal Shen Ni body integration is no match for it. Meanwhile, Zhu Feng and other veteran high priests, due to their pursuit of Yao race, had all distanced themselves from the priest clan's stronghold. When everyone received the news, they rushed frantically toward the witch clan's main camp. However, at this time, the main base of the Wu tribe had already been slaughtered by Shen Ni, with half of the Wu tribe being killed. The remaining Wu tribe had no choice but to hide in the Pangu shrine. When Kua Shu rushed back, Shen Ni body integration is currently working with Kang Jiu Dao, who was the first to arrive at the Wu tribe stronghold. Main body Pan Wu fought together. Unfortunately, although Pan Wu was powerful, he had only just broken through quasi-sage realm, though its actual combat prowess was comparable to that of a quasi-saint in the middle stage, was comparable to that of Shen Ni. Body integration ultimately falls short by a significant margin. At this moment, Shen Ni was almost completely dominating Pan Wu. If Pan Wu hadn't cultivated the law of world law, constantly traversing space with the help of the power of the world to evade, he would have been defeated long ago. Pan Wu was overjoyed to see Kua Shu and Qing Tian arrive. Upon seeing Kua Shu and Qing Tian, Shen Ni narrowed his eyes and unleashed a punch that sent Pan Wu flying, crashing into Mount Buzhou. Shen Ni wanted to give chase, but Kua Shu and Qing Tian didn't have time to think and quickly stopped him. Shen Ni snorted coldly and immediately engaged the two in combat at the foot of Mount Buzhou. As the three fought, the ground beneath Mount Buzhou cracked and shook violently. However, at this moment, Kua Shu and Qing Tian were struggling to hold on and had no time to spare for anything else. Although Kua Shu's law of strength is extremely powerful, even surpassing other laws, Ken Shen Ni realm is so tall. After body integration, he's practically comparable to quasi-sage realm. Peak strong. However, Kua Shu was puzzled, because although Shen Ni was powerful, he only suppressed them and did not kill them. Otherwise, with Kua Shu's strength, they wouldn't be able to withstand Shen Ni's opponents at all. Kua Shu wondered, could it be that Dao is wary of my creation merit? Kua Shu thought to himself, quickly his head, because Shen Ni hadn't used his full strength when he fought Pan Wu, which was very unusual. What exactly is this guy trying to do? Wondered. Just as Kua Shu was wondering, Pan Wu, who had been blasted into Mount Buzhou, struggled to climb out of the mountain. After a bout of coughing, Pan Wu vomited a large mouthful of blood. Punch that Shen Ni just delivered that sent him flying was far beyond his ability to withstand. However, Shen Ni only severely injured him, but did not kill him. Pan Wu was very puzzled. What exactly did Shen Ni want to do? They clearly have the ability to kill them. They're entangled in a fight with them here. Could it be that Dao has ulterior motives? Is he not a member of True Immortal but has defected to Yao race? As Pan Wu thought this, he quickly rushed towards Shen Ni. Meanwhile, as the battle progressed, the vicious beast and Yao race armies, following Shen Ni, arrived one after another. Upon their arrival, they immediately began destroying everything belonging to the Wu clan, including buildings, facilities, and even spirit fields and pastures. Seeing this, the members of the shamanic tribe, who were hiding in the Pangu shrine, could no longer bear it. This is the wealth that their Wu tribe has created over countless eras. How could they tolerate it being destroyed by these vicious beasts and Yao beasts? If Shen Ni can't handle it, surely he can handle these ordinary Yao beasts and vicious beasts. The remaining Wu tribe members from the Wu tribe's stronghold emerged from the Pangu shrine, and once again clashed with the vicious beast and the Yao race. Meanwhile, other Wu tribes from all directions were also rushing towards Mount Buzhou, having received orders to encircle and annihilate the vicious beast and Yao beast in the area. In an instant, a fierce battle began across the entire prehistoric world, centered around Mount Buzhou. Trillions, even hundreds of trillions, of vicious beasts clashed together, creating a meat grinder right beneath Mount Buzhou. Moreover, with the arrival of several veteran shamans, such as Jiu Feng, Liu Fengbo, and Yu Bo, the group immediately began hunting down Shen Ni. Body integration. However, even with more than a dozen quasi-sage realm experts surrounding and attacking Shen Ni, they still couldn't do anything to him. The main problem is that they lack top-tier fighters. If they had a quasi-sage peak expert, Shen Ni might have already met his end in the northwest. However, among them, Jiu Feng and Xiang Liu have only recently broken through the quasi-sen late stage, and there is still a considerable gap between them and the peak. It was precisely their existence that prevented Shen Ni from killing them one by one. However, most of the others, including Kua Shu and Pan Wu, had just broken through. Quasi-Sage Realm, even with its efforts to completely eliminate Shen Ni, still couldn't succeed. For a moment, the two sides were locked in a stalemate. However, faced with this situation, Shen Ni did not run away, but instead got entangled with Kua Shu and the others. Kua Shu and the others did not notice that Shen Ni, while engaged in combat with them, was constantly changing his location. They fought around Mount Buzhou, and a large area of the one corner of Mount Buzhou has collapsed. However, no one paid too much attention, since Mount Buzhou was so vast and connected to the Earth's veins that even if a small part collapsed, it wouldn't affect the entire Mount Buzhou. The two sides fought incessantly for hundreds of years. Over hundreds of years, the blood of countless lives seeped into the depths of Mount Buzhou, where endless tribulation ki proliferated. The ghost cultivator main body, which was originally absorbing the power of the calamity with all its might, suddenly opened its eyes. Ghost cultivator main body looked up from the ground with surprise and uncertainty. He felt that the tribulation ki, which he had absorbed in large quantities, seemed to have become even more concentrated. And the area deep within Mount Buzhou that was eroded by the power of the calamity seems to have expanded even further. Something's not right. If this continues, the underground space of Mount Buzhou will be completely eroded by these calamity-inducing forces sooner or later. Ghost cultivator main body felt a chill run down its spine. Suddenly, a guess came to mind. Could it be that Shen Ni made his move at the foot of Mount Buzhou with the intention of using these calamity-related forces to corrupt Mount Buzhou? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, so he quickly contacted Kang Jai. Main body mind. Kang Jai, observing the battlefield from the shadow's cultivation body, with slightly narrowed eyes, surveyed the entire battlefield. He discovered that the current battlefield situation was indeed much as Ghost Cultivator main body had predicted. The vicious beast leeches died in large numbers, and their blood, mixed with boundless resentment, continued to seep into the earth. That's not the most crucial point. Kang Jai used the law of tribulation to open the heavenly eye, and discovered that the tribulation key of the entire primordial world was quietly converging towards Mount Buzhou. As these tribulation key converged, the boundless tribulation key merged into the earth, and then, along with the blood, seeped deeper into magma. Hiss! It's the Hongjun making their move! Kang Jai was shocked. Who else but Hongjun could gather the primordial tribulation key silently, without being discovered by the Wu clan? Hiss! This guy is so cunning! Kang Jai cursed inwardly. By exploiting the conflict between the vicious beasts, tribulation key is gathered and then used to corrupt Mount Buzhou Foundation. Furthermore, Shen Ni's engagement with the high priests distracted the prospective Sangred priests, thus preventing them from reaching Mount Buzhou. The foundation has been completely eroded, and it's unlikely that the Witch clan will even discover it. However, this will take a lot of time. Even if the Hongjun secretly intervenes, it will probably take tens of thousands of years to see any effect. Kang Jai couldn't help but look outside 33 heavens. No wonder the 12 ancestral witches hadn't made much of a fuss outside 33 heavens. At this moment, the 12 ancestral witches are probably trapped in the great formation of Zhu Tianqing Du. In fact, 12 ancestral witches was indeed very frustrated at this time. Yao race didn't engage them in direct combat. Instead, they used the Zhu Tianqing Du great formation to trap them here and slowly wear them down. Emperor Jun! Hongjun! You spineless cowards, do you think you can wipe us out like this? Let me tell you, you're delusional. Dijiang thought that Hongjun and his group wanted to use the time to make their 12 capital heaven formation collapse on its own. If it were before, when they formed the Pangu true body, they indeed wouldn't have been able to maintain it for very long. But now, their cultivation has advanced even further, and they are already infinitely close to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. If their physical body and Witch Realm space carrier, Sun Tree, hadn't yet truly transformed, they would have already broken into the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. What they lack now is only the transformation of their physical body and Sun Tree. Once they absorb enough Chaos Ki, their physical body will transform into a true Chaos body, and their Sun Tree will completely transform into a Chaos spiritual root. Then they will be able to break through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm in one fell swoop. With their cultivation level, which is infinitely close to that of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, maintaining the Pangu true body for thousands or tens of thousands of years is not a problem. Only a few hundred years have passed, and they have not yet reached their limit. However, 12 ancestral witches could not have imagined that Hongjun's true purpose was not to drag things out until their Pangu true body disintegrated. Despite feeling aggrieved by the clamor of the 12 ancestral witches, Emperor Jun had no choice but to obey Hongjun's orders. Kunpeng in the great formation old ancestor's eyes darted around, lost in thought. Di Kang and Mo Yu, who were also in the team, looked thoughtful as they watched the standoff between the two sides. Meanwhile, Kang Jai, who was observing from the shadows, gathered all the information and quickly deduced many things. Hongjun is stalling for time, regardless of the final outcome for the witch and demon clans. As long as Mount Buzhou collapses and the prehistoric world is damaged, he can pin the karma on the witch and demon clans. Moreover, according to Hongjun's calculations, the collapse of Mount Buzhou might even prevent Pangu's return. After all, Mount Buzhou is the transformation of the Pangu spine. If even Pangu's spine is broken, it probably won't be so easy for Pangu to make a comeback. In the blink of an eye, Kang Jai thought of many things, and couldn't help but look towards the ghost cultivator main body, deep within Mount Buzhou. Perhaps I can help Hongjun, Kang Jai thought to himself. According to Hongjun's calculations, Mount Buzhou will probably collapse in 10,000 years, but this is not what Kang Jai wanted. Since Mount Buzhou was destined to collapse, it would be better for it to collapse sooner rather than later. With a thought, the ghost cultivator main body, which was already on the verge of breaking through, stopped suppressing its cultivation. The ghost cultivator main body, which had long since absorbed countless amounts of tribulation ki, had cultivated the law of tribulation to its fullest extent. As the ghost cultivator main body ceased suppressing its cultivation, countless laws of tribulation surged forth, actually triggering the tribulation ki deep within Mount Buzhou. Countless tribulation ki surged toward the ghost cultivator main body, and in an instant, the concentration of tribulation ki deep within Mount Buzhou actually decreased significantly. Boom! With ghost cultivator main body breakthrough, a roar came from deep within Mount Buzhou. The entire Mount Buzhou suddenly trembled, startling everyone in the battle. Hongjun, who had been watching the battlefield closely, was also stunned. According to his calculations, Mount Buzhou was still very stable, and there was no way it could shake. Hongjun's gaze involuntarily drifted deeper into Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, the ghost cultivator main body, which had just broken through, was still hiding in the Pangu formation. Huh? This is the place where the 3,000 demon gods were once suppressed, and it even hides a formation. Hongjun discovered Pangu immediately. The existence of formation. Previously, the oppressive presence of Pangu prevented his divine thought from detecting this area. However, as the Pangu spinal cord disappeared, Mount Buzhou's pressure weakened, and now it was being eroded by endless tribulation ki, so Hongjun naturally saw the scene here. Upon seeing the formation, Hongjun quickly noticed the ghost cultivator main body that was being cultivated. Absorbing tribulation ki? Who is it? Who is absorbing the tribulation ki from beneath Mount Buzhou? Hongjun was taken aback. Because of the Pangu formation, although he could see someone absorbing the tribulation ki from beneath Mount Buzhou, could not see the face of the ghost cultivator main body. With a thought, Hongjun mobilized the power of heavenly Tao to deduce the outcome. But the next second, Hongjun groaned, realizing he hadn't figured out anything. How could this be? Who exactly is this person? Could Tao be Pangu's backup plan? Hongjun narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. He absolutely could not allow his plan to fail. Now, someone was actually absorbing the tribulation ki deep within Mount Buzhou, attempting to stop the tribulation ki from further corrupting Mount Buzhou. Foundation? Hongjun's heart stirred slightly, and he immediately mobilized more tribulation ki to surge into the underground of Mount Buzhou. I'd like to see just how much you, a cowardly coward, can absorb. Hongjun stopped acting altogether and began to manipulate the tribulation ki of heaven and earth without any restraint. He even mobilized the tribulation ki that had survived from ancient times. He wanted to overwhelm the ghost cultivator main body. Faced with the sudden surge of tribulation ki, not only was the ghost cultivator main body taken aback, but the members of the witch clan in the midst of battle also sensed it. Upon absorbing the power of the calamity beast, it immediately roared. They were originally derived from tribulation ki, resentment kai, and other powers, and tribulation ki was like a tonic to them. Of course, as tribulation ki enters their bodies, the intelligence they have just developed gradually disappears. With its intelligence gone, the vicious beast became even more bloodthirsty and powerful. As for the Wu tribe, they did not absorb the concentrated tribulation ki immediately upon sensing it. Although they can also absorb tribulation ki, they absorb more earthly fiend ki. Compared to tribulation ki, the ki of earthly fiends has been filtered by the earth, thus lacking its terrifying killing intent. If they were allowed to directly absorb tribulation ki, they would also be affected. Damn it! They've stopped pretending and dared to attack us directly. The group of high priests immediately realized the problem. It must have been Hongjun who had intervened. Saint and the primordial quasi-saints also saw the reason. They stared coldly in the direction of Purple Cloud Palace. This Tao ancestor, who always touted fairness and justice, had actually done such a thing. They sneered inwardly. They've been cornered by the Wu clan. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the depths of Mount Buju, where they could vaguely sense someone frantically devouring tribulation ki. Just like Hongjun suspected, this was probably another of Pangu's backup plans. Is it possible Pangu is really coming back? This thought has crossed the minds of countless people. For a moment, they didn't know how to respond. After all, in a sense, they were all created by Pangu, just as Nua created the human race. They've gotten used to life without Pangu. If Pangu were to return, how would they cope? For a moment, everyone chose to remain silent. Jingxian, take Hao Yi's body back to Pangu Shrine. During the battle, Kuoshu suddenly shouted at Xingtian. Xingtian was already seriously injured, and after fighting for hundreds of years, his body had reached its limit. Kuoshu instructed him to bring Hao Yi into the Pangu Shrine fleet to allow him to recover from his injuries using the blood pool, and secondly to help Hao Yi revive. Although Hao Yi died, his body is still there, so he is not truly dead. When a witch realm space is created, each person will have 12 additional Daos in their witch realm space. Clone. With these 12 Dao, even if the main body dies, the clone is not truly dead and can still be resurrected. Unless someone destroys the corpses of the witch clan, including the witch realm space, it wouldn't be difficult for them to be resurrected. This is also why Kuoshu had Xingtian bring Hao Yi's corpse into the Pangu Shrine. Xingtian did not refuse, and immediately took Hao Yi's body to the Pangu Shrine. Upon seeing this, Shen Ni immediately tried to stop him. Although he didn't know what Dao Xingxian wanted to do, Xingxian was already at his limit. Perhaps if they fought a little longer, Xingxian would die without him having to use his full strength. He would certainly be happy to see a great witch die. Unfortunately, Kuoshu wouldn't let him have his way. Everyone blocked his way, preventing him from advancing an inch. Meanwhile, as the endless tribulation ki from the prehistoric world surged into the depths of Mount Buju, the entire underground space of Mount Buju was rapidly corroded. Although the ghost cultivator main body has been trying its best to absorb it, it still cannot keep up with the influx of tribulation ki. How ruthless Hongjun is! How ruthless Heavenly Tao is! Heavenly Tao tacitly approves of Hongjun's actions. But if Mount Buju truly collapses, both Hongjun and Heavenly Tao will suffer the consequences. But Hongjun did it anyway, and Heavenly Tao did not stop him. Since Heavenly Tao eroded the Tao of the land and the Tao of man, Heavenly Tao is no longer pure. Perhaps this is why Hongjun was able to fusion with him. While Heavenly Tao has its flaws, it also loses its absolute fairness, coupled with its relationship with Hongjun. Fusion, influenced by Hong Kong, Kang Jai coldly watched the tribulation key continuously pouring in. This is exactly the situation Kang Jai wanted. The ghost cultivator's main body frantically devours tribulation, using the terrifying tribulation key to continuously comprehend law. Kang Jai was generous, directly mobilizing infinite computing power to help with the deduction. Kang Jai even went so far as to extract the potential from countless clone instances to increase their computing power. Kang Jai did this because if Mount Buzhou collapsed, the waters of the Milky Way would overflow, and the entire prehistoric world would be plunged into chaos. If that happens, at least 99% of all the clone members in Kang Jai will die. Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well make a greater contribution now. Even if they've exhausted all their potential, it doesn't matter. They can still continue reincarnation. Reincarnation, with the support of computing power, Ghost Cultivator main body, is progressing at an alarming rate. The two sides remained deadlocked for hundreds of years until the 12 ancestral witches finally realized something was wrong. These Yao races are only trapping us but not attacking us. There's probably a trap here. Zhu Juyan looked at Dijiang, who was launching continuous attacks, and said, Something's fishy? Second brother, what did you see? Dijiang asked, his heart tightening. Zhu Juyan shook his head. This place has been blocked by heavenly Dao, so I can't see any future scenes at all. But I had a nagging feeling of unease, as if something bad was about to happen. Upon hearing this, Dijiang narrowed his eyes, looking at Yao race, who remained unmoved no matter how much they provoked them. Indeed, that brat Emperor Jun is acting a bit strange. And that scoundrel Hongjun, could they be plotting something, whether they've come up with a bad plan or not? We can't let this stalemate continue. Dijiang immediately made a decision and stopped holding back his strength. The 12 ancestral witches immediately drew upon the power of the witch realm space within his body. In an instant, Pengu True Body's power reached a new level. The sudden outburst caught Yao Race completely off guard. Pengu True Body's axe strike nearly cleaved Zhu Tianxing Do Great Formation. Even though Hongjun intervened at the crucial moment, this axe strike still severed the connection between ancient starry sky and chaos. Boundless chaos ki surged in, pouring into the great formation of Zhu Tianxing Do. With the surging chaos ki, 12 ancestral witches' eyes lit up. Without a second thought, the Pengu True Body unleashed a powerful suction, and instantly, the boundless chaos ki was drawn into its belly. Moreover, the 12 ancestral witches used the Dao rift they had created to devour chaos ki, leaving the Yao race members on the other side completely bewildered. Not only was Yao race stunned, but Hongjun Old Ancestor was also taken aback. But soon Hongjun Old Ancestor was on high alert. Pengu was the Chaos Demon God. Now that the Pengu True Body had devoured Chaos Ki, could it be that this Pengu True Body could also absorb Chaos Ki to maintain itself? Thinking of this, Hongjun Old Ancestor immediately mobilized the power of Heavenly Dao to smooth out the spatial rift. After swallowing Chaos Ki's Pengu True Body, Chaos Ki immediately surged towards the 12 ancestral witches once it entered the body. Quick! Absorb this Chaos Ki. First transform the Sun Tree into the Chaos Spiritual Root, and then use the Chaos Spiritual Root to transform our physical bodies. As long as we can complete the transformation from Sun Tree to physical body, this damned Zhu Tianxing Do Great Formation won't hold back at all. But brother, this amount of Chaos Ki is not enough to support our conversion. Why don't you convert first, and we can find another opportunity later? However, Dijiang shook head directly. No, if only I transform, we will lose the balance, and it will be even more difficult to exert the power of the Pengu True Body. Dijiang paused, then continued. Don't worry, If we can break through space once, we can break through space a second time. The most important thing now is to absorb these chaos ki. Everyone nodded in agreement, and without further hesitation, they immediately began to absorb the chaos ki with all their might. As they absorbed the chaos ki, the sun tree within their bodies underwent rapid changes, and the aura around them grew stronger, causing the Pengu true body to swell dramatically. Oh no! The 12 ancestral witches are actually able to enhance the power of the Pengu true body with the help of chaos ki. Hongjun was alarmed upon seeing this. He didn't know that Dao and Pengu true body's strength had increased because the 12 ancestral witches' strength had also increased. Hongjun thought that the Pengu true body grew because it absorbed chaos ki. Seeing that the power of the Pengu true body had increased again, Hongjun's face turned extremely gloomy. He paid such a high price, even risking the primordial backlash, that he didn't want all his efforts to be in vain. Thinking of this, Hongjun immediately contacted Shen in the prehistoric world. Body integration. Now the only way to turn the tide is to stick to Dao to the bitter end. I looked at the direction of Mount Buzhou and the connection between Mount Buzhou and Shen Ni. Body integration battle ancestor God Kwashu. The only thing the witch clan was wary of was this guy who possessed creation merit. If he could eliminate creation merit, the entire witch clan would be no threat. Thinking of this, Hongjun immediately contacted Shen Ni, who was currently fighting against the Wu tribe. Body integration. Shen Ni froze in the midst of battle, nearly getting hit by the great shamans. But he quickly recovered and mentally replied to Dao, Dao ancestor, this is probably not going to be easy for you. As you said, I should ram Mount Buzhou. Leaving aside whether I can even ram Mount Buzhou, even if I could, the karma it would suffer would be enough to wipe out me and the entire ferocious beast clan. Although Hongjun's proposal pleased Shen Ni, once Mount Vo collapsed, the entire prehistoric world would be severely damaged, and it would take countless eons, or even dozens of eons, to recover. Meanwhile, the 3,000 demon god realm had already entered the prehistoric world, and the severely damaged prehistoric world simply could not withstand their invasion. But he couldn't agree to this right away, otherwise Hongjun would definitely have some doubts. With this in mind, Shen Ni began to bargain with Hongjun. I can get Heavenly Dao to acknowledge your ferocious beast clan and sever ties with you from all other ferocious beast clan members. From now on, your ferocious beast clan will be the barbarian beasts of the prehistoric world. What do you say? Hongjun spared no expense to ensure that Shen Ni would act according to his plan. The vicious beast was born from the remnants and grievances of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, and is not recognized by the prehistoric world. This is why, during the vicious beast cataclysm, hunting vicious beasts could grant one the power of karma. Even today, the ferocious beast clan is still not officially recognized by the ancient world. If Hongjun wants the primordial world to acknowledge the ferocious beast clan, it will have to pay a huge price. Hearing Hongjun's offer, Shen Ni was also excited. The reason why the Dao, the ferocious beast clan, dare not openly appear on the great desolate land is because they are not recognized by the primordial world. If the ferocious beast clan can gain the recognition of the prehistoric world, they will be able to walk openly and legitimately in the great desolate land from now on. They might even be able to compete for the protagonist position in this prehistoric world. Thinking of this, Shen Ni was moved, but in his heart he responded, Dao, this is not enough. Whatever happens to ferocious beast clan in the future is a matter for later. Once I knock down Mount Buzhou, I will surely die from the backlash of karma. If you are truly sincere, you must spare my life, and once I return to the prehistoric world will no longer trouble me and will recognize my status as the leader of the beasts. Shen Ni's request was in preparation for his main body's return to the primordial world in the future. If Hongjun can accomplish this, then when his main body returns, he will no longer be rejected by the primordial world. Another reason was that he wanted to take this opportunity to go back to the 3,000 demon god realm, inform them of the news, and urge them to come to the prehistoric world as soon as possible. Hongjun fell silent for a moment. Shen Ni's request was not unreasonable. After all, what's the point of fighting for the ferocious beast clan if Shen Ni is really dead? However, if Hongjun agrees to Shen Ni's request, the price he will have to pay will be too high. In particular, Shen Ni actually wanted to return to the primordial world and have it erase all his past mistakes and acknowledge his status in the future barbarian beasts clan. Such changes that are inconsistent with the operation of Hongwang Heavenly Dao come at a huge cost. He wouldn't have this kind of authority if he hadn't already partially merged with Heavenly Dao. Even if one has the authority, the backlash one will suffer is terrifying. According to his deduction, even if all the operations succeed, he has no chance of successfully fusion within tens of thousands of eons. Honghuang Heavenly Dao. Furthermore, Honghuang Heavenly Dao may also suffer a severe blow, giving the Earth Dao and the human Dao a chance to rise. But if he gives up halfway, his losses will be even greater. He had planned countless eons in the primordial world, and seeing that he was about to succeed, how could he give up? With his mind racing, Hongjun made a decision in the blink of an eye. Okay, I agree to your request. In Hongjun's view, by the time Shen Ni returns, he will probably have almost completely taken control of the primordial world. By then, Shen Ni's requests will be resolved with just a word from him. Shen Ni was overjoyed and quickly said to Dao, I will later send a wisp of divine thought into the land of Gishu. I would appreciate Dao's help in protecting it. Hongjun did not refuse. The land of Gishu could indeed isolate the backlash of the primordial karma on Shen Ni's lingering resentment. Hiding there was indeed a good method, and Hongjun had no doubts. As for the protection Shen Ni mentioned, it was just a small matter. It wasn't so easy for a wisp of remnant spirit to enter the void. The entrances to the ruins of return are not easy to navigate, especially for Shen Ni's lingering resentment. The Blood Sea, which is the easiest place to enter and exit, is also fatal to Shen Ni's last remaining remnant. This is also why Shen Ni requested the support of the Hong Kong government. Hongjun didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. In the midst of battle, Shen Ni suddenly let out a muffled groan, followed by a wisp of remnant spirit flying out of his body and heading into the distance. Upon seeing this, Kua Shu immediately tried to intercept him without hesitation. However, something shocking happened. Shen Ni's lingering will vanished without a trace the moment everyone made their move. The spatial fluctuations are so subtle that in the primordial world, no one but Saint could achieve this. Kua Shu grasped the details almost instantly and figured out who had helped Shen Ni. Just as Shen Ni separated his lingering thoughts, he heard a loud sound resounding throughout the world. The ferocious beast clan has gained recognition from the primordial world and has now become the barbarian beasts in the prehistoric world. Boundless golden clouds descended upon the battlefield of the witch clan. Upon contact with vicious beast's body, the golden light immediately dissolved into it. Then, the bloodthirsty Kui within the vicious beasts was gradually removed, and their intelligence slowly returned. As the vicious beasts regained their intelligence, they were directly transferred off the battlefield by the Hongjun, and sent to the desolate Arctic region. As they watched their enemies disappear one by one, all the witches were completely dumbfounded. However, Kang Jai, who was secretly observing, was the first to react. The vicious beast had turned into barbarian beasts and disappeared from the battlefield. This was definitely a sign that the Hongjun was about to make a move. Sensing the increasingly concentrated tribulation ki surging into the ground, Kang Ji immediately realized what was happening. Oh no! The Hongjun are about to make their move! Kang Jai didn't have time to think it through and quickly headed towards the East China Sea. Once Mount Buzhou falls, he will need to rely on the power of the North Sea Black Tortoise. Thinking of this, Kang Ji immediately contacted all his main bodies and clones and told them his guess. The main bodies and clones were also startled and quickly began to prepare, especially the yin-yang divine tree. If Mount Buzhou falls, it must be prepared to hold up the sky. Although he fused the Pangu spinal cord, his physical body has not yet broken through to the Sage realm. So whether he can truly support the prehistoric world remains to be seen. Fortunately, he only fused a portion of the Pangu spinal cord and was not able to fully fuse it. If I could use the power of karma later, I might be able to break through my physical body in one fell swoop. Sage realm might be one too. In the battle against Shen Ni, Kua Shu Pengwu is also always ready. Once Shen Ni strikes Mount Buzhou, they must be prepared to react. At the very least, they must prevent Mount Buzhou from collapsing immediately. And far away in human race the main body, Suirenshi Feng, and others are also frantically migrating with the human race. Because the human race was too scattered, some of them had to migrate to the western lands, so much so that the migration of the human race was still not completed after so long. Just as everyone was acting frantically, Shen Ni body integration suddenly broke down. After separating, the four vicious beasts began to attack the Witch Clan members relentlessly. The Wu tribe members watched as Shen Ni suddenly separated. Body integration was taken aback. Shen Ni, combined with the four vicious beasts, possesses power almost equivalent to Quasi-Sage Peak. However, once they separate, Shen Ni is at most equivalent to a Quasi-Saint late-stage powerhouse. On their side, Jiu Feng and Xiang Liu both possess strength almost equivalent to that of a Quasi-Saint late stage. In that case, how could Shen Ni and the four vicious beasts possibly be a match for them? The group of witches couldn't understand why Shen Ni would do something so foolish. Is it because Hongjun acknowledged the ferocious beast clan's identity in the prehistoric world that these guys have lost their minds with joy? Just as everyone was wondering, Shen Ni's body suddenly swelled up, and the life force within him burned wildly. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, and they all abandoned their fight with the four vicious beasts and retreated hastily. They thought Shen Ni was about to go mad, that he was even willing to burn his life. The four vicious beasts, who already knew what was going on, fled into the distance without a second thought. Once Mount Buzhou falls, this place will be devastated. Most importantly, staying here will inevitably bring boundless karma. If Shen Ni fails to knock down Mount Buzhou, he might even self-destruct. At that point, those who remain here will also be caught in the crossfire. Seeing this, Kua Shu quickly shouted, "Everyone, get into the Pangu shrine." Jiu Feng and the others were taken aback, but they had no choice but obey Kua Shu's orders, and everyone headed towards shrine. Seeing this, a struggle flashed in Shen Ni's eyes. If he were to self-destruct now, he would surely injure many members of the Wu clan. But seeing that the four vicious beasts hadn't gone far, Shen Ni finally decided to try her luck at Mount Buzhou first. If he could knock down Mount Buzhou, he wouldn't need to self-destruct. Although they all ultimately met their demise, At least the 4 vicious beasts were able to escape this place. Shen Ni, wielding its massive body, crashed violently into Mount Buzhu, which was not far away. No one expected this sudden turn of events. I thought Shen Ni was burning his life force to fight the witch clan to the death. But everyone's surprise, Shen Ni actually intended to ram Mount Buzhu. Countless divine thoughts intertwined, and the way they looked at Shen Ni was as if they were looking at a fool. Mount Buzhu is an existence immense that even Saint could not possibly knock it down. How could a mere quasi-saint vicious beast dare to attempt to knock down Mount Buzhu? What fool is that? What the people didn't know was that, by this time, most of Mount Buzhu's underground had been corroded, the foundation had been destroyed, and the current Mount Buzhu was merely a facade. With a loud crash, amidst the disdainful gazes of the crowd, Shen Ni slammed heavily into Mount Buzhu. With a loud thud, Mount Buzhu shook violently. This collision caused quite a commotion in Mount Buzhu. How is this possible? Countless people were stunned what they saw. This is Mount Buzhu. It is the primordial pillar of heaven, supporting the entire primordial world, formed from the spine of Pangu. How could it possibly be destroyed by a mere quasi-sage realm? Vicious beast, causing a disturbance. Just as everyone was wondering if they were seeing things, Kuashu shouted again, "Quick! Stop him!" Their tribe, the Witch Clan, are the descendants of Pangu, whose duty is to protect the primordial wilderness. Now that Shen Ni wants to knock down Mount Buzhu, how can they agree to that? Even though Kuashu didn't want to stop them, as it was too dangerous, he had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, other witch clans would not agree, and at that point, conflicts would arise. However, because they had just thought Shen Ni was going to self-destruct, and thus fled to Pangu Shrine, this delay, along with the round trip, gave them time. Shen Ni smiled contemptuously, his body swelling again as he recklessly burned his life force, crashing fiercely into Mount Buzhu. At the same time, Hongjun secretly intervened, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth to empower Shen Ni. At this moment, the Tribulation Key underground also erupted completely. With forces exerted simultaneously above and below ground, Mount Buzhu emitted a loud crack sound. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Mount Buzhu slowly tilted to one side. As Mount Buzhu tilted, a loud boom suddenly echoed through the sky. Because Mount Buzhu tilted, the heavens and earth also tilted at that moment. Mount Buzhu, which supports heaven and earth, became displaced, and a large hole immediately appeared in the sky. With a deafening roar, the boundless waters of the Milky Way poured down. Seeing this, Shen Ni burst into laughter. The collapse of Mount Buzhu was an irreversible situation, and his mission was considered complete. At that moment, boundless karma descended upon the world, first descending upon Shen Ni. Almost instantly, Shen Ni shrank rapidly like a deflated balloon. At this moment, the aura around her also rapidly weakened. This is the beginning of Shen Ni suffering the backlash from heaven and earth, with boundless karma engulfing him. As Mount Buzhu gradually collapses, the waters of the Milky Way overflow, and all living beings in the primordial world perish. This karma will only increase. Meanwhile, another part of the karma began to flock towards the Witch Clan, the Yao race, and the Ferocious Beast Clan. After all 3 races participated in this war. Just as karma was about to arrive, Hongjun used the authority of Heavenly Dao to forcibly bestow most of karma upon the Wu tribe. The next second, Hongjun spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and now he could no longer hold on. His body went limp on the bed, and the light in his eyes dimmed considerably. Just then, Heavenly Dao space also emitted a crisp sound, followed by a strange, mournful cry. They both suffered heavy losses due to the forceful intervention of Hongjun and Heavenly Dao. Moreover, because Heavenly Dao suffered severe damage, it could no longer suppress the awakening of the human Dao. Kang Jai, who was keeping a close eye on the situation, suddenly discovered that his connection with the human Dao had been restored, and the human Dao had also revived. Quickly, stop Mount Buzhou from collapsing. As soon as Dao woke up, he realized the situation in the prehistoric world and hurriedly called out to Kang Jai. Kang Jai rolled his eyes. He wasn't saint. How could he possibly stop Mount Buzhou from collapsing? Since none of the saints intervened, it's clear that this is something he couldn't stop. Dao seemed to realize this as well, and hurriedly added, "We must save as many people as possible. If too many prehistoric creatures die, I will fall back into slumber. At that time, Heavenly Dao and Hongjun will be able to do whatever they want." The human Dao represents the will of all living beings. If too many living beings in the primordial world die, the human Dao will weaken. This was also part of Hongjun's calculations. Although Heavenly Dao, and he will suffer backlash. As long as the primordial world is ravaged, Dao will fall back into slumber. As long as the number of creatures in the prehistoric world is controlled in the future, then the people of the prehistoric world may never wake up. When Dao made his request, Kang Jai did not respond, but instead looked in the direction of Mount Buzhou. As Mount Buzhou began to pour down, boundless karma descended upon the Wu tribe. Kuo-shu immediately led all the members of the Wu towards Mount Buzhou. "Transform! Support Mount Buzhou!" Kuo-shu roared and was the first to restore Chaos's living form. Kuo-shu's current physique is not much smaller than 12 ancestral witches. Its main body, which has evolved into the Chaos being, is countless feet tall. Even so, Kuo-shu's physique still no match for Mount Buzhou. Boom! Kuo-shu slammed his hands against the overturned side of Mount Buzhou, and a loud boom echoed the moment his palms made contact. However, Kuo-shu's power is still too weak compared to the entire Mount Buzhou. Although Mount Buzhou trembled violently, it was still tilting to one side. At that moment, Ju Feng and the others also manifested their main bodies, which continued to expand, following Kuo-shu and fiercely resisting Mount Buzhou. Countless large and small shaman clans followed suit, standing at the feet of Mount Buzhou, manifesting their main bodies, and forcefully resisting the toppling Mount Buzhou. Countless witches gathered at the foot of Mount Buzhou, just as a group of ants gathered under a towering pillar. This scene deeply moved countless people. At this moment, the Wu tribe actually chose to withstand the collapse of Mount Buzhou. They are in dire straits, and if they can't hold on, they might be crushed into mincemeat by Mount Buzhou. Even a near saint-level expert probably couldn't withstand the power of Mount Buzhou. This, after all, Mount Buzhou, the transformation of the Pangu spine. Just as everyone was shocked by the witch's actions, Shen Ni, who was lying on the ground on the verge of death after suffering the backlash of karma, laughed heartily. A bunch of overconfident people, do you think you can withstand the collapse of Mount Buzhou? If the 12 ancestral witches were still alive, perhaps you would have a glimmer of hope, but fortunately, faced with Shen Ni's sarcasm, no one spoke. They just gritted their teeth and persevered. But they knew that they could only slightly slow down the collapse of Mount Buzhou. They couldn't stop it from happening at all. The underground of Mount Buzhou has long been corroded, and even if they could right Mount Buzhou, it would no longer be able to support the prehistoric world. Kuo-shu knew these things, but the other members of the Wu tribe did not. They are still holding on at this point, because they are waiting for the 12 ancestral witches to return. When Mount Buzhou collapsed, The Wu tribe suddenly suffered a massive karma backlash for some unknown reason. Countless clansmen were seriously injured, and even the great shamans suffered considerable injuries. Fortunately, Kuashu managed to get them to support Mount in time, preventing the karma backlash from escalating further. But once Mount Buzhou completely collapses, they dare not imagine what kind of karma backlash they will suffer. They didn't understand that, given their previous actions, they shouldn't have suffered such a massive karma backlash. At this point, they could only hope that the 12 ancestral witches sensed karma backlash against the witches and would return as soon as possible to save them. Although the witch clan ignored Shen Ni continued to ramble on. The karma backlash must be unbearable, right? This is just the beginning. If you can't eliminate the karma backlash, just from this karma backlash alone, more than half of your witch clan will be killed or wounded. Shen Ni kept talking, and Kuashu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood Shen Ni's intention. Shen said all this simply, so that he could use creation merit to eliminate the karma tribe. This should also be part of Hongjun's calculations. Once I use creation merit to eliminate the karma of the witch clan, I will no longer have creation merit. At that time, Hongjun will be able to manipulate me however he wants. Thinking about this, Kuashu finally understood why their witch clan had so much karma. This must be something the Hongjun did. Kuashu also knew very well that Hongjun would not have an easy time doing this. Kuashu listened to Shen Ni's incessant ramblings before his death, but did not respond. Shen Ni kept saying these things, simply to force him to use creation merit. If he doesn't use creation merit, he's disregarding the life and death of the witch clan, and will surely alienate them. This is killing two birds with one stone. However, Kuashu ignored all of this because he had already made plans and didn't need to waste too much of his creation merit. All he has to do now is wait. At the same time, just as karma descended upon the witch clan, the 12 ancestral witches, trapped in the Zhu Tianqing Do Great Formation, immediately sensed it. Roar! Yao race, Hongjun, you're asking for death. Karma's arrival among the witches thoroughly enraged the 12 ancestral witches. 12 ancestral witches roared and launched a sudden attack, taking advantage of the increased cultivation he had gained during this time. Open the heavens! Pengu's true body suddenly let out a shout, and a terrifying axe beam ripped through the sky, slashing fiercely towards Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun let out a cold laugh and immediately mobilized the power of the Great Formation in an attempt to block the attack. Although this attack was more powerful than the previous one, Emperor Jun believed that with the help of Hongjun and Heavenly Dao, he could easily withstand the attack from 12 ancestral witches. Sensing the terrifying power of this attack, Hongjun immediately wanted to amplify Emperor Jun's power. However, as soon as he made a move, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Heavenly Dao suffered too much backlash from what he had done before, and now he refused to help him anymore. In this way, how could Emperor Jun, without the power of Heavenly Dao, possibly withstand this attack? Hongjun's expression immediately changed, and he tried to telepathically communicate with Emperor Jun to dodge, but unfortunately, a single axe blade swept past Emperor Jun. Then passed Fu Shi behind, and finally took away 6 demon marshals before crashing heavily into countless Yao races. Forehead. Emperor Jun stared blankly at his own body, only to see it gradually disappearing. Not only him, but also Fu Shi behind Emperor Jun, 6 demon marshals, and countless Yao races were all killed by this axe, which shows how terrifying 12 ancestral witches' axe was. Brother! Elder brother! 2 exclamations of surprise rang out in quick succession. Immediately afterwards, Nua's figure appeared on the battlefield. The axe blow from Pengu true body also cleaved open Qian Qian Xing Do Great Formation, allowing Nua to slip inside. When Nua saw Fu Shi being split in two by the Pengu true body, she immediately cried out in alarm. Without time to think, Nua took a step forward and came to Fu Shi's side. Watching Fu Shi's figure disappear, Nua was extremely anxious. Using her heavenly Dao privileges, Nua carefully collected the last remnant of Fu Shi's soul, then glared angrily at 12 ancestral witches. Before the Eastern Emperor Tai could even retaliate, Nua had already made her move. "Dijiang, you dare kill my brother! Die!" Nua, enraged, unleashed her power, the red embroidered ball carrying her fury, as it slammed into Pengu true body. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches in the Pengu true body also snorted coldly. So what if you're a saint? Since Fu Shi is Yao race, then it's a fight to the death. 12 ancestral witches once again raised the ethereal heaven-opening axe and fiercely cleaved it towards Nua. At this moment, Eastern Emperor Tai finally reacted, roared, and immediately mobilized the power of the Zhu Qian Qian Qing Do Great Formation to help Nua. Hongjun, who had recovered from the Qiyue incident old ancestor, immediately and forcefully mobilized the power of heavenly Dao to help Nua and Tai. With Nua's intervention, the 12 ancestral witches suffered a series of defeats and were on the verge of losing ground, but just then, "Demon Master, it's time for you to make your move." Mo Yu Chuan Kunpeng. Kunpeng watched the 12 ancestral witches and Nua in battle, his eyes flickering uncertainly. At this moment, Mo Yu spoke up again. "The Wood Emperor said that after the matter is accomplished, the Hetu Luoshu that we obtained be yours." Kunpeng's eyes lit up. Seeing the Hetu Luoshu floating in midair after Emperor Jun's death, which served as the central element of the Great Formation, Kunpeng could no longer bear it. In a flash, he appeared next to the Hetu Luoshu. Upon seeing this, the Yao race members were initially stunned, then many demon marshals flew into a rage, shouting at Dao, "Demon Master, what are you doing?" Eastern Emperor Tai, who was also in battle, noticed something amiss and turned around to see the Demon Master. Kunpeng was forcibly refining the Hetu Luoshu, which enraged Eastern Emperor Tai. But at that moment, Demon Master Kunpeng declared, "I will lead the Great Formation to deal with the 12 ancestral witches." Kunpeng truly controlled the shattered Zhu Tianqing Do Great Formation and attacked the 12 ancestral witches. Everyone was taken aback. What did Kunpeng mean by this? Was he not trying to seize the Silu Luoshu? Or was he trying to maintain the Great Formation? Just as everyone hesitated, Dai Kang also said, "Let's deal with the 12 ancestral witches first." Their interruption caused even Tai to hesitate. At this moment, the 12 ancestral witches launched another counterattack, and this time even Nua was struggling to withstand them. How can the 12 ancestral witches be so powerful? Nua was greatly surprised. At the same time, Kunpeng, piloting the Zhu Tianqing Do Great Formation, continuously steers the battlefield into chaos. Just as the Pengu true body was once again splitting chaos to connect with the ancient starry sky, Kunpeng used the Zhu Tianqing Do Great Formation to directly push the Pengu true body into chaos. Kunpeng, what are you doing? Why are you pushing the 12 ancestral witches into chaos? Eastern Emperor Tai glared angrily at Kunpeng. 12 ancestral witches entering chaos, and how they could still take advantage of the ancient starry sky and heavenly Dao. Just as Eastern Emperor Tai was criticizing Kunpeng, Di Kang spoke up again. Look at the primordial world. Why has Mount Buzhou collapsed? His shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. With the help of the great formation of the Zhu Tianqing Du, everyone looked down at the primordial world. Sure enough, Mount Buzhou tilted, and the water of the Milky Way flowed back. In an instant, everyone's hands and feet turned ice cold. How could this be? How could Mount Buzhou collapse? The collapse of Mount Buzhou affected not only the Wu tribe, but also many descendants of the Yao race on the great desolate land. The Yao race that can live in the demon court are few and far between, and are not worth mentioning compared to the boundless Yao race on the great desolate land. Many of their weaker descendants live on the great desolate land. If Mount Buzhou collapses, the waters of the Milky Way will overflow into the great desolate land. And how many of their people will die? In an instant, countless Yao races lost the motivation to continue fighting the 12 ancestral witches. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out in the prehistoric world. Today I, Zhu Mu, wish that the incarnation, the pillar of heaven and earth, shall replace Mount Buzhou in supporting heaven and earth. From this day forward, I, Zhu Mu, shall share life and death with the prehistoric world. May the prehistoric world and all living beings bear witness to this. It's the Wood Emperor. It's the Wood Emperor. Ha 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 ha, my Yao race is saved. Everyone recognized Yin Yang Divine Tree's voice and was overjoyed. With Yin Yang Divine Tree with incarnation as their pillar of strength, who will dare to touch Yao race in the future? Even Tao Hongjun is no match. While the Yao race were excited, they didn't notice that when Yin Yang Divine Tree made his grand vow, he only mentioned his name, Zhu Mu, without mentioning the Yao race or his identity as the Wood Emperor. In this way, Yin Yang Divine Tree incarnation is the pillar of heaven and earth, and Yao race cannot get too much luck and karma. Moreover, when Yin Yang Divine Tree made its great vow, it was not only directed at heavenly Tao. Yin Yang Divine Tree spoke of it for the prehistoric world and all sentient beings to witness. This encompasses all three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity in the primordial world, preventing heavenly Tao from dominating. The advantage of doing this is that if heavenly Tao wants to plant a divine tree in Yin Yang, you can't tamper with karma. The excited Yao race were unaware of these anomalies. At this moment, they were so excited that they couldn't wait to return to the primordial world to celebrate with the Yin Yang Divine Tree. Just as everyone was getting excited, a loud roar rang out. How dare you! 12 ancestral witches also heard the proclamation of the Yin Yang Divine Tree and were immediately anxious to rush into the prehistoric world, only to bump into Tianqing Do Great Formation. Stop him! We can't let him ruin the Wood Emperor's plans, Di Kang roared, rousing all the Yao race. Everyone came to their senses and realized that Di Kang was right. They couldn't let the 12 ancestral witches ruin the Wood Emperor's plans. As long as the Wood Emperor can incarnate the pillars of heaven and earth, their Yao race will completely surpass the Wu race in the future. At this moment, everyone in Yao race became excited. At this moment, Eastern Emperor Tai looked at Nua and said, "Saint, could you please return to the primordial world and help Wood Emperor complete the task of supporting the heavens? As long as Wood Emperor successfully supports the heavens, Emperor will have a way to revive Shi Huang." Upon hearing this, Nua's eyes lit up, and she stared intently at Tai, asking, "Is this true?" Tai didn't hide anything and explained the abilities of the Yin Yang Divine Tree. Dao sighed at the end. We advised Shi Huang to leave himself a way out, but he refused. He said he only wanted to cultivate in seclusion and did not like fighting. How could he have perished? Nua opened her mouth, feeling helpless. This really did sound like something Fu Shi would say. Nua sighed helplessly and said nothing more. If what Tai said was true, then Fu Shi still had a chance to be resurrected. And what about you? Nua looked at the 12 ancestral witches, who were frantically trying to rush into the primordial world, with some concern. Tai waved his hand. Don't worry, Nua. Even if it costs me my life, I will not the 12 ancestral witches succeed. Nua's no more, and in a flash, she left the Jianqian Qingdou Great formation and headed towards the primordial wilderness. Meanwhile, prehistoric world was also very lively. Just now, after Yin-Yang Divine Tree made its great vow, its body disappeared directly from Baikao Garden and crashed down towards Mount Buzhou below. When he landed on Mount Buzhou, he made no sound at all and simply merged into Mount Buzhou. Seeing this, Kuashu shouted, "Everyone, back off!" Before the group of witches could think further, they watched as the towering Yin-Yang Divine Tree fell. They dared not remain at the foot of Mount Buzhou and fled into the distance. After everyone had moved away from Mount Buzhou, they discovered that the Yin-Yang Divine Tree had actually been integrated into Mount Buzhou. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Mount Buzhou seemed to melt, spreading out in all directions. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree is firmly rooted in Mount Buzhou, with half of its body enveloped by the original Mount Buzhou. Immediately afterwards, the melting Mount Buzhou enveloped the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, as if it were covering the tree's bark with another layer of sand and soil. After the Yin-Yang Divine Tree landed, it quickly took root in the earth, with countless roots surging into the depths of the ground. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree possesses the law of tribulation, readily accepting and devouring the tribulation key from the earth. Moreover, the ghost cultivator main body, hidden deep underground within the remnants of the Pangu array, has not left, still relying on the dense, almost tangible tribulation key present. Cultivate. With both factors combined, the tribulation key underground is being frantically devoured and purified. After the Yin-Yang Divine Tree landed, its roots began to spread in all directions. Following the rhythm of the Three Kingdoms world, the roots and stems of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree are connected with the Earth's veins. In this way, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree can replace the primordial Earth veins and completely control the primordial world. It will take a long time to achieve this, but Yin-Yang Divine Tree is not in a hurry. With the Yin-Yang Divine Tree taking root, the former Mount Buzhou has been completely transformed. After melting, Mount Buzhou is now only half its original height. However, the area it spreads out over is much larger than before. Today, Mount Buzhou looks like a large mound of earth piled up at the base of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. As for the former land of the Wu tribe, it was pushed to an unknown distance due to the expansion of Mount Buzhou. Surprisingly, the land of the Wu tribe remained undamaged, as if the melting of Mount Buzhou had not affected it. Wow! The land seems to have expanded quite a bit. One of the great divine abilities sensed the changes in the great desolate land and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. This exclamation also startled countless onlookers. At this point, everyone also discovered that, due to the collapse of Mount Buzhou, the great desolate land had indeed become much larger. This, for a moment, no one knew whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Although the great desolate land has become more expansive, Mount Buzhou has collapsed. Can the Yin-Yang Divine Tree truly support the heavens and the earth? If not, then when heaven and earth merge, all these primordial beings will probably die. Just as everyone was filled with doubt and surprise, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, which had taken root in the great desolate land, finally began to change. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree began to grow rapidly. Its trunk thickened, and it started to grow at an astonishing rate. Next, the canopy of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree finally reached the height of Mount Buzhou. But at this moment, the heavens and earth had already tilted. and the boundless waters of the Milky Way were pouring down. The yin-yang divine tree not only has to hold back the beginning of the closing of heaven, earth, but it also has to block the cascading waters of the Milky Way and straighten the prehistoric world. Block it! With a roar, the yin-yang divine tree grew taller once more, its canopy plunging fiercely into the celestial cave. However, the next second, the canopy suddenly made a creaking sound, and the canopy twisted to the other side as the sky tilted. Ah! Come back here! Yin-yang divine tree is trying to straighten the sky with its own power. Unfortunately, the power of 33 heavens is so terrifying that the yin-yang divine tree, which has not yet reached the sage realm, cannot correct it. What a pity! Countless Tao divine thought noticed this and felt sorry for them. Yin-yang divine tree is just one step away from success. Unfortunately, 33 heavens is now tilted, and it's impossible to straighten it out. No! There's still a chance. Yin-yang divine tree immediately contacted the cultivation body. It's up. Cultivation body, having just returned to Tortoise Back Island, didn't waste any time and immediately located the North Black Tortoise. Dao, North Sea Black Tortoise. Your time to escape has come. North Sea Black Tortoise was stunned. He had certainly seen Mount Beaujeu collapse and the world turn upside down. But what does this have to do with him? He lives in the ocean, so no matter how much the Milky Way overflows, it has nothing to do with him. But Kang Ji's words surprised him. You're saying my time to escape has come? How do I escape? North Sea Black Tortoise stared intently at Kang Ji and asked Dao. Kang Ji looked at his limbs and said, You heard what Zhou Mu just said. He wants to support the heavens and the earth. Once he succeeds, he will obtain terrifying primordial karma power. I don't need to explain what the power of karma is for. If you can obtain the power of karma, you can manifest the body of karma. At that point, even if someone wanted to stop it, they probably wouldn't have the power. Karma power? But how do I obtain karma power? That guy can support the heavens and the earth, and I don't have that ability. North Sea Black Tortoise looked puzzled. Kang Ji chuckled, looking at the North Sea Black Tortoise. Dao, who said you can't? Kang Ji pointed in the direction of Mount Beaujeu and said, The biggest problem for Zhou Mu now is that the world is tilting, and he can't reverse the tilting of the world at all. However, if someone can support the four poles, then 33 heavens can naturally return to their rightful place. Only then will he be able to successfully support the heavens, and as the one who supports the four poles, he will also obtain the heaven-supporting karma. North Sea Black Tortoise finally came to her senses. You want me to sacrifice my limbs and use them to support the four poles of the primordial world? North Sea Black Tortoise thought to himself. No wonder this guy keeps staring at his limbs, so that's what he's up to. A struggle flashed through his mind. This was his physical body, and now he was just going to lose his limbs. Seemingly sensing his hesitation, Kang Ji directly said, Even without this physical body, you can still condense the karma body. With the sky supporting karma, you will not only be able to achieve sage status in the future, but as long as your limbs are still supporting the prehistoric world, you will be able to continuously obtain sky-supporting karma. In addition, you can refine the remaining physical body into a magic treasure. With such a powerful turtle body, what kind of powerful magic treasure can be refined? By then, you'll be unstoppable in the prehistoric world. North Sea Black Tortoise agreed, saying that according to Kang Ji, his future was incredibly bright. Seeing the North Sea Black Tortoise becoming increasingly tempting, Kang Ji added fuel to the fire. If you don't agree, When Saint arrives, these karma will probably no longer be yours. A jolt ran through the north black tortoise. Indeed, even if he is unwilling to support the heavens, someone might force him to do so. By then, the sky-supporting karma that should have belonged to him will probably no longer belong to him. In a moment of urgency, the North Sea black tortoise disregarded everything else and immediately proclaimed to heaven and earth that it was willing to offer its limbs to support the sky. As the great vow was made, the North Sea black tortoise shook violently, and its body sank downwards. Fortunately, Kangji intervened in time, preventing the turtle from sinking to the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, the human race, which had just been saved, would suffer again. After a period of adjustment, the North Sea black tortoise barely managed to maintain its body. At this point, Kangji finally discovered that the North Sea black tortoise had not bled after losing its limbs. Meanwhile, the four limbs of the North Sea black tortoise transformed into streams of light that fill the four corners of the primordial wilderness, and then became four colossal pillars, reaching the heavens, supporting the tilted heavens and earth. Boom! With a loud bang, 33 heavens finally stopped tilting, and Yin-Yang Divine Tree finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sensing that the world was no longer tilted, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree immediately exerted all its strength to straighten the tilted world little by little. With 33 heavens being officially recognized, Yin-Yang Divine Tree has also relented. But this was not the end. Although its trunk blocked the celestial cave, a considerable amount of celestial river water still flowed out from the cracks and towards the great desolate land. The waters of the Milky Way are also known as the weak water, where even a feather cannot float and birds find it difficult to pass. Once it flows into the great desolate land, countless lives will perish. Just as Yang Divine Tree frowned, 6 saints suddenly appeared beside him. I wonder if there's anything fellow Taoist can help with? With the matter almost settled, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree's dominance was a foregone conclusion, and 6 sages naturally didn't want to miss the last chance, divide up karma. Yin-Yang Divine Tree glanced at them, but did not refuse. He said directly, "Although I have supported the sky and blocked most of the celestial caves, there are still gaps in the celestial caves. Therefore, I need some materials to mend the sky. I wonder if you could provide some assistance." Upon hearing this, the 6 sages exchanged a glance, and without saying a word, immediately took out a number of materials. Yin-Yang Divine Tree didn't hesitate, and immediately selected the useful materials, especially the 5 colored stones, which were the best materials for mending the sky. Yin-Yang Divine Tree unleashed primordial true flame, transforming these materials fusion. Suddenly, Kangji had a thought and remembered an item. He immediately contacted Yin-Yang Divine Tree and sent the item to it. Yin-Yang Divine Tree took the item and found it to be a fragment. He quickly realized what it was. This is Kangji in Pangu Secta fragment obtained while hunting a void beast in Wanbao Mountain. This fragment is a piece from the Azure Heaven treasure mirror. That's not the key point. The key point is that the Azure Heaven treasure mirror was made from fragments of the creation jade plate. Therefore, this fragment also contains some fragments of the creation jade plate. Kangji's idea to incorporate this into the materials for mending the sky came on a whim, to see if any changes would occur. Without hesitation, Yin-Yang Divine Tree incorporated this fragment into the materials for mending the sky. As the primordial true flame smelted these materials, the 6 sages all wore uncertain expressions. They hadn't expected that Kangji would possess the primordial true flame, which was no ordinary flame, and could only be controlled by Chaos Demon God. However, They saw that the yin-yang divine tree was not a chaos creature, and for a moment they were somewhat surprised and uncertain. Unbeknownst to them, the yin-yang divine tree not only controls the yin-yang law, but also the Taiyang, the 5 elements, and the chaos law. More importantly, the yin-yang divine tree also fused with the Pengu spinal cord, making it easy to control the primordial true flame. As the materials filled the gaps and merged with the trunk of the yin-yang divine tree, the primordial heavenly cave was finally repaired, and the waters of the Milky Way no longer flowed back into the primordial world. In an instant, boundless karma swept across the heavens and earth. "These karma seem a little different," Tongqian Jiaozhu suddenly said. The other 6 sages also narrowed their eyes as they looked at the karma power permeating the world. Lao Tzu spoke, "Indeed, it's different. This isn't purely heavenly Tao merit. It's primordial karma, containing the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Karma, this is the true, primal karma." Upon hearing this, 6 sages immediately understood what was going on and was filled with envy. This is primordial karma. Absorbing it poses no hidden dangers. It's far superior to the heavenly Tao merit they absorbed when they became saints. At the same time, the karma between heaven and earth split into many parts, the largest of poured into the yin-yang divine tree. The power of primordial karma was poured into the yin-yang divine tree's body, and the yin-yang divine tree instantly felt this immense energy. This actually contains the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Yin-yang divine tree thought with delight, although it was expected, when he actually obtained the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Even during karma, I couldn't help but feel joy. Phew! It's time to improve my cultivation. Although it supports the heavens and the earth, the yin-yang divine tree can feel that it is somewhat powerless. The prehistoric world is terrifying. Even though he voluntarily supported the heavens and earth, and gained the approval of the primordial world, reducing many obstacles, the pressure he actually endured was still immense. Now that yin-yang divine tree possesses such immense and harmless karma power, it will not waste it. With a thought, yin-yang divine tree took the lead in using the power of these karma to activate the remaining Pengu spinal cord within its body. Previously, due to the constraints of heavenly Tao, complete fusion was not possible. With so much karma power now, it's impossible for heavenly Tao to stop the Pengu spinal cord. The instant the karma power touched the Pengu spinal cord, heavenly Tao, the sentence is incomplete and lacks context, so a direct translation isn't possible. The limitations imposed by the physical body have been completely removed. The remaining Pengu spinal cord merged into the yin-yang divine tree at an extremely rapid pace. Yin-yang divine tree is radiating Dao Dao's golden radiance. With these glorious bursts of light, the physical body of the yin-yang divine tree surges once again. The tree canopy that originally pierced the heavens continued to grow, as if a new tree had grown, constantly rising and penetrating the 9 heavens, and it was still growing. In addition, with the integration of Pengu spinal cord and karma power, and the yin-yang divine tree fusion's materials for patching up the sky seemed to undergo a qualitative change at this moment. The sky-mending materials, which already incorporated many materials, now radiated endless brilliance. Amidst these rosy rays, there was also a hazy purple hue. With a thought, yin-yang divine tree instantly appeared in a peculiar space. The moment the yin-yang divine tree appeared, I immediately knew where I was. This is actually heavenly Tao space. Because of fusion, because of the azure heaven mirror, and the power of endless karma, yin-yang divine tree actually gained access to heavenly Tao space. Upon entering this place, an endless stream of law surged forth. In just a moment, the realm of yin-yang divine tree began to climb rapidly. What was originally just the law comprehension at the early stage of quasi-saint is now improving at an alarming rate. However, this is not the place where the yin-yang divine tree has changed the most. With the fusion of the Pangu spinal cord, the yin-yang divine tree quickly pierced through the 9 heavens and ascended once more. At this moment, yin-yang divine tree's body finally broke through its original constraints. Its physical body breakthrough led to Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal realm, which is the sanctification of the physical body. With a deafening roar, the entire prehistoric world trembled. Yin-yang divine tree, the physical body's ascension to sainthood, directly caused a tremor in the primordial world. Boundless purple Kai enveloped the primordial world, and the roots of the yin-yang divine tree grew rapidly, spreading throughout the entire primordial world. Moreover, through the canopy of 9 heavens grew taller again, heading towards 33 heavens. The 12th heaven, the 16th heaven, the 22nd heaven, the 27th heaven. The canopy of the yin-yang divine tree reaches the 27th level before its growth rate gradually slows down. At this time, the root system of the yin-yang divine tree had already extended to 1/10 of the entire primordial earth veins. As the yin-yang divine tree grows, prehistoric world, which was reduced in height due to the collapse of Mount Buzhu, not only regains its original height, but has even grown taller. In addition, because of the yin-yang divine tree and the great desolate land fusion, along with the expansion of the yin-yang divine tree, has also begun to grow in the great desolate land. Although the area expanded by the great desolate land is not much compared to the entire great desolate land, this phenomenon indicates that as long as the yin-yang divine tree continues to grow, the entire prehistoric world will benefit. Even 6 sages was somewhat taken aback by this phenomenon. The growth of the prehistoric world not only means an increase in resources, but also an increase in the number of living beings it can accommodate. This also means that the primordial power they can obtain will increase. While everyone was amazed by the surprise brought by the yin-yang divine tree, the yin-yang divine tree was still fusion with the power of karma. This time, however, yin-yang divine tree is primarily targeting heavenly Dao space, because yin-yang divine tree discovered that, with his continuous fusion with the power of karma, his divine thought was able to infiltrate heavenly Dao space. Perhaps because of the Azure Heaven treasure mirror, both the former heavens and the fragments of the creation jade plate have the authority to communicate with the heavenly Dao space. Today, the yin-yang divine tree, aided by karma, is accelerating this erosion process. Faster, faster. Hongzhen is fighting the 12 ancestral witches right now. Once he realizes what's happening and finds us, it won't be easy for him to seize power. Yin-yang divine tree muttered to himself as he contacted the main body, wanting to access clone's computing power. At this time, Kang Jai cultivation body, not cultivate. Although he had also gained some karma power, he was currently focused on the transformation of the North Sea black tortoise. Because of its 4 limbs supporting the sky, the North Sea black tortoise also benefited greatly. Although its karma power is not as great as that of the yin-yang divine tree, it is still 1/5 of the yin-yang divine tree's power. So much karma power is enough for the North Sea black tortoise to reshape a karma body. A beam of golden light shot out from the top of the North Sea black tortoise, growing larger and larger until it transformed into a gigantic North Sea black tortoise. The next second, North Sea black tortoise swayed and reappeared as a middle-aged man. Disciple greets master. The North Sea black tortoise slowly descended and bowed to Kang Jai. He had previously made a bet with Kang Jai that if Kang Jai could make him take human form, he would become Kang Ji's disciple. Now that it has successfully transformed, the North Sea black tortoise has no intention of going back on its word. Kang Ji's eyes lit up as he watched the North Sea black tortoise bow respectfully. Although the North Sea black tortoise abandoned its physical body, it did not weaken much in its cultivation by using the power of karma to form a karma golden body. It could even be said that only now can the North Sea black tortoise truly unleash the power of his quasi-sage peak cultivation. Moreover, once the North Sea black tortoise refines his original physical body into a life-bound treasure, he will likely become the #1 person below saint in the entire primordial world. Kang Jai gently raised her hand, satisfied. Very good. From now on, your name will be Bei Xuan. North Sea black tortoise was overjoyed and bowed to Dao again. Thank you, master, for bestowing this name upon me. At that moment, Kang Jai also received a request from Yin Yang Divine Tree. Without hesitation, he immediately contacted most of the clones and mobilized their computing power. Thanks to Yin Yang Divine Tree's timely rescue, the overall losses in the prehistoric world are not significant, and only 1/10 of his own clone has perished. The 1/10 of clone that died are now waiting for reincarnation in the underworld. Yin Yang Divine Tree wanted to access computing power, and Kang Jai did not refuse. However, Kang Jai also left a portion of the computing power to Ghost Cultivator Main Body, Martial Cultivator Main Body, and Kua Shu Clone, because these three also received a significant amount of karma power. Upon receiving the increased computing power, the Yin Yang Divine Tree quickly began parsing various laws in the heavenly Dao space, especially the 12 laws that the Yin Yang Divine Tree specializes in. With the analysis and absorption of the Yin Yang Divine Tree, all 12 laws were quickly broken through to the quasi-sage realm. Moreover, since Yin Yang Divine Tree is currently in heavenly space, as he gains a deeper understanding of these 12 laws, his divine thought imprint is also being continuously imprinted on them. With the help of karma, the Yin Yang Divine Tree is eroding the authority of these 12 laws. Gradually, these 12 kinds of law were all taken by the Yin Yang Divine Tree cultivate reached quasi-sage peak. At this point, Yin Yang Divine Tree once again faces the choice of breaking through. He needs to choose a main law to break through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. The 12 types of law that Yin Yang Divine Tree majors in are Chaos Law, Yin Yang Law, Taiyin Law, Taiyang Law, 5 Elements Laws, Star Law, Daring Law, Fusion Law, Law, Nurturing Law, Law of Tribulation, Reversal Law. Previous Yin Yang Divine Tree breakthrough. When using Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, the primary law selected is Nurturing Law. However, Yin Yang Divine Tree has now cultivated all 12 kinds of law in Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Peak and Yin Yang Divine Tree can be selected again. This time, however, Yin Yang Divine Tree does not want to continue with Nurturing Law, because he has undergone tremendous changes compared to before. Previously, he was just Yao race the Wood Emperor. All he needs to do is control the Yao race. However, now he has not only attained sainthood in his physical body, but his law comprehension has also broken through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. In this situation, it would be a waste of one's identity to remain confined to Yao race. In particular, with its connection to the Great Desolate Land Fusion, Yin Yang Divine Tree knew very well that he would eventually incarnate into an existence like the World Tree and Chaos Sun Tree, completely bound to the primordial world. Once you're bound to the primordial world, it's somewhat inappropriate to focus on nurturing law as your primary law subject. But which law should be chosen as the breakthrough for Hunyuan Dalyu Golden Immortal Realm? Law has become a difficult matter. What kind of law did he use? If we break through, then in which aspect of law will the primordial world become stronger? Originally, the primordial world was created by Pangu, and the most powerful one should be the law of strength. However, after Pangu transformed into the primordial chaos, he was manipulated by the primordial chaos and became primarily based on the law of immortality. Now that Yin-Yang-Yang Divine Tree has gained access to heavenly Dao space, it will inevitably compete with Hongjun for control of heavenly Dao space sooner or later. If successful, the main focus of the primordial law will change once again. That is why Yin-Yang Divine Tree had to make a careful selection. The first two laws eliminated by the Yin-Yang Divine Tree are Taiyan Law and Taiyang Law. Choosing either of these two laws is not as good as choosing Yin-Yang Law directly. In addition, Nurturing Law and Luck Law are excluded by Yin-Yang Divine Tree, because both of these laws are highly dependent on the number and strength of living beings. If any living beings in the primordial world are harmed, then the Yin-Yang Divine Tree will also be affected. In addition, the Law of Tribulation and Reversal Law are also excluded by the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. While the Law of Tribulation is good, it can absorb Qi of Calamity Tribulation. Cultivate, but once it completely controls the primordial world, it will never create the Qi of Calamity Tribulation. To create the Qi of Calamity Tribulation, it would have to harm living beings, which is not what the Yin-Yang Divine Tree likes. While Reversal Law can reverse origin, its impact on prehistoric world, fusion can absorb and release primordial Qi, but this ability is somewhat useless. In this way, only the Chaos Law, Yin-Yang Law, 5 Elements Laws, Differing Law, Fusion Law, and Star Law remain out of the 12 laws. After much deliberation, Yin-Yang Divine Tree ultimately chose the Differing Law. The reason for choosing this law as the major is that, with the help of Chaos, Yin-Yang Law, and Yin-Yang Divine Tree, one can completely transform into Chaos Spiritual Root. Once one transforms into the Chaos Spiritual Root, then choosing the Differing Law is the best option for the Yin-Yang-Yang Wood main body. At that time, I will be able to directly devour Chaos Qi, and then convert it into the energy needed by the primordial world through other laws. At that time, one will be completely integrated with the primordial world, and with the help of Chaos Qi, will be able to advance further alongside the primordial world. If the primordial world could be transformed into the Great Tao world, I too could successfully transform into a Great Tao powerhouse. Having understood these points, Yin-Yang Divine Tree no longer hesitated and immediately began a breakthrough, using the Differing Law as its foundation. Hunyuan Dalyu Golden Immortal Realm. As law fluctuated, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree quickly left its mark on the heavenly space and merged with the Differing Law within the heavenly Dao space. Fusion then merged into his own body. With Differing Law breakthrough, the roots of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree extend once more, heading towards the depths of the primordial wilderness until they penetrate the wilderness and take root in chaos. The next second, the boundless Chaos Qi was absorbed by the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, and the Chaos Law, Yin-Yang Law, and 5 Elements Laws within the Yin-Yang Divine Tree began to operate. As these laws operate, Chaos Qi is quickly broken down into countless innates. Spiritual Qi is infused into the prehistoric world. It's done. Yin-Yang Divine Tree is a joy. As he successfully decomposed Chaos Qi, at that very moment, Chaos Law, Yin-Yang Law, and 5 Elements Laws, which had already reached Quasi-Sage Peak, broke through again, and advanced to Hunyuan, Dalio golden, immortal realm. With the devouring law that was first broken through, Yin-Yang divine tree has now completed the transformation of the four laws, becoming a powerhouse with all four laws being Hunyuan Dalio golden realm. As chaos law successfully breaks to Hunyuan Dalio golden immortal realm, the physical body of Yin-Yang divine tree also transforms, becoming the true chaos spiritual root. With Yin-Yang divine tree with the transformation of his physical body, the Yin-Yang divine tree grew taller once more, reaching the 33 heavens and touching its edge, about to enter the ancient, starry sky. As the Yin-Yang divine tree approached the ancient starry sky, the Yin-Yang divine tree, which had already merged with the star fruit tree, immediately connected with the power of the ancient stars. With the nourishment of the power of the ancient stars, the star law, Taiyin law, and Taiyang law within the Yin-Yang divine tree underwent a transformation at this moment, successfully breaking through to the Hunyuan Dalio golden realm. In this way, Yin-Yang divine tree has broken through 7 of the 12 laws he has mastered, reaching the saint level. This is an incredibly terrifying breakthrough. Even an ordinary person who has broken through Hunyuan Dalio golden immortal realm is also just a kind of law. It's just a breakthrough. The Yin-Yang divine tree has now broken through 7 laws, which is truly terrifying. Of course, even with Yin-Yang divine tree's heaven-defying power, it still pales in comparison to the former 3,000 chaos demon gods. Because I want to break through to attain heavenly Tao realm, one must break through all 3,000 laws to the level of Hunyuan Dalio golden immortal. This is incredibly difficult. In this era, where the great Tao is obscured, even the Hongjun struggles to break through to the heavenly Tao realm, and are forced to use the prehistoric world as a pretext to steal the primordial authority and achieve fusion. Heavenly Tao, attempting to break through to heavenly Tao realm in one fell swoop. As for Hongjun himself, his true breakthrough saint level doesn't have many other laws, only a few more than the Yin-Yang divine tree. Hongjun's true strength lies in the fact that almost all of his remaining 3,000 laws have reached the quasi-sage realm. Once it fusion, if he possesses heavenly Tao space, then he will be able to break through 3,000 laws to the level of Hunyuan Dalio golden immortal in one fell swoop. At that time he will be able to break through in one fell swoop heavenly Tao realm. This is what makes the Hongjun so terrifying. However, because he also cultivates the 3,000 laws, his cultivation level is destined to stagnate for a long time. In this way, if someone's aptitude heaven-defying can completely surpass him. This is why the Hongjun would devise various conspiracies and scheme against 6 sages. Only by destroying 6 sages only with the foundation can they not surpass Hongjun. And only then can Hongjun remain stable until they break through to sage realm. However, the appearance of the Yin-Yang divine tree directly Hongjun's plans. This is also why Yin-Yang divine tree discovered the key information after examining the law imprints in heavenly Tao space. Hongjun's cultivation level reached saint level, yet he only had a dozen or so marks. Although they are slightly better than me, the difference is only slight. This delighted Yin-Yang divine tree. Now that Hongjun was seriously injured, it seemed that she still had a chance. With this in mind, Yin-Yang divine tree began to investigate the current state of the prehistoric world. Due to its own reasons, prehistoric world has not suffered any major losses. Compared to the original witch and demon great calamity, the losses caused by this great calamity are probably less than 1%. Moreover, Thanks to the towering yin-yang divine tree, the wilderness has expanded considerably, becoming nearly 1/10 larger than before. In addition, the battle outside the 33 heavens continues, with the 12 ancestral witches desperately trying to rush into the prehistoric world, while Tai and the other Yatha race members are doing their best to stop them. As for the main body and the clone, the cultivation body is accumulating karma power, but has not yet cultivated, and cultivating demonhood the main body and the demon cultivator. The main body maintains the formation within the Zhu Tianxing Do Great Formation. Only the ghost cultivator main body is still desperately cultivating, having already broken through 2 small realms in a row. And its cultivation has reached the quasi-saint late stage. It may break through to the quasi-sage peak at any time. As for clone, although Kua Shu and Pan Wu obtained some karma, neither of them had cultivate. Instead, they led a group of witches to save the creatures of the prehistoric world. By saving the creatures of the primordial era, the witch clan can obtain the power of karma, which is necessary to eliminate the boundless karma within them. Karma. Yes, karma too. Yin-Yang Divine Tree then remembered that the Wu tribe still possessed karma, which had been forcibly imbued by Hongjun. Now I have obtained a portion of heavenly Dao authority. With this in mind, Yin-Yang Divine Tree not hesitate. He didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with 6 sages, and his mind once again sank into heavenly Dao space. He wanted to use his authority to erase Hongjun's improper behavior. Zhu Mu, you're asking for death. Hongjun, who was assisting Yao race in fighting against the 12 ancestral witches, suddenly roared. Yin-Yang Divine Tree actually took advantage of his battle with 12 ancestral witches to erase the karma he had imposed on the witch clan. In an instant, the Wu tribe, who were still suffering from the backlash of karma, suddenly felt lighter. All the karma that had been forced upon them disappeared, and their Qi aura surged, with strands of karma flowing into their bodies. This was the karma they should have received when they resisted the collapse of Mount Buzhou. Previously, due to the existence of karma, it was impossible to obtain these karma. Now that karma is gone, it has naturally received the power of these karma. Even the 12 ancestral witches who were in the middle of the battle were taken aback. The huge karma that was originally on his back suddenly disappeared, and the strength of the Pangu true body increased even further. Roar! Open it! Boundless chaos key surged into the Pangu true body, and the Pangu true body unleashed a powerful axe strike. This axe blow cleaved open the Tianxing Do Great Formation, heading straight for Tai at the very center. Roar! Place the order now! Eastern Emperor Tai mobilized the power of the celestial stars and blessed the chaos bell. The bell and axe clashed, producing a dull thud. The next second, the terrifying axe blade smashed through the chaos bell and slammed into the Zhu Tianxing Do Great Formation. Puff, puff, puff! Sound of countless Dao blades slicing through the body rang out. Pangu True Body's axe actually cleaved through Tai's physical body, sliced through countless Yao race bodies, and headed towards ancient starry sky. If this attack were to penetrate the ancient starry sky, the stars within it would likely be damaged. At the crucial moment, Yin-Yang Divine Tree suddenly made a move. One Dao, the starlight of Dao, gathered on the treetop, drawing upon the power of the stars in the heavens. When 12 ancestral witches cleaved into the ancient starry sky with his axe, it was as if it had sunk into a quagmire, gradually being dissolved by the power of the stars. Let's go! Quickly return to the primordial world. Di Kang roared and waved his hand, enveloping Tai's body with demonic power, which then headed towards the primordial world. Tai's physical body was cleaved in two by this attack, and his divine soul was also half destroyed by the terrifying will within Pangu true body. Di Kang has been helping me maintain my figure these days. After giving Di Kang a grateful look, the remaining Yao race members disregarded everything else and desperately headed towards the prehistoric wilderness. Now, the only thing that can save them is their Emperor. Upon seeing Yao race flee, 12 ancestral witches instinctively wanted to give chase. But at this moment, Kuashu clone used his identity token to send them a message. Brothers, don't come back yet. You all need to take this opportunity to break through to Kahyuan Daluo Golden Immortal in chaos. 12 ancestral witches was taken aback. Di Jiang frowned and said, Brother, Yao race's Wood Emperor has already broken through to Sage Realm. If we don't go back... Before Dijiang could finish speaking, Kuashu transmitted his voice to Dao, Brother, there is no need to worry. There is no grudge between the Wood Emperor and our Wu tribe. He just eliminated the boundless karma for our Wu tribe, so you don't need to worry that he will harm us. As for the Hongjun, they probably won't let this go easily since they failed to eliminate you. This time, once your Pangu true body time limit expires, the Hongjun will probably take action immediately. The Hongjun are now causing trouble for the Wood Emperor. You all need to break through quickly so that our Wu tribe can face the Hongjun's invasion without fear. 12 ancestral witches was taken aback at first, but then realized that now was indeed the best time for a breakthrough. They had already reached their limit. All they needed to do was absorb Chaos QE. Previously, they were wary of Hongjun's discovery, but now that Hongjun is too busy, it's the perfect opportunity for them to break through. Dijiang stopped insisting and stood directly at the edge of chaos, using the Pangu true body to frantically devour Chaos Ki. With Chaos Ki entering his body, the 12 ancestral witches began their final transformation. Meanwhile, in heavenly Dao space, Hongjun was furious to discover that his home had been raided. Zhou Miu! You dare to ruin my plans? Today I'll expose Yozhu for what you truly are. In his anger, Hongjun didn't even notice that the yin-yang divine tree had already inoculated 7 kinds of wild animals. Cultivate arrived, Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. Seeing yin-yang divine tree divine, thought went straight for the kill. Hongjun. Yin-yang divine tree slowly opened its eyes, divine thought mobilizing heavenly Dao space law, quickly forming a Dao. Around the body, defense. Hongjun, you have disregarded the name of the Dao ancestor and abused the power of heavenly Dao to do whatever you want. Today is the day for you to hand over the power of heavenly Dao. Yin-yang divine tree let out a loud shout, which shook the entire heavenly Dao space. Ha ha ha! Some unknown variable actually thinks that by stealing a little bit of heavenly Dao's authority, he can contend with me. Hongjun let out a cold laugh, then shouted, Heavenly Dao, wish me well. Hongjun mobilized the power of heavenly Dao in an attempt to expel the yin-yang divine tree from heavenly Dao space. To his surprise, heavenly Dao remained unmoved by his request. Heavenly Dao, why aren't you making a move? Hongjun shouted again. Yin-yang divine tree sneered, Make a move. Why should heavenly Dao listen to you? Hongjun. This is the primordial heavenly Dao, not your heavenly Dao. Hongjun narrowed his eyes, and then carefully examined the yin-yang divine tree opposite him. Upon closer inspection, Hongjun's pupils involuntarily contracted. Yin-yang divine tree actually contains 7 kinds of law breakthrough reached saint level. How is this possible? Hongjun exclaimed. Yin-yang divine tree has just broken through. How could one possibly break through all 7 saint level levels at once? Even he, over the years, has only broken through a dozen or so laws to reach the saint level. As for the remaining 6 sages, Under his management, not a single law has been issued to this day. Breakthrough to saint level. This is why 6 sages could not seize power over her heavenly Tao from him. 6 sages possess sage status, but lack the ability to manipulate heavenly Tao space. They possess the authority of saint-level power, but they are not true saint-level experts. Yin-Yang Divine Tree is different. He has truly cultivated all 7 types of law to the saint level. Hong Jun's eyes flickered uncertainly. He sensed an immense threat emanating from the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Furthermore, with the Yin-Yang Divine Tree now towering high, possessing a vast amount of karma power, dealing with it has become even more difficult. Sensing Heavenly Tao's intention to remain neutral, Hong Jun Qiai was so angry, he almost vomited blood. Heavenly Tao, if this person gains access, do you think you can still truly exist? Over the years, because of him, Heavenly Tao has developed its own consciousness after absorbing part of the authority of the Earth Tao and the human Tao. This was also Hong Jun's deliberate act. Only by giving birth to a Heavenly Tao, with its own consciousness, could it achieve fusion with him more quickly. Unexpectedly, Heavenly Tao has now chosen to remain neutral. Heavenly Tao remained unmoved in the face of Hong Jun's threats. Hong Jun already suffered considerable injuries from forcibly mobilizing Heavenly Tao authority, imposed karma, on the Wu tribe. Later, they forcibly mobilized Heavenly Tao's authority to help Yao race deal with 12 ancestral witches, causing him to be injured again. Heavenly Tao is now fully aware that if he helps Hong Jun deal with Yin-Yang Divine Tree again, his intelligence may be erased. This was something he didn't want to see. So Heavenly Tao simply chose to remain neutral. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree has managed to cultivate 7 species of wild animals in such a short time. Cultivate to saint level. And who will become the dominator in the future is still uncertain. So why should he offend Yin-Yang Divine Tree? Although Hong Jun has only cultivated a dozen or so saint-level laws so far, it is because Hong Jun is playing a big game and trying to create the strongest Heavenly Tao. Even so, the current Hong Jun is not much stronger than Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Seeing that Heavenly Tao was unwilling to help him, Hong Jun felt increasingly cold inside. Even without Heavenly Tao's help, you could never be my match. Without further ado, Hong Jun unleashed the power of law, blasting it towards the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Zhu Mu. Today I'll show you that there's a huge difference between law and law. The 2 sides' laws clashed, producing a tremendous, muffled sound in the Heavenly Tao space. In an instant, Heavenly Tao space trembled, and wisps of Heavenly Tao law seeped out along the Yin-Yang Divine Tree's sky-mending materials, forming layers of law at the site where the Yin-Yang Divine Tree had mended the sky. Tao rhyme. Huh? What's going on? The 6 sages, who were guarding the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, suddenly noticed something amiss and became puzzled. At this moment, Lao Tzu suddenly said, "It's Heavenly Tao space. Something's happened in Heavenly Tao space." Although the 6 sages cannot directly enter the Heavenly Tao space, they can still sense activity within it using their sage status. When they calmed their minds, they finally sensed the situation in Heavenly Tao space. A fight has broken out? The 6 sages looked at each other, momentarily at a loss, unsure of whom Tao should help. Logically speaking, Hong Jun Old Ancestor is their nominal master. At this time, Hong Jun is fighting Yin-Yang Divine Tree, and they should help Hong Jun. Although the Yin-Yang Divine Tree cannot move, don't forget that it is now a pillar supporting the sky. If they attack the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, it is tantamount to attacking the entire prehistoric world. It would be strange if they didn't suffer a backlash. Moreover, They themselves know their own situation all too well. Although he became Hongjun's disciple, but Hongjun betrayed them. It's good enough that they don't hold a grudge against Hongjun, let alone help him. If the Hongjun hadn't controlled their sacred positions, they wouldn't have been able to rebel. Otherwise, they would have rebelled against the Hongjun long ago. They are naturally delighted that someone can now stand up to the Hong Kong government. The six exchanged glances, and Nua spoke up. We can't enter the heavenly Dao space, so it's best not to cause trouble for Master. Upon hearing this, the six sages exchanged glances, nodded in agreement. Thus, a strange phenomenon appeared in the primordial world. The six sages guarded the yin-yang divine tree, while the spot where the yin-yang divine tree mended the sky continuously spewed forth law, Dao rhyme. As the battle in heavenly Dao space intensifies, the law at the point of contact between the yin-yang divine tree and the heaven-mending materials, the Dao Yun erupted more and more violently. With law, the eruption of Dao rhymes caused these Dao rhymes to spread outwards, which in turn made the entire primordial world much more active. Countless powerful beings came to the yin-yang divine tree, their eyes filled with longing as they looked at the place where the yin-yang divine tree met the heavenly cave. It was there that the law kept gushing out Dao rhyme, and these law Dao Yun aroused boundless desire in these powerful beings. This is the purest law in heavenly Dao space. Even absorbing just a little bit of Dao Yun would be of great benefit to them. If we compare the law of the prehistoric world to the broth in rice porridge, then the law emitted by the yin-yang divine tree at this moment, Dao Yun, refers to the individual grains of rice in a thin porridge. Although there were only a few grains of rice, they were a rare treat for Honghuang beings, who usually only had soup to drink. As for the laws in heavenly Dao space, they are thick rice grains, which are generally inaccessible to ordinary people. Even six sages watched as the yin-yang divine tree spread its law. Dao Yun couldn't help but swallow hard. Although they can mobilize the power of heaven, they do so by relying on sage status. In reality, when they try to understand the law, they are only slightly better than Honghuang beings, because the Hongjun used the authority of the heavenly Dao to restrict them. Now, watching the yin-yang divine tree continuously spread its law, Yun's voice made everyone swallow hard. They longed to sit cross-legged beside the yin-yang divine tree and absorb the spreading law. Dao rhyme. If we can use these laws Dao Yun cultivate, they may even go further. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to do that. Leaving aside the fact that the yin-yang divine tree had already broken through to the sage realm, it was something that no one else could desecrate. Even six sages, who are stationed nearby, are not to be trifled with. Just as the outside world was eyeing the Dao aura emanating from the yin-yang divine tree, the yin-yang divine tree was not having an easy time. How could this be? How could Hongjun be so strong? When yin-yang divine tree actually started fighting Hongjun, he realized that Hongjun was no ordinary person. The same saint-level law, but Hongjun is much stronger than him. Yin-yang divine tree kept observing, and finally discovered the trickery involved. A madman. He's a complete madman. Yin-yang divine tree cursed under his breath. He finally understood why the Hongjun were so powerful. Breakthrough saint level. When practicing law, one should primarily use one law, supplemented by 11 other laws, and then further supplemented by the other laws that one has come to understand. It's like majoring in 12 kinds of law and breaking through them yourself. When studying devouring law, only devouring law is the primary focus, with the other 11 laws serving as supplementary measures. These 11 laws achieve quasi-sage realm. As for the remaining 3,000 laws, The vast majority of yin-yang divine trees have not been cultivated, or even cultivated at all. Only a small portion of them have been cultivated. And this part of the cultivate law doesn't have any particular law. Cultivate to quasi-sage realm. Therefore, I broke through myself. Even when devouring law reaches the saint level, it primarily focuses on devouring law, with the other 11 quasi-saint laws also playing a minor role, with law as the primary element, and supplemented by the other 3,000 laws, a unique saint-level system is formed. Devouring law. But Hongjun is different. Hongjun has incorporated all 3,000 laws into quasi-sage realm. Therefore, Hongjun breakthrough saint level in law. Besides the law, the other 3,000 laws that were added are all quite extraordinary. This is how he broke through saint-level law is far more powerful than oneself. Knowing this, Yin-Yang Divine Tree had a headache. I never imagined that Hongjun would be so perverted. Hongjun's approach, while very slow in cultivating, involves cultivating all 3,000 laws into quasi-sage realm and breaking through them. When a saint-level separation occurs, it is an extremely difficult task to weave the remaining 2,999 laws into the main law that is to be broken through. The more laws you have, the harder it is to break through. Even the Yin-Yang Divine Tree only incorporates Tlezi, Sangrad auxiliary laws to form its own unique, saint-level main law. But Hongjun managed to incorporate 2,999 kinds of things, which is incredibly abnormal. Even Kang Jai was deeply moved after learning about it. He's really a crazy guy. No wonder he's only broken through a dozen or so saint-level skills in all these years. If Law weren't such a perfectionist, he'd probably quite close to heavenly Dao realm by now. Kang Jai sighed inwardly, thinking that Hongjun possessed a creation jade plate. The jade plate containing the creation jade plate contains the 3,000 laws, which makes it much easier for Hongjun to comprehend the laws. No, if this continues, Yin-Yang Divine Tree may not be able to defeat the opponent. If the opponent acts recklessly, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree might truly be reduced to its original form. Kang Ji's eyes flickered as she began to think of a solution. Yin-Yang Divine Tree is unlikely to be defeated in the short term, especially since Hongjun injured earlier. However, in the long run, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree will definitely not be able to withstand the Hongjun's attack. What can we do? Unless we can find help. Kang Ji's eyes flickered as she calculated in her mind. Only those at the saint level can rival Hongjun. Whether it's heavenly Dao a saint, or even a Hunyuan Dalyu golden immortal, must be at least a saint-level expert to have any chance of fighting Hongjun. However, the Hongjun have tampered with 6 sages. If we take action against them, they will be brought down from their pedestal in no time. Besides 6 sages, who else can help them? Kang Jai looked towards the North Sea Black Tortoise, then towards Chaos. The North Sea Black Tortoise itself had already reached quasi-sage peak, and now that it has taken human form, it possesses the body of karma. Taking it a step further wouldn't be difficult either. However, the North Sea Black Tortoise wants to break through. Sage Realm still needs a catalyst. This opportunity may come in the next instant, or it may take several lifetimes. Kang Jai frowned. Is there a quicker way? Kang Ji's heart stirred, and he suddenly thought of the prehistoric Dao. You want him to become the sage of humanity? Dao was somewhat surprised by Kang Ji's idea. Although the North Black Tortoise, as a member of the primordial world, also has the right to become a sage of humanity, there are only 9 positions available for the Holy Ones, and each one used reduces the number available. The Holy Ones did not expect that Kang Jai would give one of the positions to the North Sea Black Tortoise. Kang Jai chuckled and said, Now he is also my apprentice. Becoming a sage of humanity will allow him to better protect the human race and Honghuang beings. The North Sea Black Tortoise not only boasts incredible defense, but more importantly, it also possesses boundless karma, which can play a significant role in the battle against the Hongjun. Dao did not refuse, but he also told Kang Jai that with his current strength, he could only appoint 3 sages of humanity at most. This is still because Heavenly Dao was severely injured and unable to suppress him. Even so, given his current immaturity, he can only bestow the title of Sage of Humanity upon 3 individuals. 3 people, that's enough. Without hesitation, Kang Jai found the North Sea Black Tortoise and told him about the situation. North Sea Black Tortoise stared at Kang Jai in shock. "Master, are you serious?" I become a saint. North Sea Black Tortoise was somewhat incredulous that he could become a saint so easily. According to his calculations, it would take him at least several eons to break through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. Firstly, it takes a considerable amount of time to adapt to a new body, not to mention break through the constraints that Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal faces are not so easy to overcome. But if one attains the Sage of Humanity, then it's a completely different story. With Sage status, he can instantly break into Sage realm and achieve Sage of Humanity, just like 6 sages is now. Once he achieves the Sage of Humanity, breaking through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal realm will be much easier. Having figured all this out, North Sea Black Tortoise was somewhat excited and bowed deeply to Kang Jai. "Thank you for your kindness, Master." Regardless of how Kang Jai managed to make him the Sage of Humanity, North Sea Black Tortoise knew that Dao, his mysterious master, would not lie to him. Kang Jai nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, a wisp of ethereal purple energy appeared in his hand, the very foundation of 6 sages, Hongming purple energy. However, the Hongming purple energy of the human body is different. Within the misty purple energy, there is also a shimmering 7-colored light, which is the power of the human body. Melted it. North Sea Black Tortoise took it, looked at the object in his hand, and trembled all over without hesitation. The North Sea Black Tortoise quickly absorbed it into its body. The moment it merged into the body, the karma body itself reacted. Boundless golden light burst forth, illuminating the entire primordial world. What happened? Countless people were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Before they could figure out what was going on, a saint-like pressure swept across the heavens and earth. From this day forward, North Sea Beishuan will attain the Sage of Humanity. From this day forward, I, Beishuan, will dedicate myself to protecting Honghuang beings. May the prehistoric world bear witness, and may the primordial beings bear witness. Rumble. As North Sea Black Tortoise finished speaking, the entire prehistoric world trembled. Immediately afterwards, the entire primordial world was filled with radiant light, and the power of humankind was revived. Even the Honghuang beings felt their minds become much more active, and their bodies were filled with vitality. Many injured people were instantly healed at this moment. This is the power of the human Tao. The 6 sages stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished that the human Tao would revive at this moment, and even more so, that a Sage of Humanity would appear. It was unbelievable. How did the North Sea Black Tortoise become the Sage of Humanity? How did it gain the approval of the Tao? Countless questions arose in everyone's minds. Those aspiring saint-level experts, in particular, were filled with restlessness. This is sage status. Who wouldn't want it? All those below saint are ants. This is no joke. The moment the North Sea Black Tortoise became the Sage of Humanity, its mind was directly sucked into the human Tao space. Upon entering the human Tao space, North Sea Black Tortoise immediately felt the boundless power of law. Although the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity are different, they all contain the three Tao laws, and none of them is inferior to the others. After North Sea Black Tortoise entered the human Tao space, he immediately felt the boundless law surging towards him. Without hesitation, the North Sea Black Tortoise immediately absorbed the defensive law it needed. The North Sea Black Tortoise doesn't specialize in many laws. One is the defense law, followed by water law, earth law, large law, and some other laws with shallow cultivation. The reason for choosing to defend against law is that the North Sea Black Tortoise wants to go all the way down the defensive path. Moreover, if Kang Jai wants him to help Yin-Yang Divine Tree deal with Hongjun, the only way to be effective is to follow the defensive path. As the defensive law continued to flow into North Sea Black Tortoise's mind, the final layer of understanding of the defensive law was finally broken through, and he integrated the rest of his laws into the defensive law, ultimately weaving a saint-level defensive law that was uniquely his own. With the defense law breakthrough, Law of North Sea Black Tortoise realm also successfully broke through to saint level. In this way, even if the North Sea Black Tortoise leaves the primordial world, he can still unleash saint-level power. Let's go! Take us to Mount Buzhou! Kang Ji invited Suirenshi Feng, Yu Chaoshi Shan, Body Cultivator Main Body, and the three founders of human race, among others. The purpose of inviting them was, of course, to allow them to absorb the law emitted by the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Dao Rhyme. With a wave of his hand, North Sea Black Tortoise teleported everyone to their new positions, and the next second, they appeared directly at the feet of Mount Buzhou. Today, Mount Buzhou is less than half the original height, or even only 1/3 of the original height. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree, on the other hand, resembles a colossal tree that grows from Mount Buzhou, reaching straight up to 33 heavens. The appearance of the North Sea Black Tortoise immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, the sacred aura surrounding the North Sea Black Tortoise has not yet dissipated. I have met Beishuan Saint. Upon seeing the North Sea Black Tortoise, everyone bowed in respect, no matter what the North Sea Black Tortoise was before. Even if he was just a primordial beast that could not take form, he is now the primordial saint, an existence that they can only look up to. The North Sea Black Tortoise arrived at the point where the Yin-Yang Divine Tree met the sky, nodded to the crowd, and then looked at 6 sages. Dao, Bei Xuanchual, all fellow Taoists. The 6 sages dared not be complacent. They felt a sense of pressure from the North Sea Black Tortoise. It's unbelievable that the North Sea Black Tortoise, which they just broke through, could put pressure on them. Is this the sage of humanity? Is it because sage status wasn't tampered with that Tao became stronger than us after a breakthrough? While exchanging pleasantries with the North Sea Black Tortoise, 6 sages kept muttering to himself. They were unaware that the reason Tao, the North Sea Black Tortoise, exerted pressure on them was because the North Sea Black Tortoise had not only attained the sage of humanity, but more importantly, the North Sea Black Tortoise law also broke through to saint level. Just then, Yin-Yang Divine Tree, who was fighting Hongjun, suddenly spoke up. Brother Bei Xuan, please help me. When Yin-Yang Divine Tree spoke, everyone was taken aback. What Yin-Yang Divine Tree said surprised everyone even more. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree actually sought help from the North Sea Black Tortoise. But why would the Yin-Yang Divine Tree seek help from the North Sea Black Tortoise? Everyone was puzzled. They couldn't see the battle in heavenly Tao space. But 6 sages knew something. though they said nothing. Upon hearing this, North Sea Black Tortoise nodded to Yin Yang Divine Tree. I can help you, but I want my master and the others to cultivate around you. You see, North Sea Black Tortoise pointed at Kang Jai and the others. Dao. Everyone was stunned, especially when North Sea Black Tortoise called out, Master, which nearly made their jaws drop. The North Sea Black Tortoise is a saint's master. Could it be that another being like the Dao ancestor Hongjun has appeared in the primordial world? Just as everyone was wondering, all eyes fell on Kang Jai. Upon seeing this, everyone was stunned. Kang Ji's cultivation level is only at the early stage of quasi-saint, but North Sea Black Tortoise is already at the sage status. A quasi-saint becoming saint's master. The eyes of the crowd flickered with curiosity and suspicion. Kang Jai ignored everyone's expressions, cupped his hands in greeting to those around him. No one dared to be presumptuous, and they all bowed and greeted him. At this moment, Yin Yang Divine Tree's slightly anxious voice rang out. North Sea Black Tortoise smiled and led Kang Jai and the others to Yin Yang Divine Tree, where he sat cross-legged in. Dao Yun. North Sea Black Tortoise nodded to 6 sages, and then sat down cross-legged. Fellow Daoist, please note, I'm bringing you in. As soon as he finished speaking, North Sea Black Tortoise sensed that his divine thought was being pulled by a force and entered a place similar to a human Dao space. Sage of humanity. As soon as the North Sea Black Tortoise appeared, Hongjun noticed its special characteristics and immediately understood its true nature. Hongjun was furious. All his scheming was just a ploy to use the power of heavenly Dao to devour human Daos. But to everyone's surprise, a moment of carelessness led to the emergence of the Sage of Humanity. Once a Sage of Humanity appears in a human Dao, becomes extremely difficult to devour it. Just like the Earth Dao now, after reincarnation, it becomes much more difficult for it to devour the Earth Dao. Of course, the birth of the Earth Dao was all due to his tacit approval and calculations. In his calculations, it was impossible for the lovely Dao to be born. Now that the man has thwarted his plans, Hongjun is furious. You must die. Hongjun was furious. He never expected that his years of planning would end in failure. The appearance of the North Sea Black Tortoise completely defeated his plans. Moreover, the appearance of Saint in the human Dao meant the human Dao had completely escaped his control. Coupled with the backlash suffered this time, the desire to regain control of heavenly Dao and fusion heavenly Dao, it's unknown how many tens of thousands of yuanhui it will take. This is something the Hongjun cannot tolerate. In particular, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree is clearly not a heavenly Dao. Saint, however, stole the power of heavenly Dao and possessed the power of primordial karma, which was what he feared most. If the opponent cannot be eliminated, no matter how much time is spent, it is unlikely that fusion will be achieved. Heavenly Dao, needless to say, controls the primordial world. Faced with Hongjun's overwhelming killing intent, neither Yin-Yang Divine Tree nor North Sea Black Tortoise dared to be careless. Especially the North Sea Black Tortoise, he only broke through a saint level. The law is all there is. Faced with the terrifying Hong Kong military, the only way forward is defense. Fortunately, the North Sea Black Tortoise's cultivated law is defensive law, which gave it a modicum of ability to resist. Although the Yin-Yang Divine Tree had completed the transformation of the 7 laws, the Hongjun was simply too terrifying. In its rage, the Hongjun almost lost its usual composure and frantically attacked the Yin-Yang Divine Tree and the North Sea Black Tortoise. The entire heavenly Dao space trembled continuously during the battle between the three, and countless heavenly Dao law surged forth from the gap, enveloping the entire yin-yang divine tree. Although the six sages and many other powerful beings cannot openly reside at the point where the yin-yang divine tree reaches the sky, they can still guard the yin-yang divine tree without any problem. The rich law Dao Yun gushed out from the gap, which also brought them a lot of convenience. Just as yin-yang divine tree and North Sea black tortoise were struggling to withstand the Hongjun attack, and many powerful figures and six sages were secretly cultivating 12 ancestral witches far away in chaos, was also facing their final moment. As massive amounts of chaos QI are absorbed by the Pengu true body, the 12 ancestral witches are undergoing their most crucial transformation. The Pengu true body absorbs chaos QI far more efficiently than the 12 ancestral witches themselves. If the 12 ancestral witches were to absorb chaos QI on their own, the time and space required would be hundreds of times greater than that required for the Pengu true body. As the 12 ancestral witches continue to devour chaos Qi, even Kang Jai, who is hiding within chaos, Chao's main body felt the tremors of chaos. Chaos' main body opened his eyes and glanced in the direction of the primordial wilderness. He knew that Dao, 12 ancestral witches, had reached the edge of breakthrough. Chaos' main body ignored 12 ancestral witches' breakthrough, closed his eyes again, and began to cultivate once more. On the other side of chaos, near the primordial wilderness, a figure appeared, first glancing at Kang Jai. Chaos' main body cultivate the place, and then look at 12 ancestral witches, the place of breakthrough. Tesktiske, so these are the 12 descendants of Pengu? They're not bad, but their strength is a bit too low. The man murmured to himself, as he looked at the 12 ancestral witches in the breakthrough, then stroked his beard and looked towards the direction of the primordial world, as if he had pierced through the barrier of the primordial world, and seen the scene in the heavenly Dao space. Tesktifiski Hongjun, I never thought you'd end up like this. You are still a step behind Pengu in the end. No, you are not just a step or two behind Pengu. The primordial chaos that you don't care about makes you so obsessed. It's just a pity. The figure shook his head, seemingly with some emotion. Just then, a wave suddenly emanated from chaos, and a terrifying power swept across chaos, even penetrating into the primordial world. In an instant, all living beings in the primordial world looked up at the sky. Although they'd not see anything, they could feel a terrifying force permeating the primordial world from there. The six sages looked up and, through the 33 heavens and the ancient starry sky, saw the Pengu true body within chaos. This power, it's hard to believe. 12 ancestral witches breakthrough? The six sages exchanged a glance, a sense of dread creeping into their hearts. The power emanating from the 12 ancestral witches today is far beyond what they could ever match. Even the Pengu true body, formed by the 12 ancestral witches, is more powerful than the Hongjun Dao Zu, is many times stronger than him. This power even made them wonder if the Pengu true body, composed of the 12 ancestral witches, had already broken through the saint level. Pengu true body slowly opened its eyes, and 12 ancestral witches felt its own power. Big brother, I feel like I could punch that old man Hongjun to pieces right now. Zhu Rong, with his fiery temper, clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with terrifying flames. The 12 ancestral witches felt their own power, and their faces lit up with joy. Breakthrough the Hunyuan Dalu Golden Gortal Realm members are even more powerful than imagined. In particular, they have now not only reached the Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal Realm in law cultivation, but their physical body has also undergone a transformation becoming chaos beings. At this point, not only did their physical body become sacred, but their law also reached the saint level. They felt that any one of them could stand against the former Hongjun. Not to mention, when they formed the 12 capital heavens grand array and created the Pangutru body, the power they possessed was beyond their comprehension. They felt that if they wanted to, they could even destroy the entire primordial world. Just as 12 ancestral witches was feeling his own power, Kuashu's voice came through the ancestral witch token. "Brothers, hurry and deal with Hongjun. This fellow is fighting someone in heavenly Dao space. This is a rare opportunity to eliminate him." 12 ancestral witches was taken aback. Then his eyes lit up. "Hongjun is fighting someone?" Kuashu quickly gave a brief explanation and urged Dao. "This is a rare opportunity. If we fall into their hands, heavenly Dao will definitely not be kind to us." The 12 ancestral witches didn't mince words. Although they weren't afraid of the Hongjun now, the Hongjun did control heavenly Dao, and if they attacked their witch clan, it would be a troublesome matter. The 12 ancestral witches headed straight for the Purple Cloud Palace. They couldn't enter the heavenly Dao space, but they could deal with the Hongjun. Physical body. Knock, knock, knock. 12 ancestral witches roam among chaos, and chaos ki forms ripples beneath their feet, spreading in all directions. The figure in the shadows raised an eyebrow as he watched 12 ancestral witches run away. "I didn't expect Pengu to have such a powerful backup plan. The strength of Pengu's true body is probably quite formidable, even in the Hunyuan Dalyu Golden Immortal Realm." The figure sighed and watched as the 12 ancestral witches arrived outside the Purple Cloud Palace. Inside the Purple Cloud Palace, Haoshin and Yaoqi, the two attendants, remained outside the palace gates, their chaos ki churning with boredom. But at that moment, chaos ki suddenly went berserk, with countless chaos qi relentlessly attacking the Purple Cloud Palace's defenses. "What's going on?" Haoshin and Yaoqi looked at chaos with puzzled expressions. At this moment, chaos became even more violent, as if something was heading towards Purple Cloud Palace. "Senior brother, could it be that some chaos beast has mistakenly wandered into our area?" Yaoqi asked, looking at chaos with a worried expression. Aoshin also stared intently into the depths of chaos, as if trying to penetrate chaos and see the creatures hidden within. Before they could figure out what was going on, chaos ki outside Purple Cloud Palace became even more violent. Deep within chaos ki, something seemed to be rapidly approaching. "Oh no! There really is something there!" Haoshin exclaimed in surprise. Although he still did not know what Dao was, the Dao figure in chaos was simply too huge. The figure they could only vaguely see gave them a powerful sense of oppression. "Quick! Activate the magic array!" Haoshin exclaimed. Without hesitation, Yaoqi immediately ran deeper into the Purple Cloud Palace. When the 12 ancestral witches approached the Purple Cloud Palace, the Purple Cloud Palace's internal defense formation was fully activated. Normally, Purple Cloud Palace never activates this formation. It's specifically designed to deal with alien beasts from chaos. Now that formation has started, both of them have relented. With formation around, even a regular saint can't break through. Haoshin watched the approaching figure with a calm and collected expression. Gradually, Haoshin's mouth opened wider and wider, until finally his eyes widened so much that he couldn't close them at all. This looks like the Pengu true body?" Yaoqi muttered softly. Haoshin clenched his jaw tightly, staring in terror at the approaching 12 ancestral witches. This is the Pengu true body. The 12 ancestral witches have arrived." Yaoqi was startled and asked Dao, somewhat confused, "What are the 12 ancestral witches doing here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Pangu True Body's fist slammed into Purple Cloud Palace. With a loud thud, the entire Purple Cloud Palace trembled. Fortunately, the Purple Cloud Palace's defenses were strong enough to block the attack from the Pangu True Body. Seeing this, Dao, who was far away in chaos, clicked his tongue in amazement once again. Old man Hongjun is really lucky. He actually obtained a rare artifact from countless chaos eras ago. It seems that it won't be easy for the 12 ancestral witches to break through this defense. The figure sighed with admiration while watching the scene unfold with amusement. 12 ancestral witches was somewhat surprised that his attack failed to break through. It was truly beyond their expectations that, with their current strength, they hadn't even managed to break through the defenses of the Purple Cloud Palace. I'll see just how thick your shell is. Pangu True Body once again mobilized its power and slammed it heavily onto the Purple Cloud Palace defensive array. With a loud thud, Purple Cloud Palace trembled once more. This time, the Purple Cloud Palace trembled much more noticeably, and even Haoshin and Yaoqi in the Great Formation felt the shaking. What should we do? The 12 ancestral witches seemed to have ill intentions. Yaoqi asked Dao, with a worried expression. Haoshin gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, saying, "You stay here and watch over things. I'll go and inform Grandfather Dao." Haoshin turned and ran deeper into the Purple Cloud Palace. Meanwhile, Hongjun in Heavenly Dao space had already noticed the first attack on Purple Cloud Palace. However, he was confident that the Purple Cloud Palace's defenses were strong enough no one could break through them, so he ignored the situation outside. Hongjun's only goal at this moment was to kill Yin-Yang Divine Tree and North Sea Black Tortoise and get everything back on track. Unfortunately, the resilience of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree and the North Sea Black Tortoise far exceeded his expectations. Although he was powerful, he was helpless against Yin-Yang Divine Tree and North Sea Black Tortoise for a time. In particular, the karma power within them caused him considerable backlash with every attack. Damn it! Those two bastards, I'll grind them to dust. Hongjun grew even more ruthless and reckless in his attacks. Even though the backlash caused him to vomit blood continuously, his body's laws to fluctuate constantly, and some of his laws even collapsed. He didn't care. Laws collapse can be recultivated, allowing the Yin-Yang Divine Tree and the North Sea Black Tortoise to continue living, which will only forever hinder his plans. Just as Hongjun was preparing to burn some unimportant laws, the commotion outside finally alerted him. What? The 12 ancestral witches are calling? When Hongjun learned of this news, he was completely stunned. Hongjun quickly regained his composure and looked outside the Purple Cloud Palace. At this moment, 12 ancestral witches made his move once again. However, this time 12 ancestral witches did not continue to use his fists, but instead raised the phantom of the axe of creation. Although it was just a phantom, the sharpness of the heaven opening axe was far beyond what a fist could match. Upon seeing this, Hongjun's expression changed. He could already feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the Pangu True Body. He understood that the 12 ancestral witches had probably already broken through to the Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal Realm. The Pangu True Body, composed of 12 Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal Realm ancestral witches, is far superior to the previous Pangu True Body. Even if Hongjun was arrogant, he knew that Dao's attack should not be underestimated. But most of his mind is still in Heavenly Dao space fighting Yin-Yang Divine Tree and the others. Is it really necessary for him to pull his mind out of Heaven Dao space? But if he didn't draw it out, he feared the Purple Cloud Palace's defenses wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the Pangu True Body. Damn it! Damn it! You all deserve to die! Hongjun was in a fit of impotent rage and now caught off guard by attacks from both inside and outside. "No! I have help!" Hongjun finally remembered his 6 good disciples and immediately sent them a telepathic message, asking them to come and stop the 12 ancestral witches from destroying the Purple Cloud Palace. Although the 6 sages are no match for the 12 ancestral witches, they possess the characteristic of immortality. If they fight desperately, they can still hold off the 12 ancestral witches for a period of time. Once he eliminates the yin-yang divine tree and the North Sea black tortoise, he can free up his strength to drive away the 12 ancestral witches. Yes, given his current condition and 12 ancestral witches' strength, Hongjun wouldn't dare say he could kill 12 ancestral witches, unless he abandons his current appearance and acts recklessly. If he still wants Fusion Heavenly Dao, who controls the primordial world, can never kill 12 ancestral witches. Hongjun felt frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. However, 6 sages, having received instructions from Hongjun, did not take any action. They certainly knew how powerful the Pengu true body was. 12 ancestral witches, they might not even be able to defeat the Pengu true body before breakthrough. Not to mention the current Pengu true body, beating them would be as easy as beating a younger brother. Gentlemen, what do you think of Master's request? The Tongqin sect leaders secretly communicated with everyone via telepathy. Lao Zi and the others exchanged glances, but did not answer immediately. Lao Tzu asked Dao with a hint of deeper meaning, "Third brother, what do you think we should do?" The Tong sect leader looked at Nua and transmitted his voice. "Junior sister, this is an opportunity, a chance for us to break free from Master's control. If Zhu Mu could seize control of Heavenly Dao from Master, then..." Nua's eyes flashed, and she looked at Tongqin Jiaozu and asked, telepathically, "Senior brother, do you think Zhu Mu can win?" The Grand Master of Heaven did not answer, but calmly said, "Whether I can win or not, I don't know, but is junior sister really willing to be controlled by him for the rest of her life?" Nua remained silent for a long time before sending a telepathic message to Dao. "But will they agree with us?" Nua was worried that if the other 4 sages were unwilling to agree, they would have to fight against them. The Master of Heaven smiled mysteriously. "Junior sister, have you forgotten that cultivation technique?" Nua raised an eyebrow and looked at Tongqin Jiaozu, asking Dao, "You want to pass on that cultivation technique to them?" The Master of Heaven nodded. "As long as they read that cultivation technique, they will have a chance to re-cultivate. Even if Master takes everything back, we can still regain our strength using our cultivate." Nua fell silent again. That's true, but Nua, who was recultivated, knew very well how difficult it was to break down and rebuild. She also spent some time learning the cultivation technique from the Tongqin sect leader, and was well aware of how difficult it'd be to break through to the Hunyuan Dalyu Golden Immortal on her own. Not to mention, once the Hongjun Hong Kong independence movement brings them down from their pedestal, won't the others turn against them? If someone takes advantage of the situation to attack them, how can they guarantee their safety? Nua voiced her concerns, and the Tongqin sect leader frowned slightly. The Tongqin sect leader looked at the yin-yang divine tree and the North Sea black tortoise. "Perhaps we can ask them for help." Nua was taken aback at first, then her eyes lit up. Yin-yang divine tree is Yao Racewood Emperor, and she also had some familial ties. The North Sea black tortoise is also known as the Sage of Humanity, and has intricate connections with the human race. And as the mother of human race, it seems not impossible for her to seek protection. Nua nodded to Tongqin Jiaozu. "You ask him first. If it works, we'll ask senior brother and the others." Without hesitation, The insect leader immediately contacted Yin-Yang Divine Tree and North Sea Black Tortoise. Yin-Yang Divine Tree agreed, without any hesitation after hearing the news. The Tongjian sect leader was overjoyed and contacted Laozi and the others again. After another discussion, the six of them ultimately chose to ignore Hongjun's instructions. Hongjun, who was in the midst of the battle, naturally noticed this as well. After several orders went unanswered, Hongjun immediately guessed what they were thinking. Hongjun's face immediately darkened. He knew that things were completely out of his control. "Fine. You dare betray me? I'll make you pay." Hongjun looked at the crumbling purple cloud palace, a chill flashing in his eyes. Now that he is besieged on all sides, he should make a choice. I never imagined that after planning for countless eons, all my efforts would ultimately be in vain. The three pure ones, Nie Yin and Junti, even if I fail, I won't let you get away with it. Hongjun suddenly stopped attacking, giving Yin-Yang Divine Tree and North Sea Black Tortoise a chance to catch their breath. Before they could restore Origin Ki, a loud bang suddenly erupted in Heavenly Dao space. "Hongjun, what are you doing?" Heavenly Dao's angry voice rang out. Suddenly, something exploded deep within Heavenly Dao space, causing the entire Heavenly Dao space to tremble. Countless wisps of purple energy spread outward from the depths of Heavenly Dao space, even threatening to escape through the opening. Heavenly Dao shouted, "Quickly plug the gap. We absolutely cannot let these purple ki escape." Upon seeing this, Yin-Yang Divine Tree immediately sealed off the opening which it could enter and exit Heavenly Dao space. At the same time, 6 sages outside suddenly froze. Immediately afterwards, all 6 of them coughed up blood, their QE rapidly weakened, and they quickly fell out of the saint realm. "Hongjun, how dare you?" 6 sages was startled. They could sense that their sage status, which they had left in Heavenly Dao space, had disappeared. Moreover, they are connected with their own sanctification foundation. Hongming purple energy has also lost contact. It was as if they had never possessed Hongming purple energy. Now they are just a group of quasi-sage peak cultivators, unable to mobilize the authority and power of Heavenly Dao. Only Hongjun can do this. The 6 were both angry and terrified. They had never imagined that Hongjun would say they would lose their sage status just like that. Moreover, they lost it so completely that their connection with Hongming purple energy was severed. Within Heavenly Dao space, at this moment, Heavenly Dao was in a panic. He hadn't expected that Hongjun would dare to use his backup plan to directly take down 6 sages, 6-day winning streak. Hongming purple energy exploded. This is why, with the shattering of Hongming purple energy, the connection between 6 sages and Hongming purple energy was severed, naturally resulting in the loss of Heavenly Dao. Sage status. The Hongming purple energy was shattered. It would be impossible to repair it without tens of thousands of eons of energy. In other words, in the tens of thousands of future eras, the primordial world will be missing 6 Heavenly Daos. Saint. Such a huge loss is a fatal blow to Heavenly Dao. Looking at the furious Heavenly Dao, Hongjun laughed heartily. "You said you wouldn't help me? Heh. Now neither of us will have an easy time." Hongjun looked at the Yin-Yang Divine Tree and the North Sea Black Tortoise with disdain. If Heavenly Dao is damaged, the entire prehistoric world suffer. Let's see how you break through your cultivation then. As soon as he finished speaking, Hongjun let out a muffled groan, and golden blood suddenly spilled from his mouth. This was Hongjun's blood of the soul. Yin-Yang Divine Tree was surprised. Why did Hongjun suddenly vomit blood? At that moment, Heavenly Dao's expression suddenly changed drastically. her eyes filled with terror. Hongjun, how dare you? As soon as he finished speaking, Hongjun's figure in heavenly Dao space gradually disappeared, and his cold voice reached everyone's ears. Heh, what do I have to be afraid of? Since I can't have it, then I'll destroy it. You've ruined my years of hard work, and I won't let you get away with it. Hongjun looked at Yin-Yang Divine Tree again, his voice cold and indifferent. Enjoy the great gift I've given you. When I return, it will be your death day. As soon as he finished speaking, Hongjun's figure disappeared completely. At the same time, Heavenly Dao's terrified voice rang out. Help me stabilize. Heavenly Dao space. Hongjun has self-destructed his Hongming purple energy. Yin-Yang Divine Tree's expression changed. Hongjun had actually self-destructed his Hongming purple energy. 6 sages Hongming purple energy, after all, related 6 sages. Fusion is not deep. Hongjun can even easily peel it off. However, Hongjun's Hongming purple energy is different. It is a genuine fusion, and Hongjun has also fusioned with Heavenly Dao. Although they haven't completely merged, the two have merged for so many years, and Hongjun's control over Heavenly Dao space is unmatched by Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Now that Hongjun has gone to such lengths to reveal his own Hongming purple energy, Yin-Yang Divine Tree can't even imagine what will happen next. Yin-Yang Divine Tree disregarded everything else and mobilized all the power could to desperately stabilize the restless Heavenly Dao space. At this moment, Yin-Yang Divine Tree felt as if the entire Heavenly Dao space was a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. If Heavenly Dao space cannot withstand the destruction, the entire prehistoric world will suffer as a result. The damage it causes is many times greater than that caused by the Witch and Demon Great Calamity. Yin-Yang Divine Tree could even foresee that once Heavenly Dao space shattered, the entire primordial world would likely perish, ultimately becoming part of chaos. No, I can't take it anymore. I can't hold on. No, I can't take it anymore. I can't hold on. A terrified voice came from Honghuang Heavenly Dao, and the entire Heavenly Dao space trembled, showing a strong tendency to collapse. At this moment, even Yin-Yang Divine Tree's expression changed. If Heavenly Dao space collapses, then the primordial world will not be far from destruction. At this point, Hongjun had escaped Heavenly Dao space, returned to his body, and was fighting the 12 ancestral witches with all his might. Even if Yin-Yang Divine Tree wanted to capture the other party and force them to suppress Heavenly Dao space together, it wouldn't be possible. Now that 6 sages has fallen from grace, even if Yin-Yang Divine Tree wanted to find someone to help, it couldn't. In the entire primordial world today, apart from Hongjun and 12 ancestral witches, only he, the Black Tortoise, and Hoot-Tooth still possess level cultivation. Damn it. If this continues, Heavenly Dao space will surely collapse, and then the entire prehistoric world will be destroyed. Yin-Yang Divine Tree was anxious and couldn't help but yell at Heavenly Dao, "Give me all the permissions you can." Heavenly Dao hesitated for a moment. Yin-Yang Divine Tree impatiently said, "If you don't give it to me now, do you want to wait for Heavenly Dao space to collapse?" Heavenly Dao trembled slightly, but no longer refused Yin-Yang Divine Tree's request. At the same time, Yin-Yang Divine Tree soon felt the power of Heavenly Dao that it possessed. Perhaps the situation was too dire. Heavenly Dao actually used the remaining 2 Daos this time. Hongming purple energy was also given to Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Perhaps from Heavenly Dao's perspective, making the Yin-Yang Divine Tree a part of Heavenly Dao, Saint can better stabilize Heavenly Dao space. However, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree did not undergo fusion. Hongming purple energy but rather letting a portion of the mind carry the 2 Dao Hongming purple energy, has returned to the outside world. Melt the Hongming purple energy. Yin-Yang divine tree didn't have time to say much, and directly placed the 2 Dao Hongming purple energy was given to celestial worthy of primordial, beginning, the guide, Taoist. The reason for choosing the 2 people is that Yin-Yang divine tree has his own plans. To truly stabilize heavenly Tao space, we need to find as many helpers as possible. The original 6 saints were a good choice. Although they have fallen from grace, with Hongming purple energy, they will soon be able to return to sage status. However, now the 7 days Hongming purple energy was destroyed by Hongjun, so heavenly Tao can only create 2 saints at most. The remaining 4 saints can only find their sage status from the Earth Tao and the Human Tao. Because the Tao has just been revived, it can only accommodate a maximum of 3 saints. 1 sage status statue has already been given to the North Sea Black Tortoise, leaving 2 sage statues remaining. These 2 sage status statues remind Yin-Yang divine tree of Lao Tzu and Nua. As the founder of the religion of humanity, Lao Tzu becoming the sage of humanity is the most reasonable interpretation. However, Hongjun was rather cunning. He used his initiative to pull them into the Heavenly Tao camp, which is why he became a member of the Heavenly Tao Saint. Heavenly Tao is gone now. When we think of sage status, Yin-Yang divine tree naturally thinks of the sage of humanity fruit position. As for Nua, needless to say, she is the holy mother of human race, and she is associated with humans. It is closely related to luck. She is the perfect person to deduce sage of humanity. Yin-Yang divine tree looked at Jai, nodded to him, and then looked at Laozi and Nua. Are you 2 willing to become the sage of humanity? Lao Tzu and Nua were still shocked when Yin-Yang divine tree gave to celestial worthy of primordial beginning and the guide Hongming purple energy. But now they were startled to hear Yin-Yang divine tree ask them this question. Humanity, the position of sage of humanity? The 2 had doubts, but also surprises. Before the 2 could say anything, Kang Jai threw the 2 bags at them. Hongming purple energy. Caught off guard by the Hongming purple energy, Laozi and Nua were completely dumbfounded. Their gazes toward Kang Jai were filled with shock. Kang Ji actually has 2 Daos Hongming purple energy, and they gave it to them without hesitation. The thought of the North Sea Black Tortoise calling him master sent a jolt through them. Could this person be a human in human form? Not only them, but everyone else had the same thought. Otherwise, how did Kang Jai obtain the Sage of Humanity title? While everyone was filled with doubt and surprise, Yin-Yang Divine Tree disregarded everything else and hurriedly contacted Hutu in the underworld. Fellow Taoist, you should be well aware of the current situation. Please tell me truthfully how many sage status statues the Tao can produce now. Hutu was well aware of the current situation. If things went wrong, the entire prehistoric world would be destroyed. Regarding the Yin-Yang Divine Tree issue, Hutu directly said, because the suppression of heavenly Tao has been removed, the current Tao can produce 6 sage status. 6 venerable ones. Yin-Yang Divine Tree was overjoyed. There were 2 heavenly Taos, 3 human Taos, and 6 earthly Taos, making a total of 11 saints in the entire prehistoric world. The 11 saints should be able to suppress heavenly Tao space. Yin-Yang Divine Tree pondered this in his heart, then immediately looked at Hutu and said, I need a Tao myself. Sage status, can the fellow Taoist of Hutu grant it? Hutu was taken aback at first, then somewhat puzzled. Fellow Taoists clearly control a portion of heavenly Tao authority. Why don't they become the heavenly Tao? Saint instead came to me to do. Earth Tao. Saint? Wu-Tu was very puzzled. Logically speaking, given yin-yang divinatory's control over the authority of heavenly Dao, once it became heavenly Dao, saint may very well become someone like Hongjun. However, yin-yang divine tree abandoned heavenly Dao, sage status, to do a local search saint. This puzzled Wu-Tu greatly. However, Wu-Tu was unaware that yin-yang divine tree did this intentionally. As for Rendao, it goes without saying that Rendao and he are already bound together, and human race, luck is also closely related to him, and in the future, when he becomes the sage of humanity, there will definitely be a place for the other clones. Yin-yang divine tree is not worried. Given his connections with the other clones and his own karma power, it wouldn't be difficult for him to gain some of the Dao authority. He has already taken away a portion of the heavenly Dao's authority, and now he cannot interfere with the earth Dao's authority. If he could control a portion of the Dao authority, he could mobilize the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, which would be of great benefit to his future fusion of the primordial world. However, Yin-Yang Divine Tree, of course, couldn't tell the truth. He gave a helpless, bitter laugh and said, "Fellow Taoists should be able to sense my root system is connected to the primordial earth veins. If I become a Taoist, Saint's power is far greater than heavenly Dao's." Saint. Wu-Tu thought about it and realized that Yin-Yang Divine Tree's words made sense. The situation was urgent, and Wu-Tu didn't think twice before throwing it directly to Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Hongming Purple Energy. The Hongming Purple Energy of the Earth Dao is somewhat different from that of the Heavenly Dao and the Human Dao. The Hongming Purple Energy of the Earth Dao, in addition to its misty purple color, also has a sense of weight and depth. While fusion, Yin-Yang Divine Tree continued. For the remaining 4 sage status positions, are there any candidates for fellow Taoist? Wu-Tu chuckled. Fellow Taoist has already bestowed 4 holy positions upon 6 sages. How could I not understand? 2 of those holy positions shall be given to Tongqin Jiaozu and Junti Taoist. But I wonder if they will look down on my position as a local Taoist. As soon as Wu-Tu finished speaking, the voices of Tongqin Jiaozu and Junti Daoren rang out. "We don't mind at all. We don't mind at all, thank you, Lady Pinkson. It's already a rare privilege to have sage status restored, so why would they care about exact rank? Heavenly Dao, Earth Dao, and Human Dao are all the same. As long as the primordial world does not perish, they will be immortal. Now that Heavenly Dao is severely damaged, Earth Dao is actually strongest among the 3 Daos." Able to become the local Dao saint, they were overjoyed. How could they possibly dislike it? Wu-Tu didn't waste any words and directly placed the 2 Daos. Hongming Purple Energy was given to Tongqin and Junti. After doing all this, Wu-Tu looked at Yin-Yang Divine Tree and asked, "There are still 2 positions left. Are there any candidates for fellow Taoist?" Yin-Yang Divine Tree was taken aback, then shook his head. "Dao. The remaining 2 positions will naturally be allocated by the fellow Taoist. The fellow Taoist can reserve them for the 12 ancestral witches or other witch clans." Wu-Tu hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "My brothers have already broken through. It would be a waste for them to occupy holy positions any further. Moreover, they don't have enough time to get back now. Heavenly Dao space is in grave danger, and every additional saint adds to their strength." Yin-Yang Divine Tree was slightly taken aback, not expecting Wu-Tu to be so selfless. Wu-Tu continued, "As for the rest of my Wu tribe, none of them have cultivated to the ultimate quasi-sage peak. Now, the only way to gain more power is through cultivator who is infinitely close to realm. Fusion Hongmeng Purple Energy. Therefore, I've thought of 2 candidates. One, my old neighbor, the old ancestor, and the other is the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi, the ancestor of Earth immortals. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Yin-yang divine tree's eyes lit up, admiring and agreeing with Tao. Fellow Taoist is truly selfless. Zhu Mu admires him. Yin-yang divine tree sincerely bowed to Hu to express its gratitude. Respect. How To's character, which prioritizes the safety of the entire prehistoric world over nepotism, is admirable to Yin-yang divine tree. How To smiled slightly, then immediately sent a telepathic message to old ancestor and great immortal Zhen Yuanzi of the Styx River, asking for their opinions. I heard that it can become the Earth Tao Saint. These two had no objections whatsoever, and were so excited that they were somewhat at a loss for words. Yin-yang divine tree then said to Tao, "Thank you for your support, fellow Taoist. I'll be waiting for you in heavenly Tao space." Otu smiled gently. If fellow Taoist can go to such lengths for the Father-Girl world, what are my efforts compared to that? Fellow Taoists, go forth. When they have broken through the sacred ground, I will lead them there myself. Yin-yang divine tree said no more, nodded to Utu, and then returned to heavenly Tao space. Meanwhile, the outside world was completely in an uproar over what had just happened. That's sage status. Moreover, there are even the titles of Earth Tao and Sage of Humanity. This immediately stirred up excitement in everyone's hearts. However, 6 sages' sudden fall from the altar and subsequent restoration to sainthood caught everyone off guard. Looking at the 6 sages, who had regained their saintly majesty, and the old ancestor and great immortal Zhen Yuanzi, who had gotten incredibly lucky, everyone felt a mix of emotions. Inside the heavenly Tao space, heavenly Tao was drenched in sweat. If he had a physical form, he certainly would have been. Feeling the increasingly violent heavenly Tao space, heavenly Tao was on the verge of tears. Trying to negotiate with a tiger for its skin will only result in the lamb falling into the tiger's mouth. This was heavenly Tao's fate at this moment. Seeing that she was about to lose control of the raging energy, heavenly Tao had no choice but to urge yin-yang divine tree. Tao, Zhou Mu, think of something quick. If this continues, we'll all die. Yin-yang divine tree was equally anxious, but 6 sages also needed time to recover his strength, while Zhen Yuanzi and Styx old ancestor. Fusion Hongming purple energy also requires time. Right now, they're racing against time. As long as the rest of Saint can return to their positions, suppressing the rampaging heavenly Tao space shouldn't problem. Dan Hongjun. If he dares to return to the primordial world, I will not let him get away with it. Hearing Hong Huang heavenly Tao's harsh words, yin-yang divine tree's expression shifted slightly. The development of intelligence in heavenly Tao is not a good thing. Heavenly Tao should be a single process system. Only in this way can heavenly Tao maintain absolute fairness and impartiality. However, due to Hongjun's series of shady actions, Hongguang heavenly Tao has developed sentience, which makes yin-yang divine tree somewhat wary. If one day heavenly Tao develops the same desire as Hongjun and wants to seize control of the primordial world again, what should he do? Yin-yang divine tree's eyes flickered, her mind racing, as she considered how to handle heavenly Tao afterward. At that moment, the celestial worthy of primordial beginning and the Tao guide appeared in heavenly Tao space. Sensing the terrifying, violent energy within heavenly Tao space, both of them changed their expressions. Heavenly Tao was overjoyed to see someone enter and hurriedly urged Tao, quickly help suppress heavenly Tao space. Upon sensing Tao's presence, Yuanxi and Jiayin were immediately startled and turned their gazes toward yin-yang divine tree and North Sea black tortoise. Yin-yang divine tree didn't hide anything, and told them everything Hongjun had done. What? Hongjun even destroyed his own Hongming purple energy? Both of them were stunned by the news. No one could have predicted that witch and demon great calamity would end up like this. Not only did 6 sages fall from grace, but even Hongjun destroyed his Hongming purple energy, abandoning his status as the Dao ancestor of the primordial world. Now that things have turned out this way, neither of them knows what to think. How did things turn out this way? For a moment, both of them were stunned, but soon, they were awakened by Heavenly Dao's urging, and quickly joined in suppressing Heavenly Dao space. If Heavenly Dao space collapses, these two who have just regained their sainthood will likely fall from the altar once again. Having already lost their sage status once, they were unwilling to lose their holy positions again. So they quickly used all their strength to suppress the raging space. With the addition of the two, Heavenly Dao was finally able to free up some of her power to begin to manage these raging law energies. The entire Heavenly Dao space was destroyed because Hongjun had self-destructed 7 Daos in succession. Hongming purple energy, and even the entire Heavenly Dao space foundation. Law is in chaos, and energy is running rampant. Hongming purple energy is the foundation of Dao, but it is also the foundation of Heavenly Dao space, representing a portion of Heavenly Dao authority. The shattering of Hongming purple energy signifies the destruction of a portion of the authority within Heavenly Dao space. Without the constraints of authority, Heavenly Dao space naturally descended into chaos. These reactions, when applied to the prehistoric world, become the prehistoric world. Law was disordered, the earth cracked, natural disasters occurred constantly, and countless lives were lost as a result. That's not enough. I need more people. Heavenly Dao gathered the shattered Hongming purple energy while shouting Dao at the yin-yang divine tree. Don't worry, reinforcements will be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, yin-yang divine tree's aura instantly changed, and a profound sense of weight emanated from its body. In particular, the yin-yang divine wood main body, outside the body, is growing wildly at this moment. The tree canopy, which had already reached the edge of 33 heavens, suddenly shot up a section at this moment, completely entering the ancient starry sky. That's not all. The canopy of the yin-yang divine tree entered the ancient starry sky and immediately began to grow rapidly, extending towards the entire starry sky. Not only that, one Dao's starlight threads shoot out from the tree canopy, connecting stars in the sky. As the starlight threads connected with the stars, yin-yang divine tree immediately felt the boundless power of the stars surging into his body. At the same time, the authority of the major stars in the ancient starry sky was also received by the yin-yang divine tree. Now, the yin-yang divine tree can arrange the Zhu Tianxing Do great formation on its own. In addition, the root system of the yin-yang divine tree is also rapidly extending, reaching into the entire primordial earth veins. Wherever it passed, originally because of Heavenly Dao's space, the cracks in the earth caused by the chaos of the laws were gradually healed by the root system of the yin-yang divine tree. Moreover, as the roots of the yin-yang divine tree extend, the power of the earth Dao also expands throughout the great desolate land. The authority over the earth Dao, which had been stolen by Heavenly Dao, has returned to the earth Dao. The more the roots of the yin-yang divine tree extend, the stronger the power of the earth becomes. A sense of weight and solidity emanates from the yin-yang divine tree. At this moment, yin-yang divine tree completely merged into Dao sage status. With the inheritance of yin-yang divine Dao sage status, the root system of the yin-yang divine tree has also spread throughout the entire primordial wilderness. Countless Dao roots penetrated the great desolate land and extended into chaos. The moment the roots take hold in chaos, the boundless chaos Qi is absorbed by the yin-yang divine tree, and then transformed by the yin-yang divine tree into primordial Qi, which gushes out from within the yin-yang divine tree. As the primordial Qi surged forth, the previously restless wilderness seemed to be doused with sweet rain, gradually calming down. Within heavenly Dao space, with the yin-yang divine tree inheriting the Dao sage status, yin-yang divine tree also exudes a sense of weight and solemnity. Yin-yang divine tree's spirit transformed into a colossal tree reaching to the heavens, taking root in heavenly Dao space. Countless roots extended in all directions, and its canopy continued to expand, showing signs of enveloping the entire Dao space. Integrate law into my body. Yin-yang divine tree shouted Dao at heavenly Dao. At the same time, the yin-yang divine tree has developed 3,000 root systems, and each root system has branched out into the canopy along the trunk. Yin-yang divine tree uses the authority of heavenly Dao to attach the 3,000 laws to its root system. 3,000 root systems corresponding to 3,000 Dao law. As the corresponding law attached itself to the yin-yang divine tree, heavenly Dao understood the yin-yang divine tree's purpose. Yin-yang divine tree is based on himself, helping him to sort out the chaotic 3,000 heavenly Dao law. However, the consequence of doing so is that in heavenly Dao, before the law is fully sorted out, the yin-yang divine tree cannot leave the heavenly Dao space. At most, it can withdraw a small portion of its mind and spirit, while the majority of its mind and spirit must transform into the yin-yang divine wood main body to help sort out the law. Heavenly Dao glanced gratefully at yin-yang divine tree, then quickly mobilized its authority to quell the chaos within heavenly Dao. Law was gradually sorted out, and those heavenly Dao that were sorted out the law was then infused into the corresponding root system of the yin-yang divine tree. Seeing this, Yuanxi and Jiayin quickly followed suit, sorting out various laws and inputting them into the yin-yang divine tree. Heavenly Dao breathed a sigh of relief. With the yin-yang divine tree as its vessel, the chaotic law in heavenly Dao space finally had an outlet. Once all the laws are sorted out, the crisis will be resolved. At that moment, Wu-Tu led the rest of Saint into heavenly Dao space. Heavenly Dao, both excited and apprehensive upon seeing the 7 new saints. 7 more saints were added, and the heavenly Dao was sorted out. Law will be much faster. Similarly, if the 7 saints wanted to do something to him, he had no power to resist. Heavenly Dao stared nervously at the 7 saints. Fortunately, yin-yang divine tree remained silent, and the 7 saints who'd readily helped to groom heavenly Dao law. Upon seeing this, heavenly Dao immediately relented. But he was unaware that at that moment, yin-yang divine tree was secretly discussing something with How-Tu. How-Tu, fellow Taoist, what do you think should be done with this heavenly Dao spirit? The emergence of sentience in heavenly Dao greatly disturbed the yin-yang divine tree. Unlike the spirit of the human Dao, which is inherently weak and later clashed with Kang-Jai fusion, the threat posed by the human Dao to Kang-Jai is not as great as heavenly Dao. When asked about the yin-yang divine tree, How-Tu remained silent for a moment before revealing a piece of news that shocked the yin-yang divine tree. Fellow Taoist may not know, but the Earth Dao has also developed sentience, although the sentience of the Earth Dao is still very weak. Yin-yang divine tree was taken aback and looked at How-Tu with some disbelief, asking Dao, Earth Dao has also developed sentience. Yin-Yang Divine Tree was not surprised that the human Tao had developed intelligence, since the human Tao represented will of Honghuang beings, and the development of intelligence in the human Tao was entirely within his expectations. The fact that Heavenly Tao was able to develop intelligence is related to Hongjun. Although Yin-Yang Divine Tree doesn't know how, it can understand. How could the Tao, which had been suppressed by Heavenly Tao and had no one to interfere with it, have developed intelligence? Uchu shook her head, indicating that she didn't know Tao either. Just as Yin-Yang Divine Tree was frowning in thought, a voice suddenly entered their ears. "Little guy, don't be surprised. This is all Pangu's arrangement." "Huh?" Yin-Yang Divine Tree and Hutu were both startled, looking around but not finding the person who made the sound. This is Heavenly Tao space, and they are even more so Tao Saint. Their secret conversation was overheard by someone. How powerful must that person be? Even at its peak, the Hong Kong military probably couldn't have achieved this level of capability. Who is senior? Based on what this person just said, Pangu can be ruled out first. The mysterious voice rang out again. Heh. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you cannot lay a hand on the spirits of the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Yin-Yang Divine Tree was shocked. How did this guy know that Tao was going to make a move against Heavenly Tao? Oh. Why is that? Yin-Yang Divine Tree squinted. The mysterious voice sounded again. Because this is Pangu's idea. As for the reason, you are not qualified to know right now. Yin-Yang Divine Tree narrowed his eyes. He was now the Hunyuan Dalyu Golden Immortal Realm, and even more so, the primordial Tao Saint. With such cultivation and status, how could they not be qualified to know Tao? Yin-Yang Divine Tree didn't believe it, and snorted in response to Tao. Since Senior is unwilling to tell me, then don't blame me for not listening to you. The mysterious voice chuckled, completely unconcerned about Tao. Little guy, you have quite a temper. I'm just passing on a message for Pangu. Whether you listen or not is entirely up to you. If you think Pangu is nothing special, then you're free to ignore him. I won't stop you. The mysterious voice carried a hint of encouragement, schadenfreude, and a sense of watching a good show, which once again shook Yin-Yang Divine Tree. He kept pondering in his mind, who exactly was this person? And level of cultivation did he possess? In his view, at least the former Hongjun could never have done this. Ignoring the existence of Heavenly Tao space, being able to communicate with oneself across space, and even directly stealing one's divine thought transmission, what level of cultivation would be required to do that? Moreover, this person kept mentioning Pangu in his words, which is hard to believe. Is Pangu really still alive? But why would Pangu preserve the spirits of the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity? This is something Yin-Yang Divine Tree cannot understand. Although Yin-Yang Divine Tree couldn't understand it, he didn't intend to follow mysterious person's instigation and fight against Pangu. No matter what, my current achievements are inseparable from Pangu. Without the Pangu spinal cord creation merit, and even the prehistoric world, I would not have been able to grow to this level. Regardless of what scheme Pangu is plotting, I'll just consider it repaying a favor. Most importantly, if Pangu were truly alive, I wouldn't be able to defeat him in my current state. Since we can't beat them, we might as well play it safe. Senior is joking. Since it is the will of great God Pangu, I will naturally give it my due. Upon hearing this, mysterious person seemed to sigh in disappointment. Why are you such a coward? Pangu can't return to the primordial. For the time being. By the time he has time to return, you'll have already completely refined the primordial world. Hearing the subtle encouragement, Yin-Yang Divine Tree did not respond. However, Yin-Yang Divine Tree gleaned a meaning from the other party's words. Pangu cannot return to the primordial world for the time being. It seems that Pangu is really alive, and he seems to be doing well. However, he seems to be trapped by something, and cannot return to the primordial world for the time being. But that doesn't mean he will never be able to return. Yin-Yang Divine Tree muttered to himself, analyzing the various pieces of information in mysterious person's words. At the same time, he was somewhat shaken. The prehistoric world was actually the chaos world, which seemed to be more complex than he had imagined. At least, I can't guess where Pangu is right now. That he would even abandon the prehistoric world. While Yin-Yang Divine Tree was still pondering, mysterious person's voice rang out again. Since you agreed to Pangu's request, then you should also accept Pangu's return gift. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin-Yang Divine Tree immediately sensed something new within his mind. Yin-Yang Divine Tree was terrified. What kind of being was on the other side that could send things directly into heavenly Tao space, and even integrate them into his mind? Yin-Yang Divine Tree was somewhat shocked, but when he saw what had appeared in his mind, he was even more astonished. Hung, the primordial origin mark? When Yin-Yang Divine Tree sensed what it had obtained, it was utterly shocked. Yin-Yang Divine Tree never expected what the other party gave him would be the primordial origin mark. This thing is somewhat similar to the secret realm core. Refining the secret realm core will grant you complete control over the secret realm. Although refining the primordial origin mark does not allow one to completely control the primordial world like the secret realm. However, when the prehistoric world is completely refined by the primordial origin imprint, it will not resist. This will be of great help to Yin-Yang Divine Tree's future plans. This was given to me by Great God Pangu. Yin-Yang Divine Tree is increasingly unable to understand the layout of Pangu. If you give yourself the primordial origin mark, aren't you afraid that you will actually completely refine the primordial world in the future? Or is it that Pangu no longer needs the prehistoric world? Just as Yin-Yang Divine Tree was filled with doubt, mysterious person's voice rang out again. Ha ha ha, little guy, don't overthink it. The current primordial world is indeed nothing to Pangu. If he didn't still have a shred of affection for the world he created, the primordial world would be completely dispensable to him. With his current cultivation level, creating as many primordial worlds as he wants would be a very simple matter. Creating a world even more perfect than the primordial chaos would be no problem at all. Yin-Yang Divine Tree was shocked. Did the words mysterious person mean that Pangu had really taken that step? If we hadn't taken that step, how could we not care about the primordial world? The primordial world almost became a great Tao-level world. Unless Pangu has broken through great Tao level, otherwise why would he not care about the prehistoric world? Thinking of this, Yin-Yang Divine Tree trembled violently. That's a great Tao level. Saint comes after Heavenly Tao realm, and Heavenly Tao realm comes after Great Tao realm. Currently, the strongest in the entire prehistoric world is only Sage, Realm 7 Law. To break through to Heavenly Tao realm, you must cultivate all 3 Sun laws to Saint level. The Yin-Yang Tree is still 993 species, short of being a Heavenly Tao realm. If you want to go further in the future, simply applying the 3,000 laws. Breakthrough at the saint level isn't enough. The stronger the law, the more breakthrough you'll achieve. The stronger Heavenly Tao realm becomes. There are 3,000 different laws between Heavenly Tao realm and Great Tao realm. The difference between them is terrifying. Did Great God Pangu really take that step? Yin-Yang Divine Tree finally asked this question. Mysterious person didn't answer, but just chuckled. Tao, little guy, this world is far more complex and profound than you imagine. What you see here And even from bloodline, everything gained in legacy may not be real. When Pangu was born, his cultivation level was already infinitely close to that of the great Tao realm. And among the 3,000 Chaos Demon gods, there were many heavenly Tao level experts. Even those weak Chaos Demon gods have reached the saint level in their cultivation. In addition, their respective heavenly Tao level and saint level. Have you ever wondered what chaos was like back then, under the control of the creatures of chaos? So many powerful beings. Could they all perish just because Pangu created a small primordial world? Do you think that's realistic? Mysterious person's question caused Yin-Yang Divine Tree to fall silent for a moment. Yes, those are heavenly Tao level beings, or even half a step into great Tao level beings. If such beings truly perished and ultimately remained in the primordial world, or perhaps formed the 3,000 demon god realm, then they shouldn't have only given birth to a few saint-level beings. In any case, it would be reasonable for heavenly Tao-level beings to be born. But now, in the entire prehistoric world, even including the previous Hongjun, not a single heavenly Tao-level powerhouse has been born. There are very few saint-level experts, which seems unreasonable. Just as Yin-Yang Divine Tree was about to ask something more, mysterious person said again, "All right, little guy, I've told you enough. You're only just breaking through. Saint level is just that. You're still a long way from the real battlefield. Grow as much as you can, and I look forward to seeing you again." After she finished speaking, no matter how much Yin-Yang Divine Tree asked, she received no response. "Just like that, you're leaving?" Yin-Yang Divine Tree was very unwilling. The other person's words were full of information, but the information was very vague, which made Yin-Yang Divine Tree very curious. Especially the opponent's last sentence, the real battlefield. Could it be that there is another battlefield out of sight of them? Pangu, and even the former 3,000 Chaos Demon gods, are located there. But then Yin-Yang Divine Tree felt something was wrong again. The fall of the 3,000 Chaos Demon gods is a true story. Otherwise, how do you explain the 3,000 Chaos Demon god bloodlines that appear in the primordial era and 3,000 demon god realm? Furthermore, the resentment of the 3,000 Chaos Demon gods in the prehistoric world is real, which means that 3,000 Chaos Demon gods really did perish in the prehistoric world back then. But if the 3,000 Chaos Demon gods really perished in the prehistoric world, then what was the meaning behind the mysterious person's words? For a moment, Yin-Yang Divine Tree felt her mind was in a mess. On one side is the real information he collected from the prehistoric world, and on the other side are the various messages that mysterious person has just revealed. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree and the Yin-Yang Divine Tree corroborate each other, revealing many conflicting points. But, for a moment, he couldn't tell who was the real one. He felt the Pangu spinal cord within his body, as well as the primordial origin mark given to him by the mysterious person, representing Pangu. If all these things are real, then, shaking his head, Yin-Yang Divine Tree realized that the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. If this continues, only you will suffer. Who cares what's true? When my fists are strong enough, then what I say will be true. Yin-Yang Divine Tree, long and slender, exits QA. It's better to let others be troubled than to trouble yourself. As long as you are strong enough, you won't be the one having troubles. Yin-Yang Divine Tree stopped thinking. He now only had 7 laws. Breakthrough to saint level is still a long way from heavenly Tao realm, so why worry so much? Just as Yin-Yang Divine Tree was gathering his thoughts, Haotu's voice rang out. "Zumu? Fellow Taoist, did that senior just leave?" Yin-Yang Divine Tree nodded. "It's time to leave." Haotu was silent for a long time, then asked again, "Do you think what he said is true?" Is Father God really still alive? Yin-Yang Divine Tree remained silent for a long time before finally saying, I don't know either, but the other party probably wasn't lying. The two fell silent. Again. Then Yin-Yang Divine Tree said to Dao, let's sort out the heavenly Dao space first, otherwise it's useless to say anything more. Ho-Tu stopped worrying and started sorting out the heavenly Dao space. While everyone was sorting out Dao space, the battle in chaos also reached a critical moment. With the 12 ancestral witches' intervention, the power of the Pangu true body has far exceeded Hongjun's expectations. In addition to being seriously injured, Hongjun finally couldn't take it anymore after being beaten by the Pangu true body. No, if this continues, the defensive array of Purple Cloud Palace will definitely not be able to withstand it. Once the Purple Cloud Palace's defensive array breaks, with my current cultivation level, I certainly won't be able to withstand the attack of the Pangu true body. Thinking of this, Hongjun decided to retreat. But where can he retreat to? Although chaos is vast, it is not what it used to be. Apart from chaos ki, there are not many heaven and earth treasures in chaos. With his current cultivation level, it would be impossible for him to quickly cultivate without the assistance of massive resources. After much thought, Hongjun suddenly thought of the beast king Shen Ni. This Shen Ni was able to revive and even cultivate his cultivation to the middle stage of quasi-saint, which is quite remarkable. What other adventures await in the land of Gishu? Although Hongjun was once revered as the great ancestor of the primordial world, he had never actually entered the land of Gishu. He only knew that the Gishu possessed a terrifying suction force that attempted to destroy the entire primordial world. If the 4 forbidden lands had not been sealed, it would not have been so easy for the primordial world to resist the devouring power of the land of Gishu. With this in mind, Hongjun immediately made a decision. 12 ancestral witches, don't push your luck! Hongjun yelled Dao at the 12 ancestral witches who were still hacking away. However, 12 ancestral witches remained unmoved by Hongjun's desperate actions. Over the years, how many birds have they suffered at the hands of the Hongjun? The reason why the witch and demon clans are locked in a life-or-death struggle is that the other side constantly provokes and intensifies their conflicts, trying to balance their power and ultimately achieve a mutually destructive outcome. Now that their cultivation has broken through, enabling them to thoroughly defeat the Hongjun, they certainly won't let this opportunity slip by. Seeing that the 12 ancestral witches remained unmoved, Hongjun was furious. Fine. Since you're not willing to let the old ancestor go, then I'll show you the old ancestor's true methods. As soon as Hongjun finished speaking, Hikli began to form hand seals. As he continued to form hand seals, the entire Purple Cloud Palace emitted a mysterious fluctuation. 12 ancestral witches sensed the fluctuation, and while feeling puzzled, also became wary. Be careful, it might be a trap, Dijiang warned the other ancestral witches. Just as Dijiang finished speaking, a Dao mark was unleashed and slammed into 12 ancestral witches. Upon seeing this, 12 ancestral witches immediately swung his giant axe and chopped at the attacking mark. However, when they actually attacked these marks, they discovered that these marks had no offensive power at all. When the heaven-opening axe cleaved them, they turned into wisps of Taoist energy and dissipated into the world. However, many marks did not attack them, but instead rushed towards the great desolate land. Upon seeing this, 12 ancestral witches was first taken aback, then quickly realized, oh no, his target isn't us, it's the prehistoric world. 12 ancestral witches snapped out of their daze, ignoring Hongjun, and hurriedly stopped the marks, flying toward the prehistoric world. Gong Gong, the ancestral witch, was puzzled. Brother, these marks aren't offensive. Even if they enter the prehistoric world, what can they do? Why are we in such a hurry to stop them? During the pursuit, Dijiang was taken aback. This moment of hesitation allowed several Dao marks to escape their pursuit and enter the prehistoric world. Although Dijiang felt that Gonggong's words made some sense, he still felt that something was not right. While they were still in a daze, numerous marks were imprinted into the primordial world. These marks disappeared into the primordial world immediately after entering it, causing any impact. Nothing happened? Am I overthinking it? Dijiang asked, somewhat puzzled. Just as Dijiang was about to control the Pengu true body to go back and cause trouble for Hongjun, he discovered that Hongjun was riding the purple cloud palace, quickly bypassing the Pengu true body and heading towards great desolate land. Oh no! This guy is using a feint! 12 ancestral witches thought Hongjun was planning a sneak attack on Hongwang, so they quickly gave chase again. At the same time, the saints who were doing their best to maintain heavenly Dao space suddenly felt a tremor in the primordial world. Oh no! Why are the 4 forbidden lands open? Yin-Yang Divine Tree exclaimed in surprise. Now his roots have spread throughout the entire primordial world, and he himself possesses the power to control the earth. Sage status. It is most sensitive to the various changes between prehistoric worlds. The moment Hongjun's mark entered the primordial world, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree sensed the changes in the prehistoric world, especially the East China Sea, the undying volcano in the south, the Kilin Cliff in the west, and the 10,000 Poison Swamp in the north. The changes are most noticeable in these areas, as the mark transformed into Dao Rime and dissipated between heaven and earth. The places that had been suppressing Gi Shu passage suddenly became restless. Immediately afterwards, all the saints who were still suppressing heavenly Dao space sensed the changes in the Four Lands. Oh no! Gi Shu passage has been unblocked! The 6 sages exclaimed in surprise. They knew all too well the terror of the Gi Shu passage. Once unsealed, the entire primordial world would be swallowed up by the terrifying suction force within the ruins of return. Although this kind of absorption cannot succeed all at once, it is very difficult to stop. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree was well aware of this, and hurriedly extended its roots to the seal site, attempting to use its roots to seal the land of Gishu. However, what Yin-Yang Divine Tree didn't expect was that, with the lifting of the seal in the 4 locations, the Dao beneath the 18th floor of hell, seal also began to tremble, and then, at that moment, Hongjun, riding the purple cloud palace, passed through the prehistoric world and charged towards the boundless sea of the blood. As Hongjun passed through the great desolate land, he also took the entire ferocious clan, now known as the barbarian beasts, with him. Hongjun was well aware that once he left, the primordial saints would likely not let ferocious beast clan go. Rather than being wiped out by Yin-Yang Divine Tree and his group, it's better to take them with me and make them a force to be reckoned with. Hongjun, accompanied by the ferocious beast clan, quickly crossed the endless sea of blood and entered the Gi Shu passage. Oh no! Hongjun has escaped from beneath my sea of blood into the Gi Shu passage. Old ancestor, the lord of the blood sea, sensed the situation within it immediately. Yin-Yang Divine Tree was also startled and urgently asked Dao, Hongjun has entered Gi Shu passage? Yin-Yang Divine Tree was in a hurry, for he already knew from other sources that the Dao, Gi-Shu passage, could lead to the Void Passage, and that within the Void Passage, one could find the Dao leading to the 3000 Demon God realm. Once Hongjun finds the 3000 Demon God realm, The 3,000 demon god realm will surely know the current state of the primordial world. Given the current state of the primordial world, it is utterly unable to withstand the invasion of the 3,000 demon god realm. No, we can't let him leave the land of Gishu. Yin-Yang Divine Tree immediately tried to mobilize people to stop him. Before Yin-Yang Divine Tree could speak, old ancestor Steeks's voice rang out again. 10. The 12 ancestral witches have gone in. Yin-Yang Divine Tree was startled again, never expecting that 12 ancestral witches would chase Hongjun into the land of Gishu. This Yin-Yang Divine Tree has a bad feeling. 12 ancestral witches are chasing after the land of Gishu. Will something bad happen? Yin-Yang Divine Tree was anxious, but did its best to prevent the collapse of Gishu Passage. However, the heavenly Dao space had not yet been successfully organized, and the power that the entire primordial world could mobilize was very limited, which was not enough to stop the collapse of the Gishu Passage. With the collapse of Gishu Passage, the Dragon Clan in the East Ci, the Phoenix Clan in the southern Undying Volcano, and the Kilin Clan on the western Kilin Cliff all fled from their respective forbidden lands. Sensing the collapse in all directions, Yin-Yang Divine Tree was anxious, but there was nothing he could do for the time being. If the 12 ancestral witches had not pursued Gishu into the void, perhaps their power could have been used to temporarily suppress Gishu Passage. Once they free up their strength, then be completely suppressed and seal again Gishu Passage. But now, what should we do? I feel that these Gishu Passages seem to form a special magic array, and they seem to be undergoing some kind of change. Otu reminded Yin-Yang Divine Tree. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree naturally sensed this change as well. There are a total of 6 Gishu Passages. These 6 Gishu Passages now seem to form a special formation, which is causing the 6 passages to move closer together, showing signs of merging into one. Although Yin-Yang Divine Tree didn't know what would happen if things continued this way, he knew it certainly wouldn't be anything good. Yin-Yang Divine Tree took a deep breath and looked at everyone, saying, "Don't hold back. Go all out and comb through heavenly Tao. The law, at the very least, cannot allow us to remain confined here. I can sense that something bad is about to happen, and I'm afraid the next calamity will be no less severe than this one." Yin-Yang Divine Tree looked worried, while everyone else exchanged bewildered glances. This calamity nearly destroyed the entire prehistoric world. Yin-Yang Divine Tree said that what was about to happen, no less significant than this one, which some people did not believe. Now the Hongjun have all been homeless dogs, and the 12 ancestral witches have followed them into the land of Gishu. Even if Hongjun doesn't die, he'll probably be severely injured. Although the Gishu Passage has mutated, it will have a huge impact on the prehistoric world. But as long as the 12 ancestral witches returned, Gishu Passage will eventually be brought under control. Even if it cannot be resealed, it is unknown when Gishu will be able to completely devour the primordial world. After such a long time, is it really possible that they still haven't found a solution? Seeing the indifferent expressions on everyone's faces, Yin-Yang Divine Tree gritted his teeth, and finally told everyone about the 3,000 demon god realm. Yin-Yang Divine Tree's account was something he learned from Shen Ni. Shen Ni was once a member of Yao race, and Yin-Yang Divine Tree was also a member of Yao race. It seems not incomprehensible that Wood Emperor and Shen Ni informed Yin-Yang Divine Tree of the existence of the 3,000 demon god realm. No one pressed for details, mainly because Yin-Yang Divine Tree's current status was no longer what it used to be. Just as the saints were sorting through the heavenly Dao space, the remaining Yao race finally returned to Mount Buzhou and found the yin-yang divine tree. The yin-yang divine tree did not abandon its ancestor after using it, but instead revived all the dead Yao races. Even the crippled Tai absorbed his physical body and remnant soul into his body, giving birth to a new body. In this way, when Tai is resurrected, he will be completely under his control. In this great battle, almost all of Yao race's elite warriors were wiped out. The Saint-Grade alumnus, who is still alive and well Yao race, only has two main bodies, Kang Jai and Demon Cultivator main body. Di Kang, Demon Cultivator main body Mo Yu, and Demon Master Kunpeng and Demon Marshal Bai Zi. Apart from the four of them, all the other Yao race members returned to the yin-yang divine tree and were resurrected. With the revival of all Yao races, it means that the entire Yao race is now under the control of yin-yang divine tree. Just as yin-yang divine tree was integrating Yao race and sorting out the primordial wilderness, strange things were also happening in the land of Gishu. Before Hongjun entered the ruins of return, Tipu and Mai Deng, who were left behind by Chaos's vicious beast, were idly waiting in front of the Pangu shrine for Kang Jai and the other two to come out. Just as they were getting bored to the point of madness, Pangu shrine suddenly flickered. The next second, the enormous Pangu shrine suddenly vanished, and the entire land of Gishu was once again empty. Smack! Tipu suddenly stopped Mai Deng, who was resting with her eyes closed, and shouted, "Wake up!" Mai Deng staggered from the slap and was about to retaliate angrily when she saw Tipu staring intently ahead with eyes that seemed to pop out of their sockets. Mai Deng couldn't help but turn his head to look. He wanted to see what tricks Tipu was up to. However, the next second, Mai Deng's widened as well, and she stammered, "The palace, where is the palace?" Mai Deng looked around, left and right, front and back, up and down, but couldn't find Pangu shrine anywhere. At this moment, Tipu also stammered, "No, I don't know, it was just here a moment ago, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye." Mai Deng glared and immediately yelled at Dao, "Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on things? Is this how you keep an eye on things?" The two had originally agreed to take turns guarding the area, and Tipu was in charge just now. Now that Pangu Shrine has disappeared, how can they explain this to Chaos and Shen Ni? Sect Masters reply. Just as Tipu was about to retaliate, a beam of purple light shot into the land of Gishu. The two looked closely and saw a huge palace that emitted a misty purple glow. One just disappeared, and now another one has appeared. Do you think there's some connection between them? Mai Deng squinted and whispered. Tipu's eyes darted around, and he sneered, "What? Another one appeared? It's this one. The one that was just now suddenly changed into this form. There has only ever been one palace here." Tipu winked at Mai Deng, as if signaling something. Mai Deng instantly understood and nodded. "You're right. It's always been this palace, only it suddenly changed its appearance." Tipu rolled his eyes and whispered to Dao, "Should we go in and take a look? Maybe there's something good inside." Just as Tipu and Mai Deng were thinking of entering the Purple Cloud Palace search for treasure, Hongjun, who had rushed into the land of Gishu, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. 12 ancestral witches. Relentless pursuit still resulted in him being seriously injured. Upon entering the land of Gishu, Hongjun immediately scanned his surroundings, wanting to see what secrets this land of Gishu held. However, the next second, he saw Tipu and Mai Deng acting suspiciously. Upon seeing the two, Hongjun was initially taken aback, but then his eyes lit up. He never expected that there would be anyone in the land of Gishu. Seeing that the two were not highly skilled, Hongjun didn't hesitate. With a thought, Mai Deng and Tipu, who were lingering outside the Purple Cloud Palace, wondering how to enter, appeared inside the purple cloud palace. Both of them are the worst Grand Unity Golden Immortals. Early stage, placed in the primordial era, even many Golden Immortals, even a peak-level expert, could beat them both to a pulp. Faced with someone like Hongjun, they didn't even have a chance to resist. Hongjun was very curious about how these two people ended up here. With a thought, Hongjun thoroughly examined both of their divine souls. After reading it, Hongjun's eyes widened immediately. 3,000 Demon God Realm. I never imagined that beneath this land of Gishu, there would exist a world no less vast than the primordial chaos. Hongjun narrowed his eyes, feeling that his chance to turn the tide was within reach. 3,000 Demon God Realm wanted to attack the primordial world. If it were before, he certainly wouldn't have agreed. But he has already been driven out of the primordial world. What does the attack on the primordial world by the 3,000 Demon God Realm have to do with him? Very well! What a fine 3,000 Demon God Realm! As a member of the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods, how could I, Daozu, not do my part? Hongjun looked into the vortex deep within the void. He knew that through that vortex, one could enter the so-called Void Passage. Once he finds the correct Dao path in the Void Passage, he can enter the 3,000 Demon God Realm. Thinking of this, when Hongjun looked at Mai Deng and Tepu again, there was less murderous intent in his eyes. Although he knew all of their memories, they were still Shen Ni's nominal subordinates. With these two around, joining 3,000 Demon God Realm will become much easier. Only then did Hongjun understand why Shen Ni was able to be resurrected, and why he was able to be cultivated back to the quasi-samidal stage. The only thing that bothers him now is that, in the memories of these two people, a second Pangu shrine has appeared in the land of Gishu. This is something even Hongjun can't understand. Pangu, are you really still alive? Just as Hongjun murmured Pangu, a violent force suddenly appeared in the land of Gishu. Hongjun was startled. With a wave of his hand, he first imprisoned Tepu and the other man deep inside the purple cloud palace, before looking at the Pangu true body that had appeared in the ruins of Return. As soon as the 12 ancestral witches appeared, riding the Pangu true body, they immediately launched an attack on Hongjun. Madman! Madman! This is the land of Gishu. Aren't you afraid of running out of energy and never being able to get out again? While cursing 12 ancestral witches as madmen, Hongjun relied on the defenses of the Purple Cloud Palace to fight back against them with all his might. Unlike the prehistoric world, the land of Gishu here seems unable to store any energy. The energy he released during his battle with the 12 ancestral witches quickly disappeared into the land of Gishu. If this continues, they will eventually exhaust all their energy and perish in the void. Hongjun didn't want to fight the 12 ancestral witches to the death. So while fighting the 12 ancestral witches, he sensed the direction from which the energy disappeared. It really is that vortex. Hongjun discovered that the energy and law released during their battle were all absorbed by the vortex deep within the ruins. Hongjun knew that the vortex was the path to the Void Passage. But if he were to jump into the whirlpool, given 12 ancestral witches, which is his nature, he would surely follow suit. By then, it won't be so easy for him to escape. Only by making 12 ancestral witches believe that he doesn't want to enter that vortex, and then being forced into it by them, can he possibly escape. While Hongjun was plotting in his mind, he fought against the 12 ancestral witches. As the fighting continued, 12 ancestral witches and Hongjun unknowingly approached the whirlpool. Upon arriving here, both 12 ancestral witches and Hongjun felt a terrifying suction force. The suction force seemed to be pulling them into the vortex. Even as they approached this spot, the energy within their bodies began to vibrate, showing signs of escaping into the vortex. Hongjun was shocked. At that moment, the energy consumption of the Purple Cloud Palace suddenly increased significantly. Hongjun knew very well that if the fighting continued in this area, even he would not be able to keep up. Moreover, as time went on, they discovered that the vortex suction force was getting stronger and stronger, and their own combat consumption was also increasing. 12 ancestral witches were filled with doubt and unease as they watched the vortex not far away and discussed among themselves. "Big brother, what is that vortex? Why is it absorbing even the energy and law within our bodies?" Dijiang frowned slightly. "If I'm not mistaken, that should be the true terror of Gishu. It is said that the final destination of the primordial world is to be swallowed by Gishu and become part of chaos. The vortex's devouring power is constantly increasing. Perhaps one day, its suction force will truly be able to engulf the entire primordial world." The rest of the 12 ancestral witches were shocked. Zhu Rong urgently said, "Brother, the primordial world was left to us by the Father God. How can it be swallowed by this vortex? How about we destroy this vortex directly?" Dijiang was also taken aback. Zhu Rong's suggestion made him somewhat interested. However, he didn't understand this Dao vortex, and didn't know what the consequences would be if he destroyed it. If it has no impact on the prehistoric world, that would be fine. But what if it has a huge impact on the prehistoric world? Just as Dijiang was struggling with his decision, the Xiaoming ancestral witch spoke up. "Brother, we can use old man Hongjun as an experiment to see what changes will occur in the vortex after he is swallowed by it." Dijiang thought about it and agreed. It was fine that old man Hongjun was dead. They couldn't wait for him to die. Why not let this guy make one last contribution? 12 ancestral witches immediately changed their attack direction and began Hongjun towards the vortex. Hongjun immediately sensed the change in 12 ancestral witches. While he was overjoyed, Hongjun did not immediately follow the trend into the vortex. Instead, he attacked desperately so as not to arouse 12 ancestral witches' suspicion. Upon seeing this, 12 ancestral witches became excited. "Brother, do you think this guy knows how terrifying this vortex is? Is that why he doesn't want to go in?" Hongjun has been the Dao ancestor for so many years, and he knows some of the secrets of the primordial world, so they still believe in him. Perhaps Hongjun knows something about this unknown vortex of ruins. Since Hongjun doesn't want to go in, they'll just have to help him out. The 12 ancestral witches swung their axes again, this time drawing upon the energy of the witch world within them. With one swing of the axe, Hong finally couldn't hold on any longer upon seeing axe strike from Pengu true body in the Purple Cloud Palace. Hongjun immediately knew his chance had come. Controlling the Purple Cloud Palace, it seemed to have used all its strength to barely block this axe. The entire Purple Cloud Palace's grand defensive array was shattered, and the Purple Cloud Palace flew uncontrollably towards the vortex. "Big brother, it's done! We've finally broken through Hongjun's turtle shell." The 12 ancestral witches chattered excitedly, watching helplessly as the Purple Cloud Palace hurtled uncontrollably into the vortex. Just as Purple Cloud Palace was about to fall into the vortex, it suddenly paused, and Hongjun's angry voice rang out. "Dijiang, you want me dead?" "No way!" Purple Cloud Palace once again unleashed terrifying energy, attempting to break free from the vortex's devouring power. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches were not about to let Hongjun go. They swung their axe again, and slammed it down on the Purple Cloud Palace. Hongjun's voice, filled with extreme rage, rang out. "Dijiang, I will haunt you even as a ghost." As soon as the words were spoken, purple cloud palace could no longer hold on and was cleaved into the vortex by the axe. After falling into the vortex, the purple cloud palace immediately fell silent, without even a ripple or a wave. Upon seeing this, 12 ancestral witches was startled and involuntarily controlled Pangu's true body to take a step back. Is this vortex really that terrifying? Even Hongjun couldn't make a ripple when he entered it. They thought the even greater terror in the vortex, so Hongjun had no power to resist after falling in. Little did they know that after entering the vortex, Hongjun immediately concealed all his presence, and even used the power of the vortex to pass through it more quickly and enter the void passage. This makes it seem as if Hongjun, once caught in the vortex, had no power to resist. This also made 12 ancestral witches somewhat wary of this vortex. Big brother, should we still destroy this vortex? Dijiang fell silent for a moment. If Hongjun had struggled a little more in this vortex, they wouldn't be in such a dilemma. Even though Hongjun was such a powerful being, and he controlled a rare treasure like the Purple Cloud Palace, he couldn't even create a ripple. This made them all very wary of this vortex. If this vortex is truly that terrifying, will their attack on it trigger an even greater reaction? For a moment, 12 ancestral witches hesitated. Meanwhile, Hongjun, after entering the vortex, quickly used its power to pass through and enter the void passage. Where am I? Hongjun flashed out of the Purple Cloud Palace, which transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. Hongjun carefully sensed everything within the void passage, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. I never imagined this place would be connected to myriad realms. Hongjun's eyes lit up. He realized that this so-called void passage was not actually a simple two-realms passage. The true purpose of this Tao is to connect all the worlds of chaos. If he hadn't possessed the creation jade plate, he probably wouldn't have noticed this. This place can be described as the gathering place of myriad realms, from which one can access all parts of myriad realms. Of course, there is no direction here, and it is difficult to discern directions. Finding the existence of myriad realms is not so easy, let alone finding the corresponding world. So the so-called final destination of the primordial world is nothing more than becoming nourishment for myriads. Feeling the various energies emanating from the vortex behind him, Hongjun finally understood where the energy that had been swallowed up in the primordial world had gone. The energy and law that were swallowed by the primordial chaos eventually entered this void passage through the Tao vortex. The energy and law that enter the void passage will continue to spread within the void passage and will eventually be absorbed by the myriad realms. The primordial chaos is the origin of myriad realms, and after the primordial chaos is destroyed, it will be swallowed by the void and eventually become nourishment for myriad realms. As the primordial chaos fades away, myriad realms will also usher in their final glory. After the myriad realms also fall silent, this void realm will return to chaos. After thinking it through, suddenly smiled. If it weren't for the 3,000 demon god realm, he would definitely have found a way to reclaim the primordial world. But now, at the end of this void passage, there exists a 3,000 demon god realm that is no less powerful than the prehistoric world. With the 3,000 demon god realm, once the primordial chaos returns to nothingness, myriad realms will still have a place to reside, and that is the 3,000 demon god realm. If the 3,000 demon god realm can devour the prehistoric world, then the 3,000 demon god realm is not incapable of going any further. And just before he left the primordial world, he unlocked the connection between the land of Gishu and the prehistoric world. He knew the Tao. Once all 6 Daos connecting Gishu to the primordial world were unsealed, the 6 Daos would converge into one Tao. At that time, the power of the land of Gishu to devour the primordial world will increase exponentially. Once that devouring power is formed, the prehistoric world will continue to weaken, and this weakening will be irreversible. The only solution is to destroy the vortex passage that just appeared. But his performance just now must have intimidated 12 ancestral witches. Unless absolutely necessary, the 12 ancestral witches would certainly not dare to disrupt that vortex. Moreover, even if the vortex is destroyed, it doesn't matter. The devouring power formed by Gishu passage will still exist, only it will be much smaller when the vortex was present. However, once the vortex is destroyed, the primordial Ki will directly spread into the void passage. In this way, myriad realms will all be able to sense the existence of the prehistoric world. Previously, due to the existence of the ruins and the vortex, and the fact that the passage between the ruins and the primordial world was sealed, no information was leaked from the prehistoric world. Finding the prehistoric world will not be easy for myriad realms. However, if the vortex disappears and the connection between the primordial world and the ruins of return is unsealed, then the secrets of the primordial world will be completely exposed. Perhaps ordinary myriad realms cannot affect the prehistoric world. However, the 3000 demon god realm is definitely not included in this list. In addition, there are some powerful beings in myriad realms, for whom the primordial world is a highly coveted prize. If they could divide up the prehistoric world, it would be of great benefit to them and their world. Hongjun couldn't help but look at the vortex behind him, muttering to himself, "I never thought that leaving the primordial world would lead to the discovery of such a secret. Perhaps leaving the primordial wilderness is also an opportunity for me." Hongjun thought of many things and looked at the void passage, which led to the myriad realms. If he can find a world that suits him and refine it, and if he can divide up enough of the primordial world when he besieges it in the future, he will not be without the opportunity to create his own primal world. Hongjun still wants to go to fusion, Heavenly Tao's disciple, because he possessed the creation jade plate, believed this path was most suitable for him. And Hong Huang looked at void passage, his eyes gleaming with golden light. This place connects to myriad realms. One world may not be as great as the primordial world, but what if we fusion with countless worlds? In addition, there is the existence of 3000 demon god realm. Hongjun became more and more excited as he thought about it. He felt that he had found a Tao path that was more suitable for him, even better than directly fusion. Excited, Hongjun no longer hesitated and flew off in a certain direction. What he needs to do first is to occupy one world, and then use that world as a foundation to devour the rest of fusion's worlds. Of course, it would be even better if we could use the power of the 3000 demon god realm to deal with the primordial world. Hongjun plunged headlong into the depths of void passage, searching for his own opportunity, while the 12 ancestral witches were still hesitating about how to deal with the vortex in the land of Gishu. The land of Gishu suddenly trembled. Then, a scene that shocked the 12 ancestral witches appeared. 6 illusory paths appeared and merged together before they could react. In the primordial wilderness, with the fusion of the 6 Gishu passages, an even more terrifying suction force emanated from the Gishu passage. "Oh no! Gishu passage has been merged!" The spirits of the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity all spoke with alarm. "What should we do? We don't have the ability to seal it right now." Yin-yang divine tree asked, frowning. Heavenly Tao fell silent for a moment. He was now at his weakest, unable to do anything even if he wanted to. Although the Earth Tao is powerful, its intelligence is still weak, and its control over the primordial world is also very weak. As for the spirit of man, the only solution now is to destroy that vortex within the ruins. Human Tao was already bound to Kang Jai, and Kang Jai had once crossed the void passage and even entered the land of Gishu through the vortex. Human Tao naturally knew about the situation of the land of Gishu. As the spirit of the primordial humans, he knows far more of the secrets of the primordial world than Kang Jai does. In this situation, he can only reveal some secrets and make choices. You mean, once that vortex is destroyed, the secrets of the primordial world will be leaked out and become known to the myriad realms? The saints all frowned as they listened to the explanation from the spirit of the human Tao. At this moment, the spirit of heavenly Tao spoke. In fact, since the Gishu passage was unsealed and merged into one, even without destroying the vortex passage, the information about the prehistoric world will gradually be known by the myriad realms. The group exchanged bewildered glances. They weren't actually worried about myriad realms. What they were truly concerned about was the 3,000 demon god realm that Yin-Yang divine tree had mentioned. That place boasts at least 13 saint-level experts and 3,000, or even more near, saint-level experts. This world is in no way inferior to their primordial world, and may even be stronger than their current primordial world. After all, in the current primordial world, these saints are busy maintaining the stability of heavenly Tao space and are simply unable to intervene. The only force that can be mobilized is the 12 ancestral witches. As for near, saint-level experts, they are far inferior. In this situation, they lacked confidence if they were to actually face the 3,000 demon god realm. While everyone hesitated, Yin-Yang divine tree made a decision. Since the information will be leaked sooner or later, we might as well save some energy so that we can sort out the whole prehistoric world more quickly. As long as the vortex passage is destroyed, the devouring power of the Gishu passage over the primordial world will be greatly reduced. This will save them a lot of energy, allowing them to better manage the current chaotic situation. As for the 3,000 demon god realm, we can only take it one step at a time and deal with whatever comes our way. Seeing that Yin-Yang divine tree had made a decision, the others no longer objected. After glancing at everyone, Yin-Yang divine tree withdrew some of its attention and entered its body. Controlling the tree trunk, the Yin-Yang divine tree extended a root system that directly penetrated the Gi passage, leading directly to the Gitsu. Father God's breath. The 12 ancestral witches, who were hesitating in the void, suddenly sensed the QI of the Pangu spinal cord and turned to look at Gishu passage. A thick tree root pierced through the merged Gishu passage and entered the ruins of return. It's that tree spirit, the wood emperor of Yao race. How can he possess the aura of the Father God? Upon seeing the roots of the Yin-Yang divine tree, 12 ancestral witches immediately sensed the tree's presence and recognized it. Yin-Yang divine tree did not conceal his identity and looked at 12 ancestral witches. Tao, it really is me. Upon hearing Yin-Yang divine tree's admission, 12 ancestral witches exchanged bewildered glances, then frowned and asked Tao, "Why do you possess the breath of the Father God?" This is what puzzles 12 ancestral witches. How could a Yao race possess information about Pangu? Yin-Yang divine tree smiled mysteriously, not wanting to explain further, but instead asked Tao, "Why do you think this is?" 12 ancestral witches was displeased and Dijiang coldly snorted, "We're the ones asking you questions now, and you're asking us questions in return." Yin Yang Divine Tree chuckled and said to himself, "Actually know your clan's Kuashu." 12 ancestral witches was stunned, his eyes widening as he looked at Yin Yang Divine Tree. "You know me. How is that possible? You've never met before." Yin Yang Divine Tree chuckled. "Just because we've never met doesn't mean we can't be acquainted? Then why do I have Pengu on me when I've never met him? What about the key message?" Yin Yang Divine Tree's barrage of questions left 12 ancestral witches completely bewildered, utterly unsure how to respond. Just as 12 ancestral witches was getting annoyed and wanted to knock his head, Yin Yang Divine Tree spoke up. "Some things are better left unsaid. Now I am a Dao saint was an ally of fellow Daoist. Needless to say, Mount Buzhou and I have already merged, and now we are the pillars supporting the heavens. Regardless of my identity, do you still need to dwell on my former status as the Demon Emperor?" 12 ancestral witches was taken aback, feeling that what Yin Yang Divine Tree said seemed to make some sense. They were previously at odds because the Yin Yang Divine Tree was a Yao race. The Wood Emperor is an absolute enemy of their witch clan. Today, the Yin Yang Divine Tree has not only fused with the spine of the Father God, Mount Buzhou, but has also become an incarnation and a pillar of the prehistoric world. Plus, the ground Dao Saint's identity doesn't seem make Yin Yang Divine Tree's past identity as the Wood Emperor that important. Bullshit. 12 ancestral witches, realizing what was happening, looked at Yin Yang Divine Tree and sneered. "You make it sound so easy. The witch and demon clans have a long-standing feud. Do you really think you can let us settle scores with the Yao race?" 12 ancestral witches stared at Yin Yang Divine Tree, wanting him to make a statement on the spot. Yin Yang Divine Tree narrowed his eyes, then shook his head. "No, I can only guarantee that I will restrain the Yao race in the future, and prevent the Yao race from having conflicts with the witch clan without cause." "Humph. Then what are you saying here? Yao race slaughtered so many of my Wu clan's sons, and you just say you're giving up on the reckoning." Yin Yang Divine Tree was well aware of the 12 ancestral witches' dissatisfaction, and knew that it was impossible to persuade the witches so easily. Of course, if Yin Yang Divine Tree can't do it alone, he can ask others for help. Most importantly, they now share a common enemy. The past grudges between the witch and demon clans are not insurmountable. Moreover, most of the Yao races of today have been reborn by him. In a sense, the original Yao races are already dead. The only ones alive now are the Yao race, which he has completely controlled. Just as 12 ancestral witches was about to impatiently refuse, another Dao voice suddenly rang out. "Brothers, the reason why the witch and demon clans are hostile is ultimately due to the Hongjun's machinations. Now, historic world is beset by crises and may be in danger of destruction. I think it's not a bad idea to temporarily put aside our grudges with the Yao race." The voice of Hutu suddenly rang out, startling the previously indifferent 12 ancestral witches. "Little sister, what do you say? Why are you helping this guy? Did all those young men of our witch clan die in vain?" 12 ancestral witches were clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. At this moment, Yin Yang Divine Tree said to Dao, "You ancestral witches are mistaken. The witch clan has indeed lost many sons, but the Yao race has lost even more. Even Emperor Jun, Tai, and other high-ranking members of the Yao race have died. Are you still not satisfied with such an outcome?" 12 ancestral witches scoffed, disdainfully saying, "Do you really think we know nothing? Emperor Jun and Tai may be dead, but they can be resurrected from you. As for our lads, Before 12 ancestral witches could finish speaking, Yin-Yang Divine Tree interrupted Dao. You youngsters, can't you still rely on witch world? Will clone be resurrected? 12 ancestral witches choked, staring wide-eyed at the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Dao. How do you know Dao? The 12 ancestral witches thought they were well hidden and that no one should know about their backup plan. However, Yin-Yang Divine Tree's point shocked them greatly. Yin-Yang Divine Tree's voice was leisurely. Don't you all think these are a bit coincidental? Your witch race has witch realm space cultivate method. Witch world clone can revive the main body. And Yao race possesses its own main body, which can also revive the members of Yao race. 12 ancestral witches was taken aback, looking at Yin-Yang Divine Tree with some confusion. At this moment, How-To's slightly trembling voice rang out. Difficult. Are these all Father God's backup plans? Yin-Yang Divine Tree did not reply. These were certainly not Pangu's backup plans, they were his main body's backup plans. However, whether it's him or his main body, their identities are vastly different. Using Pangu's name can actually solve a lot of problems. 12 ancestral witches stared wide-eyed upon hearing How-To's speculation. They thought about it, and realized it made sense. What a coincidence! The Kuashu appeared among their witch clan, bringing them the witch world. The cultivate method allows the witch clan to cultivate the witch realm space, and even more so, the 12 Daos. Clone. As long as the witch realm space remains intact, even if the main body dies, they can be resurrected using the Pangu Shrine. The situation of Yao race is similar to theirs. Suddenly, a giant tree like Zhou Mo appeared, capable of supporting the sky and helping the dead Yao race to be resurrected. In a sense, this seems to be protecting the witch and demon clans. But why is that? The witch and demon clans have been fighting for years. They would wholeheartedly believe that God the Father would help them. But why would God the Father help the Yao race? This is something 12 ancestral witches can't understand. At this moment, How-To's voice rang out again. It's Hongjun. And the 3,000 demon god realm. It must be that Father God knew about Hongjun's conspiracy and the existence of the 3,000 demon god realm. Which is why he tried his best to preserve the strength of the primordial world. How-To seemed to have guessed the truth, and was both excited and thrilled. Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestral witches exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what the Queen Mother of the Earth was talking about. Hongjun and the others knew Dao, who was just an old silver coin. But what is 3,000 demon god realm? Why did they feel the prehistoric world they knew was a little unfamiliar in such a short time? Upon seeing this, How-To quickly informed 12 ancestral witches about the situation of the 3,000 demon realm. What? The 3,000 demon god realm wants to invade the primordial world, and they have at least 13 saint-level powerhouses? 12 ancestral witches were also astonished by the news from the Queen Mother of the Earth. At this moment, Yin-Yang Divine Tree spoke again. These are all true. The 3,000 demon god realm not only has at least 13 saint-level powerhouses, but their quasi-saint-level experts also so far surpass our primordial world. The primordial world is now fraught with danger. If the escaped Hongjun were to join forces with the 3,000 demon god realm and inform them of our situation, then Yin-Yang Divine Tree didn't say anything more, but 12 ancestral witches felt a strong sense of crisis. So, Hongjun didn't die at all? Then he just fell into the vortex. Yin-Yang Divine Tree sighed. That must have been Hongjun acting. He should know the function of that vortex, as well as the existence of the Void Passage and the 3,000 demon god realm. The 12 ancestral witches were furious. They had been tricked by the Hongjun. Damn Hongjun! Wu Hil Hilu! 12 ancestral witches angrily swung his axe, striking the whirlpool hard. Boom! The vortex was struck by 12 ancestral witches, and it paused immediately. But it was not shattered by 12 ancestral witches. Upon seeing this, Yin-Yang Divine Tree's expression immediately hardened, and he said to Ho-Tu, "Fellow Taoist, let's help each other. This vortex cannot exist." Ho-Tu didn't waste any words, and immediately mobilized her own power, as well as the power of the Earth Tao, to bless 12 ancestral witches. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree also draws upon the power of the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity to bestow blessings upon the 12 ancestral witches. As a result, the saints who were maintaining heavenly Tao space immediately felt the pressure. Yin-Yang Divine Tree shouted at 12 ancestral witches, "Gentlemen, we only have one strike left. If we cannot break this vortex after this strike, it will be very difficult to break it again." 12 ancestral witches was taken aback. Then his expression turned serious. Dijiang shouted to the other ancestral witches, "Everyone, don't hold back. This matter concerns the world left behind by the Father God, and we must not be careless." Upon hearing this, the other ancestral witches also ceased to hold back their strength. Within the witch realm space, the 12 Taoist clone once again formed the 12 ancestral witches formation, and smaller versions of the Pangu true body appeared in their witch realm space. They then mobilized the power of the entire witch realm space to empower the 12 ancestral witches. The next second, the already enormous 12 ancestral witches grew another third in size. A terrifying pressure appeared in the ruins of return, mixed with terrifying power, and slammed fiercely towards the vortex. With a crisp thud, as if a sharp blade had sliced through something, 12 ancestral witches' axe had actually cleaved the vortex passage open. The next second, the entire vortex began to collapse, and the originally rotating energy began to expand violently outward. "Retreat quickly!" Yin-Yang Divine Tree roared. 12 ancestral witches wasn't stupid either. They quickly retreated to the side of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree's root system. At the same time, an even more violent energy spread rapidly from the vortex towards the land of Gishu, and even the void passage. Boom, boom, boom! The land of Gishu shook violently, and even the Gishu passage, which extends from the Yin-Yang Divine Tree to this point, swayed along with it. Immediately afterwards, various energies appeared in the ruins of return, and the characteristics of the ruins of return were rapidly dissipating. At the same time, everyone sensed the void passage behind Tao. "It's the void passage." Yin-Yang Divine Tree sensed the presence of void passage immediately. As the vortex disappeared, the land of Gishu also vanished. Gishu was originally a special place. It cannot store energy and law because of the vortex passage. Now that the vortex Tao has been shattered and disappeared, the characteristics of the return to nothingness have naturally also disappeared. The space they were in at this moment was somewhat similar to the void hunting ground in 3000 Demon God realm. Today, the land of Gishu is filled with various energies and laws, and has become a very ordinary spatial area. In the center of this area, there is a pitch-black tunnel, which was blasted open by the vortex tunnel. Once they pass through that passage, they can enter the void passage. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yin-Yang Divine Tree sensed the deeper void passage, 12 ancestral witches had already driven the Pangu true body to the front of the pitch-black Tao and jumped down without hesitation. "Don't be impulsive. You'll get lost." However, Yin-Yang Divine Tree's voice came a step too late. 12 ancestral witches jumped into Tongdao and immediately disappeared. Yin-Yang Divine Tree had no time to think and quickly manipulated its root system extending it rapidly through the dark passageway and into the void passage. Gentlemen, the void passage is directional. Without special means, it's easy to get lost in it. As the roots of the yin-yang divine tree entered the void passage, the 12 ancestral witches looked around in bewilderment. It's even harder to find your way here than under the stars in universe. Because there is no light source here, and there is nowhere to mark the direction. This place is very similar to the former land of Gishu. There is no up or down, no front or back, and no left or right. To find your way here, you either need luck, or you might just stumble upon a creature that can guide you, and perhaps lead you to a path. The reason Kang Jai and his group were able to find the primordial world was because they saw Chaos Demon Ape in the Void Passage. Chaos Demon Ape has moved forward without deliberately erasing its own traces. That is why they were able to follow the law fluctuations left behind by Chaos Demon Ape, travel in reverse, and find the location of the primordial world. However, there is no trace of Hongjun's law fluctuations in the current Void Passage. Therefore, it is impossible to find the other party based on the traces left by Hongjun. If they search haphazardly, they may get lost in the Void Passage. Gentlemen, for now, we need to consider this carefully. How about we return to the primordial world first? The primordial still has a lot of mess to clean up, so it would be best if the 12 ancestral witches could help. 12 ancestral witches was still somewhat displeased upon hearing this. They were tricked by Hongjun, and now they can't even find Hongjun, which makes them furious. At this moment, Haotu's voice rang out. Brothers, the primordial world still needs you. Without your help, the primordial world will probably be shattered before the enemy even attacks. This is probably not what Father God wants to see. Sure enough, upon mentioning Pangu, 12 ancestral witches immediately calmed down. Looking at the completely disoriented Void Passage, 12 ancestral witches threw a punch at Void Passage in a fit of rage. With a single punch, the Void Realm in front of them rippled. But soon, the punch thrown by 12 ancestral witches was absorbed by Void Passage. The power, energy, and law within it were all silently absorbed by the Void Passage, and then spread throughout the entire Void Passage. Feeling the dissipating energy and law, Yin-Yang Divine Tree has a strange feeling. If Void Passage can absorb law and energy, then where does this absorbed law and energy go? Yin-Yang Divine Tree sensed the unchanging Void Passage, but always felt that the Void Passage was not so easy. The thought that Void Passage could even draw upon the timeline of myriad realms intensified the strange feeling in Yin-Yang Divine Tree's heart. However, he couldn't figure out the secret of Void Passage for the time being, so he could only suppress the strange feeling in his heart for the time being. Although there is no time to explore the secrets of the Void Passage for the time being, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree still left its extended root system in the Void Passage so that it can slowly sense the special features of the Void Passage when it has time. With the return of the 12 ancestral witches, the ancients silently had a moment's respite. Everyone, you should all be well aware of the current situation. I have a suggestion that can better help the primordial world, its strength. Would you like to hear it? With the help of the 12 ancestral witches to manage the great desolate land, the power of the Earth Dao was quickly enhanced. As the power of the Earth Dao increased, Haotu and the other Earth Dao sensibilities are also increasing. This made it much easier for everyone to sort out the Heavenly Dao space. As Heavenly Dao space continued to be organized, Yin-Yang Divine Tree finally had the time and energy to discuss things with everyone. Fellow Taoist, please feel free to make any suggestions. If they can truly help the primordial world, we will naturally agree. Hao Tu was the first to express her opinion, and the other saints also readily agreed. After all, their holy positions were all given by Yin-Yang Divine Tree and Hao Tu. As for the 12 ancestral witches, since Hao Tu has already said so, they naturally won't object. Yin-Yang Divine Tree glanced at everyone. This should be considered the highest meeting in the primordial world, and those who could participate were all saint level. Gentlemen, the reason why the liches fight is ultimately a matter of resource allocation. Although the witch and demon clans are currently at peace, and both need to recuperate, friction may arise again once they have recovered. Upon hearing this, 12 ancestral witches immediately snorted coldly. So what if there's friction? Is Yao race still our opponent now? Yin-Yang Divine Tree's lips twitched. Although 12 ancestral witches was right, his words still made everyone very unhappy. The 12 ancestral witches are strong, but they are not the only saint-level fighters in their force. Yin-Yang Divine Tree chuckled. My fellow ancestral witches, do not be hasty. You are indeed very strong, but the entire prehistoric world is not just you, nor is it just the witch clan. Does the witch clan intend to dominate the entire prehistoric world? 12 ancestral witches' eyes widened, and he was about to say that it was impossible, when Hao Tu hurriedly said, Of course not. The primordial world is the primordial world of Honghuang beings. Of course it is not just the primordial world of our witch clan. Upon hearing Hao Tu's words, the expressions of the saints softened. Although they didn't care how much territory they owned, they also didn't want the entire prehistoric world to belong to the Wu tribe in the future. Although the 12 ancestral witches were dissatisfied, they could only keep quiet for the time being since Hao Tu had spoken. At this moment, Hao Tu looked at Yin-Yang Divine and said, What suggestions does Fellowist have? Yin-Yang Divine smiled and said, My idea is that although both sides have suffered losses due to the battle between the witch and demon clans, their forces are still the strongest in the entire prehistoric world. Therefore, if the witch and demon clans want to coexist peacefully, they cannot have major conflicts of interest. Hao Tu thought about it and felt that Yin-Yang Divine Tree's words made a lot of sense, so he asked, What does the fellow Taoist want to do? Yin-Yang Divine Tree smiled slightly. I want to learn from that guy Hongjun's method. Demons control the heavens and witches govern the earth. Although Hongjun is a heartless scoundrel, his suggestion was quite good. The only pity is that neither the witch nor the demon clans followed it. Demons rule the heavens, witches govern the earth. Hao Tu raised an eyebrow and murmured. The other saints also frowned slightly, and celestial worthy of primordial beginning pressed Dao. Does fellow Taoist really intend to cede the entire great desolate land to the witch clan? Yin-Yang Divine Tree shook his head. No, what I mean is that the demons rule the heavens and the witches rule the earth. But that doesn't mean that the heavens will belong to the Yao race, and earth will belong to the witch race. Everyone, and 12 ancestral witches, was particularly dissatisfied with Dao. Zhou Mu, what do you mean by that? You said you control the land, so how come the great desolate land doesn't belong to our Wu tribe? Yin-Yang Divine Tree waved his hand, signaling them to calm down. Gentlemen, you should all be well aware of the current situation. Our real enemies are the 3,000 demon god realm and that bastard Hongjun on the other side. What we need to do now is to restore the primordial origini and, as far as possible, increase our strength to be stronger than the enemies before they attack. This cannot be achieved by witch and demon clans alone. However, the prehistoric world is currently in chaos, with constant warfare between various races and the deaths of countless beings, which is very detrimental to the cultivation of more powerful individuals. Therefore, we need rules to bind the struggles between the myriad races of the primordial world within certain constraints. Only in this way can the primordial world make rapid progress in the shortest time and cultivate more powerful beings. If you want to establish rules for the entire prehistoric world, you naturally need someone to enforce those rules. The witch and demon clans are currently the two most powerful races in the primordial world, making them the most suitable to enforce the rules. That's why I said that from now on, the demons will rule the heavens and the witches will rule the earth. The heavenly court will be entirely under the control of the Yao race, while the great desolate land will be entirely under the management of the witch race. Of course, neither the witch clan nor the Yao race has the authority to govern. They do not have the power to restrict whether living beings can live in the heavens or on the great desolate land. Tongxin Jiaozu asked Dao in surprise. Does fellow Taoist mean that the entire great desolate land will be under the control of the Wu clan from now on? The Yao race only governs the rules of heaven? The crowd looked puzzled. What else was there in the heavens besides the heavenly court? Could it be that the Yao race is planning to relocate all of them to the heavenly court? How can the resources of heaven compare to those of the great desolate land? For a moment, everyone was a little confused. Was Yin-Yang Divine Tree being too easy to talk to? However, Yin-Yang Divine Tree chuckled and said, "The Tongxin sect leader is right. From now on, our Yao race will only be in charge of the heavenly court and the ancient stars." Of course, the great thousand, middle thousand, and minor thousand worlds that exist under the auspices of our prehistoric world will also be under the management of our Yao race. The blessed lands and secret realms that exist on the great desolate land naturally fall under the control of the witch clan. I want to clarify that the witch and demon clans only have management rights, not control rights. For example, if a great war breaks out between two races living on ancient stars, we can restrain their fighting and prevent them from destroying ancient stars, but we cannot expel them without cause and prevent them from living on them. Some members of the Yao race even wish to live in the heavenly court, as long as the heavenly court allows it, or to live on the ancient stars, as long as the Lord of the ancient stars allows it. We, Yao race, cannot stop them. The same applies to the Wu tribe. Although the Wu tribe rules the great desolate land, it is inhabited not only by many weak Yao races, but also by countless other ancient races. The Wu tribe only has the right to manage the great desolate land. For example, if someone wants to destroy the great desolate land on a large scale, the Wu tribe can stop them and punish them. However, the Wu tribe does not have the right to deprive the myriad races of their right to live on the great desolate land. In short, the witch and demon clans can regulate the behavior of beings living in the prehistoric world, preventing them from wreaking havoc on the primordial world. But they do not have the power to restrict the free life of the primordial beings. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. At this moment, old ancestor of the sticks spoke up. Would the witch and demon clans be at a great disadvantage in this way? You are responsible for the prehistoric world, but you don't get much from it. What you're doing? Old ancestor of the sticks was puzzled, and so were the others. Yin-Yang Divine Tree chuckled. Of course there are benefits to doing this. First, by managing the prehistoric world, one can gain its approval, and the witch and demon clans will receive the power of primordial karma. In addition, as a reward for the witch and demon clans' management of the heavens and earth, from now on, the 33 heavens will be the territory of the Yao race, and 1/10 of the great desolate land, centered on me, will belong to the witch clan. What do you all think? The group exchanged glances and shook their heads. The great desolate land is now more than a tenth longer than before, and the witch clan occupies a tenth of it, which is not actually a large amount. As for Yao race, 33 Heavens was originally Yao race's territory, so Yao race didn't ask for anything extra. Seeing that no one had any objections, Yin-Yang Divine Tree also relented, and then looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, you are all saint now. Without Hongjun's restraint, I think law will soon be able to break through to the Hunyuan Dalyu Golden Immortal Realm. Now that we are surrounded by external enemies and strong individuals are scarce, I hope that you will all establish your own battlegrounds and cultivate more disciple players. What do you all think?" The saints exchanged glances and did not reject Yin-Yang Divine Tree's proposal. Since fellow Taoist has said so, we should do our best. Zhen Yuanzi responded with a smile, and everyone else echoed her sentiments. As the meeting adjourned, the entire prehistoric world began to develop rapidly. The 3 pure ones, Nua, and the 2 sages of the West were the first to begin recruiting disciples on a large scale, and many of the people they take on as apprentices are actually from the human race. Human race is a far cry from what it used to be, thanks to its performance in Witch and Demon Great Calamity. The potential of human race has also been discovered by many. With the resurgence of the human race, which in a sense represents the human race, will naturally erupt as well. This is also why 6 sages chose human race. They already had a close relationship with human race, and even celestial worthy of primordial beginning took this opportunity to take on many human race students. In addition, Zhen Yuanzi, old ancestor of the Styx River, and North Sea Black Tortoise also took on many disciples. As for Hotu, she only accepted disciples within her own underworld and did not enter the prehistoric world. As the saints take on disciples, the human Tao is also growing rapidly, showing a strong trend of catching up with the earth Tao. As for heavenly Tao, it will probably be a long time before it recovers from its last major injury. With the rules set by the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, the witch and demon clans each ruled their own territories, resulting in less friction between them and a rare period of peace throughout the historic world. But amidst this rare tranquility, a major event occurred on Blue Star, forcing Kang Jai to return to Blue Star. We also want to go back. When they learned that Kang Jai planned to go back, Jiang Exu and the others immediately expressed their willingness. Because of the different flow of time, they have been away from Earth for tens of thousands of years. During this long period of time, everyone missed Langsing and their families. If things continue like this, they fear they might even forget their families. The primordial world is not like the 3000 demon god realm. At least the 3000 demon god realm had set up the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower, and they could communicate with Earth normally. But since entering the void passage, they have lost the opportunity to contact Earth, and tens of thousands of years have passed in the blink of an eye. They miss their hometown very much after such a long time. Kang Ji glanced at Jiang Exu, then at Dian Lai and the others, noticing their longing expressions, and rubbed her temples. Originally, he did not intend to let the cultivation body return. He planned to directly send his mind to the main body of either the divine or Buddhist cultivation. Whether cultivating a divine main body or a Buddha main body, the cultivation level has reached the Dalyu Golden Immortal Realm. Peak. This level of cultivation might not seem like much in the primordial world, but on Earth, it's definitely top tier and more than enough for him to use. But now that Jiang Ixu, Dian Lai, and others also want to go back, Kang Jai has to rethink his plans. With this in mind, Kang Jai decided to send the cultivation Bashin body back as well, but before that, there was one more thing he needed to do. Kang Jai's thoughts stirred, and the yin-yang divine tree immediately received his signal. The massive saint-level divine thought swept across the land and quickly found the people he was looking for. Kang Jai plans to take care of Zeus and the others before returning. Before leaving, Hongjun only took Chaos and the ferocious beast clan with him, and did not notice Zeus and the others. Therefore, not only Zeus, but also Odin and Truth were left in the primordial world, as were their followers. Kang Ji's main purpose in searching for these people was actually to capture Li Xuanyi. Kang Jai has always suspected that this person is related to Luo Yuanjing, and may even be Luo Yuanjing himself. Although Luo Yuanshao is dead, his older brother Luo Yuanjing is even more difficult to deal with. To completely eliminate the other party, the only way is to capture their clone and use the law of karma to find them. Not here? When yin-yang divine saint level after divine thought swept across the entire prehistoric world, it was astonishing that it did not discover the existence of Li Xuanyi. What's going on? Kang Jai frowned slightly. With a thought, yin-yang divine tree captured Zeus and the others and brought them before Kang Jai. Zeus and the others were shocked when they saw Kang Jai. Before they could even be surprised, Kang Ji's terrifying divine thought had already penetrated their sea of a consciousness, reading all their memories. After reading through the memories of this group of people, Kang Jai frowned again. Li Xuanyi is dead. What a coincidence! Kang Jai narrowed his eyes, learning from Zeus and the others' memories that Li Xuanyi had encountered a certain race of beings during an outing. After fighting with them, he was killed, and even his corpse was devoured by the creature. This result made Kang Jai very wary. Although Li Xuanyi was not very strong, he was still close to being a Tai Golden Immortal Realm expert. Such a powerful being, even in the primordial world, would not be an ordinary existence. How could he have died so easily? Unless he died intentionally. Kang Jai quickly realized this. But isn't the other party being overly cautious? Since I didn't appear in front of him, there was no way he could know about my relationship with those clones. If that's the case, why did the other person commit suicide? This is a clone that is close to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. You just give up like that? Kang Jai's vigilance towards Luo Yuanjing reached a new level. This person is so cautious. Killing him won't be so easy. With a deep breath, Kang Jai conjured Zeus and the others into nourishment for the prehistoric world. After doing all this, Kang Jai found Jiangexu and the others again. With a wave of his hand, he put them into his sleeve and disappeared into the primordial world. When Kang Jai reappeared, he had already returned to Sun City on Earth. Back in Sun City, Kang Jai released everyone again. Sensing Kang Jai's return, Little Granduncle and the others quickly arrived. Aji, you're finally back. Seeing Little Granduncle's slightly excited, somewhat apprehensive expression, Kang Jai frowned slightly. Little Granduncle, has something else happened? The reason he returned was because Three Kingdoms' Heavenly Dao sent him a message that a huge change had occurred on Blue Star, and all the demon caves had suddenly disappeared. It was because of the disappearance of the demon cave that Kang Jai thought of coming back to check on the situation. But seeing the expressions on Little Granduncle's face, Kang Jai immediately sensed something was wrong. Little Granduncle opened his mouth and stammered, "Yes, some did happen. Aji, don't get too excited later. We can't be sure if it's true or not yet." Kang Jai frowned again, glanced around at everyone, and suddenly had a bad feeling. Because he couldn't see his sister Kang Yu in the crowd, Not only did he not see Kang Yu, he also did not see the two little followers he had prepared for Kang Yu. Kang Ji immediately contacted Three Kingdoms Heavenly Dao. The Sun Tree's roots extend to the entire Sun City. As long as Kang Yu is still in Sun City, the Sun Tree can investigate if it wants to. However, Sun Tree quickly replied, "My lord, Kang Yu is not in Sun City. I just used my permissions to scan the entire Sun City, and Kang Yu is indeed not in the city." Kang Ji's heart skipped a beat. The ominous feeling intensified, and her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Looking at little grand-uncle, he asked, "Is it that girl Kang Yu?" Little grand-uncle looked at Kang Ji in surprise, then gave a wry smile. "You know about Dao? Well, Sun City is your magic treasure. How could you not know?" Looking at little grand-uncle's wry smile, Kang Ji frowned again. "Little grand-uncle, what exactly happened? Even if Kang Yu is mischievous, shouldn't she have left you a message before leaving Sun City? Where did she go this time?" Little grand-uncle remained silent, while Headmaster stood to the side. Xun Zhen sighed. "We're not sure if she went there either." Xun Zhen handed it a jade slip to Kang Ji. Kang Ji took it, frowned, and pressed it to her forehead. Soon, Kang Yu's voice and image appeared in his mind. After hearing Kang Yu's message, Kang Ji was completely devastated. She entered the demon cave before it disappeared. Kang Ji exuded a terrifying aura, which sent everyone flying. Everyone stared at Kang Ji in horror, feeling an irresistible and terrifying pressure emanating from him. What kind of realm is this? What kind of realm is this? Even the proud Xiang Yu was swallowing hard as he looked at Kang Ji. Over the years, thanks to the 1,000-year time pill given to him by Kang Ji, his cultivation has progressed by leaps and bounds. Compared to Kang Ji, it's like comparing heaven and earth. Kang Ji tried her best to suppress her aura, her voice urgent. She also said she sensed the presence of her parents. What on earth is going on? Kang Ji stared intently at the crowd. He needed more detailed information. Kang Yu's message was not clear. She only told him that she sensed her parents were still living in the abyss. So she was going to find them. Facing Kang Ji's gloomy gaze, Aunt Kang Fei cautiously raised her hand and said, "Ji, it's all my fault." A few days before Xiaoyu disappeared, she was talking incoherently, saying that she dreamed that your parents were still alive, and that she sensed that your parents were somewhere in the demon cave. I didn't take it seriously at the time, just thinking that she missed her parents too much, and I comforted her. But to everyone's surprise, she disappeared in just a few days. Then the mass disappearance of the demon cave occurred on Blue Star, and we only then realized that Xiaoyu seemed to have vanished as well. With only this jade slip found in her room, Kang Ji trembled as she listened to her aunt's explanation. With a flash, he appeared directly in Kang Yu's room. With a wave of his hand, Kang Ji activated his space-time power, and various scenes from the past few days appeared in Kang Ji's eyes. Kang Ji saw Kang Yu leave behind a jade slip, and also saw Kang Yu acting strangely. However, after Kang Ji had reviewed all the images, she still couldn't find any useful clues. Kang Ji made a hand seal again, activating the law of karma, and a karma line appeared in the void realm. Kang Ji strokes the karma line, trying to find the location of the other end. However, the next second, the karma line fluctuated. Kang Ji let out a muffled groan, and then the karma line disappeared completely. This is no longer in this realm. Kang Ji's face was grim. He hadn't expected that Kang Yu was actually no longer on Earth. Kang Ji flashed again, this time appearing at the former demon cave in the East District. However, the demon's lair here has disappeared. With a flick of his finger, Kang Ji activated the law of space-time, and the space in this area was manipulated by Kang Ji's powerful law. However, even with his near sacred strength, he was unable to activate the former demon cave Dao here. It was as if the weak point in the space of the demon cave that should have existed here had truly and completely disappeared. Unwilling to give up, Kang Ji flashed again, this time appearing at the East Sea Demon Cave. This place was originally one of the 5 great demon caves of the Dragon Kingdom. But now, this den of iniquity has also vanished. Who goes there? Some soldiers below saw Kang Ji and immediately shouted at him. Kang Ji ignored these people and pointed out a finger as well. Under the terrifying influence of the law of space-time, the entire void realm seemed about to be pierced through. The crowd, who had originally intended to step forward and reprimand Kang Ji, were suddenly stunned. Kang Ji's move completely terrified them. What kind of being could possibly penetrate the void realm? However, even with Kang Ji's terrifying finger strike, the demon cave was still not found. Kang Ji's face turned extremely ugly. It seems that the hellish cave on Earth has truly disappeared. But then, where is he supposed to find his sister? Kang Ji became somewhat irritable, and the law around him began to ripple, causing a stir of fear among the military personnel stationed nearby. You are Kang Ji? A loud voice woke Kang Ji. Kang Ji looked in the direction of the sound and frowned slightly. Because he found the person somewhat familiar, he quickly found the person in his memory. Are you Wang Jianjun? Kang Ji recognized the man. It was Wang Jianjun, the same person he had met on his first trip to Dongcheng. Commander. Come to think of it, he was quite nice to him back then. Kang Ji also saw Tang Sen, the talkative guy who used to follow Wang Jianjun around. Upon seeing 2 acquaintances, Kang Ji still tried her best to conceal her true nature. It slowly landed beside the 2 of them, saying, "Long time no see." The 2 looked at Kang Ji with complicated expressions. This former top scorer in the National Higher Education entrance examination had grown to such a level. The power it unintentionally exuded gave off a sense of world-destroying might. These people were truly like ants' presence. Okay. Long time no see. Wang Jianjun and Tang Sen replied somewhat haltingly. Kang Ji nodded. He had originally planned to leave immediately, since the gap between the 2 sides was too large now, and the other party would feel uncomfortable if he stayed. Kang Ji stopped again soon. Since Wang Jianjun and Tang Sen were guarding this place, did they know more about the demon cave? Kang Ji looked at the 2 of them, forcing a smile. Gentlemen, I'd like to ask them for some information, but I don't know. Tang Sen's lit up, and he immediately asked Dao, "What do you want?" "To know. Just ask. We'll tell you everything we know." Seeing the excited Tang Sen, Kang Ji smiled. "Thank you very much. I would like to know about these demon caves. How did they suddenly disappear?" Tang Sen and Wang Jianjun exchanged a glance and quickly guessed that Kang Ji had probably just returned to Earth, otherwise he wouldn't have asked this question. Wang Jianjun looked at Tang Sen, signaling him to explain. Tang Sen didn't ceremony and started talking non-stop, chuckling. "You've come to the right person. I happened to be on duty when the demon cave disappeared." Tang Sen thought for a moment and said to Dao, "I remember it was nighttime, and we were guarding the edge of the demon cave as usual too. Prevent any unexpected situations from happening. Just as we were bored and could only chat with each other, the demon cave suddenly trembled. Originally, we thought there was going to be some unusual activity in the demon cave, and we had already contacted our superiors to report the situation here. But what we got in return was that the Dragon Kingdom and even the entire Blue Star's demon cave were all showing signs of disturbance. We were terrified at the time, thinking that another major outbreak of the demon's lair was about to occur. We were all prepared to make sacrifices, But at that moment, the restless abyss suddenly began to expand and contract. With each expansion and contraction, the abyss shrank and collapsed inward. At the time, none of us knew what was going on, so we could only keep reporting the situation. The response we received was that this is the case across the country and even the world. At the time, none of us knew what to do with Tao. We could only watch helplessly, afraid to attack it for fear of triggering uncontrollable variables. And so we waited all night, until the first rays of sunlight shone down from the sky, when the entire demon cave suddenly collapsed with a roar, as if it had collapsed from the inside. Then, the entire demon's lair suddenly vanished before our very eyes. Kang Jai frowned slightly as he listened to Tang Sen's explanation. Although Tang Sen recounted everything in detail, Kang Jai did not glean any useful information from it. Kang Jai couldn't help but look at Tang Sen and asked Dao again, "Did you notice anything unusual about the demon cave? Or perhaps, did the demon cave leave behind anything?" Kang Jai had some wishful thinking. He really wanted to leave something behind in the demon cave, at least so that he'd find the other person. Again, Tang Sen opened his mouth, his eyes flickered, but he ultimately closed his mouth. Kang Jai noticed something was off about Dao, and her eyes lit up. She quickly pressed him for an answer. "Just say what's on your mind. Nobody can do anything to you." Kang Jai was very confident that even if Dragon Country issued a gag order to them, Kang Jie would not care. Now, he can at least walk sideways across the entire planet Earth. Tang Sen glanced at him again, scratched his head, and said, "It's not that there's anything I can't say, but... Seeing Tang Sen hesitate, Jai raised an eyebrow. "And what?" Tang Sen sighed. "But at the time I seemed to hear something. Everyone else said they didn't hear anything either, and I don't know if it was just my imagination." Kang Jai frowned. "Slightly. Only you heard it? No one else heard it?" Tang Sen nodded, and then Wang Jianjun interjected. "This kid keeps saying he heard a sound coming from the demon cave, but there are hundreds of thousands of people stationed here, and no one else heard it. Everyone says he's hallucinating, so he can't be sure if he's hallucinating or not." Kang Jai was also taken aback. Out of millions of soldiers, only Tang Sen heard it, which could indeed be a hallucination. Of course, Kang Jai wasn't willing to let any clue slip by, so she pressed Dao. "What did you hear? Can you tell me?" Tang Sen was very happy to see that Kang Jai was willing to believe him. "Dao, at that time, I seemed to hear something coming from that demon's den, something about a door, and that the real war had just begun. Of course, these are all things I gleaned from that indistinct sound. I have no idea what it actually meant. The door? The real war has only just begun?" Kang Jai murmured these words, and for a moment he fell into deep thought. "A portal? What portal? Could it be a portal for the myriad realms to descend?" Kang Jai squinted in thought. On Blue Star, if there was any gate that could be linked to a demon's lair, then only be the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate that kept descending. These portals arrived at the same time as the demon cave, and their arrival seems to be related to the demon cave. But what caused the disappearance of the demon cave? Is it there will be no more portals? Since the last outbreak of the demon cave, which brought down a large number of portals, the speed at which portals are now appearing on Blue Star seems to have slowed down considerably. Is this the reason why the demon cave disappeared? Does that mean that if Blue Star descends through the portal again, the demon cave will reappear? But the arrival of the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate is beyond his control. How can he bring those portals to Earth? Although he possesses a great Tao treasure, the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate, which can project any portal it has fused with. For example, the portals to the Three Kingdoms world and the prehistoric world, which he fused, allow Kang Jai to use the properties of the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate to project their images into any world at will. This is quite similar to the arrival of Earth at All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate. However, he has only fused 2 portals so far. The portal to Three Kingdoms world is fixed in Sun City, while the portal to prehistoric world can be projected anywhere at any time. But will a single portal bring the demon cave back to life? Kang Jai was also a little unsure for a moment. Another sentence in the demon cave is, "The real war has only just begun." What does this mean? Does this mean that if the demon cave descends again, Earth will face a real war? The extent of the power of the demon cave remains unknown to humanity on Earth. Even though Kang Jai allowed the ghost cultivator main body to explore the demon cave, the mystic domain world, that the ghost cultivator main body was only the tip of the iceberg of the mystic main world. It seems that even beings like ghost cultivators are unable to detect the true strength of mystic domain world. It should be noted that Dao, the ghost cultivator main body, was at least at the Grand Unity Golden Immortal level when exploring the mystic domain world. Even with such cultivation, they couldn't fathom the true nature of the mystic domain world, demonstrating just how terrifying it is. Now, news has spread from within the demon cave. The real war has only just begun, which makes Kang Jai wary. If the demon cave were to reopen, and a horde of Grand Unity Golden Immortal level otherworldly creatures emerge, how would Earth respond? But his own sister is in the mystic domain world, and he can't just leave her there. After some deliberation, Kang Jai decided to try projecting a prehistoric world portal. Even if the mystic domain world were to reappear, they could simply recruit people from the prehistoric world. With saint-level combat power, Kang Jai didn't believe they couldn't withstand the invasion of the mystic domain world. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai looked at Tang Sen and Wang Jianjun. "Dao, thank you for the information. It was very helpful to me." Tang Sen was secretly delighted. "You believe what I said?" Kang Jai nodded. He could tell whether Tang Sen was telling the truth. As for whether Tang Sen was hallucinating, that's for Kang Jai to decide. At least, Tang Sen didn't lie to him. Nodding to the two of them, Kang Jai handed over 2 spatial rings. "These are for you. I hope that when we meet again, your cultivation will have advanced further." The 2 tried to refuse, but Kang Jai shook his head. Then, with a thought, he moved the 2 of them, along with the army stationed there, out of the area. Kang Jai looked towards the East China Sea, where the portal to the 3,000 demon realm stood. Looking at the portal, Kang Jai's lips curled into a slight smile. "The reason I didn't dare to fusion into the portal before is because my strength wasn't enough. Today, the cultivation body has reached quasi-sage realm, while the yin-yang divine wood clone has even reached saint level. With such strength, even if the strongest among the 3,000 demon god realm were to emerge, he would have a way to deal with them." With a thought, the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate appeared in his hand, and he quick crashed into the 3,000 demon god realm teleportation gate in the distance. The All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate transformed into a giant maw, swallowing the 3,000 demon god realm teleportation gate whole. In just a moment, the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate absorbed the 3,000 demon god realm teleportation gate. Kang Jai discovered that the 3,000 demon god realm portal was unclaimed. This discovery surprised and delighted Kang Jai. Does this mean that the other world portals that have been accessed are also unclaimed? Kang Jai's eyes flickered. Perhaps she could give it a try sometime in the future. With a wave of his hand, Kang Jai reprojected the 3000 demon god realm portal. From the outside, it appeared that Kang Jai released something that swallowed the 3000 demon god realm portal, and then spat it out as if he hadn't swallowed it at all. In reality, the 3000 demon god realm portal projection is now completely under Kang Jai's control. Kang Jai can place this Dao projection anywhere he wants. Seeing the portal reappear, Kang Jai did not hesitate and projected the prehistoric world portal projection again. The prehistoric world portal, right next to the 3000 demon god realm portal. The appearance of another colossal portal that seemed to reach the heavens and the earth immediately the attention of all the powerful beings on earth. And just then,